Disgraced disciple. Outer sect disciple Yi Chen, due to a shattered dantian, is forever barred from cultivating immortality and is henceforth expelled from the Zhengyang sect, never to set foot on Zhengyang Ling Mountain again. Within the majestic hall, a cold voice echoed like a decree from the heavens, imbued with an unassailable authority. Below, Yi Chen stood silently, his complexion as pale as parchment. As he absorbed the merciless pronouncement, his fists clenched tightly, perhaps with such force that his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood. A shattered dantian, a severed connection to the path of immortality. Yi Chen smiled, yet his eyes brimmed with desolation. 3 days prior, he had ventured down the mountain to procure spiritual herbs for the sect, only to be ambushed by a formidable adversary from a rival sect. He fought valiantly to safeguard the herbs, narrowly escaping with his life, yet returned to find his dantian destroyed, now reduced to a veritable waste. Little did he anticipate that his unwavering loyalty would be deemed worthless by those exalted figures, who were so eager to cast him aside, as if he were mere refuse. Still not leaving? A voice resonated within the hall, laced with impatience. With a shattered dantian, what is the point of lingering here? Zhengyang sect does not harbor the inept. After nurturing you for 3 days, we have shown you enough mercy. The derisive tones were particularly grating, piercing Yi Chen's heart like a myriad of steel needles. This sect truly chills my heart. With a hoarse voice filled with sorrow and indignation, Yi Chen silently turned away. Outside the hall, the spiritual mountain was adorned with towering ancient trees, shrouded in ethereal mist, where clouds danced and cranes gracefully soared. It was a serene sanctuary, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. This was Zhengyang sect, a sect of cultivation nestled in the southern region of Daju. Yet now, all of this appeared frigid to Yi Chen, who could not help but shiver as he embraced himself. I knew it. He has indeed been expelled from the sect. As Yi Chen emerged, fellow disciples pointed and whispered, some mockingly, others with a sigh. Brother Yi was truly unfortunate. He treated us well before. Shouldn't we see him off? See him off for what? We are cultivators. What is he now? Times have changed. The surrounding ridicule and sighs made Yi Chen lower his head. He wished to speak, but the words caught in his throat as if ensnared by a fishbone, feeling like a pariah paraded before the world. Indeed, he was no longer the Yi Chen of yore. Now, he was no longer a cultivator, but a discarded vessel with a shattered dantian his former pride had long dissipated, leaving him to silently endure the harshness of reality. Ah, how amusing! A mocking laugh approached, and a disciple clad in white, holding a folding fan, sauntered over, eyes glinting with derision. Who do we have here? Is that not our brother Yi? Yi Chen raised his gaze slightly through his disheveled hair, recognizing the figure, Zhao Kong, whose demeanor was now a far cry from the respectful acolyte he once was. Tsk, tsk, tsk. Zhao Kong circled Yi Chen, sizing him up with exaggerated pity. Brother Yi, how have you fallen so low? It truly pains me to see this. Understanding the derision, Yi Chen chose not to respond and continued to walk away. Don't leave. Zhao Kong stepped in front of him, fanning himself nonchalantly, relishing the moment. Step aside. Even as a waste, you still hold your head high. Zhao Kong snapped the fan shut, his grin vanishing. Do you truly think you are still the Yi Chen of the past? Yi Chen's body trembled, longing to retort, yet he found himself rendered speechless. Want to leave? You can, Zhao Kong continued, spreading his legs mockingly. Crawl through my legs. Perhaps I might reward you with a few spirit stones for your journey. Zhao Kong. Yi Chen's voice suddenly rose, his dull eyes flashing with a cold light. Brother Zhao, is this truly necessary? A timid voice emerged from the crowd, attempting to defend Yi Chen, but lacking conviction. Seeking death? Zhao Kong turned with a roar, silencing the assembly with a glare, as fear of his prowess stifled any further protest. Having quelled the onlookers, Zhao Kong turned back to Yi Chen, sneering, Well, Yi Chen, are you going to crawl or not? Aye. Before he could finish, he halted, for a graceful figure was approaching. The newcomer moved with ethereal elegance, her 3,000 strands of hair flowing like azure waves, radiating an otherworldly glow. Her breathtaking beauty rendered the air heavy with enchantment, as if she were a celestial being untainted by the mortal realm. His sister Ji Ningxiang. The disciples around gasped in awe, particularly the male disciples, their eyes ablaze with desire, openly displaying their infatuation. She was the epitome of ethereal beauty in Xinjiang's sect, the object of every male disciple's admiration. In Xinjiang's sect, it was well known that Ji Ningxiang maintained a frigid distance from all, yet she would unveil a radiant smile only for Yi Chen, who was once recognized as her counterpart. Naturally, that image belonged to a past long gone. Now that Yi Chen had fallen from grace, the proud Ji Ningxiang would never again grace him with her smile. Ji Ningxiang. Yi Chen's voice was hoarse, barely audible. He did not turn to face her, yet his eyes reflected a tumult of emotions. She had once been the person he would have guarded with his life. But since the moment his dantian shattered and his cultivation was lost, the Ji Ningxiang who had once beamed at him had grown cold. From that moment, Yi Chen understood that what once was love and promises had evaporated into nothingness. Sister Ningxiang, Zhao Kong, with a sudden flourish, opened his fan, greeting her with a smile that starkly contrasted with his previous demeanor. To Zhao Kang's joviality, Ji Ningxiang merely nodded politely, her expression remaining impassive, as if the world's tribulations could not disturb the serenity of her gaze. As she approached Yi Chen, her heart bore a sigh of regret, yet her eyes held only indifference, as if to convey, "We are no longer on the same path." Safe travels. The four simple words, though melodious as a celestial hymn, could not mask the chill in Ji Ningxiang's tone. What expression is that, pity? Without meeting her gaze, Yi Chen bent to retrieve his fallen satchel, his words devoid of their former warmth, leaving a painful void. Ji Ningxiang remained silent, lost in fleeting memories of their past. Time to go. Gently brushing the dust from his bag, Yi Chen turned slowly, his weary steps echoing the solitude of his emaciated figure beneath the moonlit sky. In the dark of night, on a desolate ancient path, a gaunt horse trod slowly, the rhythmic sound of its hooves echoing against the ground. Yi Chen lay wearily upon the horse's back, gazing quietly into the void above. Ever since he had descended from the Xinjiang sect, he had remained on this horse, carried along aimlessly, oblivious to his destination or even the possibility of one. An orphan since childhood, he had been brought to the Xinjiang sect, devoid of family or parents. With no trace of relatives in his memories, he had always regarded the Xinjiang sect as his home, considering his brothers in arms as his kin. Now, cast out from the Xinjiang sect, he was transformed into a homeless child, engulfed by an unprecedented solitude that compelled him to curl up slightly. "Where's home?" His murmured words resonated starkly in the pitch-black night, and before he knew it, his eyes grew hazy, fatigue urging him towards slumber. Yet, in that moment of dazed reverie, a brilliant star fell from the pitch-black sky, its radiance piercing. Startled, he sat upright, his gaze following the trajectory of the falling star. It was golden, seemingly gathering the brilliance of countless stars, having traversed the eons, enduring the vicissitudes of time, its scorching golden glow illuminating the entire sky. What is that? Yi Chen stared blankly at the night sky, even perceiving the connected streaks of lightning. Boom! Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden rumble echoed. The star had fallen, causing the earth to tremble. The frightened horse reared back with a neigh, and he tumbled from its back. The star's descent was a spectacle of the ages. Hastily, Yi Chen scrambled to his feet, stepping onto the scorched earth, approaching amidst the rolling heat. However, as he neared, he discovered that what had caused such a commotion was not a fallen star, but a palm-sized golden flame. Momentarily taken aback, he had not anticipated that such a stir was caused by a mere flame. Soon, the golden brilliance faded, and the flame hung there like a solitary candle flame. Although it was fire, Yi Chen felt no heat emanating from it. It flickered gently, isolated, akin to a child without a home. Do you also lack a home? The resonance of loneliness mirrored his own, prompting Yi Chen to extend his hand gently towards it. The flame, seemingly sentient, leapt into his palm, much like an innocent child playing in his grasp. Intrigued, Yi Chen could not resist poking at the flame with his finger. To his astonishment, the flame transformed into a streak of golden light, darting into his body. Yi Chen's countenance changed dramatically, unable to react. The flame, appearing playful, danced within him, eventually darting into his shattered dantian. Soon, a wave of intense heat surged from his lower abdomen, prompting him to inspect his body. To his astonishment, he witnessed a miraculous sight. Due to the flame, his shattered dantian began to heal at a visible pace. Warmth coursing through him, as if he were basking in the scorching sun amidst the cold of winter. This, Chen gasped. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. The flame, frolicking within his dantian, seemed to sense its limited capacity. Its small form rapidly expanded, emanating a dazzling golden light until it transformed into a sea of golden flames, simultaneously enlarging his dantian. Ugh! Chen groaned, clutching his abdomen as he collapsed to the ground, a tearing pain radiating throughout his body. Pop! A sound resonated from the depths of the void, and Chen's recently restored dantian shattered anew, ruptured by the flame, becoming a misty white expanse, as if a new world had been forged, with white fog swirling above and golden light shining below. At last, the flame came to a halt, drifting about as if exploring its newly created abode. However, while it appeared carefree, Chen was in dire straits. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, the intense pain causing veins to bulge on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot, and his face contorted in agony. Unbeknownst to him, the excruciating pain gradually subsided, a wave of warmth enveloping him anew, restoring his clarity. At this moment, he stared blankly at his transformed dantian, mouth agape, his throat dry. Is this the Dansi? The 6 realms of cultivation, Qi gathering, human origin, true yang, spirit void, empty abyss, and celestial silence. Chen was astonished. The so-called Dansi was a level above the dantian, only accessible upon reaching the empty abyss realm. He could hardly fathom that the flame had not only repaired his dantian, but had also opened up the Dansi for him. Suddenly, the previously thin spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to fluctuate. Soon, the spiritual energy surged towards Chen, forming a vortex centered around him, flooding into his body through the pores of his meridians, and then into his Dansi, his body absorbing the spiritual energy like a bottomless pit. At that moment, the flame became lively again. All the spiritual energy entering the Dansi was forcibly refined into pure golden true energy, transforming the recently opened Dansi into a shimmering expanse of gold, as though it were a golden ocean. Staring in awe at the Dansi, Chen's eyes grew unfocused, his body swaying before he collapsed to the ground. A night passed in silence, and dawn broke. In the morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting light upon Chen's face. Slowly opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a youthful face, bright eyes gazing at him. "Big brother, you're awake," the boy exclaimed, revealing a bright smile. "Who are you?" Chen jolted upright, glancing at the boy and then around, bewildered by his surroundings. "Where am I, and why am I here?" "I'm Hua," the boy replied simply, his smile endearing. "This is the Shaolin Garden of Hua sect. Last night, you fainted in the woods, and it was my grandfather and I who brought you back." Hua sect? Chen was taken aback. The great Chu kingdom was dominated by the bloodthirsty Hall in the north, while the Zhenyang sect, Qingyun sect, and Hua sect held sway in the south. In a sense, Hua sect and Zhenyang sect were adversaries. Chen never imagined that just after being expelled from the Zhenyang sect, he would find himself in the opposing Hua sect. "You must be hungry. I'll get you something to eat," Hua said as he dashed out, leaving Chen to ponder on the bamboo bed. After a moment, as his mind gradually cleared, he recalled the events of the previous night. Last night, remembering, he hurriedly checked his body, discovering that his Dansi was a shimmering expanse of gold, like a world in itself, with hazy white mist above and surging golden true energy below. This is no dream. Everything is real. Chen's breath quickened. Upon awakening, his shattered dantian was not only repaired but had also opened the Dansi. The true energy within the Dansi had become increasingly refined. Clenching his fist, he rediscovered the long-lost feeling of a cultivator, experiencing an unprecedented enhancement in his vision and strength. All of this was thanks to that golden flame. With thoughts of the flame, Chen instinctively looked towards the golden flame hovering within the Dansi. It flickered playfully, much like a child. "You can't be true fire, can you?" Chen mused, summoning the flame into his palm. Instantly, the temperature in the room soared, yet he felt no fearsome heat. Instead, he was filled with a sense of familiarity towards the flame. "You will stay with me from now on." Chen smiled gently, caressing the flickering flame of true fire, his heart brimming with indescribable joy. "Elder brother, it is time for dinner. I am coming." With that, Chen gathered the true fire and gracefully leaped off the bed. Chapter 3. The valiant Chen stepping out of the door, Chen surveyed his surroundings, which comprised a modest garden spanning merely 20 paces. At the center stood a cultivated spirit fruit tree. Apart from a youth known as Hua, an elderly man completed the trio. They were seated around a somewhat diminutive stone table, beside which crouched a large bird, its eyes fixed eagerly on the food laid out before them. In the realm of cultivation, such a bird was referred to as a spirit beast, serving as a mode of transportation for cultivators. Through their conversation, Chen learned that the elderly man who had rescued him the previous night was named Zhang Fengyan. Due to a grave mistake, he had been stripped of his cultivation abilities and relegated from his sect, now residing near the foot of the Hongyue sect's spiritual mountain. "Here, little eagle, this piece is for you," Hua said as he tossed a morsel of dried meat to the giant bird, affectionately patting its large head, treating it as family. Zhang Fengyan smiled gently, turning his gaze toward Chen. "Young man, you are a cultivator as well, aren't you?" Startled by the question while hastily shoveling food into his mouth, Chen set down his utensils and nodded with a smile. "Which sect do you belong to?" "Old sir, I have no sect. I am merely a wandering cultivator." "What a pity," Zhang Fengyan sighed. "In your prime, you should seek a cultivation sect. After all, sects provide essential resources for your development. It is unfortunate that at your age, your cultivation is still at the initial stage of qi condensation." "You speak wisely," Chen replied with another smile, concealing his past. He was determined to cultivate again and would undoubtedly seek a sect for training. Zhang Fengyan's words resonated with him. Being a wandering cultivator was fraught with danger and lacked the necessary resources for advancement. In contrast, being a disciple of a sect offered security and assured access to cultivation resources. Noticing Chen's contemplation, Zhang Fengyan's eyes twinkled with kindness. "Would you be interested in becoming a disciple of Hongyue sect?" "Of course," Chen exclaimed eagerly. He had been contemplating this, recognizing that Hongyue sect was on par with Xinjiang's sect, and he had nowhere else to go. Being at Hongyue sect would undoubtedly be his best choice. He was brimming with ambition. Having been a standout in Xinjiang's sect, he firmly believed that with the aid of his true fire, he would soon shine brightly at Hongyue sect. "Senior, I presume the entrance requirements for Hongyue sect are quite stringent?" Chen inquired of Zhang Fengyan. "Not at all. I can write you a letter of introduction. I am confident that you can become a probationary disciple." "A letter of introduction?" Upon hearing this, Chen scrutinized the elderly man anew. Though he was unable to cultivate, he was far more than he appeared. Suddenly, the door of the small garden was kicked open, and a young man clad in white strode in. "Ah, dining are we?" The young man in white smirked. "What are you doing here, Zhang Tao?" Hua sprang to his feet, glaring angrily at the white-clad youth. Zhang Fengyan's expression darkened immediately, and even the giant bird beside them squawked incessantly, spreading its massive wings to shield Hua. Chen cast a glance at Zhang Tao, recognizing him as a disciple of Hongyue sect by the insignia on his robe. Moreover, he could discern that Zhang Tao had reached the second stage of qi condensation. "Humph!" Zhang Tao scoffed, glaring menacingly at Zhang Fengyan. "Old fool, hand it over quickly, or I won't be polite." "I possess nothing you seek," Zhang Fengyan replied, taking a deep breath as his aged visage paled momentarily. "How audacious!" Zhang Tao roared, kicking the table over with ferocity, resembling a ruthless brigand. As the giant bird flapped its wings and charged forward, although it was a low-level spirit beast, its intelligence was considerable, and its eyes conveyed human-like fury. Seeking death, Zhang Tao's gaze turned icy as he summoned true energy at his fingertips, instantly forming a blade of air that slashed across the bird's body, drawing forth a spray of blood. The creature collapsed on the spot. "Little eagle," Hua rushed forward. The bird let out a weak cry, but still instinctively shielded Hua with its wings. "You ungrateful disciple." Zhang Fengyan's finger trembled as he pointed at Zhang Tao, his heart raging with fury, nearly causing him to collapse. "Hand it over, or I will show no mercy." Zhang Tao advanced menacingly, but before he could finish his threat, Chen struck him with a sudden palm. The sound of the smack echoed sharply. Zhang Tao was stunned, unable to react before Chen seized his arm, yanking him off balance and sending him soaring through the air. With a resounding crash, the once arrogant Zhang Tao was slammed into the ground, creating an impact that left an imprint of his form. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. Chen's strike had left his internal organs in disarray. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Fengyan was left speechless, while Hua, taken aback by Chen's ferocity, swallowed hard. The second stage qi condensation disciple had been effortlessly subdued in a single encounter. Indeed, Chen had taken him by surprise. yet his strength was astonishing. Little did they know that within Yi Chun lay a dance sea, if they were to engage in a contest of true energy. Despite both being at the first stage of qi condensation, Yi Chen's true energy was thrice that of his opponents, allowing him to rival an average cultivator at the third stage. One must act with integrity, for the heavens are always watching. Yi Chen thundered as he hurled the mangled Zhang Tao out of the small garden. That night, Yi Chen infused true energy into the little eagle, saving its life. Yet it would take a considerable time before the loyal spirit beast could fly again. "My young friend, I truly thank you for today," Zhang Fengyan said, sitting on the stone steps, appearing considerably aged. The betrayal by his own disciple was a profound sorrow for this gentle elder. "Senior, it was merely a trivial effort," Yi Chen replied with a light-hearted smile. "Alas," Zhang Fengyan sighed, his murky eyes filled with nostalgia, as if recalling painful memories. "I was once an elder of Hengyue sect, but due to a grave mistake, I was cast down to this small garden. Zhang Tao was once my disciple. All of this is my fault for failing to guide him properly. A master can only open the door. The cultivation journey depends on the individual," Yi Chen consoled. "There is no need for you to blame yourself. It is simply his nature. He seeks my Tianling talisman." Hua fumed, his small fists clenched tightly. "He has taken everything my grandfather accumulated over the years, bullying us every day." The Tianling talisman? Yi Chen was no stranger to this name. The Hengyue sect possessed a type of spirit talisman known as the Tianling talisman, which, when affixed to a person, could temporarily seal their true energy. This talisman was infamous among the three sections. Such talismans were extraordinarily precious and never disseminated lightly. Yi Chen had not anticipated that Zhang Fengyan would possess one. "My young friend, I have written your letter of introduction. Tomorrow, you shall ascend the mountain to cultivate. Your talent is remarkable. Do not let it go to waste." While Yi Chen was lost in thought, Zhang Fengyan had already placed a letter and a scroll in his hands. "This scroll introduces Hengyue. Please read it when you have the time." "Thank you, Senior." Chapter 4. Unwanted in the Dead of Night. Yi Chen emerged from the small spirit garden and sought refuge in a secluded area, where he seated himself upon a rock, quietly pondering the mysteries of the true fire of the Dan Sea. Since acquiring this precious flame, Yi Chen had reaped substantial benefits. He first repaired his dantian and subsequently opened up his Dan Sea, refining his true energy to an exceptionally pure state. At this moment, his foundation was even more solid than it had been during his time at the Xinjiang sect. "A truly remarkable feat, indeed extraordinary," Yi Chen murmured, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit, achieving an unprecedented clarity of mind. Before long, the thin strands of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth converged around him, forming a vortex of aura centered on his being. He drew it in through the myriad acupoints of his body, channeling it into his Dan Sea, where it was further refined by the golden true fire. Simultaneously, he divided the true fire into countless streams, either infusing them into his meridians or enveloping his bones, utilizing it to temper his sinews and channels. Over time, through this subtle transformation, his meridians expanded and became more pliable, while the fire smoothed out the imperfections in his bones, rendering them both sleek and resilient, adorned with a glimmer of golden light. At an indeterminate moment, he leapt down from the rock, invigorated by the transformation wrought by the true fire, feeling a refreshing sensation like never before. "Excellent," he exclaimed, unleashing a powerful roar as he took a decisive step forward. True energy surged within him, coalescing in his palm, where flickers of lightning danced between his fingers. Thunderous lightning. With a resounding shout, he struck down upon a stone. Boom! The forceful gust of his palm, accompanied by the sound of thunder, shattered the rock into fragments. This technique, a product of his arduous cultivation, was known as the thunderclap palm, embodying the might of thunder and the resonance of storms, both formidable and domineering. However, the execution of this technique demanded a high level of physical resilience. Otherwise, the overwhelming force of the thunderclap palm might injure not only the enemy, but also his own meridians and bones, a significant drawback of such a powerful art. Yet for him, this drawback was negligible. With the true fire fortifying his body, the strength of his flesh, along with the toughness of his meridians and bones, rendered him impervious to the self-inflicted harm of the thunderclap palm. Exhaling a deep breath of stale air, he retrieved the scroll that Zhang Fengyan had given him and spread it open. The Hengyue sect was divided into inner and outer disciples. The outer sect comprised one hall, one pavilion, 2 gardens, 3 peaks, and 8 pavilions. The hall was the law enforcement hall, which dealt with any transgressions by the elders. The pavilion was the disciplinary pavilion, where disciples' wrongdoings were addressed. The 2 gardens were the Spirit Herb Garden and the Spirit Fruit Garden. The 3 peaks were Tianyang Peak, Diang Peak, and Rinyang Peak, which constituted the 3 main peaks of the outer sect. The 8 pavilions included the Spirit Tool Pavilion, the Library Pavilion, the Spirit Pill Pavilion, the Treasure Pavilion, the Qian Kuan Pavilion, the Mission Pavilion, the Information Pavilion, and the Juqing Pavilion. In contrast, the inner sect was comprised of 1 hall, 1 pavilion, 2 gardens, 7 pavilions, and 9 peaks. Comparatively, the inner sect lacked 1 Spirit Pill Pavilion but boasted 6 additional main peaks, akin to the Zhengyang sect. Yi Chun stroked his chin, recalling that he had once been a disciple of the Information Pavilion at the Zhengyang sect, where he spent his days either cultivating or gathering simple intelligence. It was precisely this background that led to his last descent from the mountain, where he was attacked by disciples from the Qingyan sect, resulting in the shattering of his dantian. Nonetheless, as a former disciple of the Information Pavilion, Yi Chen keenly perceived that the Hangyue sect, like the Zhengyang sect, appeared calm on the surface, yet beneath lay turbulent undercurrents, with the factions embroiled in ceaseless covert struggles. Uncertain of how much time had passed, he finally rolled up the scroll, stretched his body languidly, and returned to the small spirit garden, collapsing into slumber. A night passed without incident, and dawn arrived in the blink of an eye. As the first rays of sunlight painted the eastern sky crimson, Yi Chen opened his eyes. Exhaling a long breath of murky air, he flipped out of bed, his complexion flushed and brimming with vitality, his breath now notably more substantial. After a simple breakfast, Yi Chen stepped out of the small spirit garden. Before him lay an exceptionally long stone staircase ascending towards the spirit mountain, disappearing into the clouds, with no end in sight. Taking a deep breath, he began his ascent, each step bringing forth an overwhelming surge of majestic energy. Upon reaching the final step, Yi Chen raised his eyes to survey the world before him. In the distance, the mountains loomed majestically, ancient trees towered skyward, the spiritual energy hung in a hazy mist, and clouds swirled around him, with celestial cranes occasionally gliding gracefully through the ethereal veil. He had rediscovered the sensation he once felt at the Zhengyang sect. A smile graced Yi Chun's lips as he greedily inhaled the spiritual energy wafting through the air. Following the route that Zhang Fengyan had instructed him to take, Yi Chen proceeded forth. Morning was the time when spiritual energy and the essence of the sun and moon were at their purest. As he walked, he observed numerous diligent disciples seated upon rocks, engrossed in their cultivation. So absorbed were they in their practices that they barely acknowledged his passing glance. After navigating a few turns, Yi Chen arrived before a building known as the Jiuqing Pavilion. Within, several disciples came and went, each casting a brief, scrutinizing glance at Yi Chen upon noticing his unfamiliar face. However, upon discovering that he was merely at the first level of qi condensation, disdain flickered in their eyes. This is the place. Yi Chen glanced up at the pavilion and stepped inside, presenting his letter of recommendation. In the main hall, a gray-clad elder received his letter. Upon learning that Yi Chen was introduced by Zhang Fengyan, the elder couldn't help but scrutinize him closely before opening the letter. As the gray-clad elder assessed him, Yi Chen discreetly observed the elder in turn. This individual's appearance was rather grotesque, Yi Chen internally remarked, unable to suppress his astonishment. It was no wonder. The elder's features were all askew. His eyes, nose, and mouth were all misaligned, creating an almost overwhelming urge to straighten them. Shifting his gaze away from the gray-clad elder, Yi Chen turned his attention to the others present. In addition to the elder, there were 3 additional individuals, one portly, another thin as a rail, and the third appearing relatively normal. They were engaged in lively conversation, seemingly not affiliated with the pavilion, but rather visiting. These 3 were the heads of the 3 main peaks of the Hangyue sect, Elder Zhong Laodao, Gahong, and the real person of Qingyang. After reading the letter, the gray-clad elder passed it to the other 3, smiling as he said, "Brothers, discuss among yourselves who would be willing to take this young friend Yi Chen as a disciple. This is a favor from Zhang Fengyan." "Oh, how novel." The 3 exchanged glances before sizing up Yi Chen anew. "How old are you?" the portly elder Zhong Laodao inquired. 16, Yi Chen replied. 16? Elder Zhong Laodao raised an eyebrow. At 16, you've only reached the first level of qi condensation. Your talent is rather TSK, TSK. He coughed lightly and rose, patting his ample belly. I have matters to attend to at Tianyang Peak, so I must take my leave. Before he could finish speaking, the rotund elder Zhong Laodao swiftly exited the hall, evidently eager to avoid being compelled by the gray-clad elder to accept Yi Chun as a disciple. Once Zhong Laodao departed, Go Hong also stood, clasping his hands behind his back, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Chun. At Diang Peak, we do not accept the inept. With that, Go Hong too exited the hall. Only the gray-clad elder remained, with Zhong Laodao and Go Hong having swiftly vacated the premises. The gray-clad elder turned his gaze to the real person of Qingyang. Qingyang, brother, please do me this small favor and take him as a disciple. The real person of Qingyang furrowed his brow and shook his head gently. Elder brother Qingyi, he has not yet reached the qualifications for entry into Rinyang Peak. I cannot agree. His talent is simply too poor. This, the gray-clad elder sighed. I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, the real person of Qingyang elegantly swept his sleeve and departed the hall like a wisp of wind. With the heads of the three main peaks of the Hangyue sect consecutively leaving, the intent was unmistakable. They were unwilling to take Yi Chun as their disciple. Understanding the situation, Yi Chun could easily imagine the plight of a 16-year-old cultivator whose level of cultivation merely reached the first stage of qi condensation. What a dismal talent that must be. If he were to be taken as a disciple and not properly trained, it would be no surprise if he became the subject of ridicule. However, if they were to discover Yi Chun's true potential, one could only wonder if they would return in a frenzy to seize him. As the three departed, the elder in green was left in an awkward predicament. Casting his gaze upon Yi Chun, the elder cleared his throat and said with a smile, "Young friend, it appears you shall only be an apprentice disciple for now. Do you accept this? An apprenticeship is acceptable. Perhaps one day I shall be promoted," Yi Chun replied. "Very well," the elder responded, retrieving a white jade tablet from his sleeve. Channeling his vital energy, he inscribed the name Yi Chun upon it before presenting it to the young man with a smile. "Little one, this shall be your jade tablet." In addition to this, the elder produced a jade vial. Though sealed, the fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted from it, indicating it contained elixirs beneficial for cultivation. As you are but an apprentice disciple, you will not receive the Hangyue cultivation techniques or the Hangyue robe, and you may only claim one vial of this spirit liquid. "Thank you, Elder," Yi Chun said, accepting the vial, though he remained indifferent to the offerings. "Now, go to the Spirit Artifact Pavilion and claim a spirit artifact." The elder smiled warmly, patting Yi Chun on the shoulder, his tone gentle, devoid of any imposing authority. "Young lad, put forth your efforts. I shall observe your progress in 3 months' time." Chapter 5. The Great Sword of Tianke. Exiting the Jiqing Pavilion, Yi Chun followed the directions and arrived at the Spirit Weapon Pavilion. The guardian of the pavilion was a corpulent elder, whose small eyes were nearly obscured by the folds of his flesh, resembling a Mithria Buddha with his bare chest exposed. This man was Zhou Dafu, the head of the Spirit Weapon Pavilion. Upon seeing the elder, Yi Chun approached respectfully and bowed. "Little boy, I don't believe I've seen you before," Zhou Dafu remarked, sitting up and casting a scrutinizing glance at Yi Chun. "I am a newly arrived apprentice disciple," Yi Chun replied, presenting his jade token. "The elder in the green robe sent me to select a spirit weapon." Zhou Dafu inspected the jade token with indifference before tossing it back to Yi Chun and lazily reclining once more. "Go ahead and choose for yourself. Apprentice disciples are permitted only on the first floor, so do not attempt to sneak up to the second." With a slight nod, Yi Chun accepted the jade token and ventured deeper into the Spirit Weapon Pavilion. The first floor of the pavilion was vast, spanning several thousand square meters, filled with an array of weapons that truly encompassed the 18 varieties of arms. Each spirit weapon shimmered with a distinct luster, akin to vibrant flowers vying for attention. However, disappointment washed over Yi Chun as he scanned the selection. As an apprentice disciple, he was limited to the first floor. He picked up a ghost-headed broadsword but quickly shook his head, finding it too light. Setting it down, he then grasped a spirit sword. Though sharp, he ultimately returned it to its place. Like a market-goer, Yi Chun sifted through the abundance of spirit weapons, yet after traversing nearly the entire floor, he had not found a single weapon that piqued his interest. In the past, he would have disregarded such low-grade items, but now he was compelled to search among them. Just as he was about to complete his circuit, a tremor in his Danhai's true fire caught his attention, manifesting as a fine strand of flame that darted away. Yi Chun, slightly startled, hurried after it until he arrived at a stone platform where a black iron sword lay, covered in dust as if it had not been moved in ages. The strand of true fire coiled around the sword. Curious, Yi Chun grasped the sword's hilt, eager to examine an item that had attracted the attention of his true fire. However, he underestimated its weight and found himself unable to lift it. It was at least 200 pounds. Yi Chun estimated the weight of the sword, realizing why it lay there so forlornly. Such heft was no trifling matter. Ordinary disciples could not wield it. Even if one could lift it, they would need to expend significant true energy, and in combat, they might tire themselves out before even facing an opponent. Yet, this very characteristic deepened his intrigue. After channeling some true energy, he finally managed to lift the iron sword and gently blew the dust away. Immediately, he was enveloped by a sense of ancient history emanating from the sword, which bore two archaic characters on its hilt, Tianke. Tianke, he murmured, scrutinizing the iron sword. It was unsharpened and wider than a typical spirit sword, its material indiscernible, but its weight was staggering. The blade was adorned with numerous runes that Yi Chun could not decipher, all of which appeared exceedingly ancient. What a peculiar sword, he whispered to himself, concluding that while it was unsuitable for slicing, it would serve admirably for striking. You shall be mine. Yi Chun hoisted the iron sword onto his shoulder and made his way outside. A voice of mild surprise emerged from Zhou Dafu not far away. Little fellow, with a frame like yours, why choose such a heavy iron sword? With a clang, Yi Chun set the sword down, its weight causing half the blade to embed itself into the ground. Elder, what is the origin of this sword? Yi Chun inquired, pointing at the Tianke sword. It is extraordinarily heavy. Well, Zhou Dafu stroked his small beard, pondering for a moment before responding. It has been here since I took charge of the spirit weapon pavilion, likely resting for at least a century. As for its origin, I cannot say. I see. I advise you to select a different spirit weapon. This iron sword is not merely heavy. Choose something lighter. No, this is the one, Yi Chun replied with a smile, gently caressing the sword, finding it increasingly appealing. Stubborn little one, carry on then. Zhou Dafu chuckled. Thank you, elder. Yi Chun bowed respectfully once more before shouldering the Tianke sword and exiting the pavilion. Upon stepping outside, he was met with astonished glances from passing disciples, who exchanged whispers as they pointed at him and the sword he bore. Who is this kid? Haven't seen him before. Is he a new apprentice disciple? That sword he carries must be the Tianke. Quite strong, it seems. Too bad his cultivation is a bit lacking. One wonders about his sanity. Ignoring their chatter, Yi Chun felt a deep sense of conviction regarding the Tianke sword. Compared to the low-grade spirit weapons, he preferred this one. Carrying it daily would aid his cultivation. Members of the Zhenyang sect, someone remarked, drawing attention to the sky. They are a massive flying sword by, upon which stood three figures, a middle-aged woman, a stunning beauty, and a handsome youth. What business does the Zhenyang sect have with our Henyue sect? A voice questioned, puzzled. You wouldn't know? In 3 months, the Zhenyang sect, Qinyun sect, and our Henyue sect will compete in a grand tournament. The Zhenyang sect must be here to discuss the details. That female disciple is truly beautiful, like a celestial maiden. Amidst the surrounding discussions, Yi Chun heard none of it. His gaze fixated on the flying sword, specifically on the enchanting beauty standing upon it, her garments flowing as if untouched by dust, ethereal and immaculate. Could she not be Ji Ning Shuang of the Zhenyang sect? He marveled at the serendipity of their encounter. One day, I shall return for retribution, he vowed quietly, his dark, profound eyes reflecting a mix of complexity and aloofness. Sensing a gaze upon her, Ji Ning Shuang turned to glance below, but at that moment, Yi Chun had already vanished into the crowd. What a familiar sensation, Ji Ning Shuang murmured softly. What is it, junior sister? Nothing. Chapter 6. The savage body refinement. Yi Chun had already found a small hilltop. Here, the trees were lush and the flowers and grasses flourished. Yet compared to the 3 main peaks, this hill was anything but ordinary. Exhaling deeply, Yi Chun planted the Tianke sword before him, and then drew a small cut on his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon it. As a spiritual weapon, it naturally required a master. Soon, the blood melded into the Tianke. However, the Tianke immediately trembled, a flash of azure light darted by, and then an overwhelming torrent of information surged into his mind with an aggressive force. A sudden, sharp pain assailed his head, causing Yi Chun to clutch his skull and emit a low growl of agony. Yet, the pain was fleeting, dissipating as quickly as it arrived. In no time, He shook his head, the veins on his forehead gradually relaxing, and his once dizzy gaze cleared, replaced by an uncontrollable elation. Savage body refinement. Yi Chen's breath quickened. His overwhelming joy stemmed from the secret technique concealed within the Tianke sword. It was only through his blood oath that the seal within the sword was triggered, unveiling the art of savage body refinement. What a treasure he had stumbled upon. Suppressing his excitement, Yi Chen hastily sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly contemplating the profound intricacies of the technique. Through contemplation, Yi Chen realized that the savage body refinement was a method for tempering the physical body. It involved refining bones and marrow, forging tendons and meridians, igniting the heart and purifying the blood, and meticulously honing the skin and flesh. Unbeknownst to him, as he spoke, his heart raced. But these mere 16 words perfectly encapsulated the essence of savage body refinement. Indeed, this was the way of complete bodily refinement. One that would subject every inch of skin, every bone, and every sinew to rigorous trials, the pain endured in this practice rivaling even the most excruciating torture. What kind of madman conceived such a technique? Yi Chen opened his eyes, his mouth agape in astonishment. The savage body refinement was undoubtedly an overwhelming force. Yet, after his moment of shock, a fiery glint ignited in his eyes. Although the process demanded suffering beyond what an ordinary person could bear, the benefits reaped from such refinement were equally terrifying. Once mastered, it could forge an indestructible body capable of moving mountains and parting seas. Moreover, this technique was not for everyone. It required the practitioner to possess an innate fire. Yi Chen realized that the savage body refinement was tailor-made for him, a fated gift, as he harbored a fierce fire within, providing him with unparalleled conditions. Since the heavens had bestowed this upon him, they would not allow it to go to waste. With this silent vow in his heart, Yi Chen resolved to cultivate the secrets of the savage body refinement. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes. After a quarter of an hour spent in focused meditation, he began to circulate the techniques of the savage body refinement that he had already thoroughly grasped. With a crack, the moment the body refinement technique commenced, the sound of bones colliding resonated within him, as the Dan Hai's celestial fire surged throughout his entire being. The sudden, intense pain compelled him to roar uncontrollably. The sounds of cracking continued, and in his agony, Yi Chen remained oblivious to the fact that all 720 of his acupoints had been consecutively breached, the meridians forcibly opened, followed by the major channels being unblocked in succession. Each scream that escaped Yi Chen's clenched teeth echoed as every sinew and every inch of skin felt as though it were being torn apart, the pain almost rendering him unconscious. The cracking of bones turned into a relentless cycle of breaking and healing, a continuous loop of agony. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his dark eyes were bloodshot, his entire body seeming to be pierced by countless steel needles. After 3 hours, he finally collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. His inaugural experience with body refinement had nearly cost him his life, yet he had only managed to circulate a small cycle of energy. This was a dangerous game. Yi Chen gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, his face pale as a ghost. Nevertheless, even in such a state, his eyes sparkled with exhilarating joy. He understood that body refinement was not a task to be accomplished in a day. It required endless years of training, a relentless pursuit through waves of agonizing pain. A path fraught with hardship. Summoning every ounce of strength, he sat up once more and began to inspect his body. Indeed, the trials of body refinement had not been in vain. He observed that his once rough bones had smoothed, becoming resilient, and a glimmer of golden light danced around them. A most peculiar sight. Looking at his exterior, he noticed the accumulation of black impurities, the byproducts of his internal exertions, exuding a foul odor. As a gentle breeze wafted through the cracks of the door, Yi Chen felt a wave of refreshing relief wash over him. At that moment, the sparse spiritual energy in the environment began to converge, and his entire body as acupoints and pores opened wide, eagerly absorbing the influx of celestial energy, nourishing his bones and sinews, smoothing out their imperfections. The depletion from body refining left Yi Chen ravenous, as he drew in the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth. The intense pain gradually dissipating as he found himself enveloped in a vortex of spiritual energy, akin to basking in the warm sun during the harshest winter. His labor was indeed not in vain. Yi Chen gently clenched his fists, acutely aware of the newfound strength coursing through his body. At this moment, Not only had his vision, hearing, speed, and strength improved, but there also flowed an extraordinary vitality from every corner of his being, invigorating his spirit. After some time, Chen sprang to his feet. He retrieved a bottle of jade spirit liquid from his robe and tilted his head back, consuming the entire contents in one go. Anyone observing would likely intervene, for the jade spirit liquid was a potent concoction distilled from the essence of numerous spiritual herbs, containing immense vitality. Consuming it required caution, as an entire bottle could overwhelm one's internal reserves. However, such concerns were utterly insignificant to Chen. It is important to note that what he possessed was not merely a dantian, but a vast danhai, its capacity far exceeding the ordinary. Not to mention a single bottle of jade spirit liquid. Even if he were to down 100 or 80 bottles, it would not overwhelm his danhai. As the jade spirit liquid coursed through his body, Chen felt as if a refreshing spring filled every meridian, soothing the aching sinews and bones, dissipating his fatigue at an astonishing rate. In that moment, he began to recognize a pressing issue: the vast capacity of his danhai. While its size offered numerous advantages, it also implied that his advancement would be significantly slower compared to others of the same rank. He pondered whether this newly established danhai was a blessing or a curse. After 3 hours, Chen calmed his breath and leaped onto a rock, resting his hands behind his head as he gazed up at the starry sky, a wave of reflection washing over him. Just a day prior, he had been cast out of the Zhenyang sect, homeless and adrift. By a stroke of fortune, he had acquired celestial fire, and by further chance, he had been brought to Hunyua's sect, becoming a disciple there, leaving him with a surreal sense of reality. Was it fate playing tricks on him? Chen sighed lightly, yet could not conceal the hint of irony in his eyes. Collecting his thoughts, he began to strategize his upcoming training. The expansive capacity of his danhai offered numerous benefits, but it also brought forth considerable drawbacks. The arduous nature of advancement was one such consequence. Though the sect granted each disciple a bottle of jade spirit liquid monthly, for someone with a voracious appetite like Chen, that single bottle would hardly suffice. Thus, he realized that greater effort was required, and he could not treat his training as ordinary. Chen contemplated the tasks within the sect. Every task issued by the sect came with generous rewards, serving to motivate disciples in their training. During his time at Zhenyang sect, he had often accepted tasks, and he assumed that the missions at Hunyua's sect would be similar. Having made up his mind, Chen slowly closed his eyes, embraced the heavenly realm, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 7. The provocation. On the following day, the dawn's radiant light bathed Hunyua's sect in its glow. Chen descended a small hillside, hastily making his way to the task pavilion. His arrival drew considerable attention, partly due to his unfamiliar face, and partly because of his meager cultivation at the first level of qi condensation, coupled with the imposing Tianke heavy sword he bore. A first-level qi condensation. Such a lackluster talent. As he stepped inside, a disciple of Hunyua cast a disdainful glance in his direction, scoffing at his choice of the Tianke as a spiritual weapon, as if questioning his sanity. Unperturbed by the whispers surrounding him, Chen's gaze was fixed on the stone tablet within the pavilion, adorned with numerous jade tokens, each representing a task, ascending in difficulty from low to high. With the strength derived from his danci, reinforced physique, and protection of true fire, he was confident in confronting beasts of the first 3 levels of qi condensation. As he surveyed each task inscribed on the stone tablet, he was secretly assessing his own capabilities. Eventually, his gaze settled on a relatively simple task involving the blood wolf, which lay within his reach. The blood wolf, as noted in his treasured compendium of beasts, was notoriously ferocious, possessing strength equivalent to a human cultivator at the 3rd level of qi condensation. Its formidable physique rendered it nearly impervious to the average qi condensation practitioner, who would usually avoid provoking such a creature. Just as Chen reached for the jade token, a slender, fair hand snatched it away ahead of him. "The blood wolf task is mine," came the smooth, mocking voice of Zhao Long, a disciple clad in purple. His striking features and flowing black hair complemented the derisive smile that Chen found particularly loathsome. "What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied?" Zhao Long raised his chin. His gaze condescendingly slanted towards Chen. "Take it if you wish," Chen replied dismissively, redirecting his attention back to the stone tablet in search of another task. He soon found another mission of similar level, also involving the slaying of a beast. However, as he reached for it, Zhao Long again preempted him, claiming, This task is also mine. The mocking laughter of Zhao Long rang out once more, accompanied by a provocative glare aimed at Yi Chen. Yi Chen cast a brief glance at Zhao Long, but chose to remain patient. He continued his search, only to find yet another task, but once again, Zhao Long's hand darted in to claim it first. This task is mine as well, Zhao Long declared, his chin held high and the taunt more pronounced. Furrowing his brow, Yi Chen began to realize that Zhao Long was not merely here to accept tasks, but rather to provoke him. With so many disciples available, why was he fixated on snatching Yi Chen's tasks? Why do you harass me when we have no grievances? Yi Chen fixed Zhao Long with a steady gaze. He had initially thought that arriving at Hongyua's sect called for discretion and an avoidance of trouble, but that did not mean he would shy away from confrontation. Zhao Long was clearly targeting him, and as such, Yi Chen's nature would not allow him to be bullied without retaliation. No grievances, huh? Zhao Long scoffed. You struck my little brother, and you dare claim there's no connection? You've got guts. You've bullied my brother Zhang Tao. You must be seeking an early demise. With this revelation, Yi Chen understood. He could only surmise that Zhao Long's little brother was indeed Zhang Tao, the one he had knocked down the previous day. Zhao Long was here to avenge him. Clearly, this Zhao Long was more formidable than Zhang Tao, yet he exuded an even greater air of arrogance. Suddenly, Zhao Long's hand rested on Yi Chen's shoulder, and a surge of powerful true energy coursed into Yi Chen's body, wreaking havoc within him. Yi Chen frowned, but remained composed, channeling his Danci energy to force Zhao Long's infusion out of his system. Though surprised, Zhao Long's mocking smile only widened. You've caught my attention, kid. It was you who initiated this. I bear no responsibility. Yi Chen maintained a calm demeanor, knowing he had easily dispatched Zhang Tao and was unafraid of Zhao Long, whose cultivation was merely at the 5th level of qi condensation. If it came to a brawl, he was confident he would not lose. Very well, then. Zhao Long clapped mockingly. I enjoy a show of bravado from those lacking strength. With his true energy visibly swirling around him, he seemed poised to strike. Seeing this, Yi Chen refused to back down. A thought surged through him, and the energy from his Danci erupted forth. Tension filled the air, attracting the attention of nearby disciples. Are they really going to fight? This kid at the 1st level of qi condensation dares to confront Zhao Long? Has he lost his mind? Are they rebelling? A stern voice rang out as an elder presiding over the task pavilion stepped forward, his authoritative tone echoing with command. This is the task pavilion. You may not create chaos here. If you wish to fight, go to the Fengyan platform. Depart. With the elder's intervention, Zhao Long, of course, dared not pursue the matter further, and even Yi Chen complied, retracting his energy. Mark my words, I will settle the score with you. Zhao Long sneered coldly as he departed, casting a menacing glance back at Yi Chen. I await your arrival, Yi Chen replied calmly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. He turned once more to the stone tablet and selected a jade token for a task involving the slaying of a fire wolf, which was of a relatively low level. Having accepted the task token, Yi Chen exited the task pavilion, knowing that his days of tranquil cultivation were now numbered. As he descended the mountain, Yi Chen made his way directly downhill. Passing by the small spirit garden, he took a moment to visit Zhang Fengyan and the others. It is you who have once again warmed my heart and reminded me that I have people to protect. With a smile gracing his lips, Yi Chen left the spirit mountain, filled with renewed hope for a new beginning. He needed to strive for this vision and protect those he cherished. Several miles from Hongyua's sect lay a forest teeming with beasts, where many tasks for slaying beasts were directed. After orienting himself, Yi Chen tightened the bindings of the Tianke sword and set off towards the beast forest. After an hour, he stood before the expansive and dense forest, panting heavily. The beast forest was vast and lush, with towering ancient trees, and even from this vantage point, the oppressive aura of violence and bloodlust emanating from within was palpable. Time to get to work. Yi Chen inhaled deeply and stepped into the beast forest. Chapter 8. A desperate counterattack. Hark. The moment Yi Chen ventured into the monster beast forest, he was greeted by the savage roars of its denizens. With his mental acuity heightened, Yi Chen cautiously advanced deeper into the woods. These were not the carefree days of yore. In this perilous forest teeming with lurking beasts, one's life hung precariously in the balance. Even in his prime, he would never have dared to be careless. After half an hour, Yi Chen paused atop a craggy rock. From his elevated vantage point, he surveyed his surroundings with narrowed eyes, his attention ensnared by a luminous herb radiating a soft glow on a nearby rock face. The herb emanated a violet light, encircled by an ethereal aura of spiritual energy. It was a purple ginseng herb, a medicinal plant well known to Yi Chen for its remarkable properties in stabilizing the mind and dispelling distractions, a rare and invaluable elixir. Fortune smiles upon me, Yi Chen murmured to himself, yet he remained stationary. His experience had taught him that wherever spiritual herbs thrived, formidable beasts were sure to guard them. True to his suspicions, as Yi Chen scanned the area, a rustling sound emanated from the dense thicket, followed by an aura of bloodlust and ferocity. The ground trembled beneath his feet. Instantly, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed further. Soon, the verdant foliage parted violently as a colossal creature emerged, a towering beast more than 10 feet tall, engulfed in violet flames. Its massive, blood-red eyes blazed with savage intent and a thirst for carnage. A fire wolf, Yi Chen remarked, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Just the quarry I was seeking. With a deafening roar, the fire wolf lunged forward, its cavernous maw spewing forth a torrent of violet flames. Reacting swiftly, Yi Chen propelled himself from the rock, his movements fluid and precise. Using a nearby boulder as a springboard, he executed a graceful pirouette, unleashing a concentrated burst of golden sword energy honed through rigorous training. His target, the firewolf's eyes. He had slain firewolves before and knew their strengths and weaknesses intimately. Their flesh was incredibly resilient, and their flames burned with fierce intensity, but their eyes were their Achilles heel. Against such a heavily armored beast capable of manipulating fire, a single, well-aimed strike was paramount. Zing! The golden sword energy sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. Thwack! Thwack! With a sickening splatter of fetid blood, the firewolf emitted a heart-rending howl of anguish. Its enormous eyes were now a mangled mess of gore. Woomph! The dull thud resonated as Yi Chen, wielding the Heaven's Mandate sword with both hands, brought it down upon the firewolf's skull with earth-shattering force. The impact was devastating, crushing the beast's skull into a pulpy ruin. The force of the blow reverberated through Yi Chen's arms, leaving them throbbing with pain, and even dislodged the Heaven's Mandate sword from his grasp. However, the brutal strike had dazed the firewolf, leaving it staggering and disoriented. Strike while the iron is hot. Yi Chen knew this principle all too well. He closed the distance in a few swift strides, channeling his true energy into his palms, where tendrils of lightning crackled between his fingers. Thunderclap! With a thunderous roar, Yi Chen slammed his palm squarely against the firewolf's head. Thud! The firewolf's skull detonated in a shower of gore and brain matter, splattering its putrid blood in all directions. The colossal beast crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, likely bewildered until its last breath that it had been felled by a mere chi condensation level 1 cultivator. Huff! Yi Chen exhaled a long, labored breath, but his tense muscles remained coiled and ready. This was indeed unlike the past. With his current chi condensation level 1 cultivation, his power was limited. Though the battle with the fire wolf had been brief, it had been fraught with peril. A single misstep could have turned him into the fire wolf's next meal. Without delay, Yi Chen cleaved open the fire wolf's skull and extracted a small stone pulsating with a sanguine glow. The stone was irregular in shape, its surface pockmarked and uneven. Foul-smelling blood dripped continuously from it. The blood wolf's beast core. The beast core was the essence of a monster beast, the most precious part of its being. Cultivators hunted monster beasts primarily for their beast cores, which contained a wealth of potent energy that greatly benefited cultivation. Mission accomplished, Yi Chen muttered, wiping the blood from the beast core before stowing it away. He had not anticipated completing the task so quickly. His brow furrowed suddenly as he felt a chilling prickle on his back. A wave of alarm coursed through him, and Yi Chen recoiled instinctively. But he was too slow. 3 silver needles pierced the air and struck him, burying themselves in his arm. The needles were laced with potent venom that spread rapidly. In less than 3 breaths, his entire arm had turned black. A dignified human realm cultivator resorting to such underhanded tactics? Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood as he clutched his arm, his gaze fixed on the dense foliage. Not bad, kid, for sensing my presence, a sinister voice chuckled from within the thicket. A moment later, a hunchbacked old man in gray robes emerged, leaning on a gnarled cane. His face was a roadmap of pockmarks, and his wrinkled skin seemed to sag upon itself. His eyes were sunken deep in their sockets, and his bloodshot gaze was as unsettling as that of a venomous serpent. The man exuded an aura of malice, marking him as a ruthless villain who made his living through violence and plunder. Hand over everything you've got. The old man croaked. I'll grant you a swift death. Otherwise, I'll make your life a living hell. He grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. What treasures could a mere chi condensation level 1 possess? Chen retorted, his vision beginning to blur. The venom from the needles was particularly potent and spread with alarming speed. In mere moments, it had eroded much of his meridians and bones, rendering his true energy useless. Looks like you're not one to listen, the old man sneered, shuffling forward, his palm wreathed in a dark mist. To be outwitted in such a manner, Chen cursed inwardly. The hunchbacked old man was clearly a master of poison, and his cultivation was at the human realm level 1, a whole realm above Chen's. Even without the poison, Chen knew he stood no chance against such an opponent. But then, the golden fire within his dantian stirred, splitting into dozens of tendrils that snaked through Chen's meridians and bones, aggressively refining the venom. It can even refine poison? Chen marveled inwardly as he examined his body. However, despite the venom's neutralization, he remained motionless. He was waiting for the old man to lower his guard so he could unleash a decisive strike. With his cultivation so thoroughly suppressed, a frontal assault was out of the question. But if he could catch the old man off guard and inflict a serious wound, the odds might shift in his favor. Don't blame me, little one, the old man cackled, his eyes gleaming with malice. He was a villain through and through, yet he feigned an air of pity. I don't, Chen replied, a cold smile playing on his lips. The hunchbacked old man's brow furrowed at the sight. Thunderclap. With a sudden roar, Chen burst into action. You actually, the old man stammered, his eyes widening in disbelief. He tried to evade the attack, but the distance was too short, and Chen's strike was too swift. The thunderclap palm landed squarely on his chest. The hunchbacked old man staggered backward, his face contorted with shock. How could he have imagined that Chen could neutralize the poison so quickly and stage such a dramatic counterattack? Thunderclap. Chen roared again, pressing his advantage. The hunchbacked old man, still reeling from the first blow, had no time to defend himself. Chen's relentless onslaught forced him to cough up blood as he retreated. Chen's true energy surged, giving the old man no respite. He pounced like a predator, raining down a flurry of thunderclap palms. The hunchbacked old man tried to retaliate several times, but Chen gave him no opening. Thwack! A cold dagger plunged into the hunchbacked old man's chest, and he toppled backward. He tried to speak, but all that came out was a torrent of blood. His eyes were wide with terror, unable to comprehend that he had been slain by a mere chi condensation level 1 cultivator. Meanwhile, Chen staggered and collapsed to his knees. Continuously employing the thunderclap palm had drained his vital energy to the brink of exhaustion. However, vanquishing the elder of the Yuan origin realm rendered every effort worthwhile. It was likely that he had never achieved such a glorious feat in the past. Although he had relied on the element of surprise, it was still a source of pride. Without pausing, Chen staggered to his feet, daring not to linger for even a moment. He collected the elder's storage bag, donned the heavenly K, and hastily darted into the depths of the forest, not forgetting to pluck the precious purple ginseng along the way. Chapter 9. The Fury of Beasts. After a laborious ascent, Chen finally found a cave and crawled inside. It was not long before he retrieved the old hunchback's storage bag. One must admit that, despite being at the human origin realm, the old man's collection was quite substantial. Without time to examine the rest, Chen hastily pulled out several vials of spiritual liquid and gulped them down, desperately needing to replenish his essence after the depletion he had suffered. The perilous beast forest demanded that he remain in peak condition at all times. As the spiritual liquid flowed into his body, it felt like a refreshing spring, coursing through him rapidly. Simultaneously, the true fire of his Dan Si activated, aiding Chen in refining the liquid he had ingested. The pure essence surged into his Dan Si, and his pallid complexion began to regain its color visibly and rapidly. After a while, Chen's Dan Si became once again brimming with golden true chi, rolling like a vast ocean. Yet, he still failed to break through to the second level of chi condensation. Progress was indeed arduous. With a soft click of his tongue, Chen opened his eyes. Although he had not advanced, the few vials of spiritual liquid had not been consumed in vain. He could distinctly feel his strength had significantly increased. With a sigh, Chen's gaze returned to the hunchback's storage bag. Having consumed so much spiritual liquid for his advancement, only 3 or 4 vials remained. Alongside a substantial sum of universal currency, spirit stones, totaling over 500, an amount that could be considered a small fortune. Additionally, a pile of sinister poisons lay within, amounting to dozens of vials, causing Yi Chen to click his tongue in astonishment. These would surely come in handy someday. He opted not to destroy the poisons, saving them for future needs, for one never knows when they might be useful. After some rummaging, the remaining contents of the storage bag were a collection of low-grade spiritual artifacts, until a time-worn ancient tome caught his eye. Its cover bearing 3 large characters, Fury of Beasts. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with fervor. This was precisely what he lacked. Counting carefully, along with what he had learned from Zhenyang's sect and Hunyua's sect, he realized he only knew the most fundamental techniques of qi manipulation and the formidable Thunder Palm. Qi manipulation was the most basic skill for cultivators, effective against ordinary foes, but inadequate against formidable adversaries. The Thunder Palm possessed considerable power, but consumed too much energy, making it the case that what Yi Chen truly needed was a profound technique. How fortuitous! With this thought, Yi Chen eagerly opened the ancient tome, delving into the Fury of Beasts. Upon examining it, he discovered that this technique was an introduction to combat skills, more specifically, a martial arts technique. To his astonishment, Fury of Beasts consisted of 6 sections. The first 3 detailed the coordination of various body parts and how to maximize strength through such coordination. The latter 3 sections presented the actual skills. The reason for its name, Fury of Beasts, was inherently tied to beasts themselves. The master who devised this technique had undoubtedly been an astute observer, as the essence of the fury of beasts derived from the ferocity of animals. The creator had thoroughly grasped the techniques of beasts, such as pouncing, clawing, and charging, and emulated them to forge this formidable technique. Beasts often engage in primal, physical combat. Humans could benefit from studying their methods, utilizing their legs, feet, hands, and knees in close combat to unleash maximum strength. Coupled with his increasingly powerful physique, this would yield unexpected results. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Yi Chen couldn't help but exclaim, his understanding deepening with each page he turned. Many cultivators overly depend on true qi, worshipping the dazzling forms of advanced techniques, neglecting the most primal combat skills. Consequently, many cultivators, regardless of their cultivation level, often flounder in close combat. Another treasure discovered. Yi Chen laughed heartily, striking the ground in exhilaration as the training methods of Fury of Beasts imprinted themselves in his mind. With a fierce shout, Yi Chen immediately threw a punch, followed by a sweeping kick, quickly transitioning to a diagonal palm strike. The sequence flowed seamlessly. Soon, Yi Chen's movements quickened, sometimes resembling a wolf pouncing on a rabbit, at other times like a tiger leaping into the air, or even a monkey leaping with astonishing agility. The actions were peculiar, yet encompassed the lethal maneuvers of numerous ferocious beasts. Yi Chen did not utilize true qi. He relied solely on his body's limbs, expanding his physical capabilities while comprehending the intricacies of the fury of beasts. He practiced for 9 hours straight. As night fell, he finally collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. In the following days, Yi Chen did not return to Hunyua's sect, but instead engaged in rigorous training focused on close combat. During the day, he emerged from the cave to battle the formidable beasts of the wilderness, transforming through real combat, returning each time covered in bloodstains. By night, he sought out the areas rich in spiritual energy to nourish his body and practiced the Burning Heaven secret method. Yi Chen was astonished to discover that this primitive body refinement method had a unique attribute. It could heal all of his wounds during the refining process, and the recovery speed was significantly faster than before. As day turned to night, and the cycle of days and months continued, Yi Chen gradually grasped the essence of the fury of beasts. Through continuous combat, his physical strength reached a new pinnacle, instilling him with the confidence to confront opponents at the peak of qi condensation. In essence, acquiring the fury of beasts was a stroke of fate. On another starry night, Yi Chen stretched lazily at the mouth of the cave. Having spent several days outside, he decided it was time to return that night. Suddenly, as he prepared to leap into the forest, he furrowed his brow, instinctively gazing up at the night sky. A long rainbow streaked across the heavens, and as it drew closer, he discerned that it was a woman clad in white. The Void Realm. Yi Chen's heart trembled. For cultivators, those in the qi condensation and human origin realms required flying spirit beasts to ascend into the sky, while those in the true Yang realm needed to ride flying swords. Only when one reached the spiritual Void Realm could they command divine rainbows. and only by attaining the void realm could they truly soar through the skies without relying on spirit beasts, flying swords, or divine rainbows. The fact that the woman in white could fly indicated her cultivation had reached the void realm. Suppressing his astonishment, Chen took in the woman's appearance. So beautiful. In that moment, he was momentarily entranced. The woman's garments fluttered elegantly, her white attire as pure as snow, her flowing locks shimmering like water, glimmering with ethereal light. She possessed an unparalleled beauty, as if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens, untouched by the dust of the mortal world. However, the state of the woman in white was far from ideal. Her speed diminished abruptly as she traversed the void, her radiance nearly extinguished. She was being pursued. Chen squinted, noticing that behind the woman in white, 3 figures were in hot pursuit, each also flying through the air. It was needless to say that they too were at least of the void realm. Discretion was the better part of valor. Chen realized he could not remain here. Just as he prepared to move, the woman in white plummeted from the sky, gracefully tracing an arc before landing directly in front of him. With a soft thud, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, casting a hurried glance at Chen before swiftly retreating into the dense underbrush, her presence completely concealed. Chen stood there, unable to sense her aura at all. Behind him, the 3 pursuers arrived in an instant. An elderly man with gray hair, a middle-aged man clad in a python robe, and a young man dressed in white. The powerful aura emanating from them almost forced Chen to the ground. "Boy, have you seen anyone pass by?" inquired the young man in white, his gaze piercing. Chen's heart raced, and he dared not move, feeling as though he were transparent in the eyes of the young man. "I am asking you a question," the middle-aged man in purple barked. That direction." Chen pointed vaguely, eager for them to leave as swiftly as possible. "Do not let me catch you lying, or you will meet a most gruesome end. Chase." The elderly man with gray hair commanded, and once again, the 3 individuals stepped into the void. She had sustained severe injuries and had also been affected by the He Huan powder, rendering her incapable of fleeing far. If captured, the master would undoubtedly be pleased. With a heavy sigh, Chen exhaled deeply, feeling utterly drained. Soon, the concealed woman in white stumbled out, her appearance exceedingly disheveled. Her eyes were dazed, her complexion as pale as parchment, and her breath was weak and labored, causing her to sway unsteadily as she walked. A gentle breeze swept through, and ultimately, the woman in white collapsed. Chen had initially intended to turn a blind eye, but he took a step forward and, at the very moment she was about to fall, he caught her. Chapter 10. Wedding night. The night sky was profound, scattered stars resembling dust. Chen carried the woman in white, traversing through the depths of the monster beast forest until he discovered an extremely secluded cave. At this moment, within the pitch-black cave, a feeble campfire flickered, casting dreamlike shadows. The woman in white lay slanted against the cave wall, still in a state of unconsciousness, her complexion as pale as parchment, with traces of pain on her face. Though she was a genuine practitioner of the void realm, at this moment, she resembled a frail maiden, evoking a sense of tenderness. Beside her, Chen was not idle. He quietly transmitted his true energy to her, occasionally stealing glances. He was certain that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, without exception. Her beauty was akin to a snow lotus, emerging untainted from the mire, her unparalleled visage dimming all worldly splendor. Perhaps captivated by her charm, he found himself somewhat entranced, oblivious to the fact that his own face had begun to flush. To be honest, aside from Jiningshua, this was the first time he had gazed at a woman with such intensity. "It's hot." So hot the soft murmur escaped the lips of the woman in white, interrupting Chen's reverie. Upon looking at her again, he noticed that despite her slumber, she appeared quite restless. Her lips parted slightly, exuding a fragrant allure, an enchanting charm that made it difficult for him to keep his thoughts in check. No, something was amiss. As he gazed, Chen narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brow, gently taking hold of her wrist and using a secret technique to feel her pulse. What does this mean? One type of injury seemed minor, but if there was another, that would be awkward. After a lengthy moment, Chen spoke slowly and deliberately. The woman's pulse perfectly corroborated his suspicion. She had indeed been afflicted by a love-inducing drug. He recognized the nature of the He Huan San, which compelled both men and women to unite. Otherwise, they would surely perish from the severance of their meridians. Such underhanded methods were despicable. Chen snorted coldly. Recalling the 3 men who had pursued the woman in white, it was undoubtedly their poison. Those three ruffians truly had no limits. Suddenly, the woman in white's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze akin to clear water, yet hazy and beguiling. "Senior, you're awake," before she could finish her sentence. Yi Chan's lips were abruptly silenced by her fragrant mouth, her delicate arms wrapping around his neck. In an instant, her soft body pressed against him, her enchanting fragrance enveloping him. "This is inappropriate for children. Let us skip 1,000 words. The subsequent scene, let your imagination fill in the gaps." At this moment, far away in the Shaolin garden of Hunyua's sect, a group of uninvited guests arrived. Zhang Tao, his face illuminated by the dim moonlight, appeared as menacing as a demon, still nursing his wounds, leading a group of disciples in search of vengeance. "Old fool, hand over that brat, and the heavenly spirit charm." "He has already left. I have no heavenly spirit charm," Zhang Fengyan replied weakly, his body battered and bloodied, coughing up blood as he spoke. "Until I see the coffin. I want he shed a tear. Hang him up." The Shaolin garden was filled with the chaotic roars of Zhang Tao. Alongside the cries of that little brat and the mixed feathered bird, all of them were to be hung up. "I will kill you." Under the moonlight, the dark and eerie monster beast forest was abruptly pierced by a piercing female voice. Though melodious, it concealed a chilling, murderous intent. It was the woman in white. Looking back into the cave, the scene was far from harmonious. She had seized Yi Chun by the neck, lifting him into the air. Judging by her demeanor, the poison from the He Huan San had been resolved. However, remnants of embarrassment lingered on her cheeks, and she was not ready to accept the truth. With her skirt adorned in vivid peach blossoms, in a disheveled state, she could not suppress her murderous intent, vowing to send the one who had violated her virtue to the underworld. "Do you have any sense of reason? You came onto me. You were afflicted by the He Huan San, and I saved you." Yi Chen could not help but curse, his face flushed, struggling with all his might, yet unable to escape her grasp. "Is this your justification for taking my virtue?" The woman in white's beautiful eyes were filled with mist, reflecting a cold glint. "You madwoman, I should have known better than to save you. Of course, I must speak. You were on top the entire time, and I didn't even get a chance to turn over before you grabbed me. You must restore my innocence." You, the woman in white, flustered with rage, felt her chest heaving violently. Unbidden, memories of their recent encounter flooded her mind, and it seemed that Yi Chun was indeed correct throughout. She had been the one on top. Realizing this, a deeper blush spread across her cheeks, and in a mix of shyness and anger, her delicate hands tightened around Yi Chun's neck, instinctively increasing her grip. If she pressed down even slightly, he would surely perish. However, at that moment, a strong aura surged from outside the cave. The woman in white turned abruptly, as if she could see through the branches masking the entrance, spotting three figures swiftly approaching, clearly drawn by her earlier cries. "Come back to settle the score." The cold glint in her eyes flickered, her voice icy as she summoned resplendent divine light, enveloping her in a powerful aura that shook the cave. With a disdainful glance, the woman in white cast Yi Chun aside, soaring out like a divine rainbow. Shortly thereafter, a glowing rope floated into the cave, ensnaring Yi Chun, who had just risen, binding him tightly. "You madwoman." Yi Chun couldn't help but curse, his expression dark as he rolled on the ground, struggling desperately to free himself from the ropes. He needed to find a way to escape. Who knew if the woman in white would return to take his life? Alas, the rope was too bizarre. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. In this moment of crisis, a flash of inspiration struck him. "Quick, help me." Yi Chun called upon the golden flames from his Dan Si. Upon his summons, the flames indeed erupted forth, transforming into wisps of fire that entwined around the glowing rope. To his surprise, it worked. Yi Chun broke free from the ropes, leaping up and dashing towards the cave entrance, plunging into the dense wilderness. Boom, boom. At this moment, the dark night sky above was alive with fierce battles, the clash of void realm powers creating an extraordinary commotion. With each collision, terrifying auras spread in all directions. Towering ancient trees were cleaved in half, and majestic peaks crumbled under the onslaught, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Gulp. Yi Chun swallowed nervously, able to clearly see entire mountains collapsing from a distance. This was the confrontation of the powerful, capable of shifting mountains and seas in an instant, a display of sheer prowess. It was evident that the woman in white was at a disadvantage. Although the poison from the He Huan San had been dispelled, her other injuries remained. And facing three opponents of the same realm was no easy feat. Chu Ling, are you still going to struggle in vain? In the void, 3 formidable Void Realm practitioners exuded overwhelming power, their coordination impeccable, launching a relentless assault with various divine abilities and secret techniques. Moreover, there was a certain lasciviousness in their gazes that could not be concealed. Previously, they had even resorted to the He Huan San, demonstrating their unscrupulous nature, driven by vanity. Those who plot against me will pay the price. Chu Ling snorted coldly. Her voice, though melodious, was chilling to the bone. Before her words faded, she formed seals with both hands. Buzz! The heavens trembled, divine light surging forth as a massive snow lotus blossomed around her, radiating brilliant celestial light that illuminated the dark night, painting it with the most exquisite colors. Overestimating oneself. The young man in a white robe chuckled softly, his bloodied sword ringing sharply as its aura sliced through the air in all directions. With a mighty thrust, he descended, cleaving through the magnificent snow lotus. With a gasp, Chu Ling spat blood, staggering back as the void beneath her feet crumbled. Her already pallid cheeks turned ghostly white, devoid of color. Equally bloodied was the young man in white. It seemed he had underestimated the lotus, which possessed not only vibrant beauty, but also a terrifying power concealed within. While he had indeed severed the snow lotus, he was also caught in the backlash of that power, nearly cleaved in two by the force. Very well, he thought through gritted teeth. Having suffered a significant loss, he was determined to reclaim his honor. The previously serene expression on his face morphed into a fearsome grimace. As the blood-soaked sword in his hand emanated a sinister aura, its terrifying blade energy splitting the very fabric of space. Many formidable warriors approached. But before he could launch an attack, an elderly man with white hair intercepted him. Though perhaps lacking in combat prowess, his perception was formidable. Retreat, commanded the elder without hesitation. The 3 figures arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing like 3 divine rainbows into the night sky. With a soft gasp, the white-clad woman known as Chu Ling expelled another mouthful of blood, her form unsteady, on the verge of collapsing into the abyss. Linger, a dulcet voice resonated, drawing near in an instant, steadying the white-clad woman named Chu Ling. The newcomer, also clad in flowing white, appeared untouched by the mortal realm, surrounded by an ethereal glow, resembling a celestial being or a blooming snow lotus, her breathtaking beauty rendering one breathless. Strangely, this woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Ling, both possessing an otherworldly allure, seemingly untouched by earthly matters. The only plausible explanation was that they were twins, the elder named Chu Xian and the younger Chu Ling. Thus, it was evident that the white-clad woman, Chu Ling, was also affiliated with Hengyue's sect. One could only wonder how Yi Chen, who had already escaped the cave, would react upon discovering this, and how their encounter at Hengyue's sect in the future would unfold. Perhaps, in due time, Yi Chen would first meet the elder sister, Chu Xian. As the celestial rainbows continued to materialize, the powerful members of Hengyue's sect arrived in succession, noticing Chu Ling's weakened state and quickly rushing to her aid, channeling their vital essence into her. Moments later, Chu Ling's vitality stabilized, though her complexion remained pale and blood occasionally trickled from her lips. My dear brothers, you should return to the sect first. I have matters to attend to. With that hasty remark, Chu Ling surged forth like a streak of light, heading straight for the cave. Linger your injuries. It's nothing. You must not follow me. Chapter 11. Fury Unleashed in the Dead of Night. Chu Ling searched tirelessly throughout the dense forest of demonic beasts, yet she could not find a trace of Yi Chen. Do not let me catch you, she muttered fiercely, her mind replaying the seductive scene from not long ago, causing her cheeks to flush once more. Renowned for her purity, how could she have ever imagined herself uttering such lewd words? Ah, how embarrassing. Stamping her foot in frustration, the bashful Chu Ling couldn't help but cover her heated face with her hands. Lingu? A voice emerged from behind her. Chu Xian, worried for her sister, had been secretly following her. As she approached, she noticed the rosy hue on Chu Ling's face and raised an eyebrow in surprise. What has happened to you? And nothing. Chu Ling stammered, her cheeks growing even warmer. How could she confess to her sister that she had lain with someone, especially a mere novice at the first level of qi condensation? Such thoughts were unspeakable. What exactly are you searching for? With a puzzled glance at Chu Ling, Chu Xian scanned their surroundings. Could it be that you lost a treasure here? And no treasure. I was merely wandering about. You are lying. Oh, let us go back. Master is still waiting for us. Feeling guilty, Chu Ling hurriedly pushed Chu Xian away but not before casting a lingering glance in the direction of the cave. The two sisters soared into the air side by side, quickly vanishing from sight. The night was pitch black, and the forest of demonic beasts had fallen into a haunting silence. At some unknown corner of the forest, a massive beast's corpse stirred slightly. Then, a bloodied hand emerged. It was a chilling sight. Could a person, swallowed by a demonic beast, truly crawl out alive? Upon closer inspection, there was a large gash in the beast's abdomen, and a bloodied figure emerged from within. That person was none other than Chen. To evade Chu Ling's pursuit, he had taken refuge inside the belly of a demonic beast. Were Chu Ling to discover this, who knows what praises she might bestow upon him for his resourcefulness. With a heavy sigh, Chen exhaled sharply, pounding his chest as he narrowly escaped death. Yet, the memory of the earlier seductive encounter caused him to cough lightly and touch his nose. Despite the overwhelming stench of blood, he could not conceal the lingering fragrance left by Chu Ling, an aroma that intoxicated him. I even saved her life, didn't I? Chen coughed again, justifying his actions to himself. However, the thought of that incident still left him feeling uneasy. After all, it had been an ethereal realm, and she was so beautiful. Even if it had been unintentional, she had lost her innocence. Who could accept such a reality without a moment's hesitation? In future encounters, he couldn't let himself be swept away so easily. After resting briefly, Chen glanced at the sky. After a night of turmoil, dawn was approaching. Fearing that Chu Ling might return in search of him, he wasted no time leaping into the depths of the forest, dragging the beast's corpse with him, a treasure for nourishment. Meanwhile, at the foot of Hunyua's sect, the small spirit garden echoed with cries of despair. Go ahead, keep crying, a fierce voice boomed. Zhang Tao pulled a black cloth from his pocket, crumpled it into a ball, and stuffed it into Hua's mouth. Afterward, he kicked Hua, growling. Why have you stopped crying? Poor Hua had been suspended for an entire day since Zhang Tao and his men arrived, his body covered in footprints. Zhang Tao, if you have grievances, come at me. An elderly voice, weak and weary, belonged to Zhang Fengyan, who was also hanging there. His body bore the marks of a whip, and his face was swollen with bruises. Over 70 years old, his dim eyes had little light left. Come at you? Fine. Zhang Tao sneered, drawing a whip from his waist, brandishing it menacingly. Crack, crack. Each strike of the whip left another scar on Zhang Fengyan's body. This is for not giving me the heavenly spirit charm. This is for not giving me the heavenly spirit charm. With each lash, Zhang Tao roared in madness, as if he wished to strip the skin from Zhang Fengyan's back. Hua, muffled and unable to cry out, was filled with tears, his eyes glistening. Even the small eagle spirit, suspended by a hook through its wing, cried out in distress, bloodied and in pain. In the spirit garden, aside from Zhang Tao, there were two disciples of Hunyua, both at the second level of qi condensation, but lacking the vigor of Zhang Tao, appearing to have only recently advanced. As they witnessed Zhang Tao's brutality, they stepped forward hesitantly to intervene. Brother, be mindful. Don't go too far. If he dies, we'll bear the brunt of it. A worthless old man. Who would care? Spitting in disdain, Zhang Tao glared at Zhang Fengyan, but ultimately ceased his assault. Yet, the anger within him remained unquenched. Turning his malicious gaze toward the suspended eagle, he bellowed, You treat it like family? Today, I shall cook it before your very eyes. You too. Prepare to butcher this wretched bird. Understood. The two disciples rolled up their sleeves, drawing short knives that glimmered ominously, advancing toward the giant bird. Their hunger peaked after a night of exertion. Zhang Fengyan's fading gaze suddenly flickered with fierce determination, every word uttered causing him to spit blood. Hua struggled violently, tears streaming down his face. Though the small eagle was a low-tier spirit beast, it had been a constant companion, and to witness its demise would carve their hearts as if by a dagger. Just as the two Hunyuan disciples were about to strike, the door to the spirit garden swung open, and a blood-soaked Chen stepped inside. Senior, I've returned before he could finish. Chen's words caught in his throat as he stood frozen, staring at the horrific scene before him. It was a vivid tableau of bloodshed. Zhang Fengyan hung, bloodied. Hua, battered and bruised, also suspended. Even the low-tier spirit beast, the small eagle, was impaled by a hook. Oh, you truly dare to return. Upon seeing Chen, Zhang Tao sprang up, his eyes filled with hatred and a sinister grin spreading across his face. Zhang Tao, Chen's voice was icy and bone-chilling, his dark pupils turning blood red as he strode forward, a murderous intent radiating from him, his expression more menacing than Zhang Tao's. Today, no one shall save you. Chapter 12. The challenge at Duyang Peak, such audacity. At Yi Chen's furious roar, Zhang Tao lunged forward like a ferocious beast. His face contorted with rage as he recalled the grievous injuries inflicted upon him by Yi Chen just days prior. With a clang, the sunlight sword aura sliced through the air. Zhang Tao, seemingly driven mad, swung his arms wildly. As the sword energy rushed towards him, Yi Chen did not flinch or evade. Instead, he charged forward like a fierce tiger, allowing the sword energy to carve bloodied gashes across his body. Compared to witnessing Zhang Fengnian and the others being tortured, this pain was trivial. Seeing Yi Chen withstand his sword aura, Zhang Tao's expression shifted dramatically. Yi Chen was now almost upon him. "You shall die?" he bellowed, and in an instant, Yi Chen leapt forward, his fist clenched tightly. Without employing any true energy, he unleashed the explosive power of his physical form, landing a solid blow on Zhang Tao's face. With a cough, Zhang Tao spat blood, staggering backward as his face twisted grotesquely. Before he could regain his footing, Yi Chen delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling. Another spurt of fresh blood erupting from his mouth. The two other disciples from Henyue were struck with shock. An apprentice at the second level of energy condensation had actually defeated Zhang Tao without using any true energy. This was beyond their comprehension. Kill them all," Zhang Tao howled, disheveled and rallying his underlings. Realizing Yi Chen was a formidable adversary, the two Henyue disciples launched a coordinated attack. Their palms radiating true energy, one forming a palm blade, the other condensing a sword edge, both basic techniques of energy manipulation. Yet, in Yi Chen's eyes, these were nothing. "Get lost," he roared, delivering a thunderous palm strike that sent the disciple on the left flying, bloodied upon impact with the ground. With a sudden turn, Yi Chen leaped towards the disciple on the right, effortlessly dodging the palm blade, and with a single strike, shattered the disciple's shoulder bone. A follow-up punch sent him crashing to the ground. Having defeated both disciples, Yi Chen then kicked Zhang Tao away and hurriedly unleashed 4 sword energies to sever the chains binding Zhang Fengnian and the others. "Grandfather." As soon as he was freed, Hua dashed to Zhang Fengnian's side. "Senior, it's all my fault," Yi Chen lamented as he frantically poured true energy into Zhang Fengnian, his eyes filled with guilt. If it weren't for him, perhaps Zhang Tao would not have descended into such madness. "Little one, do not blame yourself," Zhang Fengnian reassured. Despite his severe injuries, though advanced in years, he was shielded by Yi Chen's true energy and would not face the threat of death. Yi Chen vowed, "I will ensure you are never harmed again." After toiling for 3 full hours, he finally withdrew his true energy. Zhang Fengnian was out of danger and merely needed a few days of rest. Hua, having been nourished by the true energy, was also no longer in grave peril. However, the little eagle spirit beast still bore wounds from days prior, and with its wing pierced, it would require several months to recuperate. Once he had ensured their safety, Yi Chen's expression turned icy. "We were wrong, we were wrong." One of the Henyue disciples, terrified, pleaded for mercy. "To err is to pay the price," came Yi Chen's cold voice, resonating like an authoritative decree as he decisively kicked the disciple's dantian. "Ah!" the wretched cry echoed. "My dantian, my cultivation!" The disciple shrieked in agony, clutching his bleeding abdomen, sweat pouring from the pain. From this day forth, he would no longer be a lofty immortal, but a complete cripple. Yi Chen then approached another disciple. "And no. The terrified disciple crawled backward, but fate was inescapable. "Ah!" With another scream, his dantian was shattered, his cultivation obliterated. No longer an immortal, a dismal future awaited him, and unable to withstand the shock, he fainted on the ground. Finally, Yi Chen slowly turned to Zhang Tao, who was genuinely terrified. He had not anticipated Yi Chen's ruthless nature, which had completely ruined their cultivation. As a participant in this debacle, he too faced dire consequences. "Do you know who my master is?" "My master is Gohong, the peak master of Duyang Peak." "Do you dare to harm me?" Zhang Tao roared. Yet he seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, still attempting to intimidate Yi Chen with his master's name. "I have said it. Today, no one can save you." Yi Chen's voice remained chillingly resolute as he delivered a swift kick that destroyed Zhang Tao's dantian. "Ah!" Zhang Tao's scream was horrifying. In that moment, he was no longer a proud immortal but destined to be cast aside by his sect, facing a life of misery. Only now did he grasp the weight of his regret for provoking Yi Chen, leading to this catastrophic outcome. The pain he inflicted must be repaid 100-fold. Yi Chun's wrath had not abated. He retrieved 3 silver needles from his storage bag and plunged them into Zhang Tao's body. These needles, crafted from the poison of wood-boring insects by the hunchbacked elder, were tested by Yi Chen himself, ensuring they would not cause immediate death. Instead, the afflicted would endure the torment of the poison creeping through their flesh. The toxin coursed through Zhang Tao, who writhed in agony, his hands clawing at his body as bloody trails emerged. "Let me go? Please, spare me." Zhang Tao clutched Yi Chen's legs, pleading. "It was all Zhao Shixiang's doing. He wanted the heavenly spirit curse and sent me here. It has nothing to do with me." Zhao Long. Upon hearing this name, a glint of coldness flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. With a sudden pivot, he strode towards the exit, a palpable aura of fury surrounding him. The chill of impending violence unmistakable. He was determined to ascend the mountain and confront Zhao Long. This battle would inevitably stain the arena with blood. "Even if I perish, I will make you pay dearly." At that moment, atop Xingyang Peak, Gu Hong stood at the lectern, imparting the wisdom of cultivation to the disciples of Duyang Peak. The path of cultivation must honor the heavens and the earth, for the cosmos is paramount. Qi is the foundation of humanity, and cultivators must prioritize the refining of qi. Below, the disciples sat in rapt attention, each word from Gu Hong etched into their minds, fearful of any hint of negligence towards their stern and exacting master. Casting a glance below, Gu Hong stroked his beard, reveling in the reverence reflected in the disciples' eyes. He savored the elevated feeling of being a revered elder within Duyang Peak. He was akin to the heavens, the sovereign of all. "Zhao Long, I await you at the wind and cloud platform." Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed towards Duyang Peak. "Who dares challenge Senior Zhao?" The scene erupted into chaos. Could it be disciples from the other 2 main peaks? Regardless of who it was futile. Zhao Long was on the verge of breaking through to the 6th level of energy condensation, armed with secret techniques passed down from his master. In the outer sect of Hongyue, who could possibly defeat him aside from the true disciples of the 3 peak masters? Meanwhile, Zhao Long had already risen, a mocking smile gracing his lips, as if he recognized the voice as Yi Chen's. "Longer, do you know who has challenged you?" Gu Hong, eyes closed in meditation, spoke with disdain. Zhao Long was his personally trained disciple, one of his favorites. He held unwavering confidence in Zhao Long's abilities. Reporting to master, "It is an intern disciple named Yi Chen." Yi Chen. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Hong's brow furrowed slightly, as memories of events at Jiuqing Pavilion resurfaced. Is he the one who is merely 16 years old, yet has only reached the 1st level of cultivation? Master knows him? Zhao Long was taken aback. He aspired to become a disciple of our Yang Peak, but I declined his request, for our Yang Peak has never accepted such inept individuals. Upon hearing the reason articulated by Gu Hong, the assembled disciples collectively manifested their derision, laughter echoing throughout the hall. I observed Yi Chen, who seemed intent on joining Yang Peak, resorting to this stratagem to capture the master's attention, hoping to secure his apprenticeship. What a clever ploy. Go ahead. At the lectern, Gu Hong once again closed his eyes, casually stating that a reprimand would suffice, advising not to be too severe lest others accuse our Yang Peak of bullying. Chapter 13. A Gamble for Life. What? The new intern disciple, with merely the 1st level of qi condensation, dares to challenge Zhao Long? That lad possesses an audacity that is remarkable. The news of Yi Chen's challenge against Zhao Long of the Danyang Peak spread rapidly, creating an uproar among the disciples of Hongyue sect. In the early morning, disciples who had come out to absorb the essence of the sun and moon all flocked towards a single direction. From a distance, one could see a battle platform surrounded by a throng of disciples. This platform, known as the Fengyan platform, serves as a venue for the disciples of Hongyue sect to spar and settle grievances. Over the years, countless disciples have left the platform missing limbs due to fierce battles fought there. At this moment, Yi Chen stood resolutely atop the Fengyan platform, his figure tall and unwavering, akin to a monumental edifice that would never crumble amidst the tumult of the winds and clouds. Is that Yi Chen, the newly admitted intern disciple of our Hongyue sect? Below the platform, whispers of discussion erupted, with many pointing at Yi Chen, their disdain evident as they remarked on his youth and cultivation. It was rumored that none of the 3 main peaks of the outer sect wished to take him on as a disciple, thus relegating him to the status of an intern. Could it be that he aims to attract the attention of the 3 main peaks through this challenge to Zhao Long, hoping to be accepted as a disciple? Most likely. Unperturbed by the chatter around him, Yi Chen clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves, his body trembling with a barely contained killing intent. Zhao Long has arrived. At the sound of the announcement, he turned abruptly to gaze at the end of the crowd. There, a group of disciples clad in resplendent robes from Danyang Peak surrounded Zhao Long, each exuding arrogance and disdain, prompting the other disciples to part the way for them. "Greetings, brother Zhao Long." The disciples on either side bowed with obsequious words, their tones dripping with unspoken flattery. Zhao Long, embodying the demeanor of a senior, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze indifferent, exuding an air of superiority that might lead one to believe he was a venerable elder of profound cultivation. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, Zhao Long approached the Fengyun platform, casting a dismissive glance at Yi Chen, tauntingly remarking, "Yi Chen, I did not seek you out. Yet you come looking for me. Are you tired of living? Step up," was Yi Chen's terse reply, revealing no hint of fear in the face of Zhao Long's disdain and mockery. "What are you, to speak to brother Zhao Long in such a manner?" Before Zhao Long could respond, a disciple from Danyang Peak, who had come to support him, bellowed in outrage. "Do you think brother Zhao Long needs to dirty his hands with you?" As the disciple made to leap onto the platform, Zhao Long stopped him. "Since Yi Shidi has challenged me, what harm is there in exchanging a few moves? Danyang Peak has always been fair. We cannot disrupt the rules of the Fengyun platform. Can we?" With that, Zhao Long elegantly flicked his robe and, with a light leap, landed gracefully on the platform. His movements so fluid and captivating that a chorus of gasps erupted from the female disciples below. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Long again clasped his hands behind his back, seemingly reveling in the admiration and awe directed at him, feeling as though he might ascend to the heavens. Buzz. Opposite him, Yi Chen drew the Tianke, the massive sword slicing through the air with a resonant hum. "Come." His resonant voice echoed, signifying his readiness for battle. "Not so fast." With a playful glance at Yi Chen, Zhao Long's lips curled into a mocking smile. There has always been a wager when it comes to sparring on the Fengyun platform. Does Yi Shidi not wish to bet something with me? With a slight furrow of his brow, Yi Chen quickly discerned the implications of Zhao Long's words. He intended to win something from him. On the Fengyun platform, both parties could establish a wager, with the victor entitled to claim all stakes, whether they be spirit stones, elixirs, or even martial techniques. Yi Chen was well aware of this custom from his previous encounters on the platform. "What shall we wager?" Yi Chen asked, his tone devoid of emotion. "If one of us loses, they shall serve the other as a subordinate for life." Zhao Long chuckled darkly, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of gasps. To be a subordinate for life was tantamount to a lifetime of servitude. Yi Chen has certainly taken a considerable risk this time. "Yi Shidi, what do you think?" Zhao Long asked, his chin held high, brimming with provocation. Under the scrutiny of the multitude, a cold smile flickered across Yi Chen's face. "Brother Zhao Long, let us wager something grander." "Oh." Zhao Long raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his expression. "But what does Yi Shidi have in mind?" "A gamble for life." Gasp. The audience collectively inhaled sharply. What animosity must exist for such a wager? This was an all-or-nothing proposition. While bloodshed on the Fengyun platform was commonplace, a gamble for life had never been seen before. No one had anticipated that Yi Chen, an intern disciple at the first level of qi condensation, would dare to stake his life against Zhao Long, who was at the 6th level. Was he mad, or had he lost his senses? Across from him, Zhao Long's eyes narrowed slightly. He had believed the stakes he proposed to be substantial, yet Yi Chen's audacity surpassed his expectations. To become a servant was one thing, but to gamble with life was a serious matter. A single misstep could lead to death. "Do you realize what you are saying?" Zhao Long's voice turned cold, his eyes glinting with malice. Just by proposing such a wager, Zhao Long felt that he had already begun to lose the psychological battle. "What? Afraid? Afraid?" Zhao Long burst into laughter, but his mirth was quickly replaced by a sinister glare directed at Yi Chen. "I accept your wager. If you wish to court death, then do not blame me for what follows." Before his words had fully left his lips, Zhao Long sprang from the platform like a tempest, his true energy surging. And with a swift motion, he unleashed a palm strike aimed squarely at Yi Chen's crown. Buzz. Yi Chen swung his arm, the Tianke crashing into Zhao Long's palm in a clash that echoed like thunder. The impact sent vibrations through the air, causing Yi Chen to stagger back slightly, his hands numbed by the force. "I underestimated you," Zhao Long remarked coldly, having been forced back by the force of their exchange. Underestimating me will lead to your demise. Yi Chen replied, his voice icy, imbued with palpable killing intent as he swung the heavy Tianke toward Zhao Long. Buzz. 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 The air became thick with the sound of the Tianke slicing through, the heavy blade creating a resonant hum that made the onlookers swallow hard. If struck, the consequences would be dire. Where did this boy find such strength? The disciples observed with disbelief. The chi of a first-level chi condensation disciple was typically scarce, and to wield such a heavy weapon like the Tianke would not only drain his energy, but also slow his speed. Choosing the Tianke was indeed an unwise decision. Some discerning disciples shook their heads at Yi Chen's choice. However, it was acknowledged that for a first-level chi condensation disciple to withstand 3 exchanges against Zhao Long was no small feat. Clang. A sharp sound interrupted the murmurs of the crowd as, within just 5 exchanges, Zhao Long had already sent the Tianke, flying from Yi Chen's grasp. By this point, many had begun to sigh in disappointment, and several had left the scene, as this seemingly one-sided battle lacked any remarkable moments beyond the shocking stakes involved. What else do you have to rely on? Zhao Long sneered, stepping forward as he unleashed 3 sword blades in quick succession, following closely behind them with the intent to decisively defeat Yi Chen. Yi Chen let out a cold laugh. Free from the oppressive weight of the heavenly tower, he felt an immense lightness envelop him, and the previously subdued blood within him surged forth with a newfound intensity, boiling as if it were about to ignite. Even the bones within his body resonated with a cracking sound. Fight! He bellowed suddenly. With a powerful push from his back foot, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Just as the 3 sword blades were about to pierce his body, he leapt with the agility of a monkey, evading the deadly strikes. This was the technique of the beast heart's rage, known as the monkey leap. Yi Chen effortlessly dodged the 3 blades, leaving Zhao Long astonished. He had been closely following the trajectory of the swords. Yi Chen had already vaulted over his head, and in such close proximity, it was exceedingly difficult for Zhao Long to alter his position. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Down you go. Yi Chen's voice rang out coldly as he channeled all his strength and true energy into his right leg, delivering a solid kick to Zhao Long's face. Chapter 14 Victory Bang. Zhao Long staggered from a powerful kick to the face. The disciples watching below gaped in disbelief. The clash on stage had been so brief that they failed to comprehend how Zhao Long had been caught off guard. Yi Chen, you shall pay for this. Zhao Long's furious roar echoed across the arena. Just as he regained his footing, Yi Chen advanced with renewed vigor. Kill! Zhao Long's expression twisted into a menacing snarl as he unleashed a radiant palm strike. Full of flaws, Yi Chen scoffed, executing the Beast Heart Fury's Tiger Pounce, evading the assault, and closing in on Zhao Long in an instant. Once I am upon you, your misfortune is sealed. A chilling tone permeated the air as Yi Chen's blood surged, his muscles and bones erupting with power as he delivered a crushing blow to Zhao Long's chest. Poof! Blood erupted from Zhao Long's mouth. Yi Chen's punch was far more formidable than he could have anticipated. You dare? Dare what? Yi Chen offered no respite as he surged forward again. Like a descending beast, his attacks were bewilderingly fierce, sometimes resembling a tiger, other times a ferocious ape, a mighty lion, or a cunning wolf. His every joint became a weapon, relentlessly battering Zhao Long, who found himself retreating under the onslaught of fists, palms, and feet. What kind of fighting style is this? The spectators were left dumbfounded, their understanding of martial arts shattered. Where were the elegant mystical techniques? The dazzling moves? All that remained was the most primal form of combat, yet it was precisely this simplicity that left Zhao Long at a constant disadvantage. Zhao Long's roars filled the arena. Just moments ago, he had been arrogant, boasting as the senior brother, and now he was reduced to a pitiful state, being overwhelmed by a mere first-level disciple. With a wolf's howl, he interrupted the cacophony below and unleashed a secret technique. His fist became enveloped by an illusory wolf's head, accompanied by a fearsome howl of the cunning wolf. The audience's eyes blazed with excitement. They had witnessed Zhao Long's prowess with this technique, and now he had been taught such a secret by the Peak's master. Die! Zhao Long's face twisted in rage as he swung his fist. Thunderclap palm. A sharp command rang out, and Yi Chen countered with a palm strike that crackled with lightning, its force both fierce and unyielding. Bang! The sound of their clash reverberated. And poof! Blood spewed forth as Zhao Long stumbled backward, disbelief etched on his face. How is this possible? As he staggered, Zhao Long looked at Yi Chen with incredulity, feeling the overwhelming power contained in Yi Chen's strikes, equal to his own. The howl of the cunning wolf was one of the peak's renowned secret techniques, known for its devastating power, having felled numerous outer disciples. Yet now, it was being countered head-on by a mere first-level disciple, a reality he struggled to accept. Is he truly just a first-level disciple? At this moment, not only Zhao Long, but even the spectators below were momentarily dazed. This lad is extraordinarily peculiar. Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief. What? They're still fighting? Outside the throng, groups rushed back in, having left earlier. But upon hearing the battle was still ongoing, they returned only to be stunned by Yi Chen's ferocity. Little did they know the depth of Yi Chen's strength. In the past, within the Zhenyang sect, he had battled fierce beasts at the 3rd level and fought against human realm cultivators at the 4th level. His extensive experience had equipped him far beyond Zhao Long. Now, Yi Chen possessed a vast reservoir of qi, his energy rivaling Zhao Long's, and his formidable physique, honed through rigorous training, surpassed Zhao Long's in strength. Coupled with the overwhelming beast heart fury, it was clear from the outset that Zhao Long was destined for defeat. The arena was filled with Zhao Long's furious roars, but no matter how he raged, he remained firmly under Yi Chen's control. It is over. With a thunderous shout, Yi Chen leaped forward, raising the formidable Tianke sword above his head in a decisive stance, embodying the essence of a powerful strike. Buzz. The heavy sword created a resonating hum as it sliced through the air. Seeing this, Zhao Long's expression changed drastically, hastily raising his golden sword to defend, channeling his energy into it. Clang! Yi Chen's sword struck with tremendous force against the spirit sword. Bang! In an instant, Zhao Long, who had stood tall moments before, found himself half kneeling on the ground, the sound of his arms' bones fracturing echoing in his ears. Poof! Blood spewed from Zhao Long's mouth. Silence engulfed the arena. The once boisterous crowd now stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. A 5th-level disciple had been brought to his knees by a mere 1st-level intern. You have lost. This is impossible. Zhao Long roared, trembling as he attempted to rise, but Yi Chen's grip on the sword held him firmly down. Your life can be extinguished. Yi Chen's voice was as cold as ice. At that moment, the onlookers awoke from their stupor. The stakes were their very lives. Surely, Yi Chen doesn't intend to kill Zhao Long? That cannot be. Zhao Long was a disciple of the Peak's master, and should Yi Chen strike him down, he would surely perish as well. Yet, Yi Chen's demeanor suggested he was indeed prepared to carry out the act. I am a disciple of the Deyang Peak. Do you dare to kill me? Zhao Long, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of his situation, snarled defiantly. What stakes, what life? To him, all of this is a joke. Though he may have lost, it does not mean he must forfeit his life, for he possesses powerful backing, which he considers his safety net. You dare to kill senior brother Zhao? Master will not spare you. The disciples from Zhenyang, who had come to aid, shouted desperately, yet none dared to confront Yi Chen. Intimidated by his strength, the wager was made. He must die, Yi Chen replied coldly. This junior merely wishes for a spar. Let us show mercy where we can. A calm voice interjected from the crowd, and a female disciple cast a glance at Yi Chen. This female disciple was breathtakingly beautiful, her clear eyes sparkling, her flowing hair reminiscent of rippling water, her white robes fluttering like a blooming lotus, captivating the male disciples present. Su Xingyu of Renyang Peak. They realized she had been there all along, unnoticed. Yi Chen turned to regard Su Xingyu. If I had been the one to lose, would you say the same? You harbor too much malice. You will achieve nothing, Su Xingyu replied, her expression remaining impassive, radiating an air of superiority as if she had already predetermined Yi Chen's future path. Sister, do you mean for me to let him go? A cold smile graced Yi Chen's lips, suppressing the fury that threatened to erupt. This anger stemmed not only from Zhao Long's actions against Zhang Fengyan and others, but was also directed at Su Xingyu, whose demeanor closely resembled that of Ji Ningxuan, both exuding an air of detached pity. I only wish for you to return to the right path. Do not be. Do you have family? Yi Chen abruptly interrupted Su Xingyu, his bloodshot eyes piercing into hers, as if demanding an answer. Taken aback by the interruption, Su Xingyu furrowed her brow, perplexed by Yi Chen's question. If I were to suspend your loved ones and beat them for an entire day and night, would you not seek to end my life? Yi Chen questioned, a cold smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Su Xingyu. If you would, then spare me your pretense of compassion for all beings. You. Being publicly admonished in such a manner, a cold frost instantly enveloped Su Xinyue's cheeks. In this moment, despite her usual indifference, her chest began to rise and fall with intensity. As a disciple of the esteemed master of Yang Peak, a distinguished flower of Hunyue's sect, she had never endured such a reprimand, especially from someone merely an intern disciple at the first level of qi condensation. On the stage, Yi Chun had already averted his gaze, raising his hand imbued with swirling true energy. Should that hand strike down, Zhao Long would surely meet his demise. Yet, at that very moment, a powerful aura surged forth, manifesting instantly upon the battle platform, taking the form of a figure holding a whisk. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Gohong, the master of Yang Peak. Chapter 15. Open provocation. As the figure of Gohong appeared, the disciples of the Earth Yang Peak below felt a surge of joy and promptly prostrated themselves on the ground. They greeted, "Greetings, Master Go." Those present bowed in respect, while silently mourning for Yi Chun, for Gohong was notorious for his vengefulness. Should he take offense, the consequences would be dire. "Master, save me. Yi Chun has gone mad and wants to kill me." Zhao Long, suppressed by Yi Chun's celestial might, initially flashed a sinister grin before hurriedly seeking Gohong's aid. "Indeed, Master, Yi Chun harbors a murderous intent that warrants severe punishment from the Law Pavilion." The Earth Yang Peak disciples began to clamor again, declaring, "At such a young age to possess such malevolence, this cannot be allowed to continue. You must uphold justice for senior brother Zhao." "Silence," Gohong barked, his expression darkening. It was unfathomable that a mere first-level apprentice disciple could defeat one of his personally trained disciples, a blow to his dignity as the headmaster. Yet, upon reflecting on Yi Chun, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. The ability to best Zhao Long indicated that Yi Chun was far from ordinary. Hearing reports from his disciples, even Gohong's composure wavered. The boy he had once disregarded now displayed such remarkable strength. Regret washed over him. Had he accepted Yi Chun that day, this embarrassing spectacle could have been avoided. "Yi Chun, lower your sword." Gohong stroked his beard, his voice resonating with authority, akin to a decree. "I have witnessed your prowess. You may become my disciple." "Master, what is the meaning of this?" A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Gohong, usually so reserved, was actively inviting Yi Chun to join him. Was it not obvious that Yi Chun had caused such a commotion to draw Gohong's attention? His goal was to enter Earth Yang Peak, and he had succeeded. A cold smile crept onto Yi Chun's lips as he replied, "Thank you for your esteemed offer, Master. But I have no desire to be a disciple of Earth Yang Peak." Gasps erupted from the crowd. Gohong, the headmaster of one of the three main peaks of Hunyue's sect, extended an invitation that was unprecedented, only to be rejected by a mere first-level apprentice disciple. "What did you say?" Gohong's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing within. His demeanor darkened further, and a powerful aura emanated from him. This was a blatant affront to his authority. Having already suffered a loss of face today, he had lowered himself to invite Yi Chun, only to be rebuffed again. He had become the laughingstock of Hunyue's sect. "I said, I do not intend to become a disciple of Zhengyang Peak." Blood trickled from Yi Chun's lips, yet he maintained his composure. He was steadfast in his principles. He would not be swayed. Once overlooked, he would not be treated as a mere pawn now, nor would he yield to the whims of others. Very well, very well." Gohong's laughter echoed ominously, sending chills down the spines of those present. The laughter was laced with fury. "You are courting disaster, Yi Chun. You have made an enemy of Gohong, and your future will be fraught with peril. Release him." Gohong's voice boomed, his glare fixed on Yi Chun, an overwhelming force causing the latter to spit blood. "I cannot release him. The wager was made first, and he must die today." Yi Chun steadied himself despite the tremors, a dagger pressed against Zhao Long's throat. Gasps filled the air as the onlookers realized the gravity of the situation. This was an audacious challenge to Gohong's limits. First, he had humiliated Gohong by defeating Zhao Long, then rejected his invitation. And now he refused to release Zhao Long. This was an open slap to Gohong's face before all his disciples. "Beast, you seek death," Gohong roared, his robe billowing in the wind as he raised his hand, ready to strike. But Yi Chun had anticipated this, retreating several paces with Zhao Long in tow. "Master, I am a human, not a beast." Yi Chun halted, meeting Gohong's gaze with unwavering resolve. He pressed the dagger deeper against Zhao Long's neck, making his intent clear. Any further aggression would lead to Zhao Long's demise. The disciples below held their breath, their hearts racing as they marveled at Yi Chen's audacity to openly provoke the headmaster. You dare threaten me? Gohong's voice was frigid as he glared at Yi Chen. Your words are harsh, master, Yi Chen retorted with a cold smile. I have stated before, the wager was made first. He must die. If you wish to take him, you must demonstrate your sincerity. I have already made a concession. Should you insist on killing me, I will take your disciple with me. With that, he drew another line on Zhao Long's throat, fully committing to his gamble. He was willing to risk everything. After all, fortune favored the bold. He did not genuinely wish to kill Zhao Long, nor did he wish for his own demise, but given the enmity with Earthyang Peak, he might as well make it a grand affair. He could spare Zhao Long, but he would not do so without cost. If Gohong truly sought to strike him down, he would ensure that Zhao Long faced the same fate. This was a gamble, a chance to gain wealth and power, even if it meant risking his life. The atmosphere became eerily silent, the only sound the rapid beating of hearts. Master, save me. Please, save me. Zhao Long's desperate cries shattered the stillness. He was genuinely terrified, acutely aware of the murderous intent emanating from Yi Chen. If Gohong truly attacked, he might indeed perish alongside Yi Chen. Master, what do you think? Yi Chen smirked at Gohong. We made a wager first. You wouldn't truly kill me in front of so many witnesses, would you? You are the headmaster. Do not jeopardize your bright future for a mere insignificant apprentice. Besides, Zhao Long is your prized disciple. It would be a great loss to sacrifice him. Yi Chen, do you understand the gravity of your actions today? Gohong's voice turned icy, his expression darkening ominously. I am fully aware, yet I remain unconcerned. Then I shall send you on your way. Gohong's demeanor hardened, and he advanced with lethal intent. Yi Chen's heart sank. Perhaps he had lost this gamble. Just then, a ghostly voice emanated from the depths of a grand hall. Gohong, the slaughter of sect disciples is a grave offense. Do you wish to challenge the regulations of Hengyue sect? Indeed, those words halted Gohong in his tracks, for it was the voice of Dao Jia, the head of the outer sect law pavilion. With a grim countenance, Gohong turned towards the source, his voice low and menacing. Dao Jia, he attacked my disciple first. Do you expect me to stand idly by as he is slain? Or are you deliberately shielding Yi Chen? Shielding? A distant, ethereal laughter echoed. The wager at Fengyun Terrace involves risking lives and stakes, agreed upon by all parties. Where is the claim that Yi Chen has committed murder against your disciple? And why would I shield him? Furthermore, Yi Chen has already made a concession. You must show your sincerity to save your disciple. Why resort to violence? If you lose, then simply accept it. At this point, the voice paused, its tone growing colder. To threaten death over a loss? Do you take me for a fool? You. Gohong was momentarily at a loss for words, his pent-up fury nearly causing him internal injury. Indeed, this was the reality. The wager had been established beforehand, and he was powerless to question it. He could only lament that his precious disciple had gambled too recklessly, and also that he had placed too much faith in his own teachings. However, after being subjected to the stern admonitions and directives from the distant voice, Gohong regained a semblance of composure. He was resolute. Should he take action now, he would surely follow Yi Chen on his perilous journey within an hour. Moreover, he had invested far too much effort in nurturing Zhao Long, and to have him perish alongside Yi Chen would be a grievous loss. After considerable reflection, Gohong forcibly suppressed his rage, concealing his fierce demeanor, and retrieved a storage bag from his sleeve, casting it into the air towards Yi Chen. As the storage bag approached, Yi Chen did not reach out to catch it, but rather, he raised his sword to block it, having sensed a terrifying latent energy emanating from the bag. To seize it carelessly would undoubtedly result in severe injury. Cunning and treacherous, Yi Chen cursed under his breath. Bang! The storage bag collided with the celestial threshold, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. Despite this, Yi Chen was still jolted backward, spitting blood. You shall pay a heavy price for your actions today, Gohong declared, arriving like a gust of wind and departing just as swiftly, taking Zhao Long with him, leaving only that chilling voice lingering in the air. Chapter 16. The invitation of the two peaks. I waited, listening to Gohong's chilling threats as he departed, a faint smirk playing on Yi Chen's lips. The tempestuous confrontation had concluded, initially deemed predictable, yet it unfolded with extraordinary brilliance. The novice disciple had not only vanquished the favored disciple of the Deyang Peak, but had also audaciously provoked Gohong, leaving the entire Deyang Peak in disgrace. This battle marked Yi Chen's emergence within the Hengyue sect, ensuring he would become a topic of conversation for many. You should have seen it. Zhao Long was nearly slain by Yi Chen's sword. The fury of the Deyang Peak's leader was palpable. His face was a portrait of anger. This is absurd. On Tianyang Peak, Elder Zhong reclined in a chair, startled from his reverie by his disciples' reports, his rotund face betraying disbelief. Zhao Long had lost. Meanwhile, on Runyang Peak, the meditating Qingyang Zhanren opened his eyes in surprise upon hearing Su Xianyu's account. The outcome had defied his expectations. The wrath of Guhong echoed throughout Deyang Peak. Useless, all of you. His countenance darkened as he berated his disciples. You have brought shame upon Deyang Peak. The disciples knelt in silence, too intimidated to breathe as Guhong's fury enveloped them. At that moment, the instigator of this commotion, Yi Chen, was nestled in the forest of the back mountain, counting his spoils. His spoils, of course, were the contents of the storage bag bestowed upon him by Guhong. The bag brimmed with glimmering stones. Among them were spirit stones, the universal currency for cultivators, infused with abundant spiritual energy, suitable for purchases and cultivation alike. 500 spirit stones. As he counted the stones, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise at Guhong's generosity. In the Hongyu sect's outer gate, each disciple received merely 20 spirit stones monthly. Thus, 500 represented a substantial fortune for Yi Chen. With a crack, he crushed a spirit stone, greedily inhaling the pure spiritual energy that flowed forth, replenishing the energy expended during battle. After absorbing the essence from several stones, Yi Chen finally stored the bag away, but a contemplative expression lingered on his face. He had thoroughly incited Guhong's wrath, and although he had recently joined Hongyu sect, he had heard enough about Guhong's vengeful nature. It seemed the days ahead would not be easy. Rubbing his temples, Yi Chen felt a headache brewing. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he stealthily emerged from the back mountain, returning to the small spirit garden. Zhang Fengyan and Hua had nearly recovered from their injuries, though the spirit beast named Xiao Ying was not faring as well. Soon, a large iron pot was set over a blazing fire, and Yi Chen prepared a hearty stew of the blood wolf he had hunted, the enticing aroma wafting throughout the small spirit garden. I haven't seen so much meat in ages, Hua exclaimed, wiping his mouth repeatedly. Casting a longing glance at Xiao Ying, who was eyeing the pot hungrily. Hey, Xiao Ying, you can finally have a feast today. Little guy today. Zhang Fengyan glanced at Yi Chen but hesitated to speak further. I'm perfectly fine. Yi Chen chuckled, tossing in more ingredients without mentioning the events at the Fengyan platform. Well, as long as you're all right, Zhang Fengyan replied gently, though concern lingered in his eyes. The uproar over Yi Chen's battle with Zhao Long had spread widely, and he had heard snippets of the tale. He was surprised yet warmed by the thought that someone he had rescued would stand up for him, openly challenging Guhong's authority. Reflecting on this, Zhang Fengyan felt a pang of sorrow. Once an elder of Hongyu sect, he had fallen from grace, enduring a miserable existence. His former peers looked down on him, and even younger disciples sought to trouble him. In stark contrast to his former brothers and those who betrayed their masters, Yi Chen stood out as a beacon of hope. Come on, let's eat, Yi Chen declared, oblivious to Zhang Fengyan's changing expression as he ladled out the stew. Can't wait any longer, haha. Xiao Ying, this piece is for you, eat up. The evening feast was a hearty affair, filled with the warmth of camaraderie. The blood wolf, a fierce beast, provided a nourishing broth, revitalizing to Zhang Fengyan and Hua alike, leaving them feeling invigorated. However, the tranquility of the small spirit garden was soon interrupted as a striking guest arrived. A graceful female disciple clad in white appeared, illuminated by the moonlight, her flawless complexion marred only by an air of aloofness. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Su Xianyu, who had observed the earlier confrontation at the Fengyan platform. Ah, Sister Su, what brings you here? Yi Chen remarked casually, continuing to scoop wolf meat without glancing at her. Su Xianyu's expression darkened slightly at his nonchalant response, yet she took a deep breath, suppressing her irritation. My master invites you to join our Rinyang Peak. As she spoke, she tossed a letter toward him, stating, if you agree, you may come to Rinyang Peak tomorrow. Though her tone was calm and cool, inside she simmered with frustration. Who was she? A prominent disciple of Hongyu sect, the cherished pupil of the Rinyang Peak leader, yet she had been reprimanded by Yi Chen earlier. Now, Qingyang Zhanren had sent her back to deliver this message. An invitation from Rinyang Peak? I am truly honored, she said, her words dripping with sarcasm. Do take care. With that, She turned to leave, but paused at the entrance, casting a glance at Yi Chen, who was still devouring his meal. Do not think that defeating Zhao Long makes you invincible. Remember, many disciples within Hung Yu sect can easily eliminate you. Your overwhelming ambition may lead to your downfall. With those parting words, Su Xianyu vanished like a fleeting breeze. Her departure did not sway Yi Chen in the slightest. He continued to feast upon the wolf meat. Little one, Rinyang Peak is one of the 3 main peaks of the outer sect. You should consider their offer. Do not jeopardize your future. Endure for a while longer, Zhang Fengyan advised kindly, genuinely concerned for Yi Chen's prospects. Senior, I understand. Yi Chen chuckled, wiping his greasy hands. Before long, the door to the small spirit garden opened again, this time revealing a dapper young man in white, his cultivation having reached the 6th level of qi condensation. Although only 1 level above, he was significantly stronger than Zhao Long. This individual was Wei Yang, the cherished disciple of the Tianyang Peak leader. So, you are the one who defeated Zhao Long. Wei Yang entered with a flourish, glancing at Zhang Fengyan before directing a mocking gaze at Yi Chen. Well, Yi Chen had initially assumed Wei Yang would embody the politeness his appearance suggested, but this remark caused his opinion to plummet. The young man's demeanor, though charming, concealed a self-important nature. I was unaware my senior would visit at this hour. What brings you here? Yi Chen's tone remained indifferent. He had little interest in engaging with such individuals. Oh, nothing of great significance, merely a message from my master. He has stated that you may now join Tianyang Peak as a disciple. Wei Yang spoke with a smirk, fanning himself with a folding fan, his chin held high in a self-satisfied manner. Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, continuing to indulge in the wolf meat. Unperturbed by Yi Chen's dismissive attitude, Wei Yang merely smiled, turning to exit the garden. However, just as he was about to step out, he cast a sideways glance at Yi Chen, much like Su Xinhua had done. You have foolishly provoked the Tianyang Peak without realizing the gravity of your actions. Do not mistake my leniency for weakness. In the eyes of Tianyang Peak, you are nothing. With that, Wei Yang lightly flicked his folding fan and strode out the door. Once Wei Yang departed, Yi Chen finally set down his bowl and chopsticks. You little rascal. Zhang Fengyan began, but was interrupted by Yi Chen's words. Senior, I understand what you wish to convey, Yi Chen said, wiping the grease from the corners of his mouth with a smile. How I long for a patron, yet, as you have observed, they hold me in disdain at their very core. Should I shamelessly seek to become their disciple, it would be nothing short of self-deprecation, would it not? Sighing, Zhang Fengyan remained silent. I see through the matters of the sect quite clearly, Yi Chen continued with a faint smile. This world venerates the strong and is fraught with treachery. Though I am merely an apprentice disciple, I would rather not affiliate myself with the 3 major peaks. Do your best, but do not overburden yourself, Zhang Fengyan advised. Your senior's teachings shall be etched in my heart, Yi Chen replied earnestly. Chapter 17, Wanbao Pavilion in the dead of night. Yi Chen stealthily slipped out of the Shaolin garden once more. He sought refuge in a lush expanse of forest, where he settled cross-legged upon a massive stone. Soon, the sound of bones cracking echoed in the stillness. 3 hours of strenuous body refining left him utterly drained, drenched in sweat, yet he gradually acclimated to the excruciating pain that tore at his flesh. The benefits of body refining became increasingly apparent. With each cycle of the burning heaven secret technique he executed, his physical form grew more refined, and the latent power hidden within his muscles thrilled him. Exhausted but rejuvenated by the celestial energy, Yi Chen basked under the shimmering starlight and moonlight, absorbing the pure spiritual essence of the mountains. After an hour, he finally descended from the stone. The subsequent practice involved the fierce, close-quarters combat of the beast heart fury, which, when combined with his formidable physique, rendered his strikes overwhelmingly powerful. As Yi Chen regulated his breath, the dawn began to paint the eastern horizon with hues of red. The morning air was rich with spiritual energy, the essence of the sun and moon in perfect transition, its purity unmatched. Upon reaching the Ling Mountain of Hung Yu sect, Yi Chen noticed many disciples emerging from their abodes. Yi Chen, upon spotting him, the disciples who were seated in meditation began to cast him curious glances. At that moment, many no longer dared to underestimate this newly arrived apprentice. His remarkable prowess displayed in yesterday's battle had established his reputation. Openly challenging the esteemed elder of Yangfeng and showcasing his indomitable spirit against oppressive forces. This lad has achieved fame in a single battle. Yet the days ahead may not be easy for him, whispered the disciples among themselves, pointing discreetly in his direction. Who is Guhong? Could he let this slide so easily? I heard that Guhong sent one of his true disciples to emerge from seclusion early, vowing to cripple Yi Chen. Is that so? It seems a spectacle awaits. Amidst the hushed whispers, Yi Chen, with his sword slung over his back, walked past, his keen hearing capturing snippets of useful information. The mention of a true disciple sparked a glimmer of concern in his eyes. He realized that the coming days would be tumultuous. Though he had only recently joined Hengyue sect, he had heard much about Guhong's nature. His penchant for vengeance and his ruthless methods were well known, signaling a storm of retribution on the horizon. I must hasten to enhance my strength, he murmured to himself, quickening his pace. After navigating several winding paths, Yi Chen paused before a grand pavilion. The edifice was vast, covering an area of 10,000 square feet, exuding an air of magnificence, a symbol of the sect. A plaque hung above the entrance, Wanbao Pavilion. In essence, Wanbao Pavilion served as a marketplace for Hengyue sect, offering a plethora of items, spiritual herbs, elixirs, fruits, spiritual jade, arcane techniques, and spiritual artifacts, all invaluable to practitioners. Beyond these, there existed many peculiar items, rumored to be treasures, though their authenticity remained uncertain. Disciples of Hengyue sect could exchange spirit stones here for goods, and they could also bring their own items for sale. Previously, at the Zhenyang sect, there were similar establishments that thrived in business. Yi Chen pondered whether Wanbao Pavilion held any true treasures. With a quiet murmur, he stepped inside. Inside the pavilion presided a rotund, balding elder known colloquially among Hengyue people as Pang Dahai. Unlike the elder Zhou Daofu of the Spirit Weapon Pavilion, this fellow had round, bright eyes that sparkled with intelligence. Anyone attempting thievery would surely not escape his notice. Greetings, elder, Yi Chen respectfully bowed upon entering. Feel free to browse, Pang Dahai replied, his demeanor relaxed. Just don't think of stealing anything, young lad. How could I dare? Yi Chen chuckled as he ventured deeper into the pavilion. The interior of Wanbao Pavilion was expansive, suffused with the fragrant aroma of spiritual herbs and fruits. As he glanced around, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of extraordinary treasures. Fire lotus flower. Yi Chen's gaze fixated on a lotus that appeared to be ablaze, emanating a pure fire attribute aura, enveloped in an abundance of spiritual energy. He licked his lips and glanced at the price tag, only to swallow hard. 500 spirit stones. With a shake of his head, he reluctantly moved on. Although he possessed a modest sum of over 1,000 spirit stones, he hesitated to make such a purchase. As he wandered further, his attention was continually drawn to various items. Human origin grass, Biang flower, purple vine ginseng. Each vibrant spiritual herb made his mouth water. If he could consume and refine them, his cultivation would surely see a significant boost. Yet, the prices were disheartening. With a resigned shake of his head, Yi Chen chose to avoid looking at the price tags, as the more he saw, the more pained he felt. Initially, he thought carrying over 1,000 spirit stones constituted a small fortune, but it now seemed a mere trifle in the grand scheme of Wanbao Pavilion. For nearly an hour, Yi Chen ambled about. He entirely disregarded the section dedicated to spiritual artifacts. With the Tiang in his possession, he found no other artifacts appealing. As he reached the area of arcane techniques, he greedily picked up ancient scrolls, only to be disappointed to find that they contained only the most basic of qi manipulation techniques, which were of little use to him. Jade spirit liquid? In a corner of the pavilion, Yi Chen picked up a tattered ancient scroll, upon which 4 large characters were inscribed. Jade spirit ancient scroll. Curious. He opened the first page and was taken aback, for the scroll detailed the method for refining jade spirit liquid. Wanbao Pavilion sells even this. Yi Chen's astonishment was palpable. The jade spirit liquid was akin to spirit stones, not only imbued with spiritual power, but also utilized as currency. An indispensable resource for disciples of Hengyue sect in their daily cultivation. Historically, the production of jade spirit liquid had been monopolized by the sect, uniformly distributed among its members. Yi Chen had assumed that the method for its refinement would remain a closely guarded secret, yet here it lay, openly displayed. Did they not fear disciples would attempt to learn it for themselves? Scratching his head, he glanced at the price of the jade spirit liquid refinement method, only to be flabbergasted. Ridiculous. The method for refining jade spirit liquid is so precious, yet it costs only 20 spirit stones. Yi Chen's gaze returned to the ancient scroll in his hands, unable to shake the feeling that the Jade Spirit Ancient Scroll was a counterfeit. At that moment, Pang Dehai, waddling over with his ample frame, noticed Yi Chun staring at the scroll in a daze and inquired with curiosity, "Little one, are you interested in the Jade Spirit Ancient Scroll?" Snapping back to reality, Yi Chun scratched his head and smiled, asking, "Elder, is the price of this Jade Spirit Ancient Scroll misprinted?" "Not at all. But the method for refining Jade Spirit liquid is only worth 20 spirit stones. This scroll indeed holds significant value, yet it's useless to ordinary practitioners." "Why is that?" "Refining Jade Spirit liquid requires flames birthed from heaven and earth, at the very least. It necessitates earth fire. Ordinary practitioners lack access to such flames." Pang Dehai scratched his ear and continued, "Our Hung sect possesses only one source of earth fire, sealed within the Spirit Pill Pavilion, treasured by that ancient fellow Su Fu. His Spirit Pill Pavilion undoubtedly out-earns my Wanbao Pavilion." "Earth fire?" Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with interest, and he quietly inquired, "Could it be refined using true fire?" Chapter 18. Can you lower the price? Upon hearing these words, Pang Dehai turned his head, his piercing eyes regarding Yi Chun as one might regard a fool. Just that single glance was enough for Yi Chun to comprehend the underlying message. He couldn't help but let out a sheepish chuckle, scratching his head as he realized the absurdity of his question. The earthly fire and true fire are both flames born of heaven and earth. However, when it comes to their respective ranks, they are not of the same caliber. The earthly fire can refine Jade Spirit liquid, and one can only imagine the prowess of the true fire. "Elder, I shall take this Jade Spirit Ancient Scroll," Yi Chun declared, tucking the scroll into his robe before producing 20 spirit stones. "Keep watching, and don't pilfer anything," Pang Dehai replied, taking the stones and stepping away. Once Pang Dehai had departed, Yi Chun felt a surge of excitement within him. With the true fire now at his disposal, he was qualified to refine Jade Spirit liquid. As long as he meticulously grasped the refining techniques, he was certain he could produce the liquid. In that fleeting moment, he envisioned numerous vials of Jade Spirit liquid shimmering before him. In high spirits, Yi Chun was about to turn away when he sensed a slight tremor from the true fire within him. Something precious is nearby. This was the first thought that flitted through Yi Chun's mind. Previously, when he had acquired the spiritual weapon, the true fire had also quivered, prompting him to choose the heavenly threshold and subsequently learn the secret method of body refinement. Ever since that moment, he had harbored a suspicion that the enigmatic true fire within him possessed the ability to identify treasures. If it caught your attention, it must be extraordinary. Yi Chun patted his abdomen, his gaze sharp as he scanned every item displayed on the shelves until his eyes landed on a purple gold gourd, causing the true fire to pulsate vigorously. Without a doubt, it must be you. Locking onto the treasure, Yi Chun strode forward and clasped the small gourd in his hand. The gourd was merely the size of an adult's palm, exhibiting a purple gold hue and showing signs of wear. Apart from the incomprehensible runes etched on its four sides, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. However, Yi Chun understood that true treasures cannot be judged by their appearances. His heavenly threshold was hardly impressive either, yet it concealed a formidable sword imbued with terrifying body refinement secrets. With a gentle pop, he removed the gourd stopper and closed one eye to peer inside. To his astonishment, he discovered an entirely separate realm within, spacious enough to hold several large vats of water without issue. Is your interest piqued by the ample space it offers? Yi Chun cast a glance at the true fire, which seemed to possess a mind of its own, quivering once more. "I trust you." Without hesitation, Yi Chun glanced at the price labeled beneath the gourd and could not suppress the twitch of his lips. Goodness gracious. 1,300 spirit stones. I couldn't afford it even if I sold everything. Yi Chun clicked his tongue, though the true fire continued to tremble insistently. "Little fellow, do you fancy this gourd?" Pang Dehai appeared behind Yi Chun without making a sound, startling him. Yi Chun chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Elder Pang, could you possibly lower the price on this gourd?" "That's out of the question. The internal space of this purple gold gourd is worth 1,300 spirit stones, and that is already quite reasonable." "Oh, I see," Yi Chun replied, a look of regret washing over his face. Noticing Yi Chun's awkward demeanor, Pang Dehai, with hands on his hips, inquired, "How many spirit stones do you possess?" 1,001. That leaves a gap of 200. Would you consider offering something else to make up the difference? Upon hearing this, Yi Chun cleared his throat and edged closer to Pang Dehai, retrieving a small black vial from his storage pouch. "What is this?" Pang Dehai took the vial, uncorked it, and cautiously sniffed. He was immediately overpowered by a pungent odor. Hastily sealing the vial again. "Little thing, this is a poison pill." After recovering, Pang Dehai glared at Yi Chun. "Where did you acquire such a ghastly item?" "I found it." Yi Chun touched his nose, knowing full well that the black vial, acquired from a hunchbacked elder, contained a fine quality poison. With nothing else to offer, he was left to use this bloodthirsty pill as a substitute. "You found it. Are you trying to pull a fast one on me?" "Then this is all I have, the bloodthirsty pill." Yi Chun spread his hands. "If the elder deems it acceptable, I propose we use it to cover the 200 spirit stone difference. You're still young, yet already dabbling in such nefarious dealings." Pang Dehai chided in a mockingly paternal tone, but he nonetheless accepted the small black vial into his robe. "The bloodthirsty pill is too potent. It's better off with me. I'll begrudgingly part with the purple gold gourd." At these words, even Yi Chun's composure faltered, realizing the cunning nature of Pang Dehai. The elder clearly desired the item while pretending to be shrewd, leaving one to believe he had made a wise bargain. Though he inwardly cursed, Yi Chun still retrieved 1,100 spirit stones. "The purple gold gourd is yours." "Thank you, elder." Yi Chun tucked the gourd into his robe and promptly exited the Wanbao pavilion, fearful that Pang Dehai might reconsider and seize it back. After Yi Chun departed, Pang Dehai once again retrieved the small black vial. "The bloodthirsty pill from the bloodthirsty hall. This time, I've struck gold." Pang Dehai chuckled to himself, clutching the vial. Upon returning to the small hill, Yi Chun sat cross-legged beneath a stone and produced the purple gold gourd. With a dagger, he pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the gourd, which absorbed it instantly. However, Yi Chun, hopeful for the secret techniques hidden within the purple gold gourd, found nothing of the sort, leading to a twinge of disappointment. 1,300 spirit stones. Holding the gourd, he winced at the memory of the substantial sum he had spent, initially intending to purchase several vials of spirit liquid. He had sacrificed all his possessions for this. Sighing, he shook his head and placed the gourd back into his storage pouch. Yet, he failed to notice that at the moment the purple gold gourd was stowed away, a faint purple glow flickered across its surface, unnoticed by Yi Chun. Having secured the purple gold gourd, Yi Chun then took out the Jade Spirit Ancient Scroll and began his meticulous study. Since he had never engaged in the art of alchemy before, he dedicated 9 entire hours to thoroughly comprehend the refining methods for Jade Spirit Liquid before finally setting the scroll aside. The process of refining Jade Spirit Liquid was not overly complex. It required a dozen types of spiritual herbs. Fortunately, these herbs were not hard to find. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Yi Chun glanced at the sky, then leapt to his feet, heading towards the back mountain of Hunghua sect. While the density of spiritual energy in the back mountain was slightly weaker than in the spiritual peaks, it was still a fertile ground for spiritual herbs, and disciples of Hunghua sect frequently ventured there to harvest them. Following the instructions in the Jade Spirit Ancient Scroll, Yi Chun navigated through the lush thicket of flowers and grasses, collecting every required herb he encountered. After an hour of foraging, he was nearly ready with all the needed herbs. Only the snow jade orchid remained. Counting the herbs he had gathered, Yi Chun realized that the only one missing was the snow jade orchid. Unlike the other herbs, this particular one was rare. Surely it could not be absent from this place. Muttering softly, Yi Chun delved back into the thicket. Fortune smiled upon him once more as he quickly stumbled upon a snow jade orchid. This herb was gentle in nature, infused with spiritual energy. Its pure white petals resembling snow, and it exuded a refreshing sensation upon touch. Having secured one snow jade orchid, Yi Chun did not leave just yet. Given the high probability of failure in his first attempt at refining jade spirit liquid, he needed to prepare several. In no time, a second snow jade orchid came into view. Luck is truly on my side. Yi Chun grinned widely, stepping onto a rock, leaping gracefully to pluck the snow jade orchid. However, just as he landed, an unwelcome voice interrupted the moment. "That snow jade orchid belongs to me." As the words fell, a graceful figure emerged from among the flowers, illuminated by the moonlight, rendering her exceptionally radiant, akin to a lotus blossom. Upon closer inspection, one would recognize that this person is none other than Su Xinyue from Rinyang Peak. Chapter 19. The Refinement of Jade Spirit Liquid. Sister Su. What a coincidence. Upon seeing Su Xinyue, Yi Chun casually remarked, "Hand over the snow jade orchid. This plant belongs to me. If sister desires it, she should seek it herself." Yi Chun responded, scratching his ear, yet he consciously tucked the snow jade orchid into his bosom. How brazen. Su Xinyue immediately struck. Her delicate hand enveloped in a radiant white light, delivering a powerful palm strike. Is this how you justify stealing a fellow disciple's spirit herb? Yi Chen's gaze flickered. Instead of retreating, he charged forward and threw a punch. The collision of their fists sent both of them reeling back. With a cold shout, Su Xinyue moved again, her toes lightly touching the ground, her body soaring like a feather. A spirit sword flew from her sleeve, which she grasped firmly. Whisper of the clear wind. With another sharp command, the spirit sword trembled, its spiritual light swirling around it. She thrust it forward, piercing the air with a sound akin to a wind song. Undeniably sharp. Seeing this, Yi Chen's expression turned grim. He had not anticipated that Su Xinyue would resort to secretive techniques and launch a lethal attack right away. He understood that if he did not defend himself, he would surely be pierced through the heart by her sword. Without hesitation, he drew the Tianke sword from his back. Bang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated as the Tianke sword vibrated in response, forcing Yi Chen back. More importantly, although Su Xinyue's clear wind whisper was deflected, the resulting wind blade scattered, shredding Yi Chen's robe and leaving a bloody gash across his face. Your murderous intent is too heavy. You will find it difficult to achieve success. Having successfully struck, Su Xinyue swung her sword again, unleashing a crescent-shaped wind blade that cut through the air. To resort to lethal force against a fellow disciple for a mere spirit herb, Sister Su, is it your murderous intent that is heavy, or mine? Yi Chen was truly incensed. He could distinctly feel the killing intent within her sword. It was she who had initiated the attack, yet she maintained a facade of righteousness. In a flash, Yi Chen stepped forward, channeling his true energy into the Tianke sword and slashing horizontally. Bang! Another clash of metal echoed, and both were forced back. Grunting in pain, Yi Chen's momentum surged, and he had resolved to teach Su Xinyue a lesson. However, just as he took a step forward, a powerful gust of palm wind howled towards him from the side. Human origin realm. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. In an instant, he hastily swung his fist to counter. Yet, the assailant struck too swiftly, and Yi Chen's hurried response lacked the full gathering of true energy. The sudden assault sent him staggering back. What audacity! You dare to attack someone from Human Yang Peak? A calm voice drifted through the air, and a white figure darted through the forest with astonishing speed, appearing right before Yi Chen and delivering another slashing palm strike. Seeing this, Yi Chen quickly raised the Tianke sword to defend himself. Bang! The assailant's palm struck the Tianke, sending Yi Chen reeling back once more. Before he could regain his footing, another palm struck directly at his chest. Everything occurred too rapidly, despite his combat experience. He could not react in time. The attacker was a genuine practitioner of the human origin realm, overwhelmingly powerful, and the ambush left him with no room for retaliation. Puff! Once he managed to steady himself, Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering dangerously close to collapsing. Only then did Yi Chen get a clear look at the assailant. It was a young man clad in a white robe, exuding a graceful demeanor. Yet his lips curled into a disdainful smirk that was utterly detestable. Senior Brother Kiheo. Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Xinyue's face lit up with a charming smile, her eyes glistening with admiration. Junior Sister Su, are you unharmed? The young man named Kiheo smiled warmly, yet it felt insincere. I am fine. Flattered by the concern of her crush, Su Xinyue blushed, but her expression turned frosty again as she looked at Yi Chen. Senior brother, this is Yi Chen. Oh. Kiheo's interest was piqued at once, and he regarded Yi Chen with amusement. So you are the newly arrived in-turn disciple of Hunyue sect. To think you would attempt an ambush with mere human origin realm cultivation. Yi Chen scoffed, anger igniting within him. Do not think that defeating that useless Zhao Long makes you invincible. In my eyes, you remain utterly weak. A cold smile flashed across Kiheo's lips. Human Yang Peak has shown you kindness, yet you do not appreciate it. Today's ambush is a lesson you must remember. I will be waiting for your revenge. Kiheo smirked mockingly. With that, Kiheo turned and gracefully approached Su Xinyue, plucking the snow jade orchid and presenting it to her with charm. Junior Sister Su. A gift for you. Thank you, senior brother. Su Xinyue's shy smile returned, a blush painting her cheeks. Let us depart for Human Yang Peak. The two walked side by side, leaving Yi Chen, who swayed unsteadily in their wake. I will remember this debt. Just you wait. The cold light in his eyes flickered as he wiped the blood from his mouth. He did not leave, but sought a concealed spot to heal himself in silence. In less than half a day, his remarkable recovery ability allowed him to mend his injuries, and he resumed his search for the snow jade orchid. He required the snow jade orchid to refine the jade spirit liquid, which would enable him to replenish his vast Dansi and expedite his breakthrough. At dawn, he emerged from the back mountain, having found 9 snow jade orchids after nearly 10 hours of effort, sufficient for him to attempt refining the jade spirit liquid. Once again, he stood upon that small hilltop. Chen calmed his mind and summoned true fire, controlling the flames using the technique of qi manipulation to form a fiery furnace. One by one, he tossed the spirit herbs into the furnace. The true fire surged, instantly turning the herbs to ash. Is the fire too fierce? Chen mused, then steadily controlled the true fire to lower its intensity. After tossing in several more spirit herbs, they quickly withered, and droplets of various colored liquids were extracted. It was a gradual process. Chen remained focused, perspiration soaking his back, his mind intensely concentrated. Although he had failed several times, he began to discern the nuances of the technique. As the ashes of the spirit herbs accumulated, his mastery over the flames grew increasingly adept. Unbeknownst to him, the fragrance of medicine wafted through the air atop the small hill. Finished. With a declaration, a globule of spirit liquid soared from the furnace, which he caught in a jade vial. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Chen tightly grasped 3 vials of jade spirit liquid, greedily inhaling the rich medicinal aroma that overflowed from them. All the hard work has finally paid off. Wiping away the sweat and savoring the fragrance, Chen felt his exhaustion dissipate significantly. Yet, he was uncertain of the efficacy of the medicine. Murmuring to himself, he tilted his head back and downed 1 vial of jade spirit liquid in one gulp. Suddenly, Chen felt a jolt of energy surge through him. As the jade spirit liquid entered his body, it flowed like a clear spring through his meridians, soothing his fatigue and nourishing his spleen and kidneys. The essence of spiritual power contained within the liquid replenished the true energy he had expended in the refining process. "Ah!" Chen exclaimed softly, a joyful expression crossing his face, for the continual consumption of the spirit liquid had brought him to the threshold of the second stage of qi condensation. With renewed determination, Chen consumed the remaining 2 vials of jade spirit liquid in one go. In an instant, golden flames erupted forth. From a distance, one could see Chen engulfed in golden flames, his black hair swirling without wind, forming a massive vortex of spiritual energy around him. Chen welcomed the energy, his body resembling an insatiable abyss, voraciously absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Pop! At an unknown moment, a sound resonated through the void. Chapter 20. The Path to Wealth and Advancement. With a low roar, Chen surged forward, breaking through to the second level of qi condensation. His physique underwent a significant transformation. First, his Dansi expanded considerably, and the vitality within became more abundant and refined. Subsequently, his meridians and bones grew more resilient, tinged with threads of gold. Beyond these changes, Chen also discerned a formidable power coiled within his fists. He was confident that a single strike could fell a hefty bull. Exhaling a cloud of murky breath, he slowly opened his eyes, stretching his somewhat stiff body. The sound of bones cracking resonated within, bringing him immense satisfaction. Indeed, Chen could not help but exclaim in delight. Yet, what thrilled him most was the spiritual energy contained in the jade spirit liquid he had concocted, incomparable to that provided by the sect. The jade spirit liquid refined with true fire and earth fire was undeniably of a different caliber. In a moment of inspiration, Chen envisioned a path to prosperity. With true fire and the recipe for the jade spirit liquid in his possession, he believed that, given time, the speed and quality of his production would soar, not only filling his expansive Dansi for breakthroughs, but also allowing him to exchange it for more valuable items. Suppressing the excitement bubbling within, Chen was invigorated. With a mere thought, he summoned the true fire once more, molding it into the shape of a cauldron, and began to add various herbs. Having tasted success before, his control over the flames had become increasingly adept, and the spiritual energy of the jade spirit liquid grew exceedingly pure. It was only with the arrival of nightfall that he ceased his refining. It was not by choice, but because he had exhausted his supply of herbs, specifically the elusive snow jade orchid. Reflecting on his predicament, Chen recalled his lengthy exploration of the back mountain the previous day. While he had gathered a fair number of other spiritual herbs, the snow jade orchid had proven quite rare, with only 9 specimens collected. He needed to devise a plan to procure more of these precious flowers. His thoughts turned toward the Wanbao Pavilion, a treasure trove that might yield the snow jade orchid with relative ease, though the matter of spirit stones lingered. Yi Chun muttered softly to himself, casting a glance into his storage bag, only to cough awkwardly. He had spent all his savings on a purple gold gourd at Wanbao Pavilion, and while he yearned for more snow jade orchids, his empty pockets left him in a quandary. Where could he acquire some funds? Rubbing his head in confusion, Yi Chun realized how challenging it was to navigate without spirit stones. As he pondered this, a voice echoed up the hillside. Tomorrow, the battle at Fengyun platform. At the sound, Yi Chun's eyes brightened. Here was an opportunity for profit. Rubbing his hands together, he gazed up at the majestic Tianyang Peak. From the tone of the voice, he recognized it as Wei Yang from Tianyang Peak who had issued the challenge. Indeed, by declining the invitation from Tianyang Peak, he had indirectly slapped them in the face. Although the sect's elder, old Taoist Zhong, was not as vengeful as Gohong, Yi Chun had nonetheless embarrassed Tianyang Peak, and they would likely seek to restore their honor. However, at this moment, Yi Chun cared little for their machinations. His focus was solely on the prospect of earning money. A night passed in silence, and dawn broke. Before the sun fully illuminated the sky, most disciples from the outer sect had already gathered. The news of Wei Yang's challenge had spread, and those eager to witness the spectacle were assembling beneath the Fengyun platform. I wonder if Yi Chun can win this time. One disciple speculated. The duel's participants had yet to arrive, but discussions were already swirling. It seems unlikely. Wei Yang is at the pinnacle of the 7th level of qi condensation, a full minor realm above Xiaolong. Though it's just a minor realm, the disparity in strength is substantial. I have a feeling Yi Chun will win, another countered. Nonsense. Have you forgotten Wei Yang's techniques? The ice-cold true qi. At the mention of Wei Yang's prowess, a shiver coursed through the gathered disciples. Look, here comes Wei Yang. A voice broke through the murmurs, and all eyes turned toward the approaching figure. The crowd parted with an understanding, revealing Wei Yang, clad in a white robe, who strode forward with an air of elegance and authority, basking in the adulation of those around him, seemingly reveling in the reverence. Wei Yang maintained a facade of indifference to fame as he ascended the Fengyun platform, standing tall with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the gathered crowd with a disdainful gaze. Yi Chun soon arrived. The crowd erupted in a flurry of whispers as he made his entrance. The bustling throng instinctively parted to allow him passage. He walked with purpose, bearing the weighty Tianke heavy sword, which weighed over 200 pounds. Many disciples swallowed hard at the sight of the sword, recalling how Xiaolong had crumbled under its might just days prior. Any ordinary disciple would likely be crushed by its descent. Good morning, brothers. Yi Chun greeted cheerfully, waving as he made his way. Yet, his enthusiasm received no response, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. With no one acknowledging him, he cleared his throat and strode confidently onto the Fengyun platform. At that moment, Wei Yang, who had been standing atop the platform, opened his eyes. Yi Chun, how audacious you are to refuse an invitation from Tianyang Peak. Wei Yang's voice boomed, a mix of intimidation and reprimand. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow. Elder brother Wei, your words are misplaced. There is no sect rule mandating that I must join Tianyang Peak. The choice is mine alone. Does it not abide by the law? What a clever tongue you possess, Wei Yang sneered. Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of belittling Tianyang Peak. With that, he lightly stamped his foot. In an instant, a chilling white, true qi radiated from his foot, rapidly spreading forth and encasing the Fengyun platform in visible ice. As the icy, true qi approached, Yi Chun felt a flicker of surprise. You seem to know quite a bit, don't you? Wei Yang remarked with a smirk. Indeed, I must admit I underestimated you. Yi Chun mused, stroking his chin. Within the Xinjiang sect, he had encountered true qi of such a frigid nature before. This ice-cold true qi could be innate or acquired, the latter requiring one to endure excruciating pain from the cold depths. Not everyone could withstand such torment. As for Wei Yang, Yi Chun noted that he possessed innate ice-cold true qi. Despite both types sharing the same name, the difference between the two was vast. Those with innate abilities were often given special training within the sect, and it appeared that Wei Yang belonged to that category. As they spoke, the ice-cold true qi had already reached Yi Chun's feet. Yet, he did not retreat. Instead, he allowed the chilling energy to seep into his body, freezing him and his meridians. What on earth? Is he seeking his own demise? The disciples below gasped. Has he lost his mind? Allowing the ice-cold true qi to invade his body is no trivial matter. Perhaps he has been rendered speechless by fear. Many among the disciples had previously suffered at Wei Yang's hands. The icy true energy is far from ordinary. Once it infiltrates the body, it is exceedingly difficult to resist. Typically, when confronted with someone wielding icy true energy, individuals tend to steer clear, fearing the invasive chill. Yet, Yi Chen, unfazed, neither dodged nor recoiled, allowing the icy true energy to envelop his form. Chapter 21. The Absurd Defeat. In a swift moment, Yi Chen let out a piercing scream. Naturally, this was merely a fade, although he could not fully unleash the power of his true fire. He was more than capable of withstanding the chilling energy of the ice. His act of feigned pain was solely intended to deceive Wei Yang. It was a tactic he often employed, masquerading as a helpless lamb while secretly pouncing like a tiger. Before long, his body began to encase itself in frost, starting from his feet and inexorably creeping upwards. If this continued, it would not be long before he was entirely encased in ice. Observing this, Wei Yang let out a cold smirk. He had anticipated that defeating Yi Chen would require some effort, never imagining it would be so effortless to ensnare him. Wei Yang was confident in his ice energy. He believed that once a disciple of such low cultivation fell victim to it, escape would be nearly impossible. He could almost envision the moment of Yi Chen's defeat. "It seems I have truly overestimated you," Wei Yang sneered, slowly approaching Yi Chen. With Yi Chen frozen, he felt no need to employ any secret techniques. Alas, the disciples below could only sigh in resignation. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Wei Yang stood before Yi Chen, inspecting him with a sense of twisted amusement. "How does it feel?" Yi Chen feigned struggle, yet he remained ensnared by the ice. The ice energy lived up to its reputation, possessing the ability to restrain. Once frozen, movement became exceedingly difficult. However, he was not one to fall into such a predicament. With the protection of his true fire, he could disregard the chilling energy entirely. Furthermore, he was confident that even without the true fire, his formidable energy could easily shatter the ice's grip. His current display of vulnerability was merely a strategic preparation for a counterattack once Wei Yang let his guard down. "Engaging with you is truly a waste of time," Wei Yang remarked with a cold smile, raising his palm. Yet, just as his hand was about to descend, a peculiar smile flickered across Yi Chen's lips. Suddenly, Wei Yang felt a sense of foreboding. Before he could react, the previously frozen Yi Chen moved with unexpected swiftness, lifting his foot and disregarding the chilling energy. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The sudden turn of events left Wei Yang aghast. Due to the proximity, Yi Chen's sudden strike caught Wei Yang off guard, landing a solid kick to his abdomen. Wei Yang stumbled back with a muffled grunt. "Impossible," he shouted, reeling backward, clearly unable to accept the reality that a mere disciple at the second level of qi condensation could disregard his ice energy. This was beyond his expectations. "There is nothing impossible," came Yi Chen's mocking voice as he charged forward like a fierce lion, denying Wei Yang any opportunity to recover. Just as Wei Yang steadied himself, still unprepared to summon his protective energy, Yi Chen struck him again, sending him stumbling backwards. "Come back here." Yi Chen took a couple of quick steps, seizing Wei Yang's arm and yanking him back. Wei Yang, losing his balance, found his feet lifted off the ground as Yi Chen spun him around with incredible strength. Boom! With a resounding crash, Wei Yang was slammed onto the stage, causing the very platform to crack under the impact. Uffed! Wei Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. But it was not over. With relentless vigor, Yi Chen hoisted him once more. Bang! 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 The sound reverberated as Yi Chen held onto Wei Yang's arm, using him like a whip to repeatedly smash him against the platform, causing Wei Yang's internal organs to shift and the stage to bear the imprint of his form. The watching disciples were left in stunned silence, swallowing hard more than once. "This is too brutal. If I were Wei Yang, I'd probably be reduced to a pulp by now." The incredulous remarks of the onlookers echoed the collective disbelief that such a peak disciple of the 7th level of qi condensation, empowered with ice energy, could be defeated so absurdly, without even a chance to employ his secret techniques. With Wei Yang's final cry of agony, he was forcefully slammed onto the stage by Yi Chen. At that moment, nearly half of his bones felt shattered, his body a bloody mess, utterly immobilized. "And no. Impossible," Wei Yang gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as he glared at Yi Chen with bloodshot eyes. He wished to protest that he had numerous secret techniques yet to be unleashed, many methods still unused, and that he had been so thoroughly vanquished. Senior Brother Wei, have you ever considered that even someone of your exalted status could find themselves in such a wretched state? Yi Chen crouched down, smiling at Wei Yang. Wei Yang attempted to speak, but the blood gushing from his mouth silenced him. Do not utter a word, Yi Chen instructed, deftly confiscating Wei Yang's storage bag. You. Realizing what was happening, Wei Yang was unable to catch his breath and promptly fainted. Do not fret, this is not yet over. Yi Chen began to rummage through Wei Yang's belongings, whether it was the jade pendant at his waist, the rings on his fingers, or the precious jade beads embedded in his belt. Anything of value was swiftly stowed away into Yi Chen's own possession. He resembled a thief, snatching up treasures with practiced ease, as if pilfering had become second nature. Is he really taking all that? The spectators below watched in disbelief. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Chen thoroughly cleared Wei Yang of all valuables. After decades of hard work, it seemed he had returned to square one. All right then. Once he completed his task, Yi Chen dusted off his hands and vanished from the wind and cloud platform. Long after his departure, silence enveloped the area. Yi Chen had now triumphed over two of the three principal disciples of the outer sect of Hengyue sect. Exiting the wind and cloud platform, he clutched Wei Yang's storage bag and hurried toward the treasure pavilion. This encounter yielded even greater rewards than his previous battle against Zhao Long. Despite Wei Yang's lackluster talent, his innate possession of ice energy had made him a valued disciple of Tianyang Peak. As a result, his storage bag was quite bountiful, containing over 1,000 spirit stones, more than 30 vials of jade spirit liquid, and a variety of other treasures, amounting to a considerable fortune. Not bad, not bad. Yi Chen mused as he patted the storage bag, his spirits high as he stepped into the entrance of the treasure pavilion. Upon entering, the familiar figure of Pang Dehai popped up. As with their first encounter, his large eyes sparkled with a keen glint, scanning the surroundings. Anyone daring to steal from his treasure pavilion would undoubtedly find themselves in his crosshairs. Young lad, you're back. What catches your eye today? I'll give you a discount, he said, rubbing his hands together, his grin somewhat unsettling, sending shivers down Yi Chen's spine. Elder, do you have any snow jade orchids? Chapter 22. Purchasing spiritual herbs indeed. Indeed. My treasure pavilion has everything you could possibly desire, boasted Pang Dehai, raising 2 fingers. 50 spirit stones for each herb. How many do you require? Such a steep price, exclaimed Yi Chen. If you order in bulk, I can offer a discount, Pang Dehai replied, stroking a small tuft of his beard and winking at Yi Chen. Of course, you'd need to order at least 50 to qualify for the reduction. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen placed Wei Yang's storage bag on the counter with a clatter and inquired, Elder, how much are the items inside worth in spirit stones? Given the weight of this storage bag, it must contain quite a bit, Pang Dehai exclaimed, opening the bag and peering inside. He then glanced at Yi Chen and added, I take it you robbed that young fellow Wei Yang? Yi Chen was taken aback by Pang Dehai's astuteness. You noticed that? Of course, Pang Dehai replied, retrieving a jade pendant and a glowing orb from the bag. Look at this. He just purchased these yesterday. Yi Chen touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. Without pressing further, Pang Dehai took out an abacus and began calculating the value of the items. After a moment, he announced, altogether, they are worth approximately 900 spirit stones. Are you interested in selling? Yes, Yi Chen replied, handing over a bag filled with spirit stones. Including these, it totals 2,000 spirit stones. Please exchange it all for snow jade orchids. Snow jade orchids? Pang Dehai blinked in surprise. What do you need so many for? For making soup, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. Let us forget I asked, Pang Dehai said, retreating into the back room. Moments later, he emerged with a storage bag and handed it to Yi Chen. Here, take 10, that's 50 in total. Thank you, Elder. Yi Chen accepted the bag and leaned forward slightly, asking, Elder, do you know where the most snow jade orchids grow on the back mountain of Hengyue sect? Not much grows in any direction. Although snow jade orchids aren't particularly rare, they are essential for refining jade spirit liquid. Such herbs are cultivated in the spirit herb gardens by the sect, while those on the back mountain are wild and exceedingly scarce. I see. Yi Chen stroked his chin, muttering softly, no wonder they are so hard to find. It seems the sect has control over the snow jade orchids. Considering the spirit herb garden, Yi Chen dismissed the thought. That place was not accessible to just anyone. As he turned to leave, Pang Dehai caught his arm. Elder, is there something else? Peng Dehai rubbed his plump hands together and winked at Yi Chen. Little fellow, do you still have any bloodthirsty pills? Bloodthirsty pills? Yi Chen was taken aback and shook his head gently. That vial was something I stumbled upon. I no longer have any. Peng Dehai's expression turned regretful upon hearing this, piquing Yi Chen's curiosity. Elder, what is the origin of the bloodthirsty pills? Why do you seek them? The origin of bloodthirsty pills is quite significant, Peng Dehai said. His interest piqued. Only members of the Bloodthirsty Hall possess them. Have you heard of it? The colossal entity in the northern part of Dechu. The Bloodthirsty Hall. Yi Chen murmured, furrowing his brow. Was that hunchbacked old man one of them? Bloodthirsty pills are highly toxic, yet in a certain sense, they are also a potent restorative. Alas, having only one vial is truly a pity, Peng Dehai lamented, leaving Yi Chen feeling somewhat puzzled. Casting a final glance at Peng Dehai, Yi Chen pondered as he exited the treasure pavilion, secretly regretting not realizing the value of the bloodthirsty pills sooner. He would have never given them to Peng Dehai so easily. Once outside, Yi Chen hastened his steps, diving into the back mountain of Hunyue's sect to frantically gather the herbs needed to refine the jade spirit liquid. Meanwhile, atop Tianyang Peak, when Elder Zhong saw the crippled Wei Yang being carried up, he nearly toppled from his chair. That brat Yi Chen is ruthless. Master, Yi Chen has gone too far in bullying Tianyang Peak. I shall confront him soon. I refuse to believe that he, being merely at the first level of qi condensation, can defy the heavens. Let Gohong's disciple from Diyang Peak test the waters first. That Yi Chen is exceedingly enigmatic. As night descended, within a concealed cave on the back mountain of Hunyue's sect, a golden light still flickered brightly. By the furnace, Yi Chen was drenched in sweat. Since collecting the herbs, he had tirelessly refined the jade spirit liquid without pause. By now, he had successfully concocted over 30 vials. Despite some failures, his success rate had been steadily climbing. Yi Chen remained there for 3 full days. On the night of the 3rd day, he finally withdrew his true fire, having produced over 20 vials of jade spirit liquid. Excluding the failed attempts, this was his accomplishment over 3 days. With a deep exhale, he downed a vial of jade spirit liquid. The liquid, akin to a potent elixir, flowed through him like a clear spring, nourishing his body and replenishing his energy. Soon, he consumed every last vial, leaving none behind. Anyone witnessing this would surely be astonished. The jade spirit liquid contained immense spiritual energy, and consuming an entire vial at once posed a risk of overwhelming one's dantian. Even disciples at the 7th level of qi condensation would hesitate to drink a whole vial in one go. Yet here was Yi Chen, consuming 20 vials in one breath. Such was the might of his dantian, capable of accommodating the vast spiritual energy contained within, especially given the refining conditions of true fire, truly exceptional. With over 20 vials of jade spirit liquid assimilated and forcefully refined by the true fire, Yi Chen radiated heat, every meridian and pore brimming with pure true energy. His dantian shimmered with a resplendent golden glow. Suddenly, an indistinct sound seemed to resonate from nowhere. Level up. Not long after, Yi Chen broke through to a new realm. I am now at the 3rd level of qi condensation. I possess the strength to confront those in the Yuan realm. Clenching his fist and feeling the immense power coursing through it, a smile crept onto Yi Chen's lips. The night sky was deep and star-studded. After 3 days of refining the jade spirit liquid, Yi Chen finally stepped out of the cave. As he emerged, he spotted a streak of white light soaring through the distance at an astonishing speed, vanishing into the night sky in an instant. What was that? Yi Chen murmured, glancing in the direction the light had traveled before turning away. Rustle, rustle. Soon, sounds of rustling foliage reached his ears, accompanied by a refreshing breeze that carried a delightful floral scent. Then, a graceful figure approached like the wind. She was ethereal and elegant, bathed in moonlight, pure and unblemished, resembling a celestial maiden untouched by the mortal realm. Upon closer inspection, Yi Chen recognized her as none other than Chu Linger, more accurately, her sister, Chu Xian'er. Chapter 23. The astonished Chu Xian'er. How can it be her? Upon seeing Chu Xian'er, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Linger, Yi Chen instinctively withdrew his foot. Is she also a disciple of Hunyue's sect? As thoughts raced through his mind, Yi Chen abruptly turned around and fled. In his haste, he stumbled over some vines on the ground, landing face first in the dirt. Ignoring his disheveled appearance, he scrambled to his feet, determined to flee deeper into the woods. Noticing this, Chu Xian'er furrowed her delicate brows and reached out with her hand. Almost instantaneously, Chen, who had barely sprinted a few paces, was yanked back as if he were a mere chick in her grasp. Just as he attempted to move, he found himself firmly immobilized by her overwhelming aura. Elder. Good morning. Chen managed a sheepish smile, his heart sinking. Internally, he cursed his misfortune for encountering this fated nemesis in such an unexpected place. At that moment, he could only mourn for himself, his heart racing. The profound strength of the Void Realm was certainly capable of obliterating him in an instant. Suddenly, beads of cold sweat trickled down Chen's forehead. However, contrary to his expectations, Chu Xian'er did not erupt in fury nor reveal any murderous intent. Rather, her powerful presence merely pressed down on him, her watery, beautiful eyes narrowing as they scrutinized him. Most importantly, she did not recognize him. Are you a disciple of Hanyu sect? Chu Xian'er gazed intently at Chen. Upon hearing her words, Chen was momentarily taken aback. Doesn't he remember me? He was filled with disbelief. After all, it had only been a few days. Surely her memory could not be that poor. Recalling the ridiculous encounter of that fateful night, Chen rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Who would have thought he would end up in such a predicament with a stunning senior from the Void Realm? What started as a rescue almost cost him his life. Are you listening? Are you a disciple of Hanyu sect? Seeing Chen silent, Chu Xian'er pressed on. Yes. Although he felt a twinge of anxiety, Chen hurriedly produced his identity token. Chu Xian'er cast a brief glance at it before fixing her gaze back on him. What were you doing sneaking around in this secluded area at night? I was gathering spiritual herbs. Then why did you run away upon seeing me? Perhaps due to Chen's flustered demeanor, Chu Xian'er regarded him with keen scrutiny, her words carrying a significant weight that suggested his every action was under her watchful eye. Any deception would surely escape, not her keen perception. Am I really that frightening? I was afraid you would take my things, Chen stammered, concocting an excuse, his tone meek and his performance convincing. With his innocent face, anyone would be compelled to believe he was a good-hearted child. Take your things? Chu Xian'er chuckled lightly. Where are we? Although this is the back mountain of Hanyu sect, it is still enveloped by the Hanyu barrier. Is there any other sect nearby? Would a dignified elder of Hanyu sect rob a mere disciple of the Qi-gathering realm? Chu Xian'er assumed that her earlier actions had frightened the young man. Observing him, she chose not to press further but instead surveyed the lush surroundings, occasionally glancing into the void. Did you see anything flying past just now? Yes. A streak of white light flew by. Chen recalled the flash that had zipped across the sky moments ago. In which direction did it go? To the northeast. Chen pointed hastily, his mind racing with thoughts of how to urge this woman to leave. If she were to remember anything, who knew what absurdities might ensue? Upon hearing this, Chu Xian'er promptly produced a glowing communication talisman and softly spoke to it. Senior brother, it has flown in your direction. Remain stationed to the southwest. And do not approach. A powerful voice emanated from the talisman. Understood. Chu Xian'er waved her hand to stow away the talisman, then sat cross-legged, with hands forming seals. A brilliant light shot up from above her head, manifesting into an enormous formation in the void. Boom. Soon, a deafening roar echoed from the northeast, shaking the ground beneath them. Roar. Following that, a thunderous bellow resonated, a peculiar sound that was not only ear-splitting but also infused with formidable magical energy. Even from such a distance, Chen felt his consciousness begin to waver. He staggered on the spot, nearly collapsing. Witnessing this, Chu Xian'er waved her delicate hand, channeling a surge of spiritual light into Chen's forehead. Only then did his mind clear, and he gazed in astonishment towards the northeast, the roar nearly shattering his focus. With his discerning eye, he could naturally perceive the extraordinary nature of that white light. Overwhelmed by confusion, Chen momentarily forgot about Chu Xian'er beside him, staring vacantly in the direction of the light. What on earth was that? He murmured to himself, realizing that Chu Xian'er must have come following the white light. Their encounter here was purely coincidental. Stop dawdling and leave this place at once. Chu Xian'er's firm voice broke his reverie. Upon hearing her, Chen snapped back to reality. As if granted a reprieve, his tense body instinctively sprang into action, disregarding the origin of the white light. And he dove headlong into the dense thicket, not daring to look back. Do I truly appear that fearsome? Casting a glance at the fleeing Chen, Chu Xian'er was taken aback. Had it not been for the need to control the formation, she would have considered capturing him again for further questioning. In the distance, Yi Chen vanished from sight. After his departure, another divine rainbow soared down, landing beside Chu Xian'er and transforming into a beautifully dressed woman in white. Upon closer inspection, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Xian'er. It was none other than Chu Linger. After her descent, Chu Linger initially let out a soft exclamation. Observing the direction Yi Chen had fled, she couldn't help but murmur, her beautiful eyes glimmering with an uncertain light. What a familiar aura. Linger, weren't you in seclusion? What brings you out? Chu Xian'er inquired, her expression tinged with concern. Returning her gaze, Chu Linger shrugged nonchalantly. With such a commotion, how could anyone remain in seclusion? Indeed, this disturbance was far greater than usual, causing Chu Xian'er's expression to grow grave. Can this barrier contain it? Chu Linger glanced at the formation in the void before turning her attention back to Chu Xian'er. The senior brothers are currently encircling it. In response to Chu Linger's query, Chu Xian'er replied softly, her expression darkening. The disturbances have been escalating lately. I'm uncertain if we can seal it in the future. I'll assist you. Noticing Chu Xian'er's somber demeanor, Chu Linger hurriedly sat down and summoned her spiritual light. Oh right, I encountered a peculiar little fellow earlier. A peculiar little fellow? How peculiar? Chu Linger blinked her large eyes at Chu Xian'er, her innocence remaining intact despite nearly a century of cultivation, her curiosity about everything undiminished. It was just very strange. Chu Xian'er scratched her head, at a loss for how to describe it. Forget I asked. Chapter 24. Scheming. Emerging from the back mountain, Yi Chen hastily made his way back to Hunyua's sect. At this moment, the sky had already brightened. The disciples of Hunyua's sect began to emerge again to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Upon seeing Yi Chen in such a disheveled state, they exchanged puzzled glances. What a close call. Paying no heed to the peculiar stares around him, Yi Chen slowed his pace, panting heavily. He cast a glance back at the mountain, still feeling a twinge of fear, as if he had narrowly escaped death. After a while, he finally managed to calm his mind. Does she not remember me? Could it be that she is not the same person? Surely, there cannot be another who resembles her so closely. Yi Chen pondered as he walked, for if that woman from that night were indeed in Hunyua's sect, he would have to leave this place. However, if it were merely a matter of resemblance, then there was no need for excessive concern. I did not enter. I merely stood outside the gate of Ling Mountain. Lost in thought, a familiar voice nearby abruptly interrupted Yi Chen's musings, followed by a cacophony of curses. You little brat, still lying. Instead of staying down the mountain, you come up here to steal. Do you even realize your own status? From a distance, Yi Chen spotted a familiar figure. Wasn't it Hua from the Little Spirit Garden? At this moment, a group of Hunyua's sect disciples had surrounded him, some scolding, some mocking, and others berating him, leaving Hua's small frame trembling in fear, his face bruised and battered, too scared to look up, as if he were a criminal caught in a grave offense. I didn't come up. I just stood at the door. Hua seemed to be deeply aggrieved. His head bowed in sobs. Still dare to argue? You deserve a beating. A fierce-looking disciple raised his hand threateningly. However, before he could strike, his arm was seized by another hand. Do you wish to die? A cold voice rang out. It was Yi Chen. He regarded Hua as family and could not bear to see him bullied. The surrounding disciples instinctively took a step back upon recognizing Yi Chen. Though only an intern disciple, Yi Chen was a rarity. The bloody examples of Zhao Long from Earth Yang Peak and Wei Yang from Heaven Yang Peak were testament to his prowess. Instead of absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, you dare to bully a child who cannot cultivate? You truly are despicable. Yi Chen's icy gaze swept over the crowd as he scoffed. If you have the guts, come at me. At his words, the group of disciples hurriedly huddled together. It was he who first violated the sect rules. A white-clad disciple named Su Ming sneered, emboldened by his comrades. Indeed, only Hunyua's sect disciples are permitted on Ling Mountain. This little brat named Hua sneaked up here. Who knows if he came to steal something? Yi Chen furrowed his brow, recalling that he had heard of such a rule in Hunyua's sect. Moreover, though Hua resided at the foot of Hunyua Mountain, he was not like Zhang Fengyan. Zhang Fengyan, despite being banished, was still a part of Hunyua's sect, while Hua was adopted by Zhang Fengyan and, in essence, did not belong to Hunyua's sect. I didn't. Hua's small face was stained with tears. I only stood outside the gate. They dragged me in. At this, Yi Chen's cold eye shot a glance at the group of disciples. You little brat, dare you still lie? Su Ming, the white-clad disciple, reprimanded again. Do you believe I want to break your legs? Buzz. With a sudden hum, Yi Chen drew his heavy sword, Tianke. Go ahead and try. Yi Chen glared at Su Ming. What? Do you think you can bully someone in broad daylight? Su Ming bellowed, his voice echoing, drawing even more onlookers. With the crowd swelling, Su Ming grew more brazen. Come look. Yi Chen is using his strength to bully others. Bully others? Yi Chen scoffed, striding forward and swinging his Tianke sword down, declaring, Then today, I shall bully you. Seeing this, Su Ming hastily drew his spirit sword to defend himself. Crack! The sound of shattering resonated as Su Ming's spirit sword was instantly broken, causing him to stagger back, spitting blood. He's killed someone. He has killed someone. Su Ming wailed from within the crowd, seemingly intent on escalating the situation. He is going to kill. Since you've said that, then today I will eliminate you first. With a cold snort, Yi Chen advanced, brandishing Tianke. The surrounding disciples began to scold him. In broad daylight, you dare to commit violence? No wonder Sister Su said you have a heavy killing intent. It's true. Can't we just talk this out? Get lost. Yi Chen bellowed, swinging Tianke again. The scene erupted into chaos, with white-clad disciples and hidden accomplices stirring the pot, leading to a surge of disciples rushing in, some accusing, others scolding, and yet others cursing. Take him to the discipline hall. As the first disciple unleashed his inner energy, a chain reaction ensued, with more disciples joining the fray. A melee ensued, and soon blood was shed. Yi Chen's expression was as cold as ice. Any disciple who charged at him was sent flying by a single swing of his sword. In the midst of the chaos, he noticed Su Ming lurking behind the crowd, a sly smile crossing his face. It was clear that he had anticipated this scene, and everything seemed to have been meticulously planned. The brawl among the disciples attracted the attention of the discipline hall. Soon, a figure clad in purple arrived, a pale-faced disciple wielding a folding fan. In Jiping, the top disciple of the discipline hall. Do you not know that private duels are forbidden by the sect rules? In Jiping gently waved his fan, surveying the injured disciples before glancing at Yi Chen. Brother Yin, you must stand up for us. Su Ming cried, clutching his chest and shedding tears. Though his cultivation was mediocre, his acting skills were nothing short of exceptional. Brother Yin, this Yi Chen disregards the sect rules. You cannot excuse him. Relying on his strength, he bullies fellow disciples in broad daylight. It is truly despicable. The crowd was indeed incensed, some gritting their teeth, eager to drag Yi Chen out for a gruesome fate. Listening to the uproar around him, In Jiping turned to Yi Chen, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Yi Chen, come with me to the discipline hall. I dare to act, thus I shall bear the consequences. Yi Chen's expression remained indifferent as he sheathed Tianke and prepared to step forward, only to be blocked by Hua, who stood in front of him. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Punish me instead. Hua was in a state of panic. With that, he suddenly knelt on the ground, begging for Yi Chen's reprieve while knocking his head, causing blood to seep from his forehead, wishing to shield Yi Chen from all blame with his frail form. This scene made Yi Chen's heart tremble. Youngster, you don't understand. Spare him this once. A frail voice echoed as Zhang Fengyan hurriedly approached. Leaning heavily on his cane, his aged body hunched over as he bowed repeatedly in apology. Upon hearing this, In Jiping lightly shook his fan, sizing up Zhang Fengyan with a playful smile. Zhang Fengyan, you have been banished. You should understand the rules here. Do not make things difficult for yourself. Brother Yin, please consider the past. Zhang Fengyan attempted to plead, but was interrupted by Yi Chen. Yi Chen firmly pulled Hua up from the ground and then positioned him behind himself. Looking at the elderly Zhang Fengyan, warmth surged within him as he smiled. Grandfather, take Hua back. I'm fine. With that, Yi Chen strode towards the discipline hall. Chapter 25. The punishment of whipping in the cold and imposing hall. Shadows of figures surged, each pointing fingers at the center and even cursing in indignation. There, Yi Chen stood like a stone monument, his countenance indifferent and his lips sealed. Yet, he had already unraveled much. Everything that transpired today was not mere coincidence, but a deliberate conspiracy aimed at ensnaring him. With an emotionless glance, Yi Chen discerned Su Ming among the crowd, whose face bore a smug smile. His gaze drifted to the badge hanging from Su Ming's waist. Though the three characters De Yong Feng were small, they struck him as particularly glaring. He had deduced that this was the very scheme directed against him. However, he remained silent, merely observing In Jiping in the distance. My revered master is in seclusion. I shall handle this matter entirely, In Jiping proclaimed, leisurely fanning himself, exuding an air of righteousness and unyielding authority, yet revealing a mocking amusement when his eyes fell upon Chen. Chen, do you acknowledge the crime of wantonly harming your fellow disciples? He taunted. What excuse can one find when wishing to impose guilt? Chen offered no further explanation, aware that this was a scheme, saying more would be futile. So, you confess to your crimes? Jiping continued, his tone dripping with malice. Since you admit guilt, this shall be simple. According to the 9th rule of our sect, those who harm fellow disciples shall face the fire whip, and it shall be executed immediately. The mere mention of the fire whip made the disciples in the hall swallow hard, their faces pale, for they understood the terror of this punishment. Chen was about to suffer greatly. How many lashes do you think he can endure? Murmured whispers echoed around him. As the murmurs intensified, disciples from the discipline hall stepped forward, binding Chen with iron chains, stripping him of his outer garments. Soon, a whip ignited with flames was presented before him. Ye shitty, if it hurts, feel free to cry out, Jiping taunted, his eyes gleaming with cruel delight as he grasped the fire whip. Enough of the talk. Let it begin. With that command, Jiping raised the whip and struck Chen with a swift, brutal crack. The sound echoed ominously. The fiery pain seared through Chen, who seemed to have underestimated the severity of this punishment. The whip in Jiping's hand was no ordinary tool, with one lash. It tore into his flesh, leaving a prominent wound. Yet, despite the agony, Chen clenched his teeth and remained silent. Very well, you possess remarkable fortitude. Noticing Chen's stoicism, Jiping's sneer deepened, and he unleashed a relentless barrage of lashes. Crack, crack, crack. With each strike, blood flowed freely from Chen, painting his skin crimson. He deserves this. This is the fate of opposing Diyang Feng. Su Ming's sinister smile gleamed from the crowd. To inflict harm upon fellow disciples warrants punishment. He brought this upon himself, and cannot blame others. Jiping, seemingly empowered by Diyang Feng, showed no mercy. The whip danced like a serpent in his hands, each lash raining blood upon Chen. Soon, his body was a canvas of crimson lines, blood trickling down in a gruesome display. Yet, throughout the ordeal, he uttered not a single cry. I wonder how long you can endure this, Jiping thought, feeling a sense of defeat as Chen remained mute. In his frenzied desperation, he lashed out even harder, yearning for a sound of pain from Chen. Crack, crack, crack. With each strike, Jiping's madness escalated. As the foremost disciple of the discipline hall, he was acutely aware of the horror of the fire whip. Even those at the chi condensation stage could scarcely withstand 100 lashes. Yet, before him, Chen had endured over 100 without a sound, leaving him astounded. How many lashes has it been? Someone whispered nearby, noticing the suffering etched upon Chen's form. 108 lashes, came the response, incredulous. He has endured over 100 lashes and remains alive. His body cannot possibly be made of flesh. With the final, resounding crack of the whip, the punishment reached its conclusion. Release him. Even Jiping, breathless and drenched in sweat, called for the chains to be undone. Chen, freed from his restraints, stumbled momentarily but managed to maintain his footing. May I leave now? He asked, lifting his face to regard Jiping with a cold smile. Go ahead, Jiping replied, taking a deep breath and waving his hand dismissively. Chen surveyed the hall, his indifferent gaze momentarily glinting with a cold light. He staggered towards the exit, leaving behind a trail of bloodied footprints. As he stepped outside, Zhang Fengyan rushed to his side. Child, the elderly man stammered, his trembling hands unsure where to assist, fearing that any touch might cause Chen pain, for his body was marred with wounds. Grandfather, I am tough. I will not perish, Chen reassured, though a flicker of dizziness crossed his eyes as he swayed before ultimately collapsing. Zhang Fengyan quickly supported him, bearing him on his frail back. Child, we shall return home. Grandfather, you are right, one must endure. Yet, the weak shall inevitably be bullied. I would rather tread a more arduous path. The pain they inflict upon us will be repaid 100-fold in the future, Chen vowed, slipping into unconsciousness. In a haze, he felt the jolting of Zhang Fengyan's back, the effort it took to bring him back to the Shaolin garden, and the gentle touch as Zhang Fengyan tended to his wounds. When he awoke, it was night. The fiery pain still engulfed him. The fire whip had left an indelible mark, and even with his chi nurturing, the searing agony persisted. Just wait, Chen muttered coldly, enduring the torment as he sat cross-legged on the bed. Soon, The sound of bones cracking echoed as he activated the barbaric body refining method. Pain etched across his face. But as time passed and he persevered through the agony, he began to acclimatize to the torment. Nevertheless, the pain from the fire whip was a torment unlike any other. After 3 hours of arduous practice, Chen was astonished to discover that the barbaric body refining method possessed the remarkable ability to accelerate the healing of his wounds. The decayed flesh was cast aside, replaced by new and vibrant tissue. A pleasant surprise, Chen mused, astonished at the method's hidden wonders. It turned out that suffering could also be a form of unconventional training. With newfound determination, he focused on refining his body, while simultaneously drawing in the natural spiritual energy around him, allowing it to flow through his wounds and into his being. Thus, he completed a full cycle of the barbaric body refining method, and the effects became increasingly apparent. His wounds had healed significantly. Excellent, Chen smiled, his lips curling into a grin as he continued the process without pause. It was only deep into the night that he concluded the refining practice. At that moment, his skin glowed with a smooth sheen, devoid of any trace of injury. Such remarkable recovery would surely astonish anyone who beheld it. The barbaric body refining method was indeed formidable. With a hearty laugh, Chen leapt from his bamboo bed and dashed out of his room. In the garden, he threw a powerful punch, followed by a swift kick. After refining his body and consuming the jade spirit elixir, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, as the fierce essence of the beast awakened within, allowing him to approach the pinnacle of his combat techniques and loosen the rigidity of his sinews. Roar, roar. Strangely, with each move he executed, a peculiar transformation occurred. More precisely, every strike was accompanied by the resonant roars of beasts, the growl of a tiger, the screech of an eagle, the howl of a wolf, and the roar of a monkey. Chen was completely immersed in the profound essence of the beast's rage, gradually assimilating each principle, while his techniques underwent a subtle yet remarkable elevation. Excellent. The sensation of his movements becoming extraordinary and enigmatic prompted Chen to let out a hearty laugh, which, intriguingly, echoed with a faint undertone of beastly roars. Unbeknownst to him, the dawn had already broken, yet Chen continued to fervently practice his martial arts, perhaps too enraptured to notice Zhang Fengyan, who had just stepped out of the door. Young man. Upon seeing Chen, Zhang Fengyan was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 26. The Bludgeon Grandfather. You're awake. Having retracted his fists, Chen turned around to find Zhang Fengyan's face etched with disbelief. You. Zhang Fengyan opened his mouth, but could not articulate a word. Once a venerable elder of the Hanyu sect, he was acutely aware of the ferocity of that fire whip. Even with the aid of spiritual herbs, recovery would take at least half a month. The previous day, he had carried Chen back, a figure marred with wounds and drenched in blood. Yet after just one night, all of Chen's injuries had vanished, and he appeared vibrant and unscathed. Anyone witnessing this transformation would be astonished. Seeing Zhang Fengyan so taken aback, Chen smiled gently. Grandfather, you've saved me once more. Your injuries. All healed. They say I have tough skin and thick flesh. That's a relief. That's a relief. Zhang Fengyan was evidently overjoyed. He regarded Chen as family, and with the latter's well-being assured, the burden on his heart was finally lifted. Come, take this. After his initial excitement, Zhang Fengyan reached into his robes, tremblingly retrieving a palm-sized silk pouch and handing it to Chen. Chen accepted it, albeit with some confusion. Upon opening the pouch, he discovered a spiritual talisman inside, intricately inscribed with a multitude of characters, along with 2 striking characters, Heavenly Spirit. The Heavenly Spirit talisman? Chen's eyes widened as he gazed at Zhang Fengyan. Zhang Fengyan nodded with a smile, aware that Chen had attracted numerous adversaries of late. He hoped this talisman would assist him in times of peril. Senior, this gift is too precious. I cannot accept it. Chen was clearly aware of the talisman's worth and attempted to return the pouch. But Zhang Fengyan insisted it remain with him. The Heavenly Spirit talisman requires true energy to activate, and it has lost its use for me now. Zhang Fengyan sighed. Chen fell silent, warmth flooding his heart. The Heavenly Spirit talisman, one of the 3 great talismans of the Hanyu sect, possessed the rare ability to seal a cultivator's true energy, a treasure indeed. Zhang Fengyan had endured much to safeguard it, and now he was gifting it to Chen. Thank you for your generous gift, senior. Young man, just do your best. Zhang Fengyan patted Chen's shoulder, departing with a cheerful demeanor. Once Zhang Fengyan left, Yi Chun pulled out the Heavenly Spirit Talisman. It was a yellow talisman, made of paper, but its true significance lay in the complex symbols inscribed upon it, emanating an unusual power. It could temporarily seal a person's true energy, a remarkable item. Yi Chun returned the talisman to the silk pouch, recognizing its value. After a modest breakfast, Yi Chun donned a fresh set of clothes, shouldering the hefty Tiankei sword. Young man, you. Zhang Fengyan hesitated, knowing Yi Chun was likely heading up the mountain to settle scores, worry clouding his aged eyes. Big brother, please don't go. Even Hua sensed the impending danger, his small hands wringing his garment, fully aware that Yi Chun would likely return injured or not at all. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Yi Chun smiled reassuringly. Upon leaving the small spiritual garden, he donned a black cloak, shrouding himself completely, rendering his features unrecognizable. Scaling the Hung sect's spiritual mountain in one breath, Yi Chun proceeded directly to the rear mountain. Finding a secluded spot, he stowed the Tiankei sword in his storage pouch, then smeared mud across his face, tousled his hair, and tattered his clothes, transforming his appearance into that of a beggar, making it difficult for anyone to recognize him as Yi Chun. Once prepared, he concealed himself amidst the thick underbrush, suppressing his aura. Thanks to the dense foliage and his concealed presence, many disciples collecting spiritual herbs in the rear mountain remained oblivious to his presence. You wish to play dirty? I shall oblige. Yi Chun scoffed from the grass. As he spoke, he also retrieved a black rod from his storage pouch. His intentions were clear, to lie in wait for the disciples of the Diang Peak and ambush them. Before long, his first target appeared, a disciple clad in white from the Diang Peak, approximately at the 5th stage of qi condensation, exuding an air of arrogance. You and your companions. Leave this area. These spiritual herbs belong to my Diang Peak. The disciple immediately began to berate the weaker cultivators. Still watching? Seeking death? Scram. Not all disciples of the Hung sect were from the 3 primary peaks. Many were weaker and deemed unworthy, and due to the influence of the Diang Peak, most dared not retaliate. Soon, the area was cleared of disciples, and the white-clad disciple arrogantly claimed the territory for himself. At that moment, Yi Chun lunged forth, swiftly closing the distance to the back of the white-clad disciple. Sensing the chill of a breeze behind him, the disciple furrowed his brow. Instinctively, he turned. But before he could fully pivot, a black iron rod descended with force, striking him squarely on the back of his head. Instantly, the white-clad disciple collapsed, sprawled out on the ground, completely oblivious to the identity of his assailant. First one, Yi Chun said, collecting the white-clad disciple's storage pouch, swiftly pilfering anything of value from him. After ransacking the disciple, Yi Chun kicked him into the dense underbrush and moved on in search of his next target. Oh. Shortly thereafter, a blood-curdling scream echoed from a corner of the Hung sect's rear mountain. Another disciple from Diang Peak had fallen, and when others rushed to investigate, they could not help but twitch at the sight. This disciple was stripped down to nothing but his underpants. Who did this? How ruthless. Everything of value had been taken from him, leaving him utterly bare. Serves him right for bullying others from Diang Peak. Before long, more screams erupted from the depths of the rear mountain, drawing even more disciples to witness the chaos. On this day, the Hung sect's rear mountain was tumultuous, with cries of anguish echoing as disciples came to gather herbs, only to encounter similar scenes. Those who had been knocked out had all their valuables looted. Moreover, every individual who had been struck down bore the same affiliation. They were all disciples of the Diang Peak. As night fell, the herb-gathering disciples emerged from the rear mountain, gossiping about the strange occurrences of the day. All of them were from the Diang Peak. What on earth happened? Could it be the work of disciples from the other 2 peaks? Who knows? But it definitely wasn't Yi Chun. He was severely beaten yesterday. Whether he can even stand is debatable. Chapter 27. A deceptive maneuver under the cloak of night. Several disciples of the Earth Yang Peak were carried up the mountain. Who could be responsible for such an affront? Guhong's expression darkened instantly, for this was a blatant slap to the face of Earth Yang Peak. I don't know. When we arrived, our senior brothers had already been ambushed. One of the disciples replied timidly. Below, a group lay prostrate, not daring to utter a sound. Master, the audacity to brazenly assault our disciples could only be the work of that Yi Chun, one disciple muttered cautiously. Have you lost your mind? Guhong scolded, unable to contain his frustration. Having endured over 100 fiery lashes, it was a miracle he survived. let alone be able to stand. Master speaks the truth. We indeed did not encounter Chen today. Could it possibly involve the disciples of Tianyang Peak and Earthyang Peak? At this, Gohong inhaled deeply, his face turning a ghastly shade of pale, his sinister eyes glinting with sharp resolve. Investigate this matter thoroughly, no matter who it is. I will ensure they pay a heavy price. Meanwhile, at this very moment, Chen, the mastermind behind the incident at the back mountain, had stealthily returned to the little spirit garden, delighting in shedding his black robe. His meticulous planning left no room for error. First, cloaked in a black robe while ascending the mountain, no one could identify him as Chen, implying no one had seen him, thus providing him with an alibi. Secondly, while ambushing on the back mountain, he had taken precautions by smearing mud on his face to alter his appearance, making it difficult to recognize him even if discovered. Most importantly, having endured over 100 lashes, any sensible person would assume he would be incapacitated, making it impossible for him to launch an ambush on the back mountain. Every action taken was part of Chen's intricate scheme. The efficacy of his methods was evident, for up to this point, no one suspected him. Joyous, he could not help but laugh heartily, arranging several storage bags on his bed, all spoils from the day's exploits. It must be noted, the disciples of Earthyang Peak were indeed affluent. The storage bags contained spiritual stones, spiritual fluids, spiritual herbs, and profound techniques. One bag alone holding over 2,000 spiritual stones, sufficient to aid his breakthrough to the 4th level. After a moment of elation, Chen consumed nearly 60 vials of jade spiritual fluid. The influx of spiritual essence coursed through his body like refreshing springs, while the true fire of his Dan Si surged forth, aiding him in refining the immense spiritual power contained within the jade spiritual fluid. As the refined jade spiritual fluid flowed into his Dan Si, Chen's aura rapidly intensified. At this moment, his pores opened wide, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. With the assistance of his dominant true fire, he refined the jade spiritual fluid and external spiritual energies, forcefully pushing his cultivation to the barrier between the 3rd and 4th levels of condensation. A sudden sound echoed within him. Advancement. Chen's cultivation broke through to the 4th level of condensation in that instant. He refrained from absorbing any further spiritual power from the stones. Knowing that after such a breakthrough, time was needed to solidify his foundation, advancing too hastily could prove detrimental. Outside, the sky remained dim. Chen leapt from his bed, donned his black robe once more, and slipped out of the little spirit garden. However, this time he did not head towards the spiritual mountains of Hangyue sect, but instead descended the mountain, running vigorously for a quarter of an hour before halting. He found himself in a valley, not particularly long, merely a few hundred zhang, yet it served as a vital passage to the beast forest. Chen's intention was clear. He would not assault the back mountain of Hangyue sect today, but would instead shift the battlefield, lying in wait in this valley to ambush the disciples of Earthyang Peak venturing into the beast forest. In military strategy, this maneuver is aptly described as a deceptive feint. Following the events of the previous day at Hangyue sect's back mountain, he was certain Gohong would secretly dispatch capable disciples to lie in wait, hoping to capture the assailant of their disciples. Chen, ever astute, recognized the presence of an ambush at the back mountain and wisely opted not to walk into a trap. Thus, he chose to relocate the battlefield. On ordinary days, numerous disciples from Hangyue sect ventured into the beast forest to hunt, including those from Earthyang Peak. Lurking in this valley was undoubtedly a strategic choice. This will suffice. Chen selected a concealed spot, opting for a ghostly mask instead of smearing mud on his face. Before long, dawn broke. Chen sat upright, keenly observing the movements within the valley. Soon, disciples from Hangyue appeared, yet they were not from Earthyang Peak. Chen remained patient, allowing them to pass unhindered. Time passed slowly. Waves of disciples traversed the valley, either in groups of 3 or 5, all heading towards the beast forest to form hunting parties. Eventually, Chen's patience bore fruit. In the distance, he spotted a trio, all disciples of Earthyang Peak. Su Ming. Chen immediately recognized one familiar figure among them, the very one who had plotted against him. Chen was aware that while the true mastermind was Gohong, Su Ming was merely a pawn. Yet he had assaulted Hua, an unforgivable offense in Chen's eyes. Those who tread the path of wrongdoing must ultimately face the consequences. With a cold smirk, Chen concealed his aura once more, awaiting the trio's approach. Among the three, the most powerful was a disciple clad in purple. At the pinnacle of the 6th level of condensation, followed closely by a gaunt disciple in green, while Su Ming, the weakest, was merely at the 5th level of condensation. Brother Yang, who do you think was behind yesterday's incident at the back mountain? Su Ming inquired, bowing and scraping to the purple-clad disciple. Most likely the disciples from the other 2 peaks, the slender green-clad disciple mused. The 3 main peaks have always been embroiled in rivalry. It would not be surprising if the other 2 peaks took action. As they conversed, they entered the valley. At that moment, a glint of determination flashed in Yi Chen's eyes just as he prepared to strike, sensing another presence rapidly approaching from the end of the valley. Even better, let's take them all out. Yi Chen lay in wait. Soon, a second wave of Earthyang Peak disciples entered the valley, a group of 5. The strongest among them at the 7th level of condensation, while the weakest was at the 4th level. Hey, Su Ming's sharp eyes caught sight of the newcomers. His fellow brothers, are you all heading to the beast forest as well? The 8 gathered and exchanged pleasantries filled with little substance. We're going to hunt blood spiders. Blood spiders? Those are exceedingly vicious beasts. Let us set off together. With that, the 8 combined forces and prepared to advance towards the valley's exit. However, at that moment, a dark object flew in from one side. Upon closer inspection, it was an iron ball the size of a chicken egg. Be careful, the purple-clad disciple exclaimed, elegantly drawing out a spiritual sword from his sleeve, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade that struck the iron ball dead on. With a resounding bang, the iron ball exploded, releasing thick black smoke that swiftly enveloped a radius of nearly 20 zhang. Damn it, it's a smoke bomb. From within the shroud of black mist, curses erupted. Chapter 28. Too big fish indeed. The smoke bomb that Yi Chen deployed was acquired from the hunchbacked old man. Initially, he had no intention of using it, but considering the 8 adversaries he faced, he could not predict what errors might arise. After much contemplation, he resolved to use the smoke bomb to obscure their vision. Who is it? Step forward. A disciple of the Deyang Peak shouted coldly from within the black mist. Bang! As the words fell, a sound akin to a metal rod striking the back of someone's head echoed. Accompanied by a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. One disciple collapsed to the ground. Upon witnessing this, a disciple in purple immediately retaliated, launching a palm strike toward the source of the cry. Instantly, another scream erupted, as the terrifying force of the purple-clad disciple's palm failed to strike Yi Chen, instead sending a Deyang Peak disciple sprawling. In that fleeting moment, Yi Chen had already risen and positioned himself behind the purple-clad disciple, landing a solid blow to the back of his head with his rod. It is no wonder that the purple-clad disciple had reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of qi condensation. Despite Yi Chen's strike, he remained conscious. Observing this, Yi Chen instinctively delivered another blow. This time, the disoriented purple-clad disciple fell flat on his face. As the purple-clad disciple fell, another cry resonated. As Yi Chen struck him unconscious without hesitation, the valley was soon filled with a cacophony of continuous screams. Within the black mist, visibility was already poor, and with the element of surprise, Yi Chen repeatedly triumphed. Even the Deyang Peak disciple at the 7th level of qi condensation was sent reeling by a punch, only to be rendered unconscious by a subsequent strike from Yi Chen's rod. Having advanced to the 4th level of qi condensation, Yi Chen felt confident enough to take on all 8 of them in a direct confrontation. However, to avoid unnecessary complications, he opted for a more underhanded approach. With the final scream echoing, all 8 Deyang Peak disciples lay defeated on the ground. The smoke from the bomb still hung thick in the air as Yi Chen emerged, carrying 8 storage bags and dragging a chain that securely bound the 8 individuals. After tossing them into the forest behind the valley, Yi Chen took a moment to blow a fragrant powder over them, ensuring they would remain blissfully unconscious and not disrupt his plans. Having accomplished this, Yi Chen returned to the valley, preparing to ambush the next wave of Deyang Peak disciples. By morning, a few disciples from Hengyue had been moving about the valley without interruption. During this time, Yi Chen had also taken action a few times, but these were against insignificant opponents. With a sudden strike, he dispatched them without even needing to use a smoke bomb. By the end of the day, he had successfully incapacitated over 20 Deyang Peak disciples, yielding a substantial reward that would allow him to revel for several days. As darkness descended, Yi Chen gazed at the last rays of sunlight on the horizon and decided it was time to return. Just as he stood up, He sensed a fluctuation of true energy at the valley entrance, as two indistinct figures emerged from the direction of the beast forest, swiftly traversing the valley. Two individuals at the human element realm. Chen quietly retreated, recognizing that he had encountered two big fish. As they drew closer, Chen discerned their features. One was tall and robust, named Wang Heng, exuding a fierce aura with well-defined muscles, a clear embodiment of a strength-based cultivator. The other, named Songyu, appeared somewhat effeminate, possessing a slender frame and delicate features that could easily mislead one into thinking he was a woman. Though his strength was slightly inferior to Qi Hao, he was still formidable. Noticing that Wang Heng and Songyu had entered his ambush zone, Chen retrieved two poison needles. The human element realm was not to be trifled with. He knew that defeating them without revealing his identity was beyond his capabilities. Thus, he resolved to employ some unscrupulous tactics, vowing to rob them without taking their lives. With this thought in mind, Chen tossed a smoke bomb into the air. Be careful. Wang Heng and Songyu, vigilant as they were, summoned their spirit swords upon noticing the incoming object. Bang! The smoke bomb exploded, enveloping the area in thick mist once more. Who is it? Wang Heng bellowed in fury, his imposing figure brimming with rage. Clang! A faint sound rang out as a delicate poison needle pierced the air, striking Wang Heng's arm, yet he felt nothing amiss. On the other side, Songyu experienced the same fate, as a poison needle embedded itself in his back, unnoticed. The two, however, exhibited a remarkable synergy, standing back to back as they channeled their true energy to disperse the encroaching smoke. Soon, they began to sense something was amiss. Wang, do you feel a bit dizzy? Songyu stumbled slightly. Yes, a little, Wang Heng replied, shaking his head, feeling his body grow weak, as if all his energy had been sapped away. The old hunchback's poison needles were indeed formidable. From the shadows, Chen observed their condition, unable to suppress a smirk, realizing that such potent needles were best used sparingly. Employing them here was a waste. Bang! Bang! Two consecutive sounds resounded as both of their heads were struck by hard objects, leaving them utterly unconscious. Don't blame me. Blame your master, Chen remarked, emerging and swiftly dragging one individual by each leg, disappearing into the forest. Just as he had done with the previous 20 or so Diyang Peak disciples, he looted Wang Heng and Songyu's storage bags, gathering every valuable item they possessed. Once he had completed this task, Chen vanished into the night, not forgetting to neutralize the poison affecting Wang Heng and Songyu. Oh. Not long after, the stillness of the dark forest was shattered by a series of agonized cries. The Diyang Peak disciples whom Chen had knocked out began to awaken, discovering that their storage bags and all their valuables, down to their clothing, had been stolen. Erupting into furious shouts, that night, a group of Diyang Peak disciples, swaying unsteadily, made their way to the Ling Mountain of Hangyue sect. What is happening here? The Hangyue disciples gaped at the sight of the Diyang Peak disciples, their expressions contorting in disbelief. It was no wonder they were so astonished. These 20 or so Diyang Peak disciples had made it impossible to avoid drawing attention, each one half-naked, clad only in flowery shorts. Most importantly, this embarrassing state was not limited to just one person, but rather encompassed over 20 individuals, creating a spectacle that shone brightly in the night. Have they all been robbed? Such a question lingered in the minds of all. This noise is outrageous. They've been stripped of their clothes. How desperate must the perpetrator be? Who did this? As soon as they arrived at Diyang Peak, a furious roar echoed from the summit, belonging to Gohong. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all, Chen, was in the Shaolin Garden, meticulously counting his spoils. Today's harvest was more than double that of the previous day, with the contributions of Wang Heng and Songyu from the human element realm proving particularly lucrative. The wealth amassed from the Qi condensation realm paled in comparison. Within the dimly lit room, the flickering candlelight cast shadows as Chen placed spirit stones, spirit liquids, and spirit artifacts into his storage bag, holding onto an ancient scroll. The scroll, somewhat tattered, bore the marks of time, its surface yellowed with age. Refining technique. Chapter 29, The Art of Weapon Forging. Chen stroked his chin and continued to read. Soon, a look of delight appeared on his face, for this ancient scroll detailed the methods of weapon forging, meticulously outlining the superior materials required and the intricate processes of crafting and tempering weapons. This was indeed a treasure, and Chen could not help but commend it inwardly. After perusing the forging techniques, he pondered for a moment, devising a plan to forge a weapon of his own. Although the Tianke sword was easy to wield, its weight significantly hampered his speed. Should he discard it in battle, his agility would be greatly enhanced. Possessing a formidable weapon at that moment would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. With this thought, Chen picked up the ancient scroll once more. Immersing himself in its teachings, he remained seated in contemplation throughout the night. At dawn, he hastily consumed some food before secluding himself once again within his chamber. It was not until the morning that he finally set aside the ancient scroll. Forging requires fire. It is truly tailored for me, Chen mused, a smile gracing his lips as he realized that Wang Hongkong, who guarded such wealth for forging, could only watch helplessly, for he lacked fire. With a snap of his storage bag, a series of resonant sounds echoed as gleaming spiritual weapons flew forth, spiritual swords, great blades, long spears, and massive hammers, all obtained during his plundering of the Yangfeng disciples. At this moment, he intended to fuse these spiritual weapons into a single forge, extracting their most refined essence. Without hesitation, Chen summoned true fire. As he concentrated, the true fire transformed, coalescing into a furnace. He then cast a radiant spiritual sword into the flames, carefully regulating the fire to gradually purge the impurities from the sword, thereby refining its most exquisite components. Before long, the spiritual sword melted under the intense heat, yielding a fist-sized liquid. This liquid shimmered with a mottled hue, as the sword was of mediocre quality and its materials were not exceptional, resulting in an excessive mixture of impurities that surfaced under the purifying flames. As the flames surged, Chen remained calm and unhurried, meticulously removing the impurities from the liquid. After half an hour, the originally fist-sized liquid was distilled down to the size of a fingernail, small, yet it contained the purest essence. With a thought, Chen propelled the tiny liquid from the furnace. Upon leaving the furnace, the liquid rapidly cooled, reverting to a solid state that he grasped in his hand. It resembled a glowing crystal, radiating brilliance and remarkable hardness. With an excellent start, Chen felt invigorated. The furnace roared with flames as he cast an iron hammer into it, repeating the process he had used for the spiritual sword. Time passed, and night soon descended. During this period, Chen encountered numerous failures, having failed to properly control the true fire, reducing even the essence within the spiritual weapons to ashes. However, he did not leave empty-handed. A multitude of crystal fragments littered the ground around him, remnants of the essence extracted from the spiritual weapons. It was not until late into the night that Chen managed to extract all the spiritual essence. Exhaling a long breath, he released a sigh of exhaustion. After just one day and night, stubble had begun to grow on his cheeks, and bloodshot eyes betrayed his fatigue. Having completed the first step of refining the essence of various spiritual weapons, he now needed to merge these essences together, subjecting them to the relentless crucible of true fire to complete the process. After consuming a vial of jade spirit liquid to replenish his energy, Chen began the second step of fusion. Once again, he employed the flames of the furnace, casting in the extracted essences from the spiritual weapons. In no time, under the burning true fire, the solid spiritual essence transformed back into liquid, which Chen skillfully combined into a unified mass. This step proved relatively straightforward, taking less than an hour to complete. At that moment, he cradled a slab of brilliant red iron, the result of merging the various essences. This extraordinary red iron, infused with a radiant glow and remarkable hardness, was an exceptional material for weapon forging, promising to yield a powerful weapon when completed. With the red iron in hand, Chen swiftly exited his chamber and the small spiritual garden, aware that the ensuing forging would undoubtedly create noise, and he wished to avoid disturbing Zhang Fengyan and Hua's rest. Seeking a secluded spot, he once again conjured true fire into the shape of a furnace, casting the red iron within. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously regulated the flames, diligently refining the red iron into the shape of a sword. This endeavor was immensely time-consuming. Chen toiled for 6 hours before managing to forge a rudimentary sword blank, the blade rough and uneven. Nevertheless, he had achieved the form of a sword. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he continued his efforts, the sound of metal striking metal resonating throughout the night. This process was excruciatingly lengthy, spanning 3 cycles of day and night, with Chen persevering tirelessly. During this time, The crude sword blank was refined inch by inch. The roughness of its blade smoothed out gradually, as Chen sculpted it with meticulous care, refusing to allow any flaws to mar his creation. At an unknown moment, the first clear ring of the sword echoed, and a smile of satisfaction finally broke through Chen's fatigued visage. After 4 days and nights of relentless labor, his sword was finally complete. With a decisive motion, he struck the furnace, sending the red long sword flying into his grasp. Then he pricked his palm, allowing blood to flow down the hilt and coat the blade. This was the blood sacrifice, the final step in weapon forging. Soon, his blood seeped into the red sword at a visible pace. With a vibrant chime, the red sword quivered, emitting a melodious sound, as crimson light burst forth. It shimmered with a formidable aura under the moonlight, evoking an impression of invincibility. Gripping the long sword, Chen swung it with force. The impact was thunderous as a nearby boulder split apart as easily as cutting through tofu. The red sword was indeed razor-sharp. From that moment forth, it was named Qi Xiao. Chen caressed the red sword affectionately, cherishing it deeply, for it represented the culmination of his recent endeavors and his inaugural foray into the art of forging. A creation of great significance. Cradling both the Tiankei and Qi Xiao swords, Chen reclined comfortably against a stone. Tomorrow, he would continue his preparations. With a smile upon his lips, he cast a glance at the majestic Danyang Peak atop Hanyue's Spirit Mountain. Those who conspired against me shall pay the price, he thought with a cold chuckle. Having spent nearly 5 days quietly honing his skills in the secluded mountains of Hanyue, Chen was certain that Gohong had let down his guard, which signified that it was time for him to make his move. Chapter 30. The bustling back mountain. The following day, before dawn, Chen donned his black cloak and ascended the sacred Mount Hanyue. As he had done on his first visit, he made his way directly to the back mountain, changing into tattered garments, disheveling his hair, and smearing mud across his face, ultimately concealing himself within the dense thicket. His resolve was clear. This would be his last undertaking. As he observed the passing disciples of Hanyue, he made a silent vow to himself. He prided himself on his meticulous thoughts and comprehensive planning. However, there is no wall that does not allow the wind to pass through. One must know when to retreat. For one can never foresee the unforeseen pitfalls that may lead to dire consequences. As the sun fully rose, the number of figures in the back mountain of Hanyue gradually increased. Yet, Chen noticed a peculiar phenomenon. None of the disciples from the Earthyang Peak came alone. They were either in groups of 3 or 5, always accompanied. Collecting spirit herbs required team effort now? A cold smile crept onto Chen's lips from the thicket. It seemed the disciples of Earthyang Peak had grown wise, fearful of being ambushed from behind, hence their choice to gather in teams. This revelation left Chen in a quandary. Though he believed his current cultivation level and strength rendered him unafraid of any individual from Earthyang Peak, even in groups, he had the confidence to take them all down. Yet, this was not a valley. Should he fail to incapacitate them all at once, trouble would surely follow, potentially attracting even more adversaries, which would be most troublesome indeed. Suddenly, amidst his contemplation, Chen spotted a familiar figure in the distance. The individual, with red-rimmed eyes and a sinister expression, appeared as though everyone owed him a debt of 100 spirit stones. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Zhao Long. He dared to venture out alone. What audacity! In the thicket, Chen chuckled coldly, having already retrieved a black iron rod from his storage bag. However, just as he prepared to move, he noticed that Zhao Long had also drawn out a black iron rod, leaving Chen momentarily stunned. Chen remained still, retreating once more. Following Zhao Long's movements, he observed him approach a disciple from the Heaven-Yang Peak, swinging the iron rod with precision, causing the disciple to collapse instantly. Chen's mouth hung open in shock. So, this was the plan. Zhao Long was retaliating against the Heaven-Yang Peak for previously plotting against Earth-Yang Peak. As Chen stood there in disbelief, Zhao Long swung the iron rod again, striking the already unconscious disciple from Heaven-Yang Peak. Chen could not help but smirk. This sequence of events was now being attributed to Earth-Yang Peak's Gohong, and the repercussions were unfolding before him. Witnessing this scene, Chen rubbed his temples in exasperation. This was an unexpected turn. His target was Earth-Yang Peak, yet they now believed Heaven-Yang Peak to be the true culprit. In an instant, Chen's expression shifted. As he grasped the reason behind the disciples of Earth-Yang Peak teaming up today, They were not here to gather spirit herbs, but were instead on a mission of vengeance. Soon, anguished cries resembling the wails of slaughtered pigs echoed from the northeast. Another scream erupted from the northwest, followed by more from the southeast and southwest, each more chilling than the last. Before long, a cacophony arose as disciples from Earth-Yang Peak converged on the scene, each wielding a black iron rod. I took down 2 from Heaven-Yang Peak. I got 3 from Earth-Yang Peak. I managed 1 from Heaven-Yang Peak and 2 from Earth-Yang Peak. The disciples boasted their conquests, their expressions ranging from fury to exhilaration. Retreat, Zhao Long commanded. And the disciples of Earth-Yang Peak hastily withdrew from the back mountain of Hongyue. Once they departed, Yi Chun emerged from the thicket, clearing his throat and scratching his ear. This was not his fault. With that, he too donned his black cloak and swiftly exited the back mountain of Hongyue. It had become a place of turmoil, no longer safe to linger. He understood that in the days to come, the back mountain would remain unsettled. The disciples of Earth-Yang Peak would assume that the culprits were from Heaven-Yang Peak and vice versa, leading to a tangled web of suspicion among the 3 principal peaks. At this moment, regardless of who initiated the chaos, clarity would be elusive. Sighing, Yi Chun rubbed his temples. Such mischief was unforeseen. He could already envision the coming days where disciples from the 3 main peaks would visit the back mountain to gather spirit herbs, each armed with a black iron rod. Upon leaving the back mountain of Hongyue, Yi Chun made his way to the Wanbao Pavilion. As he entered, the astute Pang Dehai, engrossed in ancient texts behind the counter, glanced up and grumbled, "What's with the black cloak in broad daylight, boy?" Yi Chun chuckled awkwardly. He had intended to conceal his recovery from others as much as possible. To his surprise, Pang Dehai was not easily deceived. After enduring over 100 lashes, "And you're already up and about? You must have exceptionally tough bones," Pang Dehai remarked, scrutinizing Yi Chun with keen eyes, as if attempting to unravel the mystery. "Elder, you know about my punishment?" Yi Chun replied, caught off guard. "Is that even a question? Who in the outer sect is unaware?" Yi Chun coughed lightly in response and handed over a storage bag. "Elder, Shui Yulan flower." Pang Dehai glanced inside the storage bag, eyes widening at the sight of over 6,000 spirit stones. He was astonished that an intern disciple at the Qi gathering stage could possess such wealth. Where did you acquire this many spirit stones? Although Pang Dehai was not one to pry unnecessarily, he could not suppress his curiosity. "I found them." "Found them? That's quite a bounty you've stumbled upon." Just fortunate, Yi Chun said, pinching his nose sheepishly. "Let me know next time." "I'd like to find some too," Pang Dehai responded, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Chun, but ultimately refraining from further inquiry. Instead, he produced another storage bag from his robe and handed it to Yi Chun. Yi Chun swiftly tucked the bag into his own robe, but did not leave immediately. He turned to Pang Dehai and inquired, "Elder, is the library of our Hongyue sect open to intern disciples?" "It opens only on the last day of each month, and that day is 3 days away." Yi Chun murmured to himself, then turned and exited the library. After Yi Chun departed, Pang Dehai stroked his beard thoughtfully, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. This boy was indeed a peculiar one. Chapter 31. Breaking through upon returning to the small spirit garden, Yi Chun locked himself inside his room. He had procured an abundance of snow magnolia flowers and decided to refine them all into jade spirit liquid, preparing for a breakthrough to the 5th level of Qi condensation. Summoning the true fire, he began to infuse each stalk of spirit herb into the flames. He worked tirelessly until nightfall, consuming a bottle of jade spirit liquid before resuming his efforts. The night passed in silence, and soon dawn arrived. Today, the Hongyue sect was particularly lively, especially in the rear mountains. The disciples from Tianyang Peak and Rinyang Peak had been thoroughly bewildered in the mountains yesterday, inciting the furious ire of Elder Zhong and Master Qingyang, who sternly ordered their disciples to remain vigilant against the other 2 peaks, implying that they were free to retaliate. As Yi Chun had anticipated, the rear mountains of Hongyue sect had transformed into a battleground for the 3 main peaks. It became a common sight for disciples venturing to gather spirit herbs to carry a black iron rod, fully intent on striking back if they were attacked. The mentality was clear. No disciple wanted to suffer in silence, and the frustration within them demanded an outlet, regardless of whether their assailant was the culprit. The screams in the rear mountains echoed from dawn until dusk, leaving the disciples and elders of Hongyue sect perplexed. What chaos had erupted among the 3 main peaks? From this point onward, access to the rear mountains would be restricted, One could never know when they might become a target of a surprise attack. Anyone who dared to enter would likely emerge nursing wounds, some with bruised faces, others with footmarks upon them, or worse, covered in injuries, each becoming a striking spectacle. The covert skirmishes intensified, gradually evolving into open confrontations, with the battleground shifting to the Fengyun platform of Hongyue sect. Tianyang Peak S. Kong Lu, come out. I await you at the Fengyun platform. As dawn broke, the disciples from Dian Peak issued a series of challenge letters, sparking a chain reaction of confrontations. Renyang Peak S. Yukong, I shall await you at the Fengyun platform. Dian Peak S. Xiaolong, you scoundrel, I shall not rest until we settle this. The three main peaks had long-standing grievances, and this rod incident had become the catalyst for their impending conflict. The Fengyun platform buzzed with excitement, becoming a true arena of fate as they challenged one another. The spectacle was reminiscent of the glory days of Hongyue sect, perhaps unparalleled since its establishment. How had the three peaks ended up embroiled in such chaos? Their grudges had long simmered, and even without the rod incident, a clash was inevitable. Meanwhile, the root cause of all this turmoil, Chen, remained unhurriedly engaged in refining the jade spirit liquid within the small spirit garden. The fragrant aroma of herbs enveloped the entire space. How delightful! Exclaimed Hua, his large eyes wide with anticipation as he lingered outside Chen's door, greedily inhaling the fragrant air wafting out. The jade spirit liquid was familiar to Zhang Fengyan, a former elder of Hongyue sect, who was taken aback by the warm, rich scent emanating from Chen's room, indicating the freshly concocted liquid. In the dead of night, Chen finally emerged from his room, disheveled and weary, with stubble adorning his face. Stretching languidly, he could hear the crackling sounds emanating from his body. After 2 days and nights of relentless work, he had successfully produced over 100 bottles of jade spirit liquid, mastering the control of fire and the art of refining the liquid with increasing finesse. Caw, caw. The giant bird, named Little Eagle, fluttered over, still wide awake, nuzzling against Chen. Its injuries had yet to fully heal. It would require at least a month before it could soar again. Are you hungry? Chen gently stroked the fluffy head of Little Eagle. Caw, caw. The intelligent creature seemed to understand, shaking its head eagerly. Chen smiled slightly, reaching into his storage bag to retrieve a large piece of meat, presenting it to Little Eagle. The bird's eyes sparkled with excitement as it devoured the offering with great relish. Let me help you, Chen said, patting Little Eagle's head once more before administering a bottle of jade spirit liquid into its body. As the liquid coursed through Little Eagle, it instantly felt a wave of warmth and power surging within, prompting it to gaze up at Chen with a hint of trepidation, fearing it might burst from the overwhelming energy. Fear not, I am here, Chen reassured with a smile, summoning the true fire. Upon seeing the flames, Little Eagle trembled in fear, seemingly aware of the true fire's formidable nature. Do not be afraid. With a gentle smile, Chen enveloped Little Eagle in the flames, guiding the true fire into its body to help refine the jade spirit liquid. Caw, caw. Little Eagle felt no pain from the flames. Instead, it experienced a comforting warmth, and its trembling subsided as the liquid's abundant spiritual energy nourished its wounds. In less than 15 minutes, Little Eagle flapped its wings and managed to hover clumsily in the air. Caw, caw. The spirited bird was overjoyed at its ability to fly again, reluctant to land, and flapped about in the air for some time before finally settling down, likely exhausted and drifting into slumber. Sleep well. Tomorrow, everything will be all right, Chen said, affectionately stroking Little Eagle's small head before turning to enter Hua's room. Hua, honest and unpretentious, was sound asleep, blissfully unaware of Chen's entrance. Approaching the bedside, Chen carefully examined Hua's body. He discovered that the child's innate spiritual channels were blocked, with several meridians unresponsive, let alone the possibility of forming a dantian. With such a constitution, without fortuitous circumstances, he was destined to remain a non-cultivator for life. Typically, a person's meridians must be unobstructed to open the spiritual channels. These channels serve as gateways to the dantian. Only by opening the spiritual channels and establishing a dantian can one attract the essence of heaven and earth and become a true cultivator. However, if a person's meridians are inherently blocked, they would require assistance to clear their entire network. After a moment of contemplation, Chen infused true fire into Hua's body. Indeed, he intended to temper Hua's physique, subsequently unblocking his meridians, awakening his spiritual channels, and ultimately forming a dantian. Soon, a look of pain appeared on Hua's face. He attempted to awaken but was once again lulled into slumber by Yi Chun's fragrant mist. Carefully controlling the true fire, Yi Chun painstakingly tempered Hua's body, fearful of harming him with the potent flames. Before long, sweat began to pour from him. However, his efforts bore fruit, as Hua's meridians grew resilient, and the previously blocked pathways began to loosen, slowly being cleared by the true energy Yi Chun had infused. This process was exceedingly time-consuming. It was only before dawn that Yi Chun successfully opened all of Hua's meridians, and through the tempering of the true fire, the impurities within Hua's body were expelled through his pores, revealing a serene smile on his sleeping face. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Yi Chun felt his tension ease. Next, it was time to open the spiritual channels. With a slight smile, Yi Chun felt he had succeeded halfway. It may hurt a bit, endure it. After a brief rest, Yi Chun once more summoned his true energy, channeling it into Hua's body, flowing through his meridians to impact the barrier leading to the dantian. Upon the first impact, a look of distress emerged on Hua's small face. Once more, Yi Chun proceeded with caution, acutely aware that a moment's carelessness could jeopardize Hua's life. He infused the true energy into Tiger Boy, akin to a sharp sword relentlessly striking, with the force of impact gradually intensifying. Tiger Boy's small face was already drenched in perspiration, his complexion as pale as parchment. Had it not been for Yi Chun administering a soothing fragrance to lull him into slumber, he would undoubtedly awaken in agony. Hold on. Your fate may very well be altered by this. Yi Chun continued to channel his true energy against the barrier. As dawn approached, even Yi Chun's complexion began to pale slightly. A pop. When such a sound resonated within Tiger Boy, the spiritual conduit leading to his dantian was finally opened by Yi Chun. Suddenly, the ethereal energy of heaven and earth stirred, converging towards Tiger Boy's body. Forming a vortex of spiritual essence, as if finding an outlet, it surged through every pore of his being. Heaven does not forsake those who are diligent. Yi Chun exhaled a breath of turbid air, involuntarily wiping away a bead of cold sweat. Chapter 32. The library as daylight broke. Yi Chun did not rest, but set about preparing breakfast for Zhang Fengyan and Hua. The door creaked open, and Zhang Fengyan, leaning on his cane, emerged unsteadily. Upon seeing Yi Chun, he smiled warmly. "Young man, you rise early." "I couldn't sleep, so I got up," Yi Chun replied with a casual smile. "People as diligent as you are truly rare," Zhang Fengyan remarked, his tone lighthearted. "You're too kind, senior." Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the sudden entrance of Hua. He approached them with a puzzled expression, pointing at the swirling energy around him. "What's happening? It feels like something is flowing into me, and I'm all warm inside." "Spiritual energy?" Zhang Fengyan examined Hua closely, astonishment etched on his face. "How could this be? I can cultivate now?" Hua looked up at Yi Chun and Zhang Fengyan with wide eyes. "Indeed, you can," Zhang Fengyan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "From this day forth, you are a cultivator." "I am a cultivator. I am a cultivator," Hua cried out joyfully, a beacon of innocence as he bounded around the small spirit garden, eventually dancing before a spirit beast named Xiaoying. "Xiaoying, I can cultivate now? I will protect you." Quack. Xiaoying seemed to understand, its call resonating with joy. Divine providence indeed. Zhang Fengyan beamed, watching the exuberant Hua, his complexion visibly improving, as if he had regained several years of youth. Yi Chun observed Hua in silence. He felt happiness for the boy, yet a twinge of conflict stirred within him. Was this truly for Hua's benefit? The path of a cultivator was fraught with far more challenges than that of a mortal. Embarking on this journey meant embracing a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary beings. But with such longevity came solitude. The road of cultivation was undeniably harsher. Yi Chun pondered whether altering Hua's fate was right or wrong. Perhaps only when Hua comprehended the hardships of a cultivator would he realize that living as an ordinary person could be far more liberating. After a simple breakfast, Yi Chun stepped out of the spirit garden. Today, he refrained from donning his black robe, for he understood that there was no longer a need for concealment. The disciples of the three main peaks were already embroiled in fierce conflict. Even if he appeared lively on Hengyue's Spirit Mountain, it would be difficult for the three main peaks to divert their attention to him. However, his presence still attracted considerable attention. Every Hunyue disciple who laid eyes upon Yi Chun was struck with astonishment. He endured over 100 lashes, and he isn't scathed? Is he a prodigy? Not a single bruise after just a few days? What? Upon hearing that Yi Chun had reappeared in good spirits, Yin Jiping from the discipline hall sprang to his feet, unable to contain his surprise. This astonishment was mirrored among the disciples and elders of Tianyang Peak, Diang Peak, and Rinyang Peak. As they learned that Yi Chun had completely healed from his injuries, an unprecedented feat since the establishment of Hunyue sect. Hurry, hurry. Disciples from Rinyang Peak and Tianyang Peak are fighting again on the Fengyan platform. I heard disciples at the Yuan realm are also joining the fray. Soon, clusters of people surged towards the Fengyan platform. Yet, the astonishment surrounding Yi Chun's recovery was swiftly overshadowed by the ongoing battles among the disciples of the three main peaks. Regardless of the fervor on Fengyan platform, Yi Chun continued onward, for today marked the day the Hunyue sect's library was opened to apprentice disciples. And he had no desire to waste time indulging in the spectacle. Before a grand and imposing pavilion, Yi Chun halted. Unlike previous days, the library was eerily quiet today. Devoid of any figures, it seemed everyone had flocked to the Fengyan platform. Perfect, a rare tranquility, he mused, smiling slightly as he stepped into the library. Inside, the library existed in its own realm, vast and majestic, lined with shelves brimming with ancient scrolls, over 100,000 in total. These treasures were collected by Hunyue sect, and although they were housed on the first floor, they were still invaluable. The guardian of the library was an elderly man with a scraggly beard and disheveled hair, known among Hunyue as Master Huangshi. Elder, Yi Chun greeted respectfully. Enter, Master Huangshi replied, eyeing Yi Chun with his large, yellowed teeth exposed. Your identity token is with me. Yi Chun handed over his identity token and proceeded inside. He casually picked a scroll from the shelf, only to discover it was an ancient text about spiritual herbs. Shaking his head slightly, he returned it to its place. The library was tranquil, and Yi Chun welcomed the piece as he perused the scrolls, treating it like a market, taking down and replacing scroll after scroll. After 3 hours, he had not found a single ancient text related to mystic techniques. It appeared that such scrolls were located on the upper floors. Yi Chun contemplated this. As an apprentice disciple, he was only permitted to enter the first floor of the library, and he lacked the qualifications to access the upper levels. Feeling a bit disappointed, he picked up another scroll to read. The serene atmosphere of the library was abruptly shattered by a voice from the entrance, indicating that another visitor had arrived. You little brat, if I catch you stealing again, I'll teach you a lesson. Master Huangshi's scolding voice echoed. Is that what you think of me? Get lost. After a brief exchange, Yi Chun finally turned to see the newcomer. His expression twitched in disbelief. This person was remarkably peculiar. The newcomer was a chubby boy, around 13 or 14 years old, yet shorter than Hua. His rotund figure wobbled with every step, resembling a rolling ball from afar. His attire was the most bizarre Yi Chun had ever encountered, wearing only a large pair of shorts and a tiny vest, with eyes so small they were nearly invisible, exposing his chest like a miniature Mithra Buddha. What a talented youth Hunyue has. Yi Chun mused with a hint of irony as he observed the chubby boy. As the boy approached, he scrutinized Yi Chun with a discerning gaze. Despite his small eyes, they sparkled with curiosity, as if everything was worth stealing. I haven't seen you before, the chubby boy remarked, rubbing his plump chin. I'm new here, Yi Chun replied. Oh, the boy responded casually before attempting to walk away. However, merely a couple of steps later, he returned, his round nose twitching as he sniffed the air like a dog. Before long, the chubby boy caught the scent of Yi Chun. True fire? He exclaimed, his eyes suddenly ablaze with eagerness. You possess true fire? Chapter 33. Xiong Air, do you possess true fire? Upon hearing this voice, Yi Chun's brow furrowed sharply. True fire was his greatest secret, one he had concealed for so long. Even the esteemed leaders of the three main peaks and Zhou Dafeng had failed to discern it. Yet this little chubby boy had managed to detect it. Yi Chun was filled with astonishment. Do you have true fire? The chubby boy had already grasped Yi Chun's arm with his pudgy hands, lowering his voice as if afraid that Huangshi, the elder, might overhear. True fire is incredibly precious. How could a mere apprentice like me possess it? Despite his shock, Yi Chun managed a faint smile. Don't try to deceive me. I can smell it. Perhaps you are mistaken. There isn't any, is there? If not, I shall find someone to verify. As he spoke, the chubby boy turned around and, taking a deep breath, shouted towards the entrance, Old Huang. This kid has true. Before the word fire could escape his lips, Yi Chun hurriedly covered the boy's mouth, knowing that if Huang Shi came to check, his true fire would inevitably be revealed. You certainly have a plethora of skills, Yi Chun thought, a dark line appearing on his forehead. The boy's rotundity was not without reason. It stemmed from his mischievous ideas. See, I told you there was something. The chubby boy wriggled free from Yi Chun's grasp, rubbing his chubby hands together, his small eyes gleaming with excitement. You're quite something. Yi Chun inhaled deeply, ultimately suppressing the urge to give the boy a good thrashing. What's all the shouting about? Huang Shi approached, scolding the chubby boy with a glare. Have you eaten too much and become foolish? I was just practicing my voice. The chubby boy scratched his ear, ultimately refraining from revealing Yi Chun's secret about true fire. Be quiet. Huang Shi scowled, turning to leave. After taking a few steps, he glanced back at the chubby boy. What were you saying about him having true, what? Under Huang Shi's inquiry, the chubby boy's eyes darted around before he replied, true chi. Hearing this, Yi Chun nearly burst into laughter. What the hell? Huang Shi's large hand swung through the air, delivering a resounding slap to the chubby boy's face. Every disciple of Hung Yue has true chi. What are you making a fuss about? With that, Huang Shi cursed and walked away. Once Huang Shi had departed, the chubby boy picked himself up from the ground, a clear handprint visible on his plump face. You old geezer, just wait, he muttered angrily. Yi Chun cast a sidelong glance and was about to leave when the chubby boy seized his arm. You can't go. Do you have something to say? Yes. The chubby boy replied eagerly. I need your true fire to help me refine a treasure. I don't have time. Old Huang, this kid. Refine. Yi Chun was truly at his wit's end. The two of them made their way to the back mountain. Usually at this hour, the back mountain was bustling with Hung Yue disciples gathering spiritual herbs, but today, not a single soul was in sight, as they had all rushed to Fengyun platform to witness the three main peaks in a confrontation. Let me make this clear. I can help you refine it, but you must not disclose my secret about true fire. Yi Chun reiterated this point repeatedly throughout their journey. Rest assured, my lips are sealed, the chubby boy boasted, patting his chest. Also, it's not going to be for free. You owe me 500 spiritual stones, or it's off the table. Deal. The chubby boy agreed readily. His eagerness piqued Yi Chun's curiosity about the treasure he wished to refine. If he was willing to part with 500 spiritual stones without hesitation, it must be extraordinary. They found a secluded cave, and the chubby boy finally produced the treasure he had mentioned. It was a wolf-toothed club, dark and heavy, emanating an aura of ferocity. Look, there's a wisp of black energy on it. The chubby boy brought the club closer, pointing at the swirling black mist. Yi Chun leaned in, observing that the black energy was as fine as a hair strand. Without careful inspection, it was nearly imperceptible. It exuded a chilling aura, and upon closer examination, Yi Chun detected a faint smell of blood. What is this? Yi Chun inquired, gesturing towards the black mist. The lingering evil thoughts of the club's previous owner. With it here, I cannot make the club acknowledge me as its master. Evil thoughts. At the mention of this term, a flicker of alarm crossed Yi Chun's eyes. The fact that the malevolent thoughts of the former owner could persist within the weapon implied the power of its previous master. And the club must indeed be a formidable weapon. Are you certain that true fire can refine it? Yi Chun scrutinized the chubby boy. Absolutely. Evil thoughts are inherently yin, and they fear the utmost yang. True fire, born of heaven and earth, is undoubtedly a form of ultimate yang. It will surely refine it. Then let us begin, Yi Chun declared, summoning the true fire with a thought. The flames of true fire surged, instantly raising the temperature within the cave and casting a golden glow upon the surrounding walls. What a domineering true fire. It will definitely refine it. The chubby boy's confidence soared as he hurriedly levitated the wolf-toothed club into the air. Yi Chun enveloped the club with true fire. Under the heat, the black mist writhed violently. In the ethereal realm, a wailing seemed to echo, momentarily disorienting both Yi Chun and the chubby boy. See, I told you. The chubby boy rubbed his chubby hands together as he observed the struggling black mist. The evil thoughts are too strong. It will take about an hour. Yi Chun estimated. That's fine. I have plenty of time. The chubby boy squatted down, his eyes glued to the wolf-tooth club. He was so corpulent that when he squatted, his body seemed like a mound of flesh. My name is Xiong, the chubby boy announced while still fixated on the club. Xiong? I'm the second in my family, so my father named me Xiong. Yi Chun couldn't help but twitch his lips at this revelation. Tentatively, he asked, Then what is your brother called? Xiongda. And your siblings? Surely they aren't named Xiongsan? I have no siblings. Yi Chen chose not to pursue the matter further, thinking that Xiong was already peculiar enough without needing to delve into the oddities of his family. Once again, a piercing scream emanated from the wolf-toothed club. The wisp of black energy now appeared significantly thinner. The evil thoughts of its former master were no match for true fire, and no matter how it struggled, it could not escape the fate of being refined. An hour later, Yi Chen extinguished the true fire. Excellent, excellent. Xiong eagerly took the wolf-toothed club and promptly dripped his blood onto it. The blood was swiftly absorbed, and soon the club trembled. Grow, become larger. Xiong commanded, and with a thought, the wolf-toothed club expanded, eventually becoming thicker than a tree and taller than a person, radiating an aura of immense weight. If this club were to strike down, few could withstand it. Yi Chen mused, contemplating the club's ferocity. Beside him, Xiong had already claimed the wolf-toothed club, his spirits high as he clapped Yi Chen on the shoulder. Today, I am in a good mood. Let me treat you to a drink. Yi Chen shot a glance at Xiong suspecting he had no intention of paying. Upon our first encounter, we felt an instant camaraderie, yet discussing finances often strains relationships. To my surprise, Xiong suddenly wrapped his arms around Yi Chen's neck, winking mischievously. You possess genuine fire. Shall we embark on a grand venture together? Payment is essential. Yi Chen's expression darkened. Are you in need of snow yulan flowers? Xiong winked again. At this, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. He had underestimated this little chubby fellow, who, astute as a monkey, was aware of his genuine fire and certainly cognizant of his endeavors in refining the jade spirit liquid. Moreover, he knew that Yi Chen's sole deficiency in the concoction was indeed the snow yulan flower. The elder overseeing the spiritual herb garden is my uncle. Xiong words instantly illuminated Yi Chen's eyes. Chapter 34. The Theft of Spirit Herbs Under the Cover of Night. Yi Chen and the rotund Xiong arrived at the exterior of Heng sect's spirit herb garden. The garden sprawled over a vast expanse, enveloped in swirling mist, where myriad spirit herbs shimmered with vibrant hues. Even before entering, the rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted towards them. Naturally, the perimeter of this garden was fortified with restrictions, allowing no one to enter at will. Are we certain we can do this? Yi Chen glanced at the hefty Xiong sensing his unreliability. It is imperative, Xiong declared, thumping his chest as he boldly stepped into the garden. Yi Chen surveyed their surroundings before following suit. Within the garden stood a pavilion, nestled deep among the spirit fruit trees. Before Yi Chen and Xiong could approach, the sounds of a woman's moans echoed from within the pavilion, accompanied by the sight of its swaying structure. At the sound, Yi Chen's lips curled slightly. He was all too familiar with such noises, reminiscent of that enchanting woman from the empty realm in the cave, a far more provocative sound than what emanated from the pavilion. I must say, your uncle is quite dedicated, Yi Chen remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Xiong. But that does not sound like my aunt. Xiong scratched his head in confusion. Without hesitation, Xiong wiggled his ample form a few steps forward and called out tentatively, Uncle, quickly, put on your clothes. A man's voice urged from inside the pavilion. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed as a disheveled male disciple and a scantily clad female disciple emerged at the pavilion's entrance. Xiong Fatty, it's you. The male disciple, visibly relieved upon seeing Xiong, waved dismissively at the female disciple. Sweetheart, you should head back first. I will return tomorrow. The female disciple, her face flushed, swayed her alluring figure as she exited, casting a flirtatious glance at Yi Chen as she passed. Yi Chen chose to ignore her. Perhaps since that night, he could no longer harbor feelings for any woman. Lisan, you've got quite the audacity. Aren't you afraid I'll tell your uncle? Xiong began to berate, sounding as if he owned the place. My master is away on a journey. Who knows when he'll return? I'm simply seeking companionship in my solitude, the male disciple retorted. Your uncle left half a month ago? Oh, that simplifies matters, Xiong replied, stepping forward. From his pocket, he produced an iron rod and swung it down upon the male disciple, who fell to the ground, incapacitated. Yi Chen watched with a wry smile. Is this what you call collecting spirit herbs? This looks more like robbery, whether it's stealing or robbing. What matters is acquiring the spirit herbs, Xiong declared, tossing the male disciple into the bushes. If my uncle finds out, he still has me to deal with. Besides, we won't take too much. They won't notice with so many herbs around. I feel like I've boarded a pirate ship, Yi Chen mused. Enough of this nonsense, let us go. Although Yi Chen felt a pang of guilt, he followed suit. The spirit herb garden indeed boasted an abundance of herbs, dazzling Yi Chen with their variety, many of which were rare and precious, protected by prohibitions that he dared not breach. Soon, they arrived at the area where the snow jade magnolias were cultivated. Just as Xiong had claimed, the sheer number of snow jade magnolias was astonishing, each glowing splendidly. Stealing a few would surely go unnoticed. Most importantly, these flowers were not classified as rare herbs, and there were no restrictions in the vicinity. Yi Chen sighed inwardly, contemplating the grandeur of Hunyua's sect. If all these snow jade magnolias were refined into jade spirit liquid, it would yield a considerable fortune, if only the garden belonged to him. Stop dawdling. Start picking, Xiong urged, already rummaging through his pocket for a storage bag, plundering the flowers like a thief. Seeing this, Yi Chen also joined in, extracting his storage bag and plunging into the task. Don't pick from the same spot. It's too conspicuous. Of course, I know that. Then why are you focusing on one area? You've already stripped it bare. Under the moonlit night, the two of them shamelessly resembled robbers. Once their storage bags were filled to the brim, Xiong waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. Yi Chen understood, stuffing the bag into his cloak. Just as he turned to depart, a tremor of true fire surged within him. There's a treasure. This was the first thought that crossed Yi Chen's mind. Narrowing his eyes, he scanned his surroundings, but his limited vision failed to reveal anything extraordinary. Let us go, let us go. Xiong tugged at Yi Chen, urging him to leave. Despite his curiosity to delve deeper, Yi Chen followed, fully aware that they were there to steal herbs. If they were caught, who knew what sort of chaos would ensue? As they reached the base of the pavilion, a figure descended from the sky, riding a divine rainbow. Oh no, my uncle is back, Xiong exclaimed, realizing the predicament. Just my luck, Yi Chen cursed inwardly. Why did he have to return at such a moment? In an instant, a figure landed before them, a man of decent stature, exuding an air of seniority, albeit with a slightly large mouth. This man was Lin Qingshan, the elder tasked with guarding the spirit herb garden and Xiong uncle. Uncle, you've returned. Xiong rubbed his hands together, forcing a smile. Xiong, what are you doing in my spirit herb garden at this hour? Lin Qingshan asked, bewildered. Nothing much. My father wishes to marry again, and he sent me to deliver an invitation, Xiong stammered. What? Lin Qingshan's expression darkened, his fury igniting. Meanwhile, Yi Chen nearly fell to his knees. Xiong's talent for spinning tales was astonishing, but this was a bit too much. Xiongdao, you must be tired of living. Lin Qingshan roared, turning on his heel, clearly intent on confronting Xiong's father. Yi Chen could only imagine the calamity that awaited Xiong's father. What are you standing around for? Let us go. As Lin Qingshan departed, Xiong seized Yi Chen, hastily exiting the spirit herb garden. Don't you worry about your father coming back to beat you? Yi Chen quipped, observing Xiong with a mix of disbelief and amusement. No worries, I get beaten daily. Chapter 35. The transformation of the purple gold gourd in the dead of night. Yi Chen and Xiong returned once more to the back mountain of Hunyua's sect. They found themselves in the same cave, meticulously counting the stolen snow magnolias. Over 900 of them, what a bounty. If they refined them all into jade spirit liquid, they could split the profits evenly. A deal was struck. Thus, the two continued their scavenging in the mountains. The herbs required for the jade spirit liquid were not limited to snow magnolias. Several other spiritual herbs were also needed. And fortunately, the back mountain was abundant. As dawn approached, they returned to the cave, weary from their efforts. After toiling throughout the night, they had finally managed to gather enough herbs for 500 doses of the jade spirit liquid. With enthusiasm, Yi Chen summoned his true fire, transforming it into the shape of a cauldron. Meanwhile, Xiong, brimming with energy, assisted Yi Chen by tossing the spiritual herbs into the flame cauldron as directed. A new day heralded a fresh beginning. The disciples from the three main peaks were engaged in a fierce competition at the Fengyan platform, with tensions flaring to the point of almost erupting into brawls. However, such commotion did not disturb Yi Chen and Xiong, who were diligently refining the jade spirit liquid in the cave, the rich aroma of herbs filling the air. As day turned to night and the cycle of the moon continued, 9 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the duo took brief rests before resuming their intense labor. One starry night, utterly exhausted, they lay on the ground, panting heavily. Their efforts bore fruit, with hundreds of bottles of jade spirit liquid quietly resting beside them, filling them with joy. I've been curious about something for a while, Xiong'er remarked. Gazing at Yi Chen, you possess true fire, a coveted asset for any sect. Why do you only remain an outer disciple? An innocent man does not fear the blame of having a precious gem, Yi Chen shrugged. It's simply that many covet my true fire, and I do not wish to attract unnecessary trouble due to its existence. That makes sense, until I have gained more strength. I do not intend to reveal my true fire in front of outsiders. The outer sect competition is just a month away. If you wish to enter the inner sect without using your true fire, it seems unlikely, Xiong'er mused, pinching his chubby chin. Yi Chen pondered the upcoming outer sect competition. It seemed that Hengyu's sect, like Xinjiang's sect, held such competitions every 3 years, and only those who excelled could enter the inner sect. Reflecting on the outer sect competition, Yi Chen felt a pang of melancholy. It had been over a month since he was expelled from Xinjiang's sect, and had he remained there, he might have already gained entry into the inner sect. The vicissitudes of life are truly unpredictable. Yi Chen couldn't help but lament his circumstances, abandoned by his sect and subjected to humiliation. Yet, the heavens were fair, granting him a second chance to shine once more in Hengyu's sect. I'm off, Xiong'er exclaimed, patting his rear before standing up and scratching his nose. My old man might have a bounty on my head by now. With that, he bounded out of the cave. After Xiong'er departed, Yi Chen sealed the cave and sat cross-legged on the ground. Soon, he consumed 30 bottles of jade spirit liquid in one go, and the true fire surged forth, refining it into pure vital energy. As this abundant energy flooded into his dantians, the ocean of vital energy within began to churn violently, shimmering golden waves cascading forth. With the increasing quantity of vital energy, Yi Chen's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of qi condensation. At this moment, his pores opened wide, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a sound reverberated within him, and he joyfully realized that his realm had successfully broken through to the 5th level of qi condensation. Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, he felt a profound sense of relief. Upon inspecting his body, Yi Chen discovered that his meridians had grown sturdier, and his bones, undergoing subtle refinement through the true fire, had become more resilient, radiating a brilliant golden light. With his cultivation advancing, the capacity of his dantians expanded once more. He estimated that the next breakthrough would require at least 100 bottles of jade spirit liquid. Yi Chen knew that the 5th level of qi condensation represented a critical juncture. While breaking through the first 4 levels was not overly difficult, the challenges intensified significantly from the 5th level onward, making each subsequent advancement increasingly arduous, especially for one with a dantian like his. Fortunately, with the ability to refine jade spirit liquid using his true fire, he would not have to rely solely on absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens. Contemplating this, he leaped up, stretching his somewhat stiff body. Just then, he felt a gentle tremor from within his storage bag. Upon opening it, he discovered that the source of the vibration was the purple gold gourd he had purchased from the treasure pavilion. Since acquiring it, it had remained dormant. Intrigued, Yi Chen took out the gourd and noticed a change. It shimmered with a faint purple light, and the runes engraved upon it occasionally flickered. Could it be that my breakthrough has triggered its awakening? Yi Chen murmured, carefully removing the cork. Instantly, the purple gold gourd trembled again. Shortly thereafter, a small vortex appeared at the gourd's opening, drawing in the spiritual energy from the surrounding environment and sucking it into the gourd. This revelation sparked delight in Yi Chen's eyes. He left the cave to witness the phenomenon outside. The spiritual energy in the open air was even denser. And placing the purple gold gourd on a rock, he observed as it effortlessly attracted and pulled the abundant spiritual energy into itself. Time passed, and Yi Chen leaned in to peer into the gourd's opening. To his astonishment, he saw that the absorbed spiritual energy had transformed into several droplets of liquid. Albeit in small quantity, it was remarkably pure. You possess such an ability, Yi Chen exclaimed in disbelief, tilting his head back and drinking the spiritual liquid from the gourd. As it entered his body, it flowed through his meridians like a clear spring, nourishing him thoroughly. It was no less effective than the jade spirit liquid. A smile of delight spread across Yi Chen's face. He then placed the purple gold gourd back on the rock, allowing it to continue absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens. Furthermore, he poured several bottles of jade spirit liquid into the gourd, discovering that the two liquids merged seamlessly, becoming even purer, igniting a fiery spark of excitement in his eyes once more. With this, Yi Chen emptied every bottle of jade spirit liquid from his storage bag into the purple gold gourd. This is truly remarkable, he mused, gently caressing the gourd, feeling that the expenditure of 1,300 spirit stones was well worth it. In the future, he need only take out the purple gold gourd and place it in a spiritually rich environment, where it would autonomously absorb spiritual energy and transform it into spiritual liquid. Although the gourd's conversion speed was somewhat slow, its continuous absorption would surely accumulate over time, and most importantly, it would not consume Yi Chen's time. A treasure indeed. Yi Chen chuckled, securing the purple gold gourd before exiting the back mountain. Chapter 36. Ascending the spirit mountain. By the time Yi Chen returned to the little spirit garden, it was already deep into the night. However, upon entering, he discovered that the young tiger boy was still awake, seated on a mat, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Upon closer inspection, Yi Chen realized that Tiger Boy had already solidified his cultivation at the first level of qi condensation. What a diligent little fellow. Yi Chen smiled gently. Hearing the sound, Tiger Boy opened his eyes, and upon seeing Yi Chen, he hurriedly stood up, exclaiming, "Big brother, you're back. How do you feel?" Yi Chen patted Tiger Boy's shoulder. "I feel fantastic, hee hee." Tiger Boy beamed, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. His innocent nature left no room for pretense, as he expressed his genuine feelings. "I feel full of energy, and my appetite has increased quite a bit. I'll become even stronger in the future." Yi Chen smiled with satisfaction and then took out 3 vials of spiritual liquid from his storage bag, handing them to Tiger Boy. "Take 3 drops every hour. 3 drops is the limit, so be sure not to overdo it." "Thank you, big brother," Tiger Boy exclaimed excitedly, even wiping the vials with his sleeve. "Come back to me when you run out." Tiger Boy nodded eagerly, then tilted his little head, his big eyes sparkling as he looked at Yi Chen. "Big brother, can I also go to the spirit mountain to cultivate like you?" Yi Chen fell into silence. As a disciple of the sect, he was acutely aware of the dangers within. Those with weak strength would be bullied, while those who were strong would attract jealousy, with schemes and deceptions lurking everywhere. Tiger Boy was a simple and honest child. He had no understanding of such treachery, and Yi Chen wished to shield him from such harsh realities for as long as possible. "I just want to see the world above," Tiger Boy said softly, lowering his head when Yi Chen remained silent. Seeing him like this, Yi Chen sighed inwardly but maintained a gentle smile on his face. He patted Tiger Boy's little head and said, "Prepare yourself. Tomorrow I'll take you up the mountain." "Really?" Tiger Boy's head shot up again. "Yes." Tiger Boy was overjoyed and dashed into his little room. Sighing quietly after Tiger Boy left, Yi Chen pondered whether helping him become a cultivator was the right decision. After taking one last glance at Tiger Boy's small room, he tended to the injuries of his little eagle spirit beast, and, taking advantage of the night, entered Zhang Fengyan's room to inject a vial of jade spiritual liquid into him, aiding in his recovery. After completing these tasks, Yi Chen returned to his own room, placing the small purple gold gourd on the bedside to absorb spiritual energy. He then closed his eyes and began to cultivate his body using the wild body refinement technique. The next day, before dawn, he stepped out of his room. In the small garden, Tiger Boy was already up, dressed in a clean outfit. "Be well behaved when you go up to cultivate. Don't cause trouble, and remember to come back early," Zhang Fengyan repeatedly admonished, leaning on his cane, fearing that Tiger Boy might be bullied up there. Yi Chen approached slowly, smiling as he reassured, "Rest assured, Senior, I will look after him." After a hasty breakfast, Yi Chen and Tiger Boy set out from the little spirit garden under Zhang Fengyan's watchful gaze. As they ascended the spirit mountain of Hunyu's sect for the first time, Tiger Boy's wide eyes eagerly scanned the surroundings, the majestic peaks, the grand palaces, the ethereal spirit trees. Everything was a marvel to him. Today, the spirit mountain seemed bustling with many disciples absorbing spiritual energy. Perhaps the chaos of the 3 main peaks at the wind and cloud platform had finally subsided, prompting them to return to their cultivation. Or perhaps the upcoming outer sect grand competition in a month had instilled a sense of urgency in them to intensify their training. Nevertheless, Yi Chen's arrival attracted many curious glances. This in turn disciple had accomplished numerous astonishing feats since joining Hunyu's sect, defeating Zhao Long at the wind and cloud battle, openly challenging the disciples of the Earth-Sun Peak, nearly incapacitating Wei Yang, and enduring punishment from the discipline hall. How could he brazenly bring Tiger Boy up here? Flouting the sect's rules? Are you blind? That boy, Tiger, has true qi fluctuations within him, someone remarked. He can cultivate. What a curious phenomenon. Yi Chen ignored the surrounding discussions and gently held Tiger Boy's hand as they walked on. In contrast, Tiger Boy, feeling shy and intimidated by the whispers and pointing fingers, timidly followed behind Yi Chen, afraid to act out. Don't be afraid, Yi Chen said with a soft smile. I'm not afraid. After turning a few corners, Yi Chen brought Tiger Boy to the Jiqing Pavilion to obtain an identity badge for him. In the hall, the same audacious elder in green robes awaited them. Upon seeing Yi Chen enter, the elder chuckled, "Little one, it seems I misjudged you." The elder recalled the day Yi Chen first arrived, when the heads of the three main peaks were present and deemed Yi Chen unworthy due to his low talent. However, the subsequent remarkable events had astonished him. An intern disciple, previously dismissed by the three main peaks, had displayed such extraordinary talent, leaving them filled with regret. "You're too kind, Senior," Yi Chen replied with a smile. As he introduced Tiger Boy, he said, "Senior, this is Tiger Boy. He is here to obtain an identity badge." "Oh." The elder's gaze shifted to Tiger Boy, scrutinizing him closely, squeezing his little arms and shoulders, determined not to make the same mistake again. However, upon careful observation, it was evident that Tiger Boy's talent and qualifications were indeed quite mediocre, falling far short in comparison to Yi Chen. "Little one, you may only be an intern disciple for now." The elder looked at Tiger Boy and asked, "Are you willing?" Tiger Boy nodded eagerly. "As long as I can cultivate on the mountain, I'm okay with anything." The elder smiled and went inside. Soon, he returned with a storage bag. Yi Chen accepted the bag for Tiger Boy and then bowed respectfully to the elder, saying, "Thank you for your trouble, Senior." As Yi Chen began to turn to leave, the elder called out to him, "Little one, should your internship period come to an end, would you consider becoming my disciple?" The elder extended an olive branch. It was customary within Hongyue's sect for the elders of both the three main peaks and various pavilions to take on disciples. And the elder's words indicated his desire to accept Yi Chen under his wing at Jiqing Pavilion. "Thank you for your recognition, elder. I will consider your offer at the end of my internship," Yi Chen replied with a polite smile, neither agreeing nor refusing. "I await your decision." Nodding gently, Yi Chen led Tiger Boy out of Jiqing Pavilion. As they stepped outside, they encountered a familiar face, or more accurately, an adversary, clad in flowing white robes. The youth exuded an air of elegance, his lips perpetually curled into a disdainful smirk. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Chi Hao, the disciple from the Earth Sun Peak, who had ambushed Yi Chen from the back mountain that day. "Oh, it's you, Yi Chen," Chi Hao smirked mockingly. "What a small world. I keep running into you, this waste." Yi Chen's gaze turned icy. He was about to confront Chi Hao at the wind and cloud platform. But after careful consideration, he decided against it, as he did not wish for Tiger Boy to witness a bloody scene. "What's wrong? Did the fire whip not kill you?" Chi Hao sneered. He was not alone. Another young man named Chi Yun accompanied him, who appeared to be of similar age to Tiger Boy. With an arrogant glance at Tiger Boy, he too displayed a look of disdain. So weak. Under Chi Yun's disdainful gaze, Tiger Boy lowered his head in embarrassment. In terms of background, cultivation level, demeanor, and qualifications, he felt he fell far short. Yi Chen led Tiger Boy away, but a cold voice called back, "Chi Hao, I'll be waiting for you at the wind and cloud platform tomorrow." Chapter 37. The Iron Staff. Upon exiting the Nine Clear Pavilion, Yi Chen guided Hua towards the Spirit Weapon Pavilion, intending to select a suitable spiritual weapon for him. "Big brother, I feel ashamed," Hua suddenly murmured, his head lowered. Taken aback, Yi Chen quickly deduced the cause of Hua's discomfort. The boy, simple and earnest, seemed to still be brooding over the earlier events. While he was leading a peer of similar age, Chi Hao was accompanied by Chi Yun, who was far more formidable. Yi Chen was well aware of Chi Hao's background as the scion of a renowned cultivation family, sent to Hongyue's sect at a young age. Chi Yun, evidently a member of the Qi family, was likewise destined for cultivation at Hongyue's sect. The Great Chu was replete with such esteemed families, like the Shangwan clan of Dongyue, the Sidu family of Shishu, the Qi family from Nanjing, and the Wang family of Beichuan. Both Chi Hao and Chi Yun hailed from the Qi family of Nanjing. Although cultivation families did not possess the profound heritage of sects, they were far from inconsequential. The offspring of these families were immersed in spiritual medicines from an early age, nurtured by an abundance of resources. This alone rendered Hua, and even Yi Chen, feeling inferior. "You have just embarked on your journey as a cultivator. The road ahead is long," Yi Chen reassured him with a gentle pat on the shoulder. "Perhaps I shouldn't have come, Hua contemplated aloud. Since you are here, you must make the best of it. The world is inherently divided into strengths and weaknesses. Yet, heaven is fair. A temporary setback does not indicate an everlasting inferiority. Was I not looked down upon when I first arrived? Yes, I will work twice as hard and will not bring shame to my big brother, Hua declared determinedly. They soon arrived at the spirit weapon pavilion. As they stepped inside, the elder Zhou Dafu, who had been dozing, opened his eyes groggily. Come in. You may take one item only. He waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead. Yi Chen nudged Hua forward gently. Select one that suits you for now. I will help you find a better one later. Yi Chen's arrival seemed to rouse Zhou Dafu from his slumber. He sat up, stretching languidly and yawning. Noticing Hua had not yet emerged, Yi Chen stepped forward, smiling as he inquired, Elder, do you have any Xian iron or Xian steel? Xian iron and Xian steel were precious materials for crafting, always in high demand yet scarce. Yi Chen's inquiry was purposeful. He aspired to infuse the essence of these materials into his Qishao sword. The hardness of Xian iron combined with the flexibility of Xian steel would undoubtedly create a superior weapon. At least that was what the crafting manual suggested. Xian iron and Xian steel are indeed rare. I have some, but I'm afraid you might find it too costly. Zhou Dafu rubbed his bleary eyes. Yi Chen's eyes brightened, and he quickly asked, Elder, how much? Without a word, Zhou Dafu raised a finger. 10,000. 10,000. What are you thinking? It's 100,000. Gulp. Yi Chen swallowed hard at the price. 100,000 was still a bargain. Items at the vast treasure pavilion were even pricier. Zhou Dafu glanced at Yi Chen's incredulous expression and continued. Moreover, 100,000 spirit stones would only suffice for a piece the size of a chicken egg. Yi Chen gulped again at this revelation. He understood the rarity of Xian iron and Xian steel, yet he had underestimated their worth. 100,000 spirit stones. What a staggering concept. An outer sect disciple might not earn that much even over a lifetime at the sect. Even if he could refine jade spirit liquid, it would take considerable time to amass such wealth. Of course, there is a place where it is considerably cheaper. Zhou Dafu added. Where? The Netherworld black market. At this, Yi Chen stroked his chin, realizing he had almost forgotten about that place. The Netherworld black market. Located at the intersection of Hongyue sect, Xinjiang sect, and Xinyan sect, was a hub for trade, notorious for its underhanded dealings. As a result, it was a perilous locale, frequented by nefarious characters, infamous throughout history. Though Yi Chen had yet to visit the Netherworld black market, he had heard of its sinister reputation. However, it was not solely known for its dangers. Amidst the chaos, treasures could be found at lower prices, making it a favored spot for many cultivators seeking bargains. How much cheaper could the Xian iron and Xian steel be there? Yi Chen pondered aloud, looking at Zhou Dafu. The items there often have dubious origins, and sellers are usually eager to offload their goods, so you might save about 40 to 50,000 spirit stones, Zhou Dafu replied. 40 to 50,000? Yi Chen mused, rubbing his chin. For him, that was no trivial sum, and if he could indeed procure Xian steel and Xian iron at the Netherworld black market, he would not hesitate to make the trip. The Netherworld black market is not a place for the faint-hearted. You could lose your life at any moment, so think carefully. Zhou Dafu warned, casting a wary glance at Yi Chen. What can I do? It's your exorbitant prices that drive me to consider it. Yi Chen retorted. 40 to 50,000 is manageable. I will eventually gather that much. Zhou Dafu coughed lightly. My Xian iron and Xian steel are not simply picked up. I have exerted considerable effort to procure them, so I must earn something. Yi Chen couldn't help but smirk, thinking Zhou Dafu was just as shrewd as Pang Dahai. As they conversed, Hua emerged, cradling the weapon he had chosen. Instead of a spiritual sword, he had selected an iron staff, which, though somewhat disproportionate to his height, could still be wielded adequately. An iron staff, Zhou Dafu remarked, eyeing Hua. Little one, among so many spiritual weapons, why did you choose this? You can still exchange it, Yi Chen added with a smile. The most challenging weapon to master was the spear, and the iron staff was merely a spear minus the tip, making its practice arduous. This was why both Yi Chen and Zhou Dafu had advised against it. No, I really like this iron staff, Hua grinned. Then let it be. Understanding Hua's resolute nature, Yi Chen refrained from further objections. A sword has its sharpness, while a staff possesses its own intricacies. If you have chosen it, so be it. Zhou Dafu ceased to oppose the decision. Elder, do you have any techniques for staff combat? Yi Chen inquired, knowing Hua was newly initiated into cultivation and lacked knowledge, especially regarding staff techniques. Staff techniques are somewhat esoteric. I do not possess any here. You might check at the vast treasure pavilion. Perhaps old Zhou there has something, Zhou Dafu replied. Shaking his head, Yi Chen felt a twinge of disappointment at this. In that case, we shall take our leave. He clasped his hands in farewell and led Hua out of the spirit weapon pavilion. On their way, they made a visit to the vast treasure pavilion, but returned empty-handed. Yi Chen settled Hua on a small hill for cultivation, where they could look out for each other and occasionally offer guidance. Hua, diligence can make up for lack of talent. You must strive hard. Yes, I will train doubly hard and will not bring shame to Big Brother. Chapter 38. The gambit of winds and clouds. The night passed in silence, and dawn broke swiftly. The following day, as the first light of day emerged, a sensational piece of news swept through the outer sect of Hongyue. Have you heard? Yi Chen is challenging Qi Hao of Rinyang Peak. Is it true? Qi Hao is a genuine practitioner of the second layer of the human element realm. Has Yi Chen bitten off more than he can chew? Once the news broke, it sparked a tremendous uproar. The disciples of the three main peaks had just ceased their chaotic brawl at the Fengyun platform, and the tranquility that had settled only briefly was soon disrupted again, especially since one of the contenders was the controversial Yi Chen. Consequently, some idle disciples, seeking amusement, had already rushed to the Fengyun platform to claim their spots. To look down on Rinyang Peak warrants a lesson. The head of Rinyang Peak, Master Qingyang, sat on the stone platform, his words dripping with confidence in Qi Hao. We shall adhere to our mission. Below him, Qi Hao flicked his robe, exuding an air of elegance, a smirk of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. We shall go as well. Su Xinyue and a group of disciples followed suit. On the other side, at the base of the Fengyun platform, the disciples of Hongyue, drawn by curiosity, instinctively parted to make way as Yi Chen, carrying the heavy sword Tianke, strode forward. Having previously defeated disciples from two peaks, there was uncertainty about whether he could prevail against Qi Hao this time. Could Wei Yang and Zhao Long truly match Qi Hao? The realms of Qi gathering and human element are simply not comparable. As the murmurs surrounded him, just as Yi Chen was about to ascend the platform, he was suddenly seized by a figure emerging from the side. Instinctively glancing over, Yi Chen could not help but twitch his lips. The one who grabbed him was none other than Xiong Er, looking particularly disheveled, his already plump face swollen and bruised, clearly having returned from a brutal encounter with his father. Kid, tell me honestly, what are your chances of winning? Xiong Er glared at Yi Chen with his beady eyes. 10 out of 10. Great. Xiong Er was quick to leave, leaving Yi Chen somewhat bewildered. Retracting his gaze, Yi Chen stepped onto the Fengyun platform. Come. Place your bets. The more you wager, the more you win. Once this village passes, this shop will be gone. As Yi Chen stepped onto the platform, such exclamations rang out from below. Upon closer inspection, it was Xiong Er. The rascal had somehow procured a table, upon which hung two signs, one bearing Yi Chen's name, the other Qi Hao's. External betting. Yi Chen instantly discerned Xiong Er's intentions. Typically, those who engage in battles at the Fengyun platform would place some stakes. Meanwhile, the indolent disciples below, uninterested in pursuing cultivation, would not be idle. They would come with spirit stones to place their bets. This was external betting. If fortune favored them, they might strike it rich overnight. If luck turned against them, they could end up destitute. Bet on Yi Chen at 10 to 1. Bet on Qi Hao at 1 to 10. Bet small, win small. Bet large, win large. Xiong Er's loud proclamations attracted a flurry of disciples rushing forward. I bet on Qi Hao. Me too. Qi Hao will win. The stakes being wagered were overwhelmingly in favor of Qi Hao, leading to a towering pile of spirit stones on his side, while Yi Chen's side remained barren. Am I that unworthy? Yi Chen glanced down at the throng, momentarily taken aback. However, a smile crept onto his lips. Once you buy, you cannot return. No refunds. Xiong Er's voice echoed across the Fengyun platform. Displaying his business acumen even while bustling at the betting table, he winked at Yi Chen on the platform. With the prospect of profit gleaming in his eyes, Yi Chen saw visions of glistening spirit stones, just when he was concerned about lacking funds to purchase Xian steel and Xian iron. Xiong Er's antics ensured he would reap a profit. Soon, the pile of spirit stones on the betting table towered higher than a person, estimated to be around 50 or 60,000 in total. The betting disciples had each returned to their seats, eagerly anticipating their winnings. Qi Hao is here. Soon, the sharp-eyed disciples called out. The crowd shifted their gaze to one direction, where Qi Hao, dressed in white and wielding a white fan, approached gracefully. followed by a throng of disciples from Rinyang Peak, evidently there to cheer him on. Amid the throngs of onlookers, Chi Hao, with a smirk of amusement, elegantly descended upon the Fengyan platform. Wow, so handsome. The air filled with the gasps of female disciples. Chi Hao seemed to relish the attention, gently swaying his folding fan with an air of refinement. Senior brother Chi beat him to a pulp. Before the battle commenced, the disciples of Rinyang Peak were already fervently chanting their support for Chi Hao. With such heavy killing intent, you shall never achieve success. Su Xinyue disdainfully cast a glance at Yi Chun amidst the crowd. On the platform, Chi Hao gazed at Yi Chun with playful interest, mocking, Yi Chun, who granted you the audacity to challenge me? Do you think too highly of yourself? Yi Chun scoffed in response. Hey, Chi Hao, do you wish to place a bet? If not, I shall close the betting. Of course, I will bet. With a gentle snap of his folding fan, Chi Hao casually tossed a storage bag, declaring, I bet on myself to win 1,000 spirit stones. Wow. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in excitement. Particularly, the female disciples were in a frenzy, marveling at Chi Hao's impressive background, high cultivation, good looks, and now his boldness in wagering, perfectly embodying their ideal Prince Charming. I do not possess wealth like senior brother Chi, but I shall wager 100. Yi Chen too made his move. Tossing a solitary 100 spirit stones onto the betting table, his entire wealth represented in that singular bet. Betting closed. With Xiong'er's call, he struck the betting table with authority. With external betting taking place, shall we not wager something between us? Chi Hao smiled at Yi Chun, his chin held high, almost as if he could ascend to the heavens with that posture. I have no money. I shall not bet with you. Are you perhaps afraid? Not at all. Yi Chun scratched his ear. In a moment, I shall leave you dazed. All valuable things on you shall belong to me. What arrogance! Chi Hao's eyes turned icy as he immediately sprang into action, his foot tapping the ground, and in mere moments, he closed the distance to Yi Chun, his movements elusive and leaving behind multiple afterimages. Such incredible speed. Even Yi Chun could not help but marvel at the finesse of Chi Hao's technique. In the midst of their exchange, Chi Hao had already approached, raising his hand to deliver a powerful palm strike. In response, Yi Chun wielded Tianke. With a resounding impact, Yi Chun was sent staggering back, a deliberate display of restraint. He had not exerted his full strength, merely probing Chi Hao's capabilities. Chapter 39. Inversion of Black and White. Utterly defenseless with a swift strike, Chi Hao sneered coldly, his movements becoming even more graceful and carefree as he stepped forward. Confronting Yi Chun once more, a surge of true energy coursed through his palm, coalescing into a 5-pointed star imprint. Buzz! Yi Chun immediately swung the heavy sword, Tian Quebec. Observing this, Chi Hao sidestepped, evading the massive blade while the 5-pointed star imprint surged towards Yi Chun's chest, seemingly intent on knocking him down. Are you belittling my combat prowess? Yi Chun retorted with a cold smile, swiftly retreating just as the star imprint was about to strike him. Too slow. Chi Hao charged forward with unmatched speed. Slow? Then let us see you keep up. Yi Chun chuckled softly, propelling himself backward while simultaneously hurling the Tian Ke at Chi Hao. In that instant, he pushed off the ground, transforming his retreat into an aggressive advance. Boom! Chi Hao deflected the oncoming Tian Ke with a palm strike, yet Yi Chun was already on the offensive. Thunderous palm. With the sound of thunder, Yi Chun unleashed a powerful thunderous palm. Chi Hao's movements faltered as he retaliated with a palm strike of his own. Crash! The two formidable forces collided, producing a deafening sound. Chi Hao, seemingly lacking sufficient energy, was forced back a step despite his Yuan realm cultivation. The crowd erupted in astonishment. You know nothing, they whispered. Chi Hao had been preoccupied with deflecting the Tian Ke and had not fully mobilized his true energy, resulting in a momentary lapse. Nevertheless, even so, Yi Chun was no ordinary opponent. Indeed, I underestimated you. Despite being pushed back, Chi Hao smirked, his anger overshadowed by the thrill of battle. Underestimating me will lead to your downfall. Let us see if you can withstand this next move. Chi Hao's gaze turned icy as he formed a hand seal. Suddenly, the skies above transformed, vibrant sword energies materializing, resonating with a spectacular sound, countless in number. Sword rained from the heavens. With a sharp command, Chi Hao waved his hand, unleashing a dazzling torrent of sword energy that cascaded down like rain. In response, Yi Chun had already taken action, drawing the Tian Ke from the arena floor, channeling a surge of true energy into it. Buzz! The massive Tian was raised high, pointing towards the heavens, spinning furiously around Yi Chen, forming a colossal vortex of true energy that shredded the descending sword energies. As the sword rain was dismantled, Chi Hao's demeanor remained unfazed. A cold smile appearing on his lips, Yi Chen felt a chill creeping up from beneath him. Earth Dragon Technique. Chi Hao clasped his hands together, unleashing a powerful roar. Roar! A deep dragon's roar emanated from beneath Yi Chen's feet. In the next moment, an ethereal dragon-like energy erupted from the ground, charging toward Yi Chen with a fierce growl. What an exquisite secret technique! The crowd marveled, witnessing both the sword rain and the earth dragon technique. Regardless of whether you are a dragon or a serpent, kneel before me. Yi Chen's voice rang out coldly. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt the blood surge through him, an overwhelming force coalescing into his punch, striking the ethereal dragon energy with ferocity. With such a powerful blow, the dragon energy dissipated instantly, shocking the spectators below. Yi Chen possesses such strength. They gasped, realizing they had underestimated him. Impressive, young man. I never knew you held such formidable power. Xiong Er, watching from the sidelines, exhaled in relief as the dragon energy shattered. As the dragon energy dispersed, Chi Hao's expression darkened slightly, and he swiftly formed another hand seal. Do you think I will grant you another opportunity? His icy voice drew near as Yi Chen approached like a lion, launching a thunderous palm that interrupted Chi Hao's incantation. With his technique disrupted, Chi Hao's face darkened as he retreated. Yi Chen pursued, having discarded the Tian, moving with unparalleled agility, leaving afterimages in his wake. What incredible speed! Even Chi Hao was taken aback. Thunderous palm. Yi Chen stomped down, shattering a slab of stone on the arena before delivering a forceful strike. This time, he unleashed 60% of his power. Chi Hao narrowed his eyes, sensing the overwhelming force emanating from Yi Chen's palm. Realizing this strike was on an entirely different level from the previous one, he had concealed his strength. A cold glint flashed in Chi Hao's eyes. In a split second, Chi Hao halted his advance and lunged forward with a fierce palm strike. Boom! Another fierce clash, yet Chi Hao was forced to retreat, a muffled groan escaping his lips. How can he possess such power? Chi Hao's expression darkened. Before he could regain his footing, Yi Chen, relentless as a lion, struck again with another formidable thunderous palm. Mysterious light shield. In an instant, Chi Hao bit his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of vital blood that coalesced into a blood-colored shield before him. Bang! Yi Chen's palm struck the shield, producing a resounding impact. Break for me! With a fierce roar, Yi Chen swung his arm, delivering a powerful punch to the shield. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed as Chi Hao's shield fractured, causing him to stagger back with a muffled groan. What a freak of a boy! Chi Hao stumbled backward. Surprise etched across his face for the first time. But it was not over. Yi Chen, refusing to grant Chi Hao a moment's respite, leaped forward, closing in on him. Shield-breaking slash. Just as Chi Hao began to form another seal, Yi Chen struck once more, interrupting him yet again. Once you are within my reach, you can only pray for mercy. Yi Chen's cold voice resonated as he unleashed a flurry of fierce combat techniques, resembling a ferocious beast descending from the mountains. His attacks were unpredictable, shifting from the ferocity of a tiger to the menace of a fierce ape, then to the might of a lion, and finally the cunning of a wolf. Every joint of his body became a weapon of destruction, executing a relentless onslaught. Not again. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Anyone who had witnessed Yi Chen's battle with Zhao Long knew of his peculiar fighting style, simple yet brutally efficient, lacking in flair but overwhelming in power. Recalling Zhao Long's defeat, they realized how Yi Chen's methods had turned the fundamental art of combat into something utterly uncanny. Why do I feel that Yi Chen is less a person and more a savage beast? Strange, too strange indeed. Kid, you're something else. Xiong Er, at the gambling table, was mesmerized, having lost count of the times he marveled at Yi Chen's prowess. The arena echoed with Chi Hao's furious roar. Though he surpassed Zhao Long in strength and possessed numerous secret techniques, every attempt he made was thwarted by Yi Chen, reducing him to a state of utter disarray, covered in marks from Yi Chen's relentless strikes. Gone was the playful demeanor he once wore. Now, he resembled a cornered beast. Unable to lift his head under Yi Chen's relentless assault, the disciples from Rinyang Peak, who had come to support Chi Hao, stood dumbfounded. Chi Hao is someone we have always revered, yet now he is being overwhelmed by a mere Chi condensation realm cultivator. This is the first time I've seen Senior Brother Chi Hao in such a predicament. Senior Brother Chi is a Yuan realm expert. How can Yi Chen, clearly only in the Qi condensation realm, possess such overwhelming combat prowess? He is clearly employing some form of demonic technique. The typically reticent Su Xinyue's voice was chillingly cold, particularly as she beheld Yi Chen assaulting Chi Hao, her teeth clenched in seething resentment. Sorcery. Indeed, it was sorcery. Upon her utterance, the disciples of Ren Yang Peak fervently echoed her sentiments. Yi Chen, your use of sorcery is utterly disgraceful. Following the vehement outcry of the first disciple from Ren Yang Peak, the others joined in a chorus of vehement denunciation. Consequently, a chain reaction swiftly unfolded among the crowd below. Those disciples who were on amicable terms with Chi Hao rallied in response, their indignant shouts and curses merging into a tumultuous tide. Get down. You are unworthy to contend with Senior Brother Chi Hao. Amidst the throng, an unidentified individual hurled an egg at Yi Chen on stage. Soon after, many disciples followed suit, launching eggs and rotten vegetable leaves onto the arena, proclaiming their demand for Yi Chen to vacate the stage, forcing him to momentarily cease his intense struggle. Our Hongyu sect, being a prestigious orthodox sect, cannot tolerate such sorcery. He should be delivered to the discipline hall for severe punishment. The use of sorcery, such conduct, is truly contemptible. Chapter 40. Counterattack. The audience was filled with righteous indignation, voices condemning Yi Chen rising in waves. The commotion below momentarily quelled the fierce battle above, granting the beleaguered Chi Hao a fleeting respite. Using demonic arts, despicable and shameless, the disciples of Ren Yang Peak relentlessly clung to this accusation, their vitriol growing more unrestrained. Upon hearing these words, Yi Chen's gaze turned icy as he cast a cold glance at the disciples of Ren Yang Peak, remarking, "Dare to utter another slanderous word. What? Is it forbidden to speak of demonic arts?" One disciple in white from Ren Yang Peak retorted, "Can you silence just one mouth, or all the mouths present?" Disregarding the orthodox path, yet practicing vile and crooked methods, they chanted, their numbers overwhelming. Faced with such blatant distortion of truth, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming sense of anger, but could not stem the tide of insults. The fear of public opinion was palpable, and Yi Chen truly grasped this sentiment. Clang! Just as Yi Chen was distracted, Chi Hao launched a sudden attack, unleashing a crescent-shaped sword light. Uft! Blood sprayed forth as Yi Chen was instantly wounded, a deep gash carved across his chest. Die! Chi Hao roared, his face twisted in fury as he lunged forward like a rabid dog, a ghostly light swirling around his index finger, which he thrust towards Yi Chen. Uft! A gaping wound erupted in Yi Chen's right shoulder. Another sneak attack. Stumbling backward, Yi Chen's expression hardened to an icy chill. The scene mirrored that fateful day at Hongyu's sect's rear mountain, where Chi Hao had ambushed him, leaving him grievously injured. With each successive blow, Yi Chen found himself in a dire state. Chi Hao, like a madman, offered no respite, his palm strikes, fist shadows, and sword lights raining down upon Yi Chen. How shameless can he be? Below, Xiong Air could no longer bear it, slamming the table and jumping up in outrage. Yet, at that moment, no one paid him any heed. Take him down. With Chi Hao's counterattack, the disciples of Ren Yang Peak shouted in thunderous unison. How could Senior Brother Chi lose? Seeing Yi Chen retreat, Su Xinyue let out a deep sigh of relief. Is there no justice? Xiong Air shouted, jumping onto the table, his voice piercing through the air. It was crucial to note that he was the house in the external betting, with wagers on Chi Hao's victory amounting to over 70 or 80,000 spirit stones, and only a mere 100 on Yi Chen. A loss for Yi Chen would mean a staggering loss for him. Yet, it wasn't solely about the spirit stones. Though he had known Yi Chen for a brief time, he saw through his character and deemed him a worthy friend. Witnessing Yi Chen first wronged and then ambushed ignited a fiery anger within him. Uft! Uft! Blood continued to splatter on the arena. After being successfully ambushed by Chi Hao, Yi Chen was deprived of any chance to react. Forced to the edge of the combat stage by the frenzied Chi Hao. Die! With a deafening roar, Chi Hao pierced the air with his sword. Uft! More blood sprayed forth. Yet this time, Yi Chen did not evade. He braced himself and took the blow to his shoulder, refusing to fall from the stage. Today, I will settle old scores along with new ones. Yi Chen's voice turned frigid as he seized Chi Hao's long sword with his left hand, while his right hand surged with tremendous energy, delivering a solid punch to Chi Hao's face. With a blow, Chi Hao staggered, and before he could regain his balance, Yi Chen struck him back with a powerful palm. Fight! With a resonant shout, Yi Chen, disregarding his flowing blood, charged forward like a lion. He was truly enraged. Faced with a crowd of hypocritical and malevolent individuals, he no longer held back. Confronting Chi Hao, he unleashed the essence of his furious beast heart, launching a counterattack. Roar! Roar! With each strike, the sounds of beasts echoed, fueled by his seething anger. Ah! Chi Hao howled, his hair disheveled. Despite his mastery of various secret techniques, he found himself overwhelmed by Yi Chen's relentless assault, his strength dissipating without an outlet for release. Demonic arts. He is using demonic arts again. As Chi Hao was once more pressed down, the disciples of Ren Yang Peak began to jeer. Soon, the spectators joined in, their voices swelling to an even greater crescendo than before. They were not all allies of Chi Hao. They were merely lamenting their lost spirit stones. It was well known that there was external betting at Fengyan platform. Everyone present, save for Xiong Er and Yi Chen, had bet on Chi Hao's victory. If Chi Hao were to falter, their spirit stones would vanish without a trace. Demonic arts, how despicable. Get off the stage. You are unworthy to duel senior brother Chi. Take him to the discipline hall. Insults, reprimands, and roars surged like a tidal wave, once again cloaking Yi Chen in accusations of demonic arts, attempting to halt the conflict on stage and buy Chi Hao time to breathe. But having been deceived once, Yi Chen would not repeat the same mistake. He continued his relentless assault, embodying a ferocious beast, each punch drawing blood, leaving Chi Hao powerless to retaliate. Ah! Chi Hao's face contorted in a grotesque grimace. Yet it was futile. Kid, well done. Xiong Er stood atop the betting table, waving a white cloth he had somehow procured with fervor. Sister, what do we do? Below, the disciples of Ren Yang Peak turned to Su Xianyu, their expressions filled with concern. Su Xianyu was also flustered. She had never anticipated Yi Chen would possess such formidable combat prowess. Even after sustaining multiple injuries and being driven to the edge of the stage, he could still mount a fierce counterattack, defying all her expectations. Bang! On the stage, Yi Chen's punch sent Chi Hao flying. With another resounding crash, Chi Hao's body smashed into the arena, creating a fissure. Yet, as he rose, a sinister smile twisted his lips. Yi Chen, you will ultimately never defeat me. Hearing this, Yi Chen, poised to attack once more, furrowed his brow. He realized that the vital energy flowing within him was bound by an overwhelming force. Even his dantians were imprisoned. The heavenly spirit curse. Glancing at his arm, he noticed a yellow talisman slowly melding into his body. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the heavenly spirit curse. It is the heavenly spirit curse. Gasps of astonishment arose from the disciples below. How precious was the heavenly spirit curse. They had never imagined Chi Hao possessed such a talisman. With his vital energy shackled, Yi Chen was destined to be powerless to turn the tide. No need to lose spirit stones this time. The disciples of Ren Yang Peak sighed in relief, knowing the ensuing battle would hold no suspense. Chi Hao, how shameless can you be? Only Xiong Er shouted in indignation. Against someone in the Chi condensation realm, you dare to employ the heavenly spirit curse. Have you no shame left? However, Chi Hao, consumed by rage, paid no heed to the taunts. His mind was singularly fixated on defeating Yi Chen, willing to pay any price. Opposite him, Yi Chen's expression turned to ice. It was his first encounter with the heavenly spirit curse, and he truly felt its terror. With his current strength, he could not break free. With his vital energy confined, he could not defeat Chi Hao. Yi Chen's gaze flickered, realizing that with his dantian bound, even his true fire was sealed. Though his physique was robust and his combat abilities exceptional, without vital energy, victory was unattainable. Ha ha ha! Chi Hao's malicious and unrestrained laughter echoed from the opposite side. I will make you wish you were dead. He drew forth a deadly sword, approaching slowly. Savoring Yi Chen's impotent fury. Who lives and who dies remains to be seen. A cold smile curled at the corners of Yi Chen's mouth as he readied himself once more for the impending battle. Chapter 41. Fierce and overbearing what? Is Yi Chen still going to continue fighting? As Yi Chen once again prepared for battle, astonished voices arose from below. His vital energy was restrained. Defeat was inevitable. It seemed he was merely making a desperate struggle. All was in vain. I wonder how long he can hold out. On the stage, Chi Hao's expression turned fierce as he unleashed a sharp sword energy into the air. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already retreated, deftly drawing the Tianke heavy sword embedded in the battle platform. Bang! Chi Hao's sword energy struck the Tianke, sending sparks flying. Without the protection of vital energy, Yi Chen's arms were jolted painfully, and he tasted blood in his throat, spitting out a mouthful. Die! Chi Hao, moving like the wind, appeared in an instant, thrusting his sword through the air once more. Surprisingly, Yi Chen did not evade. Puffed. Another spray of blood. Yi Chen's body was pierced. Yet at that moment, he grasped the deadly sword with his bloodied hand, his right fist retaliating once more. However, this time, Chi Hao was well prepared, effortlessly raising his palm to grasp Yi Chen's fist. In his eyes, Yi Chen's punch, devoid of vital energy, lacked any offensive power. Too weak. Chi Hao grinned savagely, sending Yi Chen staggering back, spitting blood. Are you still alive? After repelling Yi Chen, Chi Hao raised his bloodied sword, ready to strike again. But just as he took a step forward, his expression changed drastically. He felt a tremendous force surge into his body, forcefully restraining him. How could this be? He stared incredulously at the Heavenly Spirit Talisman nearly merging with his palm. Yi Chen has the Heavenly Spirit Talisman too? A stir of astonishment rippled through the crowd below. The Heavenly Spirit Talisman is incredibly precious. Can he afford it? It's over. Chi Hao has also been struck by the Heavenly Spirit Talisman. Well done. Xiong'er couldn't help but howl with excitement, his small fists clenched tightly. Where did he get the Heavenly Spirit Talisman? Su Xingyue was taken aback, clearly surprised that Yi Chen possessed such a talisman, completely exceeding her expectations. This is impossible. A roar erupted from Chi Hao on stage. I said, who lives and who dies is yet to be determined. Several meters away, Yi Chen staggered to his feet. A cold smile directed at Chi Hao. How do you have the Heavenly Spirit Talisman? Chi Hao, eyes bloodshot, glared fiercely at Yi Chen. Does it matter? With a scoff, Yi Chen slowly approached, declaring, what's important is that the playing field is now level. You have no vital energy, and neither do I. The real battle is just beginning. At these words, Chi Hao instinctively took a step back. Indeed, he too was devoid of vital energy. So, could he still be Yi Chen's opponent? Remembering Yi Chen's domineering close combat techniques, a flicker of fear crossed Chi Hao's eyes. Over the years, he had relied too heavily on vital energy and had never truly honed his basic combat skills. Without vital energy, how could he match Yi Chen? Fight! Yi Chen's voice rang out, firm and powerful, as he stepped forward like a cannonball. Seeing this, Chi Hao hurriedly retreated. Can you escape? A chilling voice carried on the wind as Yi Chen closed in, his fists swinging. Instinctively, Chi Hao raised his arms to block. Yet again, he found himself unable to evade Yi Chen's overpowering close combat assault. No matter how he roared, it was futile. But just as Yi Chen exhibited his prowess, a disciple in white from Rinyang Peak suddenly charged onto the battle stage. This white-clad disciple was not particularly strong, but he was cunning, aware that Yi Chen's vital energy was currently restrained, and he aimed to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate him. Die! The white-clad disciple's expression was sinister as he thrust his palm forward, showing no mercy. You dare to challenge me at the 4th level of Qi condensation? With a cold shout, Yi Chen kicked Chi Hao aside, then swiftly turned, leaping like a monkey to evade the white-clad disciple's palm strike, delivering a powerful blow that sent the disciple staggering. The onlookers gasped in surprise. Even with his vital energy restrained, Yi Chen remained extraordinarily formidable. Amidst the shock, Yi Chen seized the white-clad disciple by the leg and slammed him down onto the battle platform. Yi Chen's mental acuity was sharp. From the moment his vital energy was restrained, he predicted that a disciple from Rinyang Peak would attempt a sneak attack. Fortunately, among the Rinyang Peak disciples present, only Su Xingyue had reached the 9th level of Qi condensation. The rest were mostly below the 5th level, all well within Yi Chen's capacity to handle. A thin, dying camel is still larger than a horse. Yi Chen fit this description. Although his vital energy was restrained, his combat ability remained, coupled with his overwhelming physical strength. Not just anyone could dismiss him. After all, these disciples were not Chi Hao. Another scream echoed as Yi Chen slammed the white-clad disciple down onto the battle platform once more, causing his internal organs to shift, leaving a human-shaped imprint on the already sturdy platform. He has no vital energy. Let us all go. With a resounding shout, the remaining disciples of Rinyang Peak, except for Su Xingyue, surged onto the battle stage. What the hell? Upon witnessing this, Xiong'er erupted in rage, brandishing his wolf-toothed club, ready to charge onto the stage. But just as he lifted his foot, he instinctively retreated. For on the battle stage, Chen was in the midst of a fierce fight. He held the unconscious white-clad disciple by the leg, swinging him like a weapon, sending any Rinyang Peak disciple who dared to approach flying. The scene was astounding. Rinyang Peak disciples tumbled off the stage like sandbags. Incredible! Xiong exclaimed in awe. This is too fierce. The surrounding disciples swallowed hard in unison. Oh! With another scream, a disciple from Rinyang Peak found his dantian shattered by Yi Chen's kick. Yi Chen, below, Su Xinyue shouted coldly. How can you harm fellow disciples without fear of the discipline hall's judgment? Harm my fellow disciples? Yi Chen, covered in blood, his eyes a crimson hue, glared at Su Xinyue, declaring, during the Fengyun duel, aside from the combatants, no third party is allowed to intervene. This has always been the sect's rule. Even if I eliminate them here, the discipline hall has no right to punish me. You, once again reprimanded, Su Xinyue's pretty face flushed with anger. It is your Rinyang Peak disciples who first disrespected the sect rules. Do not blame me. Yi Chen's voice was firm and icy. With that, he abruptly turned, delivering a blow that left the just-risen Qi Hao dazed. Seeing this, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Su Xinyue's eyes as she prepared to rush onto the stage. Su Xinyue, is it? I advise you to behave. Otherwise, the wind-chasing arrow recognizes no one. Xiong Er's voice rang out. In his hand, the wolf-toothed club had transformed into a longbow, now drawn like a full moon, a terrifying arrow of vital energy humming ominously. Should Su Xinyue dare to step onto the stage, the arrow would be loosed in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Su Xinyue's expression hardened. Feeling the cold aura emanating from the arrow, she was certain that any reckless move would result in a fatal shot. With this thought, she took a deep breath, retracting the foot she had just stepped forward with. This is more like it. Xiong chuckled coldly, then surveyed the disciples below, scolding. I have no desire to target anyone. Everyone behave, or don't blame me for being ruthless. At this proclamation, those disciples who had been itching to act all withdrew their vital energy, no longer daring to stir. On the stage, Yi Chen had already collected Qi Hao's storage bag, thoroughly searching his body for any valuables, taking everything of worth. He spared Qi Hao some dignity. Otherwise, given his usual temperament, he would have stripped Qi Hao completely bare. Having completed his task, Yi Chen leaped off the battle stage and walked towards the exit. As Yi Chen passed by Su Xinyue, he cast a glance at her face, which resembled frost, and remarked with a cold smile, Senior Sister Su, your talent for distorting the truth is truly remarkable. I, as your junior, can only feel ashamed in comparison. Before Su Xinyue could respond, Yi Chen had already swept away with a flourish of his robe. The disciples on either side instinctively parted to create a path for him. The day's battle had been filled with dramatic peaks and shocking moments. Qi Hao, at the human origin realm, was decisively defeated. Even the disciples from Yangfeng, who had come to assist, were all brought low, save for Su Xinyue. After today, it is unlikely that anyone would dare to underestimate Yi Chen, this apprentice disciple. Once Yi Chen departed, Xiong collected all the bets, clapped his hands, and vanished without a trace. After his departure, the disciples, still lingering in the aftermath, felt as though something essential was missing. Soon, the Fengyun platform echoed with wails of despair. My precious spirit stones. That was all my fortune. After decades of hard work, I am back to square one. Chapter 42. The swift shadow and the myriad illusions in the battle at the Fengyun platform. Yi Chen's name resounded throughout the outer sect. A mere intern disciple at the Qi gathering stage had triumphed over 3 disciples from the main peaks within a month, one of whom was even at the human origin stage. Such feats were destined to become an enduring legend. Nightfall enveloped Tianyang Peak. Elder Zhong clutched his chest in anguish, lamenting the loss of a prodigious disciple. Oh, the pain of it. At Diang Peak, Guhong sneered, Old Qingyang. Your human origin peak has suffered even greater humiliation compared to my Diang Peak. At Rinyang Peak, Qi Hao had awakened, howling like a mad dog. Kill. I must kill him. Silence. Elder Qingyang's voice thundered, his face pale with fury. You cannot even defeat a Qi gathering disciple. I have truly wasted my efforts on you. Master, it is that Yi Chen who is too treacherous, Su Xinyue interjected with indignation. Enough. For the next month, you all shall remain quietly on the mountain. During the outer sect competition, do not disgrace me again. In the little spirit garden, Yi Chen had been diligently practicing the savage body refinement technique for over 6 hours. The recent confrontation had left him significantly injured, with numerous bruises, particularly 2 gaping wounds on his left shoulder and right chest. Yet, compared to the punishment he endured in the discipline hall, these injuries were trivial. Under the influence of the savage body refinement, his wounds healed rapidly, and by the time he stepped out of his room, he was invigorated. Upon exiting, Chen was met with a howl that startled him. He soon realized that besides Hua and Zhang Fengyan, there was a hefty figure, no, a person, who could only be Xiong. "Are you a beast?" Xiong lunged at Chen, examining his body, and, finding no injuries, was left astounded. "Bring it here." Chen extended his palm. "Do not worry. I won't shortchange you." Xiong rolled his eyes, knowing that Chen was asking for the spirit stones won from the Fengyun betting pool. This time, the amount was not insignificant, and Xiong would not hoard it all, as most of it was earned through Chen's efforts. Same as always, 50-50. "That's 40,000 each." Xiong handed over a storage bag to Chen. Receiving the bag, Chen glanced inside. It contained exactly 40,000 spirit stones, a fortune that could elevate him to the ranks of the wealthy among the outer sect disciples of Hunyua's sect. Xiong leaned closer, clearly not intending to leave just yet, and whispered, "Have you ever been to the Netherworld black market?" "No." Chen shook his head lightly. "Would you like to accompany me there?" Xiong's eyes sparkled mischievously. In a few days, the triannual auction at the Netherworld black market would commence, rumored to feature many treasures. As he spoke, he brandished his Wolf Fang club, stating, "See this? I acquired it at the last auction. It only comes once every 3 years. If you miss it, you'll have to wait another 3. But I've heard that place is rather perilous." Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Fortune favors the bold." Xiong replied hastily. "Besides, during the auction, fighting is strictly prohibited. We would merely be observing. If things go awry, we can leave." Listening to Xiong Chen pondered. "All right, let us go take a look." "Great. It's settled then. I'll gather some snow Yulon flowers. Tomorrow at the back mountain, the usual place. Don't be late," Xiong exclaimed, leaping up and dashing out of the little spirit garden. After Xiong departed, Chen secured his room, placing the purple gold gourd on the bedside to absorb the spiritual energy before retrieving Qi Hao's storage bag. Upon opening the bag, even Chen, known for his composure, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Qi Hao, a promising young talent from a prestigious clan, had been well nurtured by his family and elder Qingyang, and the treasures within his storage bag were extraordinarily abundant. Firstly, the bag contained over 30,000 spirit stones. Secondly, it was filled with various spiritual liquids, some for nourishing meridians, others for longevity or enhancing physical prowess, truly a treasure trove. Additionally, the bag held numerous spiritual herbs and artifacts, many of which he had never encountered before, undoubtedly precious items, with some artifacts rivaling his own Qi Shao sword. Lastly, the bag contained only a solitary, cracked tortoise shell. This shell under the flickering candlelight. Chen scrutinized the tortoise shell, which was palm-sized and marked with faded, incomprehensible runes, exuding an inexplicable, ancient aura. It was this very aura that captivated Chen. Buzz. Just as Chen was deep in thought, the purple gold gourd quivered slightly. Before he could react, the ancient tortoise shell was drawn from his grasp, the gourd's opening swirling wide, swallowing the shell whole. "What is happening?" Chen hurriedly grasped the gourd, peering inside. To his astonishment, after the tortoise shell was consumed, it was melted down by an enigmatic force within the gourd, ultimately transforming into a vapor. This sight left Chen utterly dumbfounded. In that moment of shock, the purple gold gourd trembled once more, expelling the vapor created from the tortoise shell directly into Chen's eyes. Wow! Chen felt darkness enveloping his vision, and a resounding roar echoed in his mind. After an indeterminate period, Chen shook his head and opened his eyes. However, they now bore a peculiar glint. If one looked closely, they could see lines of tiny characters flickering within, swift shadow and myriad illusions. Limitless speed, shadow-like form, 1,000 variations, as ethereal as thought. As Chen murmured, he closed his eyes again, slipping into a wondrous state. The room fell into silence, save for the flickering candlelight. Unbeknownst to him, Chen, standing still, took a gentle step forward. Though this step seemed ordinary, it held an ineffable essence. After taking that step, he did not halt. He moved as if in a dream, slowly circling the room, sometimes advancing, sometimes inexplicably retreating. Time slipped by unnoticed. In the room, Chen continued his motions throughout the night. When dawn broke and the door swung wide open, Yi Chen stepped out, moving freely in the garden, at times steady like a divine tortoise, and at times as fleeting as a whispering breeze. Each step he took was imbued with an indescribable aura. His movements were so intricate that they defied comprehension, and his speed was such that one could hardly keep pace. At some point, Yi Chen paused slightly, slowly opening his eyes, which sparkled with uncontainable joy. Limitless speed, shadow-like form, 1,000 variations, as ethereal as thought. Magnificent, truly magnificent, the swift shadow, and myriad illusions. Chapter 43. The three great talismans of Hunyue. Having collected his breath, Yi Chen hurried back to his room. Once again at the bedside, he eagerly tucked the purple gold gourd into his bosom and began to polish it incessantly. A treasure indeed. Yi Chen beamed with delight, secretly marveling at how worthwhile his expenditure of over 1,000 spirit stones had been that day. He had come to understand that the ancient tortoiseshell contained the profound body technique of swift shadow, 1,000 transformations, and the purple gold gourd had captured this essence, swallowing the tortoiseshell to refine the hidden technique within. What manner of treasure are you, endowed with such capabilities? Grasping the purple gold gourd, Yi Chen found himself increasingly enamored and elated. The gourd not only absorbed the spiritual energy of the heavens and transformed it into liquid spirit energy, but also discerned the concealed mysteries within unknown objects, further amplifying Yi Chen's sense of its extraordinary origins. I can't shake the feeling that fortune is on the horizon. He stroked his chin, contemplating how his true fire could sense treasures, while this purple gold gourd could extract the hidden secrets within them. This is promising. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen retrieved an exquisite spirit pearl from his storage bag and promptly inserted it into the gourd, curious to see if it could unveil anything from the pearl. Buzz. Upon receiving the spirit pearl, the purple gold gourd vibrated and immediately expelled the pearl. It appears to be an ordinary spirit pearl, Yi Chen mused, then drew forth a small dagger and placed it inside the gourd. As before, the gourd promptly rejected it. Not this either. After stowing the dagger, Yi Chen continued to produce various items, spirit jade, spirit artifacts, testing each one in succession. Finally, he inserted a small, luminescent jade bottle into the gourd. Crack! In an instant, the purple gold gourd crushed the jade bottle into fine ash and expelled the remnants. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. Buzz! The gourd trembled fiercely, seemingly protesting, as if to say, try inserting another one, if you dare. Observing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips. He had grasped that the gourd possessed the ability to capture the mysteries of treasures, but it could only digest what it willingly consumed. Inserting useless items was futile. Moreover, he discerned that the purple gold gourd possessed sentience. He was certain that if he continued to stuff it with inconsequential objects, it would immediately crush them. You little rascal. You certainly have a temper. Though Yi Chen scolded it, he cradled the gourd close, recognizing its value. After a modest breakfast, Yi Chen swiftly exited the small spirit garden. Upon reaching the cave in the back mountain, he found Xiong sprawled inside, sound asleep, drooling profusely, a mound of flesh in a hapless position. Cough, cough. Yi Chen cleared his throat, but Xiong remained unresponsive. Seeing this, he delivered a kick, exclaiming, "Get up, you little glutton, it's time to work." Yet, as before, Xiong failed to stir. Huh, why is that woman not wearing clothes? Upon saying this, the slumbering Xiong jolted awake. Where? This tactic proved effective. Yi Chen remarked with a knowing smile. Curse you. Realizing he had been tricked, Xiong glared at Yi Chen, cursing vehemently. Enough of this nonsense. Hurry up. Do you have the spiritual herbs? Our time is limited. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Xiong promptly reached into his trousers and produced a storage bag, declaring, I exerted tremendous effort to acquire this. Humph. Yi Chen scoffed, but when he opened the storage bag, he was astonished by the sheer quantity of spiritual herbs, 3 times more than last time. You little rascal, you've outdone yourself. Yi Chen exclaimed, casting a look of disbelief at Xiong. Did you get all this with your uncle's consent? Not at all. Then how did you procure it? I brought in my aunt. Xiong nonchalantly scratched his nose, adding, and I slipped a little something into their food. A little something? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what do you mean? Pleasure powder. At this revelation, even Yi Chen's composure faltered, and he couldn't help but give Xiong an approving thumbs up. Impressive. After this brief interlude, the two resumed their work. Yi Chen took the lead in the alchemical process while Xiong busied himself with assistance. Soon, The cave was filled with an enticing aroma of medicinal herbs. Yi Chen, not wanting to waste the fragrant essence, had already retrieved the purple gold gourd, allowing it to absorb the aromatic vapors. What kind of treasure is this that can autonomously absorb spiritual energy? Xiong'er squatted on the ground, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. Stop gawking and come help. As Yi Chen's alchemical technique grew increasingly refined, they managed to produce 3 times the amount of jade spirit liquid in just 6 days. That night, they lay exhausted on the ground, worn out from their frenzied work. Tomorrow we set off. First, we must visit the Wanbao Pavilion to procure some useful items. Understood? Xiong'er said, while stuffing bottles of jade spirit liquid into his storage bag. Useful items? Yi Chen inquired, intrigued. The Celestial Spirit Talisman, the Celestial Movement Talisman, and the Celestial Thunder Talisman. Hearing these names, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The 3 great talismans of Hongyue. The Celestial Spirit Talisman, which can temporarily seal a cultivator's true energy. The Celestial Movement Talisman, which instantly enhances the user's speed. And the Celestial Thunder Talisman, which possesses immense destructive power capable of shaking mountains. Each of these talismans had its unique merits, and when used in conjunction, they could yield unexpected results. Their value was nothing short of astonishing. Does Wanbao Pavilion sell these 3 talismans? Yi Chen asked Xiong'er. Of course. The Celestial Spirit Talisman costs 10,000 spirit stones. The Celestial Movement Talisman costs 30,000, and the Celestial Thunder Talisman demands 90,000 spirit stones. However, the Celestial Thunder Talisman is forbidden within Hongyue, though it can be used outside. Goodness, who can afford that? Yi Chen swallowed hard, contemplating the wealth of those who lurked in the outer sect of Hongyue, many of whom hailed from affluent cultivation families. Yi Chen recalled just yesterday, he had discovered 30,000 spirit stones in Qi Hao's storage bag. The more discreet disciples of wealthy cultivation families must be equally affluent. Though these talismans are expensive, they are incredibly practical, Xiong'er asserted. These are essential items for our journeys. In critical moments, they could save our lives. I value my life far more than spirit stones. This was a sound argument. Yi Chen wholeheartedly agreed with Xiong'er's perspective. No amount of spirit stones mattered if one lost their life. He privately resolved to make another trip to Wanbao Pavilion before heading to the Netherworld black market, aiming to acquire at least a couple of Celestial Spirit and Celestial Movement talismans, even if the Celestial Thunder Talisman remained out of reach. That night, the 2 parted ways at the back mountain. Xiong'er headed to the spiritual herb garden, while Yi Chen made his way toward Wanbao Pavilion. Chapter 44. The wisdom of the elder. The night sky was profound, with fragmented stars resembling dust. Yi Chen once again arrived at the Wanbao Pavilion, where he fortuitously encountered Pang Dehai, who was humming a tune and sipping wine alone. It's quite rare to have customers at this late hour. Upon seeing the potential for business, Pang Dehai sprang to his feet, his bright eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Good evening, elder. Yi Chen chuckled, presenting a storage bag. Could you assist me in appraising its contents and estimating their worth? Pang Dehai accepted the bag, peering inside before glancing back at Yi Chen. These must have been acquired from Qi Hao, correct? Yi Chen cleared his throat, touched his nose, and nodded slightly. Returning his gaze, Pang Dehai produced a small abacus from his robe and began to meticulously count each item within the storage bag. After a while, he set the abacus down, stroked his chin thoughtfully, and finally raised 3 fingers. 30,000 is rather insufficient. Yi Chen pursed his lips, contemplating that had he been in urgent need of funds, he would not have brought these treasures for sale. 31,000, it cannot be more, Pang Dehai remarked, casting a curious glance at Yi Chen, whose expression indicated he was not particularly inclined to sell. Observing this, Pang Dehai tentatively inquired, how about 32,000? I shall not sell. Yi Chen promptly retracted the storage bag. Although he was not particularly sensitive to pricing, the treasures within Qi Hao's storage bag were worth far more than 32,000. Seeing Yi Chen's intention to leave, Pang Dehai hastily grasped his arm. Do not depart. Let us negotiate further. 50,000, Yi Chen boldly proposed. 38,000, Pang Dehai countered, vehemently negotiating. 2,000 less, 48,000. 40,000, I cannot go higher. Elder, you are quite ruthless. 47,000, that is my final offer, otherwise. Deal. Much to Yi Chen's surprise, Pang Dehai interrupted him, readily acquiescing. Was that too low? Yi Chen smirked, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by Pang Dehai. Come now. 47,000 is reasonable. Accept it. Pang Dehai grinned, stuffing a storage bag into Yi Chen's hands as if fearing he might change his mind. Yi Chen, unfazed, returned it. I require 3 heavenly spirit talismans and 1 heavenly flight talisman. That is not feasible. We are still 3,000 short. Pang Dehai protested. Then I shall not sell. Hey, you little rascal. Pang Dehai nearly erupted in anger, but his demeanor softened with a sly smile. How about this? You add 2,000, and I will give you a discount of 1,000 spirit stones. What do you say? I will add a maximum of 500. Having learned from his previous encounter, Yi Chen was keen to drive the price down. Deal. To his astonishment, Pang Dehai agreed once more. By the heavens, Yi Chen mentally berated himself for being so easily swayed. Experience has its merits, he mused, realizing that despite his efforts, he was no match for Pang Dehai's shrewdness, which explained why the elder held a position of authority at the Wanbao Pavilion. 3 heavenly spirit talismans and 1 heavenly flight talisman. Take them. Pang Dehai swiftly handed over the 4 talismans. Afterward, he promptly took Yi Chen's storage bag. With a sullen expression, Yi Chen placed the talismans into his own bag. Elder, be cautious while walking at night. Do not fall into a pit. Hey, you little scamp. Before Pang Dehai could retort, Yi Chen dashed out of the Wanbao Pavilion. Upon returning to the small spiritual garden, it was already deep into the night. Buzz, buzz, in the garden. The sound of iron rods striking the air resonated as Hua continued his diligent training, the black iron rod appearing more adept in his hands, albeit somewhat clumsy. He was gradually improving, perhaps too engrossed in his practice. Hua remained oblivious to Yi Chen's return. Yi Chen chose not to disturb him, quietly making his way to his room. As he entered, he cast a glance at the sweat-drenched Hua. That rod seems destined to accompany Hua. With that thought, Yi Chen stepped through the door. A night devoid of conversation passed swiftly, and dawn approached. The following day, as the first light broke, Yi Chen exited the small spiritual garden. At the foot of the mountain, Xiong Air appeared in due course. Today, in addition to his floral shorts and vest, Xiong Air sported a gleaming heart-protecting mirror hanging from his chest, radiating a subtle glow. Shall we rent a spirit bird to fly over? Yi Chen suggested, glancing at the sky. Absolutely not. Xiong Air immediately dismissed the notion. True warriors soar through the skies on their own. Riding a spirit bird is far too perilous. Trust me, it is much safer on the ground. With that, Xiong Air produced 2 talismans from his trousers. The 1,000 Miles Talisman. Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with recognition. He was aware of its capabilities, which allowed one to travel 1,000 miles in a day. Ah, you recognize the 1,000 Miles Talisman, Xiong Air remarked, surprised. I have heard of it. Without further inquiry, Xiong Air handed a talisman to Yi Chen, instructing him to affix it to his leg and infuse it with true energy. Be sure to maintain your direction. This talisman is swift. Do not crash into a mountain. I will heed your advice. Yi Chen affixed the talisman to his leg and channeled his energy into it. Instantly, it glowed, its patterns merging with his body. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen shot forth from his previous position. Xiong Air followed closely, like a comet in pursuit. The sudden acceleration was disorienting for Yi Chen, as this was his first experience with the 1,000 Miles Talisman. This talisman is quite impressive, he remarked, navigating the direction as the wind whistled past him. Although its speed did not rival that of the swift shadow mirage, it consumed significantly less true energy. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 left behind fleeting shadows, a cloud of dust swirling in their wake. After a night of rapid travel, they found themselves in a desolate forest. In another hour, we should arrive. Xiong Air calculated the time and distance. I can already smell the scent of blood, Yi Chen pondered. Stay calm. There is nothing to fear. I am here, Xiong Air assured, patting Yi Chen's plump hand. Be cautious. Suddenly, Yi Chen exclaimed, gripping Xiong Air and swiftly retreating. Boom. Just as they vacated the area they had just traversed, it erupted in a violent explosion. In an instant, debris flew, massive trees toppled, and the ground was rent with a deep crater spanning 3 yards. Damn it! Xiong Air exclaimed in outrage. Had Yi Chen not reacted swiftly, they would have been caught in the blast. Who on earth set this trap? He bellowed. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, standing back-to-back with Xiong Air, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Unexpected trouble had arisen shortly after their departure, causing him to worry about the safety of their journey. Rustle, rustle. Soon, the dark night was filled with the sound of rustling, as a cold wind swept in, carrying a scent of blood. To think you could evade my trap. I underestimated you, came a chilling voice, accompanied by a mocking laughter as a burly man emerged wielding a fearsome blade. This man, bare-armed with disheveled hair, had hollowed eyes and blood-red irises, a menacing scar etched across his face, exuding an aura of brutality that made it clear he was no benign figure. True Yang Realm. Upon sensing the man's oppressive aura, both Yi Chun and Xiong Air's expressions darkened. Hand over your storage bags, and I shall grant you a more merciful death. The hulking figure advanced, the aura of savagery intensifying, the massive blade glinting ominously. Seeing this, Xiong Air glanced at Yi Chun. What should we do? Chapter 45. Two beasts engage in battle. In response to Xiong Air's inquiry, Yi Chun nodded gently. If anyone were to overhear this, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Here were two individuals, one in the Qi condensation realm and the other at the first level of the human origin realm, daring to confront someone in the True Sun realm. Had they encountered a higher-level True Sun practitioner, they would have fled at once. Yet, despite the formidable aura of the burly man before them, it was evident that it was unstable, indicating he had only recently broken through to the True Sun realm. Yi Chun and Xiong Air, therefore, felt no fear. Robbery. With a howl that resembled a wolf's, Xiong Air propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Yi Chun echoed the cry and followed suit, charging at the man. The burly man, momentarily taken aback, was caught off guard. In an instant, Xiong Air's spiked club swung down from above. Seeking death, the man, recovering from his surprise, swiftly countered with a powerful palm strike. Yet, in his eyes, Xiong Air's spiked club appeared to swell to 5 times its size. To the unknowing, it might have seemed as if a great tree were about to crash down. The impact was thunderous. The burly man, underestimating the attack due to Xiong Air's lower cultivation, was struck and stumbled back, his palm bloodied. Though he was wounded, Xiong Air was also forced to retreat, gasping from the force of the blow. Furious, the man prepared to retaliate just as Yi Chun charged in. Seeking death, he bellowed, unleashing another palm strike. Yi Chun, with a cold snort, summoned his true fire, forming a fiery whip in his grasp, which he lashed out with great force. The crack of the whip echoed as it struck the man's face, leaving a dark mark. True fire? The man gasped in shock. At that moment, a fierce roar erupted as Yi Chun unleashed the tiger pounce, swiftly closing the distance to the burly man. He moved with the grace of a descending beast, employing an unpredictable combat style, sometimes like a fierce tiger, at other times like a savage ape, a mighty lion, or a tenacious wolf. His hands, feet, knees, and shoulders became weapons of destruction, caught off guard by the ferocity of a Qi condensation practitioner in close combat. The burly man struggled to defend himself. Yaya, Xiong Air shouted, swinging his spiked club in tandem with Yi Chun, forcing the man into disarray. Yet, he was still a True Sun practitioner. Soon, he regained his composure and countered with a palm strike. Thunder Palm, Dragon Tiger Fist. Yi Chun and Xiong Air responded in kind. The clash of fists and palms resonated like thunder. The sheer power of the True Sun practitioner sent both Yi Chun and Xiong Air reeling back, blood spilling from their mouths. The gap in strength was immense. Yi Chun lamented internally, recognizing that despite their prowess, they were still overmatched. You shall both die, the burly man roared, infuriated by his predicament. Who is to say who will perish? Yi Chun retorted with a cold smile. Well done, lad, Xiong Air exclaimed, giving Yi Chun a thumbs up. You two are commendable. The burly man could not believe his ears as his confidence crumbled. He suddenly realized that he had been marked with 2 curse seals, the Heavenly Spirit Curse. Alarmed, he recognized the significance of the seals, understanding they would only restrain his true energy for about a minute. Let's take advantage of his weakness and seize his life, Xiong Air suggested. With that, the tranquil forest was once again shattered by the howls of Yi Chun and Xiong Air. Realizing his peril, the burly man's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to break free from the curse. He knew that if he could endure for just a minute, he could turn the tide. However, Yi Chun and Xiong Air had no intention of granting him that time. Thunder Palm, Dragon Tiger Fist. Knowing that time was of the essence, they unleashed their powerful techniques upon him without reservation. With a splatter of blood, Yi Chun swung his red sky sword, nearly cleaving the man in 2. The burly man staggered back, but before he could regain his footing, Xiong Air brought his club crashing down. As the spiked club descended, it suddenly expanded to 5 times its size, infused with all of Xiong Air's true energy. No, no, the man screamed in horror. realizing too late that a true sun practitioner like himself was about to be slain by a chi condensation and a human origin practitioner, having not even had the chance to unleash his myriad techniques. Yet, no mercy would be found in the hearts of Chen and Xiong. In this world of cultivators, mercy for an enemy equates to cruelty towards oneself. Should they spare the burly man, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon escaping his bindings. With a resounding crash, the spiked club struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble. As the dust settled, Chen and Xiong approached, finding the true sun practitioner's body nearly reduced to a pulp. This is no place to linger. They quickly searched the man's storage bag, stripping him of all valuables. Once they had completed their task, they vanished into the night. After their departure, a figure clad in a purple robe emerged from the shadows. True fire indeed, he mused, stroking his beard as he watched the direction Chen and Xiong had taken. Once again, Chen and Xiong reappeared deep within the forest. After an hour spent recovering from their injuries, they retrieved the treasures from the burly man's storage bag. My goodness, their voices echoed in astonishment. True sun practitioners are indeed affluent. The two heavenly spirit curses had not gone to waste. Same old rule, 50-50. They squatted down to divide the spoils. The storage bag contained over 100,000 spirit stones, likely intended for an auction at the Netherworld black market, only to be thwarted mid-journey. After dividing the spirit stones, spirit liquids, and herbs, only a ghost-headed blade, 2 ancient scrolls, and a small cauldron the size of a newborn's fist remained. Just then, the true fire flickered, catching Chen's attention as he scanned the ancient scrolls and the ghost-headed blade, finally resting his gaze on the small cauldron. This is a treasure. Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. I want the blade. I shall take this cauldron. Their words came out in unison. Exchanging glances, they shared a brotherly bond. In the end, only the 2 ancient scrolls remained, and each picked one up. Mountain-shaking fist, Xiong read from the scroll. What is yours? He inquired, glancing at Chen's scroll. What is this? Chen replied, perplexed as he stared at the ancient text in his hands. Chapter 46, The Underworld Black Market, The Secrets of Vitality. As Chen spoke, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The secrets of vitality? Upon hearing this, Xiong's eyes brightened instantly. Come, let's exchange. Xiong snatched it away and promptly handed over his own book to Chen. Chen's mouth twitched again. Hee. Not bad, not bad. Xiong lowered his head, engrossed in flipping through the pages, chuckling to himself, seemingly oblivious to the disdainful gaze in Chen's eyes. What a peculiar fellow. Chen rubbed his forehead and focused his attention on the mountain-shaking fist manual. After a cursory glance, he discovered that the mountain-shaking fist and the thunder palm shared a similar essence, both being primary offensive techniques with high physical demands. Otherwise, one would surely be backfired by the overwhelming inner energy. After a brief rest of half an hour, the two resumed their journey. This time, they encountered a smooth passage. As the stars filled the sky, they halted before an expansive and darkened land. There it is, the underworld black market, Xiong pointed ahead. Without needing Xiong to elaborate, Chen was already fixated on the distant, dark terrain. The underworld black market spanned several dozen miles, resembling a scorched earth, entirely shrouded in dimness. Before even stepping inside, he could already sense the approaching stench of blood, brutality, and coldness. Let's go. Xiong had already pulled Chen into the underworld black market. As they entered, Chen felt an eerie yet powerful force that forcibly suppressed his cultivation to the first level of chi condensation. What is happening? Chen instinctively turned to Xiong. No need for alarm, Xiong replied. During auctions, powerful restrictions are set here, and everyone who enters will have their cultivation suppressed to the first level of chi condensation. Even those at the Void Realm are suppressed? Chen cautiously inquired. Without exception. So formidable. Chen's eyes widened in shock. Who could possibly set such a robust restriction? The heavenly profound sect, Xiong remarked, gesturing towards a certain direction in the underworld black market. Following his gaze, Chen noticed a towering pavilion suspended in midair at the very center of the underworld black market, standing several dozen feet above the ground. The pavilion radiated grandeur, appearing as an emblem, impervious to any infringement. Even from this distance, Chen could sense an overwhelming pressure emanating from it. What is the origin of the heavenly profound sect? I've never heard of such a force in the Great Chu. Chen gazed at Xiong in astonishment. Typically omniscient, Xiong'er shook his head lightly. According to my uncle, the Heavenly Profound sect was already established here before the Hangyue sect was founded. They do not belong to any sect, yet their members are shrouded in mystery and power. It is said that their sect leader is a cultivator at the Heavenly Tranquility Realm. The Heavenly Tranquility Realm? Yi Chen gasped in surprise. In the 6 realms of cultivation, Qi condensation, human origin, true yang, spirit void, void realm, and heavenly tranquility, each step is a leap towards the heavens. Even the 3 major sects and the more powerful bloodthirsty hall lack cultivators at the heavenly realm, leaving Yi Chen utterly astonished. Though they reside in the underworld black market, they never interfere in the conflicts of this land. It is only during the auction every 3 years that they strictly prohibit any violence here, Xiong'er continued. It is said that members of the bloodthirsty hall once caused a disturbance here, but returned in utter defeat. The Heavenly Profound sect stands as an emblem of this land. No sect or cultivating family dares to provoke their authority. Yi Chen remained silent, gazing reverently at the Heavenly Profound sect. Contemplating, the two continued deeper into the market. Yi Chen observed that the myriad of cultivators passing through had their auras robust, yet their powers were suppressed to the first level of qi condensation, evoking a sense of lament within him. No matter how powerful one was outside, here they must kneel. The deeper they ventured, the more Yi Chen lamented. The underworld black market truly lived up to its infamous reputation for chaos. Along the way, he witnessed numerous pavilions, yet far more houses lay in ruins, with many areas still stained with fresh blood, remnants of past battles scattered everywhere. Moreover, the people here exuded a fierce demeanor, each pair of blood-red eyes filled with a violent rage. Come, take a look. Spirit stones and elixirs on sale. Friend, interested in spirit artifacts? These are all top-notch goods. The two arrived at a bustling area, surrounded by the din of vendors hawking their wares, with stalls showcasing an array of goods. Fire Linglong. Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with fervor as he spotted a treasure displayed at one stall. 7-colored blood crystal. Crimson blood lotus. Along the way, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. What do you think? Quite fresh, isn't it? Xiong'er waddled ahead, his rotund figure resembling a small myriad Buddha, drawing many curious glances. Indeed, quite fresh, Yi Chen mused. Do not underestimate the vendors at each stall, Xiong'er whispered. Most have disguised themselves. Perhaps one of them is an elder of a sect or a powerful figure from a cultivating family. I can believe that. The auction begins tomorrow. Let's just wander for now. It's quite lively here at night, Xiong'er said, pulling a chicken leg from his pants and shamelessly munching on it, completely indifferent to the disdainful looks from those around. Oh, suddenly, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as if he had spotted something of interest. You browse around. I'll check that way. With that, Xiong'er stuffed the leftover chicken leg back into his pants and ambled off in a certain direction. Yi Chen surveyed his surroundings and couldn't help but rub his forehead. A large crowd had gathered in a particular area, with people packed in layers, bustling with excitement. A sign stood tall there, Vitality Tiger Whip. What a peculiar place. Yi Chen clicked his tongue, silently marveling at the underworld black market's eclectic offerings. After Xiong'er left, Yi Chen wandered aimlessly from stall to stall. He picked and chose, hoping for a hint from the true fire. Otherwise, he truly couldn't discern which items were treasures and which were worthless. Young friend, everything here is a treasure. If you don't buy, don't regret it later. Once you pass this village, you won't find this stall again. Yi Chen listened to the incessant shouts as he strolled, his vision overwhelmed by the myriad of items. Many he had never seen before, while others were beyond his understanding. Suddenly, Yi Chen halted, staring blankly into the distance. There, a woman in white gracefully walked by, her hair flowing and her garments billowing, resembling a blossoming lotus. She appeared as if she had descended from the heavens, untouched by the dust of the mortal world. Upon closer inspection, could it be that this was Jining Shuang from the Hangyue sect? Chapter 47. The secrets within the cauldron. To his astonishment, she had also arrived. From a distance, Yi Chen murmured, his heart pounding painfully. Encountering his former lover here evoked a sense of surreal detachment. He no longer loved Jining Shuang, yet he felt no animosity towards her. The pain in his heart was fleeting. Suddenly, Yi Chen retrieved a ghostly mask from his bosom, obscuring his visage. As shadows shifted, Jining Shuang joined the throng. She was not alone. Beside her stood a young man exuding an aura of tranquility, his demeanor graceful and refined, embodying elegance in every gesture. Yi Chen recognized him as Hua Yun, the foremost disciple of the Zhengyang sect. Junior Sister Ji, let us wander elsewhere, Hua Yun suggested, gently fanning himself. His smile as inviting as a spring breeze. Ji Ningxuan's expression remained serene as she acquiesced without protest. In an instant, she brushed past Yi Chen, their reunion akin to that of strangers. Yi Chen continued on with steady strides, not glancing back. Unbeknownst to him, Xiong Air had finally located him. Why are you wearing a mask? Xiong Air chided, his irritation evident. I searched for you for ages. Just bought it. Isn't it striking? Yi Chen replied, removing the mask. It's a frivolous expense, Xiong Air scoffed before departing. I've secured us accommodations. Let us rest first. The two ventured deeper into the depths of the netherworld black market. Before them stood rows of pavilions, serving as lodgings during the auction. Upon entering a suite, Xiong Air quickly locked himself in, seemingly engrossed in studying his virility manuals. Don't overdo it, Yi Chen quipped, turning to enter his own chamber. Once the door was securely shut, he unveiled a small cauldron that appeared as though it had been buried underground for ages, its surface mottled and emanating an ancient aura. He pondered the mysteries it might conceal. With that thought, Yi Chen produced a purple gold gourd, removing its stopper. A hum resonated as the gourd trembled slightly. Subsequently, a small vortex emerged, and the cauldron was swiftly engulfed by the gourd. The gourd vibrated violently, producing a series of intense hums. Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. The gourd's fervent reaction suggested that the cauldron held extraordinary secrets. What could they be? He rubbed his hands together, unable to contain his anticipation, and peered into the gourd. Inside, a misty essence filled the gourd, and the cauldron floated atop this spiritual liquid, motionless and devoid of radiant light. Yi Chen frowned slightly, continuing to wait. An hour later, the gourd emitted a resonant hum, expelling the cauldron. However, unbeknownst to Yi Chen, just before the cauldron was released, a drop of blood trickled from it, merging with the spiritual liquid within the gourd. Is it over? Yi Chen stared in disbelief at the gourd, having expected more from the cauldron's secrets. Unperturbed, the gourd continued to leisurely absorb the world's spiritual energy. Collecting his thoughts, Yi Chen picked up the cauldron. It appeared unchanged, identical to its state before being consumed. I refuse to believe this, he muttered, summoning true fire to envelop the cauldron. An hour later, Yi Chen extinguished the flames and collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily. The cauldron remained intact, having withstood the inferno without a trace of melting. What are you made of? To withstand true fire? He marveled, his frustration mounting. Cursing under his breath, Yi Chen lifted the purple gold gourd and took several hearty swigs of the spiritual liquid. The liquid coursed through him like a crystalline stream, yet he sensed something unusual about this particular draught, though he couldn't pinpoint what was different. Why do I feel this strange sensation? He tore at his collar, feeling a rising heat within. Before long, his blood began to circulate rapidly, almost boiling, igniting a sensation as if he were aflame. Moistening his lips, he took another deep draught from the gourd. However, the fiery sensation intensified. Shaking his head slightly, Yi Chen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his thirst escalating as he consumed more and more of the gourd's contents, oblivious to the fact that he had already ingested more than half. What is happening? His eyes glazed over, his vision blurred. In his intoxication, he failed to notice his cultivation had advanced to the 6th level of qi condensation. At some point, he let out a roar, tearing at his clothing as if engulfed in flames, every pore ablaze. Water. Instinctively grasping the purple gold gourd, he drank deeply, unable to stop. Pop. A sound resonated within him as his cultivation surged from the 6th to the 7th level of qi condensation, rapidly approaching its pinnacle. At this rate, breaking through to the 8th level seemed entirely feasible. Another roar erupted from him, and his form began to shift. His eyes reddened, veins protruding on his forehead. An ominous black mist enveloped him, and dark energy seeped from every pore, his hair turning a vivid crimson before his very eyes. Most alarmingly, a demonic light flickered at his brow, accompanied by a strange, ethereal pattern that appeared and vanished. Ugh! Clutching his head, he staggered, feeling as if his mind would explode from the cacophony within. When he finally collapsed to the ground, he fell into unconsciousness. The room fell silent. After an indeterminate time, he regained consciousness. A night passed in silence, and dawn broke. As a slanting ray of sunlight streamed through the window, he jolted upright. After a moment of bewilderment, He hastily examined his body, discovering his garments in tatters from his own tearing. My cultivation. He felt a surge of immense power within him, and was taken aback to find his realm had ascended to the 8th level of chi condensation. What transpired last night? After a fleeting moment of confusion, he recalled the events of the previous evening. Summoning the purple gold gourd, his eyes flickered with uncertainty. It was the spiritual liquid he had consumed that had led to the bizarre occurrences, the fiery sensations, the roaring in his mind. Is there something amiss with this liquid? Chen removed the gourd's stopper, intent on investigating further, but Xiong burst through the door with a kick. Time to go, the auction is about to commence. Chen replied, sealing the gourd and following Xiong out. Chapter 48. In full swing when the two descended the stairs. They discovered that the street was teeming with people, all of whom were making their way towards the heart of the netherworld black market. The scene was nothing short of magnificent. Chen remarked, donning a ghostly mask. This was the disguise pill and voice-changing pill. Just swallow one. Xiong produced 2 pills from his trousers and handed them to Chen, capable of altering one's appearance and voice. Caution is the mother of safety. Chen intended to take them, but upon remembering their origin, he cleared his throat and said, "You keep them for yourself. I shall stick with the mask." With that, he retrieved a mask from his pocket and adorned his face with it. "There's no need to hold back," Xiong declared shamelessly, disregarding Chen's disdainful gaze as he swallowed both the voice-changing and disguise pills. "Why do you keep your storage bag in your trousers?" Chen inquired. "For safety," Xiong replied nonchalantly. Approaching the very center of the netherworld black market stood a towering pavilion, grand and imposing. This pavilion, known as the Songlong Pavilion, had long served as the venue for auctions in the Nether City. From above, one could see crowds converging from all directions, each individual more remarkable than the last, though they conducted themselves with a certain discretion. Before long, the area before the Songlong Pavilion was a sea of humanity. Ysnt the door opening. Some individuals began to grow impatient. "It's not time yet. There's no need to rush. I wonder what treasures the Heavenly Profound sect will auction this time." The auctions hosted by the Heavenly Profound sect were indeed extraordinary. From the back of the crowd, Chen couldn't help but marvel silently. Soon, the grand doors of the Songlong Pavilion emitted a low hum and slowly creaked open. As soon as the doors parted, an elderly man clad in black, leaning on a green dragon staff, stepped inside first. "Who is that?" someone questioned. "How audacious. You don't know? That's the Black Mountain Elder, a dominant figure in this area. It seems my vision has failed me." Following the Black Mountain Elder, several other elders entered in succession, and soon the throng surged forward, eager to enter the Songlong Pavilion. "Let us go." Xiong joined the tide, nearly being crushed in the process. Once the crowd thinned, Chen stepped forward to enter. Inside, he discovered that the Songlong Pavilion was a realm unto itself, sprawling over vast dimensions. The hall was adorned with exquisite carvings and ethereal decorations, with even the spiritual herbs and flowers used for embellishment being quite extraordinary. What a grand spectacle! Chen sighed in astonishment. Those who entered quickly found their places. For the first-time attendees, their eyes shimmered with wonder, while the more seasoned participants appeared far more composed. "This will do," Xiong declared, leading Chen to a corner table made of jade. Without hesitation, he grabbed a spiritual fruit from the table and stuffed it into his mouth, even pocketing a few for later. "Leave some for me." Chen couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. "You're wearing a mask and can't eat. I'm doing this for you. You'll choke yourself." Time passed, and eventually an elderly man gracefully took a seat beside them. Upon closer inspection, Chen realized it was the elderly figure in purple he had encountered in the wild forest the previous day. A glance at the purple-clad elder sent a shock through Chen. Despite their cultivation being suppressed, the elder exuded an overwhelming presence akin to a mountain looming overhead. Chen withdrew his gaze, but the purple-clad elder slightly turned to him, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "The chief family from the southern wilderness has arrived," someone announced. At the entrance, 3 elderly men clad in gray entered, heading straight for the second floor's private rooms. "The Sidhu family from Shishu has also arrived. Is that the Wang family from Beichuan? They've come as well. And the Shangwan family from Donghua." Most attendees hailed from renowned cultivation families, their presence commanding considerable attention, drawing the gaze of the practitioners within the heavenly pavilion. "Does your Xiong family have no representatives?" Chen glanced at Xiong, observing the influx of prominent families. "They are here." Xiong still munching on the spiritual fruit, pointed to a robust figure with a round face and large ears. "That is my second uncle." "Your second uncle looks quite unremarkable," Chen remarked. "That a given. The Hunyua sect has sent someone as well," someone else shouted. Upon hearing this, both Chen and Xiong turned to see a middle-aged man with a sword on his back entering, his imposing stature radiating a commanding aura. "Is he from the Hunyua sect?" "I don't recall seeing him before," Chen said, turning to Xiong. "He is the peak master of the sword-controlling peak in the inner sect," Xiong replied, recognizing him. "I believe his name is Feng Wuan. The Zhenyang sect has also arrived." Just then, a voice from below drew attention, an elderly man with gray hair. "Wu Changqing." Chen instantly recognized him as the elder from the Zhenyang sect who had expelled him. "The Qingyun sect has sent representatives as well." As he spoke, an elder clad in green entered, accompanied by an old woman and a young man in purple. The moment Chen laid eyes on the white-clad young man, his expression hardened, for he recognized him as the one who had crippled his Dantian, the purple-clad youth, LG, the second-ranked disciple of the Qingyun sect. "This grudge shall be avenged," Chen thought, clenching his fists instinctively. As the representatives of the three sects ascended to the second floor, three more individuals entered, a gray-haired elder, a middle-aged man in purple, and a young man in white. Chen's eyes narrowed once more. These were the very individuals who had pursued Chu Ling in the beast forest. He had anticipated encountering them here. Members of the Bloodthirsty Hall. Murmurs of astonishment spread through the crowd. The Bloodthirsty Hall reigned supreme in the northern Chu, a formidable force that even the three sects dared not provoke lightly. "This is quite the spectacle," Chen mused. "Acquiring treasures may not be so straightforward." On a high platform, an elderly figure known as Elder Yang had ascended. "You all know the rules here, so I won't waste words," Elder Yang stated succinctly. "The auction begins." Immediately, an individual stepped onto the stage, cradling a spiritual sword that shimmered with a violet glow, its sharpness striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. The purple Yang sword, starting bid at 50,000 spirit stones. "Highest bidder takes it," Elder Yang announced coolly. "I bid 51,000, came a voice from the crowd. 53,000, 60,000. In mere moments, the price of the spiritual sword surged, each bid intensifying the fervor of the auction. "That's exorbitantly priced," Chen muttered under his breath, astonished by the opening bid. Such high stakes made him hesitant to part with his spirit stones. "Haven't you heard of a grand opening?" Xiong chimed in. "The first item is meant to stir excitement. There will be bargains later. 8,000 spirit stones. 8,005. 9,000. The competition remained fierce as participants fervently raised their bids for the purple Yang sword, their faces flushed with determination. 10,000. At that moment, a voice rang out from the second floor. It was Wu Changqing of the Zhenyang sect. With that, the crowd fell silent, unwilling to challenge his bid. If no one else raised their offer, the purple Yang sword would belong to the Zhenyang sect. Elder Yang surveyed the audience, noting the lack of further bids, and waved his hand to withdraw the purple Yang sword into his sleeve. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the audience, cradling a small bronze furnace in their hands, intricately engraved with Taoist patterns that radiated a magnificent brilliance. Despite its modest size, akin to that of a palm, it emanated an overwhelming aura. "The Sun Furnace," with a starting bid of 30,000, announced the auctioneer. Almost immediately, bids began to rise from the crowd, bold and assertive, with one participant raising the stakes by an additional 10,000 spirit stones. 50,000. 70,000. I bid 90,000. The voices of bidders rose and fell, each displaying an eager determination to possess the small bronze furnace. "This furnace is indeed remarkable," Chen mused, stroking his chin. "If you desire it, raise your bid," suggested Xiong. "I have no funds," Chen retorted, dismissing the notion. In the blink of an eye, the small bronze furnace had soared to a staggering price of 150,000 spirit stones, and given the current momentum, it was apparent that this sum would not suffice to secure the item. 160,000. "It belongs to the Qingyun sect," declared an elder from above. Instantly, the fervor among the bidders dissipated. Aside from the daunting sum of 160,000 spirit stones, the Qingyun sect was a formidable entity that few dared to challenge. With no further bids, the elder from the Yang Pavilion swept his sleeve, claiming the small bronze furnace. Next, he unveiled another item, a Bagua mirror. As it was presented, it emitted a searing spiritual light, dazzling and intimidating, exuding a terrifying aura. Starting bid, 100,000. Let the bidding commence. 110,000. Called out a Taoist in purple robes, the first to bid. Zhou Tsang, your meager resources cannot secure this Bagua mirror, sneered a sinister-looking elder with white hair. I bid 12,000, Zhou Tsang retorted coldly. The elder chuckled ominously. 13,000. 15,000, Zhou Tsang shot back. I bid 17,000. In the entire Tsanglong pavilion, the air was thick with the tension of their rivalry, as if their enmity had long been established, every word laced with hostility. Even amidst the pressure, they were determined to emerge victorious in this contest of price. Indeed, the shadowy undercurrents of this auction belied its calm surface. Beneath, a fierce struggle was unfolding among the participants. 20,000. I'll raise you to 21, the elder declared, the competition for the Bagua mirror intensifying. Their faces flushed with exertion. They continued to spar until a third bidder entered the fray, disrupting the balance, soon followed by a fourth and fifth. With the increasing number of competitors, the price of the Bagua mirror skyrocketed to 300,000. Damn it, I was just about to make my move. Xiong Air fumed, frustrated by the inflated prices. I feel as though this auction has nothing to do with us. I'm truly at a loss without funds. Down below, the bidding for the Bagua mirror concluded, and the victor turned out to be a gaunt old man, resembling a monkey. The cultivators who had developed enmity over the Bagua mirror all huffed disdainfully, their eyes glinting with cold fury. Chapter 49. Ruinous losses. At this moment, the fourth auction item had been brought forth by Elder Yang, and it was yet another spiritual artifact, a resplendent Linglong tower, radiating with multicolored divine light, surrounded by vibrant, swirling clouds like a dancing dragon. The starting bid for the seven-colored Linglong tower was set at 80,000. The allure of the seven-colored Linglong tower seemed to surpass that of the previous three artifacts. As soon as it was unveiled, the atmosphere in the auction hall ignited with fervor, especially with the participation of the esteemed cultivation families. 100,000, 150,000, 200,000. With the involvement of these illustrious families, the auction became a spectacle of excitement. Particularly, the rival families seized the opportunity to clash, their shouts echoing throughout the Tsanglong pavilion. Amidst the competition, the air thickened with a palpable tension. If not for the prohibition against physical confrontations, it was likely that these major sects would have descended into chaos. This land was rife with cultivation families, each harboring long-standing grudges. The auction at the underworld black market brought them together, providing an excellent platform for rivalry. Although bloodshed was forbidden, they could still engage in fierce bidding, provided they possessed the wealth to do so. 300,000. Below, a gray-haired elder gritted his teeth and finally called out a price. Do you wish to bring ruin upon your family? A sinister chuckle echoed from the private chamber above, emanating from the bloodthirsty hall. The threatening tone sent a shiver down the elder's spine. I withdraw my bid. The gray-haired elder hastily retracted, fearful of inciting the wrath of the bloodthirsty hall and bringing calamity upon his clan. Wise choice. The auction continued, with the subsequent items also being spiritual artifacts. With each round of bidding, excitement mounted as more formidable artifacts were presented, stirring the crowd below into a frenzy. Soon a dull, black iron rod was raised to the stage. The starting bid is 10,000. Let the bidding begin. Elder Yang appeared weary, yawning as he spoke with a casual demeanor. HM. The moment the iron rod was revealed, Yi Chen, who had been meditating in a corner, suddenly opened his eyes wide, sensing a tremor in his true fire. A treasure. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with clarity. He couldn't help but glance at the iron rod, which, to be precise, was a battered iron staff, entirely black, rust-covered, and uneven, with several damaged spots. Nothing about it seemed extraordinary. What is this? Some cultivators below cast doubtful glances at Elder Yang. Didn't I say? It's an iron rod. Elder Yang shot a glance at the questioner, adding, of course, you may also consider it a firewood stick. At his words, not only the inquirer, but everyone present involuntarily twitched their lips. His nonchalance was outrageous. Elder Yang's casual attitude led the cultivators below to scoff. Such a lack of regard surely indicated that it was not a treasure. Its appearance was simply too unremarkable. Is there no one interested? Elder Yang glanced below, seeing no response, and was about to withdraw the iron rod when, hold on, a voice rang out from the corner. I'll take that iron rod. Huh. The sudden declaration drew the attention of the entire hall. The speaker was naturally Yi Chen, having encountered a genuine treasure that resonated with his true fire. He was determined not to let it slip away. Predecessor, 1,000 spirit stones. I'll take it. Are you out of your mind? 1,000 spirit stones for a broken iron rod, exclaimed Xiong beside him. It's a bargain. Good grief. Their exchange elicited laughter from the elders, who found amusement in Yi Chun and Xiong banter. If there are no further bids, this iron rod shall belong to this young friend. Hold on. Before Elder Yang could finish, he was interrupted. 1001. This iron rod will be claimed by Zhenyang's sect. Huh. The hall erupted in murmurs as they turned to the source of the voice. It was Elder Wu Changqing of Zhenyang's sect, his demeanor exuding superiority, his words implying that the iron rod was already in his possession. In the corner, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. I bid 1,002. The crowd gasped once again. Who is this kid, daring to contest with Zhenyang's sect over a mere black iron rod? He must be out of his mind. Amidst the commotion, Wu Changqing chuckled. Kid, do you even know who you are competing against? Elder, are you trying to intimidate me? Yi Chen shot a glance at the second-floor chamber. Very well. You've got some spirit, Wu Changqing responded with a playful smile. It's been a long time since anyone dared to challenge Zhenyang's sect. Since you're so eager, I'll play along. I bid 2,000 spirit stones. 2001. Yi Chen's voice rang out immediately. 3,000. 3001. Yi Chen followed suit, a cold smile gracing his lips. He had resolved to exhaust all his resources against Wu Changqing. Even if he didn't secure the iron rod, he intended to make Wu Changqing spend as much as possible. Excellent. I bid 4,000. Wu Changqing's words dripped with mockery. A few thousand spirit stones were trivial in his eyes. 10,000. Cough. Cough. Yi Chen's audacious declaration nearly choked the entire hall in disbelief. Are you insane? Xiong blurted out, exasperated. Ignoring him, Yi Chen raised his gaze to the second-floor chamber, smiling. Elder, are you still enjoying this little game? Just 10,000? Wu Changqing's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Yi Chen would leap to such a high bid, leaving him infuriated. After all, he was an elder, and being outbid by a junior was a significant blow to his pride. 11,000, Wu Changqing sneered. Kid, let us see if you have the guts to raise the stakes again. 20,000. Uffed. The hall erupted with laughter and disbelief. Whose child is this? 20,000. What audacity! At this point, Yi Chen had become the center of attention. Even Elder Yang on the stage could not help but show surprise. A junior daring to contest with Zhenyang's sect was certainly noteworthy. Yi Chen remained unperturbed, sipping his tea leisurely. He understood that in a battle of finances, he was far from Wu Changqing's equal, but for the sake of the treasure, he was determined to challenge him. Even if he failed to acquire the item, he aimed to make Wu Changqing part with a considerable amount of spirit stones. Of course, 20,000 was his limit, supplemented by the jade spirit liquid. He had initially intended to use it to purchase mysterious steel and iron, but it seemed he was now prepared to take a risk. Meanwhile, Wu Changqing's expression turned a shade of iron. He could not fathom that a junior would so openly contest with Zhenyang's sect, especially at a bid of 20,000. Though he was not short on funds, spending 20,000 on a worthless iron rod was indeed unwise. Now he found himself in a predicament. Buying would be a poor investment, but not buying would result in a loss of face for himself and the entire Zhenyang sect. 21,000. If you have the guts, raise it again. Wu Changqing gritted his teeth and raised the bid once more under the watchful eyes of the crowd. This time, Yi Chen was at an impasse. 20,000 was his utmost limit. Kid, do you truly wish to claim that iron rod? Seeing Yi Chen's hesitation, Xiong inquired quietly. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Upon seeing this, Xiong promptly produced a storage bag from his trousers. I only have 30,000 here. I'll lend it to you, but remember to pay me back. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, never expecting that Xiong would exhibit such loyalty at a critical juncture, which evoked a warm current in his heart. We can always come back next time, Xiong shrugged nonchalantly. Thank you, Yi Chen replied with a grateful smile. 300,000. As his voice resonated through the hall, it sparked another wave of excitement among the crowd. Even Ji Ningxuang, who typically exuded an air of cold indifference, cast a look of surprise upon noticing the masked Yi Chen, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Observing Wu Changqing's countenance, which had turned ominously dark, one could see the glint of malice in his eyes, revealing his murderous intent. If you dare to harbor such intentions again, do not blame me for being impolite, Elder Yang solemnly remarked, having sensed Wu Changqing's murderous aura. Chastised publicly, Wu Changqing clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves, his teeth grinding as he declared, "I bid 310,000. 500,000. The audacity of this young man was astounding. Instantly, every gaze in the room converged upon him. Who would have anticipated that what was deemed a mere scrap of iron would fetch such an exorbitant price? Throughout the auction, it was likely the only item to reach such heights. Bang! The sound of furniture being smashed echoed from the elegant quarters of the Zhengyang sect, as Wu Changqing erupted in furious rage. Yet, he ultimately refrained from raising his bid further. A few thousand spirit stones were insignificant, but 500,000 was no trifling matter. Despite his status as an elder of the sect, he lacked the audacity to expend such a fortune on a mere piece of iron. Under the collective gaze of the audience, Wu Changqing's silence prompted Yi Chun to exhale deeply. 500,000. I hope you do not let me down. With that, he cast another glance at the iron rod on the stage. Since there are no further bids, this iron rod belongs to that young friend. Elder Yang concluded decisively. Several more spirit tools were auctioned thereafter, with prices that were not insignificant and competitive bidding that was lively. Yet none matched the fervor of the previous auction for the iron rod. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the day's auction drew to a close. This auction concludes for today. It will resume tomorrow. Those who bid on items, please bring your money to the back hall to collect. Chapter 50. The elder in purple robes. As the elder of the Yang Pavilion proclaimed the conclusion of today's auction, the individuals from the Canglong Pavilion began to rise, still relishing the fervor of the previous bidding for the iron rod. Consequently, each of them cast a meaningful glance at Yi Chun as they departed. I will retrieve the iron rod. You may return first, Yi Chun said, surveying the crowd before glancing towards the private room on the second floor. He then turned to Xiong, advising him to be cautious of what lay behind. Fear not, for I have my second uncle with me. Xiong waved dismissively and swiftly vanished into the throng. After Xiong's departure, Yi Chun proceeded towards the back hall of the Canglong Pavilion. The area was bustling with individuals collecting auction items, among them the formidable Wu Changqing. Upon noticing Yi Chun, Wu Changqing's expression darkened to an extreme. His voice as frigid as ice. You shall learn the cost of provoking my Zhengyang sect, boy. Fair bidding dictates that the highest bidder claims the prize. If the senior is reluctant to spend, can I be blamed for that? Yi Chun retorted with a cold chuckle. I hope your tongue remains as sharp by the end of the auction, Wu Changqing huffed, sweeping away with a flick of his robes. Do you think I would grant you such an opportunity? Yi Chun scoffed at Wu Changqing's retreating figure before turning to enter the back hall. Upon seeing Yi Chun, the elder of the Yang Pavilion, seated on a mat, cast a measuring glance his way. Young one, you exhibited remarkable audacity today. You jest, senior, Yi Chun replied, and the elder did not press further. Instead, he waved his hand to reveal the black iron rod, while Yi Chun, feeling the weight of his expenditure, reluctantly presented a storage bag containing 500,000 spirit stones, which had entirely emptied his coffers. Thank you, senior, Yi Chun bowed respectfully, yet as he prepared to leave, the elder called out, young friend, please wait. Turning back, Yi Chun regarded the elder with curiosity. Senior, is there something else? I have no matters of my own. But someone has requested to see you regarding a small issue, the elder replied with a gentle smile, gesturing invitingly. Please, do come in. Yi Chun, taken aback by the elder's sudden courtesy, complied. Someone awaits you inside, the elder continued, his smile radiating warmth. Though surprised, Yi Chun followed the direction indicated by the elder, knowing that in the Canglong Pavilion, the decision to enter was no longer in his hands. It was better to proceed willingly. Upon entering through the door of the back hall, he discovered a small courtyard beyond, a realm unto itself, radiant with light, adorned with artificial hills, flourishing spirit flowers, and exotic herbs. The soothing sound of flowing water was distinctly audible, leaving Yi Chun in awe of the Canglong Pavilion's splendor. Who would have imagined such a charming garden existed within the depths of the Yumming Black Market? Please, this way, a gentle voice beckoned from a pavilion within the courtyard. Turning his gaze, Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. Seated in the pavilion was none other than the elder in purple robes from today's auction. The very one who had sat beside him. Is he from the Tianqian sect? Yi Chun pondered, realizing that this was not merely a coincidence. Nor would the elder of the Yang Pavilion have shown such deference otherwise. Come, take a seat, the elder in purple robes invited. Without hesitation, Yi Chun approached the pavilion and respectfully bowed to the elder. Junior pays his respects to the senior. There is no need for such formalities, please sit. The elder responded with a smile, exuding an aura of approachability despite his immense power, making Chen feel as if he were merely conversing with an ordinary grandfather. "May I inquire why you have summoned me, senior?" Chen asked, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "I require your assistance," the elder replied. "Why you wish for me to assist you?" Chen stammered, utterly astonished that the illustrious Tianxian sect would seek out his help. "To be precise, I seek the true fire within you," the elder stated, his gaze profound. Upon hearing this, Chen's brow furrowed. Only Xiong'er, the rotund little fellow, was privy to the existence of his true fire, which he believed was well concealed. He had not anticipated that the elder in purple robes would uncover this secret. Sensing Chen's apprehension, the elder smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, young friend, I only asked for your help, nothing more." Chen offered a sheepish smile, aware that he had little leverage here. As a mere qi condensation stage cultivator, he felt quite vulnerable. The elder's restraint from outright seizing him was already a significant courtesy. "Of course, I would not ask for your aid without compensation. If you desire something, feel free to express it," the elder continued. Now that the matter had been laid bare, Chen saw no reason to hold back. Taking a deep breath, he coughed lightly, then said, "I am in need of money." Originally, he had come seeking Xian steel and Xian iron, yet the bidding for the iron rod had left him utterly bankrupt. Compounded by the 300,000 spirit stones he owed Xiong'er, he was in dire need of funds. Naturally, he refrained from specifying an amount. First, he truly did not know how much to ask for. Second, he left the decision in the elder's hands. After all, he simply desired money. If the elder wished to offer more, he would accept it. If less, he could hardly voice any objections. The elder, holding a teacup, took a gentle sip and, noticing Chen's silence, inquired, "Is that all?" With a chuckle, Chen nodded. The elder smiled faintly, then produced a storage bag and handed it to Chen. "Thank you, senior," Chen said hurriedly, accepting it without examining its contents. He knew it would be pointless to check. Why ask for more when he lacked the courage to do so? "Let us commence," the elder prompted. "Very well," Chen replied eagerly, quickly stowing the Xian iron and Xian steel into the storage bag. Meanwhile, the elder in purple robes rolled up the sleeves of his left arm, revealing his forearm. Chen furrowed his brow, for the elder's arm was entirely blackened, and upon closer inspection, he could discern strange runes flickering across the surface. "What is this?" Chen inquired, looking up at the elder. "Witchcraft," the elder replied. "Witchcraft?" The name sent a shiver down Chen's spine, as it reminded him of snippets he had encountered years ago in the Zhenyang sect's library. Witchcraft was a malevolent curse, said to be wielded solely by the fabled witch clan. Once afflicted, if not swiftly contained or eradicated, one would inevitably succumb to the curse's ravages. As for the witch clan, they were an ancient and mysterious race, standing alongside the demon clan, immortal clan, spirit clan, ancient clan, monster clan, divine clan, dragon clan, and barbarian clan, all revered as the 9 ancient clans, each wielding unfathomable power. Chen was astounded, never expecting that such a formidable practitioner as the elder in purple robes would bear a curse from the witch clan within him. "Can my true fire assist in suppressing this witchcraft?" Chen asked, feeling a pang of uncertainty regarding the curse's potency. "Ordinary true fire would be ineffective, but your true fire may hold the key," the elder stated, causing Chen to pause, his expression one of disbelief. "Senior, does true fire truly vary in strength?" Chapter 51, The Curse Indeed. In response to Chen's inquiry, the elder in purple robes smiled faintly. "I have encountered numerous instances of true fire, yet I must confess that your golden true fire is a first for me. However, I believe my own true fire is not particularly potent." Chen scratched his head in contemplation. True fire is born of heaven and earth, inherently possessing spirituality, and as such, it is naturally constrained by the mastery of its wielder. You are merely at the qi condensation stage, so your true fire possesses only the capabilities that correspond to your cultivation level. Moreover, at this juncture, the elder paused, casting a meaningful glance at Chen. "Furthermore, your true fire has yet to awaken." "Not awakened?" Chen's surprise deepened with each word. "I can only say that it is no ordinary true fire. In my view, it surpasses all the true fires I have previously encountered." The elder seemed to conceal something, realizing that divulging too much would serve no benefit to Chen at this moment. Chen, still curious, understood the need for restraint and refrained from pressing further. "Come." The elder in purple had already raised his arm, palm upright. Without hesitation, Chen mirrored the gesture, their palms meeting in a firm connection. Instantly, he focused his thoughts, allowing the true fire to surge forth, flowing from his palm into the elder's arm, enveloping it in countless strands that tightly encircled the curse's seal. Demonic blood. Upon making contact with Chen's essence, the elder's eyes deepened with intensity. He gazed intently at Chen, as if perceiving the blood coursing within him, from which he sensed a feral, bloodthirsty, and violent aura. The elder narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a subtle glance at Chen. How could there be demonic blood within him? The elder pondered, and he discerned that Chen was evidently unaware of the ancient demonic lineage hidden within his blood. His musings were abruptly interrupted by a sharp pain in his arm. The elder withdrew his thoughts from Chen and focused intently on his own arm, where the true fire enveloped the curse's seal, which sensed an overwhelming threat and struggled violently. Observing this, the elder pointed decisively, confining the curse's seal firmly to his arm to prevent it from spreading to other parts of his body. An hour passed in silence, and Chen was drenched in sweat. His true fire continued to blaze, yet the curse's seal remained deeply entrenched, managing to resist the flames. To the extent that after such a lengthy battle, he had only managed to extinguish a mere fragment of the seal. Xian steel and Xian iron are indeed difficult to procure. Chen wiped the sweat from his brow. In hindsight, he felt a twinge of regret over the diminished reward. The curse's seal was far from comparable to the malevolent thoughts contained within the Bear 2's Wolffang Club. It was not something that could be refined in a day. To eradicate it completely would require a considerable span of time. Feeling the strain, the elder gently placed his palm on Chen's shoulder, channeling a torrent of vital energy into him. The influx revitalized Chen's spirit. "My young friend, you need only refine one of the curse's runes." The elder spoke, explaining that the curse was composed of interlocking runes, and by refining just one, he could find a way to break the curse. Chen nodded, inhaling deeply as the flames of true fire surged once more. 6 hours later, exhaustion overcame him, and he withdrew his true fire, panting heavily. Observing the elder's arm, he noted the runes had become disordered, and the curse intertwined with them had grown erratic in its illumination. The elder, a master of profound abilities, brought his fingers together and pressed them against his arm, beginning the arduous process of forcing the runes out of his flesh. Chen chose not to intrude, quietly stepping out of the small courtyard. Upon returning to the rear hall, he retrieved the storage bag given by the elder, and upon a hurried glance inside, he was taken aback. 50,000. The sight of the spiritual stones made him swallow hard. What a substantial sum! With a mix of amazement and disbelief, Chen's heart raced. He had never expected the elder in purple to offer him such a generous reward, far exceeding his expectations. A light exclamation escaped his lips as he noticed that, aside from the 50,000 spiritual stones, there was also a small note. Taking it out, he quickly read, "The iron rod is a gift from my Tianquan sect to you, my young friend. The 50,000 spiritual stones are returned in full." Indeed, they are from the Tianquan sect. Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. With this realization, he stepped out onto the bustling street, feeling quite pleased. The return of 50,000 spiritual stones had restored a sense of security within him. Though night had fallen, the streets remained alive with pedestrians and the incessant cries of merchants. Chen did not rush home. Instead, he wandered aimlessly along the thoroughfare, scanning the stalls for the Xian steel and Xian iron he sought. Ultimately, he halted before the booth of a rather disreputable old man. Xian steel and Xian iron. As soon as Chen paused, his gaze fell upon two irregular stones, one obsidian black and the other gleaming white, both no larger than an egg. The old man, seemingly oblivious to Chen's presence, was instead fixated on the passing women, his eyes gleaming with a rather unsavory eagerness. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the old man, Chen felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. "Old man, if you gaze at me again, I shall take the goods." The old man's attention snapped back, and he cleared his throat, attempting to regain composure as he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, transforming his demeanor into that of a wise elder. Chen's lips curled in amusement. The old man's acting was remarkably theatrical. Just a moment ago, he had been leering at women, and now he was feigning the role of an esteemed elder. One might be fooled into believing he truly was a sage. Young fellow, you clearly possess discerning eyes. Everything here is a treasure, awaiting the worthy." The old man stroked his beard, yet his expression remained decidedly lecherous. Humph. Yi Chen dismissed him, having encountered countless vendors with similar boasts. I want this piece of Xian iron and Xian steel. Yi Chen wasted no time, pointing directly at the items. 100,000. The old man raised a finger immediately. 50,000. Yi Chen countered boldly. How absurd. 100,000 spiritual stones. I could easily procure them from Zhou Dafu without having to traverse to this dark market. Young lad, your price is quite steep. The old man huffed, puffing his cheeks. My master taught me to start negotiations at half the price. Yi Chen replied innocently, gazing at the old man with wide, innocent eyes. The old man nearly erupted with fury, but managed to restrain himself. 90,000. That is my final offer. 60,000. Deal. Yi Chen was prepared for a lengthy bargaining process, yet he was taken aback by the old man's swift agreement. Quickly, quickly. Pay up. The old man seemed in a rush, hastily shoving the Xian iron and Xian steel toward Yi Chen while beginning to pack up his stall, his demeanor frantic as though he had urgent matters to attend to. Yi Chen was bewildered but nonetheless reached into his storage bag. Zhuge you old scoundrel. You cursed fiend. Before he could extract the spiritual stones, a booming voice echoed from a distance. Turning his head, Yi Chen spotted a stout elder storming toward him, brimming with fury. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Yi Chen understood the old man's haste. Someone was indeed after him for a reckoning. However, regardless of the circumstances, Yi Chen continued to retrieve the spiritual stones. After all, one must pay for their purchases. However, before he could hand over the spirit stones, the lecherous old man swiftly snatched up his belongings and made a hasty retreat, his speed truly remarkable. Cursed be the old fool. Following closely behind, the rotund elder rushed past like a tempest, adding to the already boisterous street, which erupted into chaos due to the antics of these two decrepit men. Is this how it ends? Yi Chen cleared his throat, retrieving the storage bag containing the spirit stones still in his grasp, instinctively placing it back into the pouch. Chapter 52. The unresponsive iron whip. After wandering around and finding nothing of interest to purchase, Yi Chen departed from the bustling street. As soon as he entered the inn, the boisterous Xiong heir rushed over, seizing Yi Chen with an exaggerated exclamation. I thought you had been assassinated. You mentioned that during the auction, personal duels are prohibited. No matter how audacious Wu Changqing is, he wouldn't dare to confront me here, Yi Chen replied, nonchalantly retrieving a storage bag from his pocket and handing it to Xiong heir. Here, your spirit stones, 300,000, neither more nor less. Upon receiving the storage bag, Xiong heir glanced inside, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Yi Chen. How do you still have spirit stones? I found them. Found them? Where? I want to gather a basketful too. Xiong heir trailed after Yi Chen like a shadow, eager for details. At the Tianxian sect, Yi Chen answered casually, stretching his limbs as he waved dismissively while heading toward his room. I'm exhausted today. I need to rest early. Xiong heir wanted to say more, but Yi Chen had already closed the door. Found at the Tianxian sect? I'd be a fool to believe that, Xiong heir muttered, clutching the heavy storage bag, a sly grin spreading across his face. Once in his room, Yi Chen secured the door and retrieved a small purple gold gourd. He vividly recalled the previous night, having consumed the liquid within the gourd, which ignited a fiery sensation throughout his body, accompanied by a splitting headache that still haunted him. The intense heat and pain had propelled his cultivation to the 8th level of qi condensation, leading him to suspect that the liquid held some sinister quality. He quietly pondered, pouring a single drop of the liquid from the gourd. The liquid shimmered a deep purple, exuding a radiant hue, crystal clear and rich with fragrance. A single whiff enveloped him in tranquility. Seems fine, he mused, observing it for a while before stroking his chin. It appeared no different than usual. With that, he swallowed the drop of liquid. As per routine, the liquid transformed into a dense essence upon entering his body, devoid of the previous night's unsettling heat. How odd. Yi Chen scratched his head, unable to shake the feeling of peculiarity. He continued to consume several more drops. Yet his body remained unaffected by the bizarre pain of the prior evening. Instead, warmth spread through him. Truly strange, he murmured, refocusing his thoughts as he produced the black iron rod he had acquired at the auction for 500,000 spirit stones. Don't let me down, he said, guiding the iron rod into the mouth of the purple gold gourd. Buzz. The instant the rod was inserted, the gourd vibrated with a hum. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he rubbed his hands together, hoping the gourd would unveil the mysteries of the iron rod. However, after the initial buzz, the gourd fell silent, merely exuding a faint purple mist. "Is that all?" Chen exclaimed in astonishment, instinctively shaking the gourd and peering inside. To his surprise, the iron rod floated quietly within the gourd, showing no signs of alteration, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding purple mist. Time passed, and in frustration, Chen finally placed the gourd back down. 500,000 spirit stones for this worthless iron rod. Buzz. The gourd, seemingly with a mind of its own, vibrated again as if responding to his grumbling. "Stop stuffing everything into me." Pop. Subsequently, the gourd expelled the black iron rod, which clattered to the floor. "Such a temper." Chen scoffed, disregarding the gourd as he picked up the iron rod. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the rod was, in fact, an iron whip, completely black, rusted and pocked, utterly unremarkable. Something that attracts true fire cannot simply be an ordinary iron whip, he thought resolutely. Without giving up, he summoned true fire and enveloped the black whip within its flames. The golden flames roared, instantly raising the temperature in the room. Yet, the iron whip remained unchanged, impervious to the true fire, causing Chen to frown. "Let us try again," he murmured, intensifying the flames. Even after 3 hours of relentless burning, the iron whip showed no signs of change, leaving Chen exhausted. "I refuse to believe this," he muttered bitterly, drawing out the Qishao sword and channeling all his energy into it before striking the whip fiercely. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out, and the Qishao sword was instantly knocked away, causing Chen to stumble back, his arm numb and devoid of feeling. "This is extraordinarily hard." Inspecting the Qishao sword, he noted a small chip on its edge, while the iron whip remained steadfastly embedded in the ground, showing no signs of damage from the sharp blade. "What in the world is this made of?" Chen pondered, surveying the whip once more, withstanding true fire and rendering the Qishao sword ineffective. He could only imagine the extraordinary materials used in crafting this whip. This realization brought him some comfort. Spending 500,000 spirit stones on an incredibly durable iron whip was not as foolish as it initially seemed. Perfect for bashing someone, he mused, stroking his chin as he stowed away the whip. He soon retrieved pieces of mysterious iron and mysterious steel from his storage bag. The stark contrast between the two materials, dark and hard mysterious iron versus bright and flexible mysterious steel, made it evident they were ideal for weapon crafting. Summoning true fire once more, he took out the Qishao sword and began to fuse the essence of the two metals into the sword through the flames. This was a lengthy process. As dawn approached, he finally extinguished the true fire, drenched in sweat. Clang, clang. The room was filled with the harmonious ringing of the sword. At that moment, the Qishao sword had transformed into something extraordinary, retaining its crimson hue, and without needing to infuse it with energy, it radiated a palpable sword aura, occasionally revealing flashes of brilliance that filled Chen with awe. Wonderful. Gripping the Qishao sword with an affectionate hold, Chen felt immense joy, primarily because this sword was of his own making. Chapter 53. The Heavenly Gang Staff Formation. In the early morning, gentle sunlight bathed the entire netherworld black market. A new day of auctions commenced, with figures emerging from every loft, a stream of people converging from all directions towards the central Zonglong Pavilion. Before stepping out, Xiong retrieved a voice-changing pill and a disguised pill from his pants and offered them to Chen. Casting a glance at Xiong's pants, Chen cleared his throat. "You can keep them for yourself." He then took out a wolf head mask from his storage bag and donned it, feeling rather reluctant to consume the pills that Xiong had produced from his trousers. "Suit yourself," Xiong shrugged, unbothered, and swallowed the 2 pills. Soon after, his appearance transformed drastically, morphing him into a rotund old man, complete with a small tuft of beard, albeit he was somewhat shorter and did not quite resemble an elderly man at first glance. As the crowd surged, the two arrived once more at Zonglong Pavilion. They settled in their usual corner, indulging in food while occasionally glancing towards the entrance of the pavilion. Members of various great clans of Dechu streamed in, each vying for prominence, especially those with long-standing grievances against one another, their faces stern as they prepared for a fierce competition at the auction. The 3 sects arrived shortly after, with the bloodthirsty hall maintaining its tradition of being the last to appear. Chen caught sight of Wu Changqing, whose aged visage was darker than ever, having suffered great humiliation the previous day, becoming the subject of ridicule, which led him to vow vengeance upon Yi Chen upon his return. Don't get too cocky. I want to allow you to bleed once more today, Yi Chen sneered, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Changqing. Be careful not to capsize in the gutter. That Wu Changqing is not to be trifled with, Xiong Er cautioned, his mouth full. I know, Yi Chen replied. As the crowd settled, all eyes turned towards the high platform at the front. The previous day's auction had featured spiritual artifacts, while today's was set to showcase mystical techniques, a long-standing tradition of the netherworld black market. I wonder if we can acquire a mystical technique this time. Murmurs filled the air as the auction had yet to officially begin. I've heard the mystical techniques up for bid this time are extraordinary. Extraordinary or not, they won TB hours. Amidst the discussions, the auctioneer, Elder Yang, ascended the platform, surveying the crowd before casually announcing, the auction begins. As his words fell, he produced an ancient scroll, instantly captivating the audience's attention. One Yang finger. Elder Yang suspended the scroll in midair and proceeded to introduce the technique. Cultivating the true Yang Qi, gathering it into a single finger, this is known as one Yang. Those with a fire affinity should consider bidding. The starting price is 50,000. 60,000. A voice rang out as soon as Elder Yang finished speaking. I, the Qi family, bid 200,000, declared a gray-robed elder from the Qi family of Nanjiang, lounging nonchalantly in his seat, a mocking glint in his eyes. His bold increase of 14,000 spirit stones caused those who were about to bid to retreat, including Xiong Er. Damn it, I wanted to participate. Xiong Er grumbled incessantly. The cultivation families truly have deep pockets, Yi Chen observed, shaking his head. 21,000. Another voice chimed in, belonging to a middle-aged beauty in a red robe from the Beichuan Wang family. As a clan comparable to the Qi family, the Wang family was not easily outdone. And the middle-aged woman, recognizing the value of one Yang finger, was reluctant to concede it to the Qi family without a fight. 25,000. After the Wang family, the Sidu family from Shishu joined the fray, raising the bid by 4,000. 30,000. The auction reached a climax with the Shangwan family from Dongyue entering the bidding. 31,000. 35,000. In a matter of less than a minute, the price for one Yang finger soared to 500,000, leaving the scattered cultivators helplessly resigned. No chance, Xiong Er slumped over the table. Such a bunch of beasts, Yi Chen echoed, feeling despondent as his meager spirit stones rendered him unable to compete. 55,000. A voice pierced through the air, and both Xiong Er and Yi Chen's eyes lit up, for it was Xiong Er's second uncle making the bid. There's hope. Xiong Er rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming as he focused on a sturdy figure ahead. He had not anticipated that their family would participate in the bidding so generously, overpowering all the clans present, thereby granting him the chance to learn the coveted one Yang finger without parting with any money. In tandem, Yi Chen also rubbed his hands. Given his friendship with Xiong Er, acquiring the one Yang finger was not out of the realm of possibility. In a private box on the second floor, the gray-robed elder from the Qi family wore a sullen expression as he glared at Xiong Er's second uncle, coldly remarking, Xiong Dashan, you truly possess great audacity. Go ahead, raise your bid if you dare. Xiong Dashan remained undeterred, his words silencing the Qi family. Does your Xiong family hold a grudge against the Qi family? Yi Chen, picking up on the tension between Xiong Dashan and the Qi elder, turned to Xiong Er. Of course we do, Xiong Er seethed. Our families have been at odds since the time of my great-grandfather, all due to a natural spirit stone mine. We've had our fair share of skirmishes. I see. 55,000. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Elder Yang glanced at the Qi family's private box and surveyed the crowd below. The three sects in the bloodthirsty hall ultimately did not participate in the bidding, much to Yi Chen and Xiong Er's relief. Thud. On the platform, Elder Yang's hammer fell decisively. Having secured the one Yang finger scroll, Elder Yang then produced a jade slip, clearly inscribed with 3 large characters. Lingyun Step. A movement technique. Lingyun Step, starting at 30,000. Elder Yang announced casually. Compared to one Yang finger, Lingyun Step was evidently of a lower grade. Yet it did not deter those present from clamoring for it, as this was a technique auctioned by the Tianxian sect. 50,000. I bid 70,000. 100,000. The bidding for Lingyun Step was lively, though it paled in comparison to the fervor surrounding one Yang finger, eventually being won by a hooded figure for 130,000. The auction continued. Elder Yang relentlessly produced mystical techniques, each one igniting fervent discussions within Zonglong Pavilion. As the competition among the great clans, the three sects, the bloodthirsty hall, and hidden masters became increasingly intense. Throughout the proceedings, Yi Chun and Xiong Er attempted to bid several times, but were consistently outmatched by exorbitant prices. I can see it now, they are nothing but a bunch of beasts. Xiong Er lamented, resting his head on the table, his curses flowing endlessly. They are all affluent elites. After repeated setbacks, Yi Chun too felt disheartened. His spirit stones dwindling to the point where he felt embarrassed to bid, each attempt falling short of even being a mere fraction of the required amount. The Heavenly Gang Staff Formation, a spiritual artifact for those primarily practicing staff techniques, should be considered. Elder Yang produced an ancient scroll, setting the starting price at 30,000, with minimum increments of 1,000 spirit stones. Staff techniques? Yi Chun perked up, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the platform. You don't practice staff techniques. What are you getting excited about? Xiong Er shot him a glance. I may not need it, but Hua could benefit greatly. Chapter 54. One last frenzy. I have no use for it, but Hua does. With that, Yi Chun glanced downwards. Compared to the few arcane techniques auctioned earlier, the Tiangang staff formation was evidently neglected. After Elder Yang's announcement, a long silence ensued, with no bids in sight. On stage, Elder Yang furrowed his brow at the lack of interest below. The staff technique is difficult to master. It holds no value for most. Many attendees simply lifted their teacups, uninterested in disrupting the auction for the Tiangang staff formation. Had it been a sword technique, perhaps there would have been some consideration. It is quite obscure, surely. No one desires it. Hearing the murmurs below, Yi Chun felt a twinge of relief. At least there were fewer competitors. Is there truly no interest? Elder Yang scanned the crowd, ultimately unable to restrain himself from inquiring. Below, those sipping tea and flirting paid little heed to Elder Yang's question, treating it as inconsequential. Their indifference was unmistakable. They had no desire for the staff technique. Seeing this, Elder Yang, though somewhat prepared for the outcome, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Since no one is bidding, it appears this staff technique will go unsold. I want it. Before Elder Yang could finish, Yi Chun hastily raised his bidding paddle. Senior, I bid 31,000 spirit stones for the Tiangang staff formation. A murmur rippled through the crowd as Yi Chun's voice caught some attention. It seemed there was indeed someone interested in the staff technique. Remarkably, after Yi Chun's bid, no one else raised their paddle. Elder Yang rubbed his forehead in frustration and raised his arm, ready to bring down the gavel. However, before he could, an untimely voice from the second floor echoed through the hall. 40,000. The Zhenyang sect will take it. In the corner, listening to Wu Changqing's haughty proclamation, Yi Chun shot a cold glance at the second floor booth. Wu Changqing, it's you again. You didn't want it when no one was bidding. But now that I've made an offer, you show up to snatch it away. 40,000. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? If not, 100,000. Yi Chun interrupted Elder Yang again, raising the price dramatically. Is someone else competing with Wu Changqing? The crowd buzzed with excitement. Could it be that brat from yesterday? I don't think so. The one from yesterday wore a ghost mask, while this one dons a wolf mask. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Wu Changqing's expression darkened further. Yesterday, he had arrogantly believed in the strength of the Zhenyang sect, only to be humiliated by someone outbidding him by 50,000. Today, another contender was challenging him, igniting his fury. Though he deemed the Tiangang staff formation useless, he could not allow anyone to undermine his authority. 15 million. Wu Changqing snapped, his voice laced with menace. 20 million. As soon as he finished, Yi Chun responded, raising his bid once more. Kid, are you serious? Xiong Er tugged at Yi Chun's sleeve, his other hand instinctively protecting his groin. Realizing that Yi Chun was about to borrow spirit stones from him again. Prepare 30 million spirit stones, Yi Chun remarked, glancing at Xiong Er. Are you kidding me? I haven't even warmed up yet. Xiong Er grimaced. Do you know who you're competing against? Wu Changqing's tone was icy from the second floor booth. This is a fair auction. The highest bidder wins. Are you attempting to intimidate me? Yi Chun replied, unyielding, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He was determined to face Wu Changqing head-on, willing to risk everything to secure the Tiangang staff formation for Hua. The scarcity of staff techniques compelled him not to miss this opportunity. Naturally, this was only part of his motivation. Yi Chun's mind remained clouded by the pain of being driven from the mountain previously. It was a wound that would never heal. He found Wu Changqing's haughty demeanor intolerable, fueling his resolve to undertake this reckless endeavor. What a fair auction. Wu Changqing's cold laughter echoed from the second floor. Zhenyang sect bids 25 million. 50 million. Before Wu Changqing could finish his sentence, Yi Chun raised his paddle again. The crowd erupted with incredulous gasps as the sounds of tea being spat out filled the room. Yi Chun had just raised the bid by 25 million, nearly choking many attendees. What on earth is happening? The atmosphere in the Canglong Pavilion became chaotic. Is the staff technique truly that valuable? That kid has some nerve to challenge the Zhenyang sect. 50 million spirit stones. This is outrageous. Yesterday, it was a shabby iron whip. Today, it was a mere staff technique. How could the least desirable items command such exorbitant prices? What is happening in this world? Amidst the uproar, Yi Chun became the focal point of everyone's attention. From the second-floor booth, various elders and powerful figures from esteemed clans, including Feng Wuhan of Qingyun sect and the three formidable Void Realm masters from the Bloodthirsty Hall, cast bewildered glances downward. In contrast, Wu Changqing's expression morphed from dark to sinister, then to a grimace of rage. Having lost face the previous day, he now found himself in a similarly humiliating situation. Once again, failing to secure the staff technique would not only tarnish his reputation, but also that of the entire Zhenyang sect. Though I have no use for that staff technique, how dare anyone challenge my authority? Someone in the crowd scoffed. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhuge Yu, who had sold Yi Chun the mysterious iron and steel yesterday. His words were unreserved, revealing a mastery that left him unfazed by the Zhenyang sect's might. His comment ignited Wu Changqing's embarrassment. With a forceful strike, he shattered the table beside him, ready to retaliate, but was halted by Hua Yun and Ji Ning Shuang behind him. Elder, our goal is the Tianji Dan. Please reconsider. Do not squander too many spirit stones on this useless staff technique. Hua Yun and Ji Ning Shuang's words jolted Wu Changqing back to reality. Gradually, the anger clouding his judgment began to clear. Even so, Wu Changqing's hands clenched tightly, his rage simmering just beneath the surface. If not for the strict prohibition against private disputes here, he would have rushed down to eliminate Yi Chun. Investigate. I demand to know who has the audacity to challenge me. I will make them wish they had never been born. Thus concluded a thrilling bidding war. Elder Yang on stage couldn't help but sigh. What kind of world is this? Yesterday, it was that wretched iron whip, and today it's this worthless staff technique. Yet, both items that our heavenly profound sect deemed unworthy have fetched sky-high prices. Even I, as an elder, did not foresee this. With one final strike of the gavel, Yi Chun successfully acquired the Tiangang staff formation. Great, I've gone bankrupt again. Xiong'er drooped his hefty head onto the table, realizing he would need to borrow some money from Heir to Yi. Goodness gracious, 30 million. I will repay you with interest in the future, Yi Chun reassured him, patting Xiong'er's shoulder. At this, Xiong'er's eyes lit up. He promptly produced paper and ink from his trousers, penning a series of large characters. Wiping his nose before handing it to Yi Chun. I fear you might renege. Here, please sign. Damn it. Chapter 55. The invitation from the heavenly profound sect. The auction continued. The forthcoming esoteric techniques, although still fervently contested, paled in comparison to the fervor generated by the heavenly gang staff formation. Unbeknownst to all, dusk had quietly descended, with Elder Yang's voice resonating through the Canglong Pavilion. Today's auction of esoteric techniques drew to a close. The audience rose in unison, murmuring in astonishment. As they departed, many cast lingering glances at Yi Chun, who had secured the heavenly gang staff formation for an astonishing price of 500,000, delivering a significant blow to the Zhenyang sect. Undoubtedly today's most talked about topic. Truly, the talents of each generation surpassed the last. The elder from the Situ family of Shishu stroked his white beard and regarded Yi Chun with interest. Old Situ, this young lad surpasses your prowess in your youth, remarked a white-clad elder from the Shangguan family. Two old fellows, do show some mercy in tomorrow's auction. The middle-aged beauty clad in red from the Beichuan Wang family shot a disdainful glance at the two elders. As discussions abounded, many from the cultivation clans stole glances at Yi Chun as they departed. Young man, you've truly made a name for yourself, remarked Xiong'er, keenly observing the various factions' interest in Yi Chun. Such a calamity. Yi Chun sighed, rubbing his temples. On the second floor, the Qingyun sect members had descended. The elder in green and the old crone merely cast a cursory glance at Yi Chun, but it was LG, the one who had crippled his Dantian, who regarded him with a mocking smile, their eyes briefly meeting. Interesting, LG's words dripped with scorn. I will settle the score for the destruction of my Dantian. A casual shift of his gaze made Yi Chen's fists clench tightly in his sleeves. LG had once displayed the same derisive demeanor when he had thoroughly obliterated Yi Chun's cultivation. Next came Feng Wuhan of the Hunyue sect's Sword Peak. He truly exuded the aura of an elder, with flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall, a long sword slung over his back, his silhouette as steadfast as a mountain, and his demeanor akin to a drawn blade. His gaze upon Yi Chen was gentle and kind, devoid of arrogance. The members of the bloodthirsty hall also emerged, casting glances at Yi Chen, their brows furrowed in concern. "Elder, do you sense a familiar aura emanating from that young man?" inquired a youth in white towards the gray-haired elder beside him. "His aura is concealed. I cannot pierce through it," the elder pondered, stepping out of the Songlong pavilion. "Keep a close watch on him. We may have encountered him before." Following the bloodthirsty hall were the representatives of the Zhengyang sect. Yi Chen immediately spotted Wu Changqing's exceedingly grim visage. "Kid, you shall face a gruesome fate." Wu Changqing's eyes, filled with murderous intent, remained fixed on Yi Chen from a distance. Avoiding Wu Changqing's gaze, Yi Chen, though reluctant, met Ji Ningxuang's beautiful eyes. Once lovers, their fleeting gaze across the expanse stirred a pang in Yi Chen's heart. Ji Ningxuang's brows furrowed slightly, as if sensing a familiar essence in Yi Chen's eyes, her gaze flickering with a hint of something unusual. Yi Chen chose not to linger, turning away. As the crowd of auction attendees gradually dispersed, he made his way to the back hall of the Songlong pavilion. "Young lad, you've truly shown today," Elder Yang exclaimed with a jovial demeanor. Even with his mask obscuring his face, it seemed Elder Yang could see right through Yi Chen's facade. "Senior, you jest," Yi Chen replied, realizing he could not hide anything from Elder Yang. He removed the wolf head mask, absent-mindedly touching his nose. After settling the spirit stones and obtaining the heavenly gang staff formation, he prepared to leave, only to be halted by Elder Yang. "Senior, is there something else?" Yi Chen asked, puzzled. "Little one, would you care to join my heavenly profound sect?" Elder Yang smiled, stroking his grizzled beard. Yi Chen was taken aback. The heavenly profound sect, a formidable and enigmatic entity that the three sects of Dazhou dared not provoke, was extending an invitation to him, a mere chi condensation realm cultivator. This was beyond his expectations. Was it perhaps due to his possession of true fire? Yi Chen pondered, unable to fathom any other reason for attracting the attention of such a colossal force. "What say you? Are you interested?" Elder Yang's gentle smile brought Yi Chen back to reality. Yi Chen forced a chuckle. "Senior, are you jesting? I'm merely a young cultivator in the chi condensation realm. How could I possibly be worthy of your attention? Cultivation level is not the issue. We at the Heavenly Profound sect value talent," Elder Yang replied warmly, resembling a kindly grandfather. "Indeed, we are interested in your true fire, but more importantly, we recognize your potential." With such an invitation laid before him, Yi Chen felt compelled to respond. "Senior, if I join the Heavenly Profound sect, does it mean I must sever ties with Dazhou and refrain from engaging in its affairs?" Yi Chen sought to present himself with the utmost humility, displaying the respect due to his elders. Members of the Heavenly Profound sect are prohibited from involving themselves in the disputes of various factions in Dazhou. This has been a long-standing rule established by the sect's leaders. "I see," Yi Chen mused, stroking his chin. Though the Heavenly Profound sect was indeed powerful and mysterious, the constraints it imposed were equally formidable. Having been born and raised in Dazhou, the thought of completely extricating himself from it stirred a complex array of emotions within him. Moreover, he sought to return to the Zhengyang sect to avenge the humiliation he suffered when cast down the mountain. "Do not feel rushed to respond. Take your time to consider. My words will always hold true," Elder Yang said with a gentle smile, sensing Yi Chen's hesitation. "Then, I express my gratitude, Senior. Allow me to ponder this matter thoroughly," Yi Chen said, bowing respectfully before turning to exit the back hall of the Songlong pavilion. After his departure, the purple-clad elder who had invited him to break the curse stepped forward. "Elder, among the younger generation in Dazhou, there are countless talents surpassing him. Why extend an invitation solely to him?" Elder Yang inquired, perplexed. "Is it merely due to his possession of true fire?" "Certainly not," the purple-clad elder replied, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "This young man is not as simple as he appears. Though his talent may not be the highest, it is unique. Furthermore, his true fire possesses formidable qualities, and most importantly, his bloodline. Should we consult the sect master regarding this matter?" Elder Yang glanced at the purple-clad elder. I would prefer to seek her out, the purple-clad elder replied with exasperation. She seems to have easily cast the heavenly profound sect aside while enjoying her leisure. Who knows where she has gone off to now? As Chen stepped out of the Songlong pavilion, he sensed two familiar auras. To the east was Hua Yun, and to the west was Jining Shuang. Instantly recognizing who was observing him, he feigned ignorance and blended into the bustling streets. He meandered through the streets, pausing occasionally to peruse various stalls. The stealthy skills of Hua Yun and Jining Shuang were commendable as they trailed him through numerous streets. Do you think you can keep up with me? Chen halted at a roadside stall, inspecting the wares, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Do you even consider my background? This brings to mind another aspect of Chen's identity. Within the Zhengyang sect, he was not merely a disciple. He also served as a member of the intelligence pavilion, trained from a young age to gather intelligence and excel in tracking. As an expert in tracking, his observational skills far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. How to counter others' pursuit was a lesson he had mastered long ago. Although his cultivation was inferior to that of Hua Yun and Jining Shuang, when it came to the art of tracking, the two were somewhat lacking in comparison. Following a former member of the intelligence pavilion, their skills were still a shade lacking. Pretending to be oblivious, Chen continued to lead Hua Yun and Jining Shuang through numerous bustling streets. As night fell, Hua Yun and Jining Shuang converged from opposite directions, only to find that Chen had vanished without a trace. This lad is quite remarkable, Hua Yun exclaimed coldly, feeling a surge of frustration at having lost him. He may indeed possess a higher level of cultivation than us. Jining Shuang, usually reticent, pondered for a moment, yet did not dismiss another possibility, that he might be a member focused on intelligence, someone whom ordinary individuals could not easily track. Chapter 56. The Enlightenment of the Sword. Upon his return to the inn, Chen found Xiong Er already in the room. The rotund figure was seated on the bed, surrounded by a plethora of luminous spirit stones. Oh, Chen exclaimed, instinctively taking a seat at the edge of the bed. Little fatty, you seem to have quite a stash of spirit stones. As he spoke, he casually pocketed a few. Xiong Er's chubby face darkened at the sight. I see your family is quite affluent, Chen remarked, reaching out for more spirit stones. However, Xiong Er was already prepared, with a swift motion. He stuffed all the spirit stones into his storage bag. I just acquired these from my second uncle. Don't get any ideas, he grumbled, tucking his storage bag securely away. At this, Chen could only cough awkwardly, rubbing his nose. The previous 2 days of auctions had indeed seen Xiong Er play a significant role without his assistance. Acquiring the iron whip and the Tiangang staff technique would have been impossible. Chen felt a sense of gratitude for Xiong Er's willingness to help. Rest assured, I will repay you in full later. Of course, you must repay. We still have an IOU. Humph. Chen scoffed, leaning closer to Xiong Er and playfully nudging him. I heard that your family extracts many spirit stones from the natural spirit stone mines each year. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Xiong Er's expression was filled with resentment. Don't even mention that spirit stone mine. It has caused my family no end of trouble. The spirit stones we gather barely suffice for treating our clan members. That can't be, Chen exclaimed incredulously. Aside from the Qi family, who would dare provoke your clan in the southern region of Dechu? There are plenty, Xiong Er spat. The Qi family frequently stirs up trouble, and those rogue cultivators are insatiable wolves. Take that old Black Mountain who participated in the auction. He is always causing a ruckus. If we give too much, my family suffers. If we give too little, those wolves become restless. If it weren't for my grandfather still being alive, my family would have been devoured long ago. Every family has its own hardships, Chen sighed, reflecting on the reality that, despite the apparent grandeur of noble families, they often attract trouble. Endure it slowly, he said with a shake of his head as he exited Xiong Er's room. Back in his own room, Chen sat cross-legged on the bed. He focused his mind and activated the savage body refinement technique. A series of cracking sounds echoed from within him as his bones collided, enveloped by true fire that coursed through his meridians and bones. The searing pain compelled him to stifle a roar, not wanting to disturb Xiong Er. After 3 hours of body refinement, followed by another 3 hours of nourishing his muscles and bones with spiritual liquid, he finally expelled a cloud of turbid air. His cultivation at the 8th level of Qi consolidation was thoroughly solidified. Stretching his somewhat stiff body, Chen felt a refreshing sensation envelop him. Soon, he retrieved the Tiangang staff formation, which had cost 500,000 spirit stones. Remembering the price, he felt a pang of regret. But he deemed it worthwhile for Tiger Boy to have an exceptional staff technique. The ancient scroll of the Tiangang staff formation was sealed, which he gently broke open. By the flickering candlelight, he meticulously examined the intricacies of the formation. To his delight, he found it to be immensely enlightening. The staff, akin to the spear, is among the most challenging of spiritual weapons to master. The Tiangang staff formation not only detailed the profound principles of the staff, but also elucidated various techniques. Divided into offensive and defensive formations, the Tiangang staff formation embodied a unique blend of attack and defense. When fully mastered, one could wield the staff as phantom to unleash the formation, making it one of the rarest techniques in staff mastery. Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He mused that the 500,000 spirit stones had not been wasted. After several hours of contemplation, he grasped a sliver of the profound essence contained within the staff. Although mastering the staff was arduous, once perfected, it would rival any other spiritual weapons cultivation techniques. Remarkable, he thought, leaping to his feet and retrieving a long staff from his storage bag. With a hum, the room filled with a resonant sound as the staff sliced through the air. The method of the Tiangang staff formation flowed through his mind as he immersed himself in the staff's profundities. Unbeknownst to him, his speed in wielding the staff increased. Around him, phantoms of the staff began to materialize, chaotic yet evidently following the trajectory of his movements. As time passed, the phantoms multiplied, forming a fragile staff formation around him, akin to a protective barrier. At this moment, he ceased his practice, expelling another breath of turbid air. Indeed, the mastery of the staff was no ordinary challenge. Chen discovered that the cultivation of the staff was even more complex than he had imagined, explaining why many cultivators shunned it. However, after his diligent practice, he had made some progress. The Tiangang staff formation could create a dual-purpose formation of attack and defense using the phantoms of the staff. He wondered if a similar concept could be applied to the sword, allowing him to form a sword formation with the motion of sword shadows. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he pondered deeply, hoping to find the connection between the staff and the sword within the Tiangang staff formation. If he could succeed, he believed his defensive and offensive capabilities would be greatly enhanced. After an hour of intense contemplation, he felt increasingly confident in the viability of this method. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet and drew the sharp Qi Shao sword with a resounding clang. He executed the movements, drawing, retracting, spinning, slashing, and downward strikes, following the principles of the Tiangang staff formation, albeit slowly and deliberately. As he continued, his brow furrowed in concentration. He noted the similarities and differences between the staff and sword. While there were indeed commonalities, applying the staff's techniques to the sword proved to be challenging. He needed to identify the unique aspects of both to devise a sword formation akin to the Tiangang staff formation. With each swing of the Qi Shao sword, the sound of its ringing intensified, each movement manifesting sword shadows. As time progressed, his speed increased, and the sword shadows multiplied around him. However, they remained chaotic and lacked the strength to form a cohesive formation, rendering them vulnerable to disruption. As dawn approached, Chen finally sheathed the Qi Shao sword. Exhaling another breath of turbid air, he leaped onto the bed, cradling his head in his hands, gently closing his eyes as the principles of staff and sword replayed in his mind. Clearly, deriving the Tiangang sword formation from the Tiangang staff formation would not be an overnight endeavor. He understood that the emergence of a profound technique required time and practical experience. Much like a blacksmith forging a fine sword through relentless hammering, every weapon possesses its unique strengths, yet they all converge towards a common goal. At some point, Chen opened his eyes, a look of realization dawning within them. Swords, spears, halberds, staves, hammers, axes, and bows all share underlying principles. If his ancestors could comprehend the Tiangang staff formation, then he too could develop the Tiangang sword formation. Time was not the issue. What he needed was insight. Chapter 57. The Tranquil Pill. As a new day dawned, the final day of the auction at the Netherworld black market arrived. Today, the attendance seemed significantly higher than in the previous 2 days, with the venue bustling with figures, each wearing a solemn expression. On the first day, spiritual artifacts were auctioned, followed by arcane techniques on the second day, and now, the third day was devoted to elixirs. Observing the crowd, Yi Chen quietly mused that today's auction of pills was bound to be extraordinary. Of course, Xiong Er replied, brimming with excitement, as if fueled by adrenaline. Today's featured elixir could very well alter the future landscape of the Great Chu. Is it really that remarkable? Yi Chen inquired, arching an eyebrow. Are you aware of the celestial realm? Xiong Er turned to Yi Chen, his expression serious. Of course, Yi Chen retorted, slightly irritated. The 6th level of cultivation was the pinnacle of the celestial realm, capable of ensuring a sect's longevity for millennia. Exactly, Xiong Er continued, leaning in conspiratorially. Do you know what the centerpiece of today's auction is? At this, Yi Chen shook his head lightly. The tranquil pill. The tranquil pill? Yi Chen was taken aback. This implied it could aid in a breakthrough to the celestial realm? That's the rumor, Xiong Er responded vaguely. Among the various factions in the Great Chu, many possess the cultivation of the void realm, with numerous peak practitioners and a significant number of quasi-celestial cultivators. If the tranquil pill were to be consumed by a quasi-celestial cultivator, it could potentially elevate them to the celestial realm. Wouldn't that be remarkable? Yi Chen's brows furrowed slightly at Xiong Er's words. If the tranquil pill truly possessed such miraculous effects, then today's auction would indeed be the highlight of the netherworld black market. It was easy to foresee that if a certain faction were to produce a celestial cultivator, the balance of power in the Great Chu would be irrevocably altered. Xiong Er's assertion was far from alarmist, considering the overwhelming strength of those at the celestial level. Just watch. Today's auction will undoubtedly be fiercely competitive, Xiong Er added. The patriarchs of the various factions, including the elder of my own Xiong family, are nearing the end of their lifespans. They all aspire to use the tranquil pill to make a final breakthrough to the celestial realm. You must understand, those in the void realm can only live for about 500 years, while those at the celestial level can extend their lives up to 1,000. It's only natural for those with dwindling lifespans to act desperately. At this point, Xiong Er gestured for Yi Chen to glance at the private booths on the 2nd floor, representing the various factions. Do you see? Today, during this auction, those booths are entirely vacant. They've disguised themselves and mingled with the crowd on the 1st floor of the Tsanglong Pavilion. Are you suggesting the stakes are too high with the tranquil pill? Who would be foolish enough to reveal their identity as the one who wins it? Xiong Er explained. I can assure you, if it were to become known that the bloodthirsty hall acquired the tranquil pill, its members would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from the other factions. Even if they managed to escape, the various powers of the Great Chu would swiftly unite and march north to attack Bloodthirsty Hall. The same fate would befall any sect or family that secures the tranquil pill. Then it stands to reason that after today's auction, there will inevitably be a bloody conflict outside the netherworld black market. Yi Chen pondered aloud. In theory, yes, Xiong Er nodded. Thus, those attending the auction from various factions will go to great lengths to conceal their appearances and auras, fearing recognition. Isn't it rather obvious that the Tianxian sect is auctioning the tranquil pill? This seems to be inviting a clash among the factions, Yi Chen remarked, beginning to harbor doubts about the motivations behind the Tianxian sect's actions. Simply put, the fact that they are auctioning the tranquil pill is already a significant gesture. Whether one can acquire it depends on their own abilities, and whether they can safely take it back is also contingent upon their skills. They are not forcing anyone to bid, are they? Given the atmosphere, it was apparent that the powerful figures from various factions had already concealed themselves outside the netherworld black market. Yi Chen stroked his chin, contemplating that the reinforcements would surely be numerous. Seems you're not so foolish after all. Then why are we still here? Shouldn't we leave? Yi Chen remarked, anxious that amidst the chaos of the auction, they might become mere cannon fodder. With everyone scrambling for the tranquil pill, who would pay us any mind? Xiong Er dismissed the concern, but noticing Yi Chen's serious demeanor, he patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, I've been here more than once. We'll be fine. Just then, the doors of the Tsanglong Pavilion closed. Meanwhile, those sipping tea or flirting had straightened their postures, as Xiong Er had noted. The private booths on the 2nd floor, representing various factions, were indeed devoid of occupants. Yi Chen scanned the crowd, most of whom were unfamiliar faces, likely disguised. This thought led him to glance sideways at the elderly figure beside him. He scrutinized the man, wondering if he might be the renowned Wu Changqing of the Zhenyang sect, or perhaps Feng Wuhan of Hengyue sect's Sword Peak, altered in appearance. I can't shake the feeling that there are traps everywhere. Yi Chen sighed, shaking his head. That's the concern of the strong. We are merely small fish. Xiong Er replied, shrugging shrugging off the gravity of the situation. After a moment, he added quietly, if my Xiong family could secure it, that would be ideal. Soon, the elder Yang from the auction podium ascended. He surveyed the gathering below before clearing his throat and announcing, the auction is now commencing. With that, he produced a jade box from his robes. Although the box was sealed, the fragrance of the elixir wafted through the cracks, tantalizing the audience. The bone-refining pill. I believe its effects need no further introduction. The starting bid is 50,000 spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 1,000. Let the bidding begin. 50,000. No sooner had the elder finished speaking than a paddle was raised from the crowd. 60,000. I bid 80,000. The first elixir had already ignited a fierce competition, and the auction for today's elixirs promised to be fervent. After several rounds of intense bidding, the bone-refining pill was finally won by an elder clad in blue for 150,000. Once the deal was sealed, the elder Yang produced another sealed jade box. The cleansing marrow pill, starting at 50,000. Let the bidding commence. 60,000. To Yi Chen's astonishment, the first bid came from Xiong, who raised his paddle high despite his short stature. Didn't your father give you a cleansing marrow? Yi Chen asked incredulously. This is for my wife, Xiong chuckled. Wait, you have a wife? How come I've never heard of this? Yi Chen scrutinized Xiong, a hefty figure, incredulous that he had managed to find a spouse. 100,000. As they spoke, the price for the cleansing marrow pill quickly climbed to 100,000. 110,000. Xiong leaped up, his voice booming. 150,000. The next bid made Xiong falter. You're impressive, I'll pass. He exclaimed in frustration, realizing he was out of his depth. Perhaps due to the Xiong family's focus on bidding for the tranquil pill, his uncle had not provided him with ample spirit stones. Seeing Xiong's dejected demeanor made Yi Chen feel somewhat guilty. Had he not borrowed 300,000, Xiong wouldn't be in such a predicament. Naturally, since Xiong missed out on the cleansing marrow pill, Yi Chen resolved to compensate him. After all, cleansing marrow was not solely achievable through the cleansing marrow pill. He could accomplish it with true fire, refining Xiong's wife's marrow far better than the pill could. If you can't acquire it, don't fret. I'll handle the cleansing of your wife's marrow, Yi Chen assured with a smile. Can you manage that? Absolutely. Yi Chen thumped his chest, asserting that the barbaric body refinement technique could indeed be applied to others. As the two conversed, another elixir was brought forth for bidding. It was a pill that promised eternal youth for women. Initially, one might have presumed that the bidders were predominantly women. However, to my astonishment, a group of burly men and a multitude of elderly gentlemen were fervently vying for it, their faces flushed with excitement. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that a significant portion of these individuals were women in disguise. Yi Chen remarked with profound significance. The auction continued, and each time Elder Yang retrieved the pill, it incited a cacophony of voices from the crowd, making the grand Songlong Pavilion resonate as if waves were crashing upon its shores. As time gradually waned, the auction approached its conclusion. During this period, Xiong made another bid, acquiring a pill for enhancing vitality. Meanwhile, Yi Chen spent most of his time in slumber, for without funds, one could only indulge in dreams. Remarkably, a spiritual pill was auctioned for an exorbitant sum of 800,000, ultimately claimed by an unknown formidable figure. Chapter 58. The Rise of Heroes. As the night began to descend, Elder Yang finally retrieved a translucent jade box from his storage bag. This jade box was indeed a precious artifact, crafted from spirit jade, radiating a myriad of colors. Intricate runes adorned its surface, and 3 seals were inscribed upon it. Despite this, one could still glimpse a purple elixir lying quietly within. The Tianji Dan. It is the Tianji Dan. The moment had finally arrived. Upon the appearance of the jade box, the eyes of all present sparkled with excitement. They sat upright, their gazes fervently fixed upon it. Many could hardly contain their breath, for the elixir within the box might very well alter the future landscape of the Great Chu. Quickly, it's the Tianji Dan. In the corner, Xiong nudged Yi Chen while keeping his eyes glued to the jade box. Is it time? Yi Chen jolted awake, hastily wiping the sleep from his eyes, and gazed intently at the jade box held by Elder Yang, clearly seeing the purple elixir within. Is that truly the Tianji Dan? Yi Chen licked his lips. Impressive. ISNT it. Yet it seems we have no connection to it whatsoever. Even selling you would not suffice to acquire it. Under the collective gaze of the audience, Elder Yang suspended the jade box containing the Tianji Dan in midair. The Tianji Dan may assist those on the verge of breaking into the celestial realm. However, this is merely a possibility. Whether one can transcend into the Tianji realm relies on your own fortune. After a brief introduction, Elder Yang continued. The starting bid for the Tianji Dan is 500,000 spirit stones, with each increment not less than 10,000 stones. Now, let the bidding commence. 500,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this price, many instinctively swallowed hard. If not for sects or noble families, who could afford such a sum? Many realized that from the very start, the Tianji Dan was beyond their reach. Even the base price was enough to crush a multitude of hopes. 550,000. Nevertheless, those with wealth were still abundant, and bids began to emerge, without needing an introduction, for the bidder was undoubtedly someone of considerable standing. 600,000. 800,000. 800,000 for the Tianji Dan? I bid 1 million. 110,000. 130,000. As the first bid was called out, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction. The entire Tsunglong pavilion erupted in fervor. With each new bid, the atmosphere grew tense. In less than a minute, the price of the Tianji Dan soared from the initial 500,000 to an astonishing 2 million. 2 million spirit stones could form a small mountain, someone remarked, glancing upwards as if envisioning their imagined mountain of spirit stones. Without at least 800,000 spirit stones, this Tianji Dan cannot be claimed. In the corner, Chen pondered. Although the bidders were all disguised, he sensed that the formidable families and sects had yet to join the fray. They were, after all, the key players in this contest. As Xiong had mentioned, the Tianji Dan held immense significance. It could either support a sect or bring about its ruin. 230,000. 250,000. The bidding for the Tianji Dan remained fierce, with its price climbing steadily. After several rounds of bidding, most participants found themselves eliminated, as their proud million spirit stones paled in comparison. Thus, the true competition for the Tianji Dan was just beginning. 5 million. As expected, a powerful force behind the scenes boldly raised the bid to 5 million, causing the previously enthusiastic bidders to fall silent. The hidden power seemed to comprehend the situation thoroughly. The value of the Tianji Dan was far too great to be won for merely 3 or 4 million spirit stones, decisively pushing the final showdown forward. The identity of this powerful faction remained a mystery. 5 million. That is indeed a staggering sum, Xiong exclaimed, gripping Chun's thigh in excitement. It might very well be your Xiong family placing the bid, he added. As he spoke, Chen instinctively placed his hand on Xiong's leg, pinching a chunk of flesh, and then twisted it vigorously. Perhaps Xiong was too exhilarated to notice the pain. The exorbitant price of 5 million had nearly caused all participants to concede defeat. The ensuing battle for dominance was about to unfold. 550,000. Another bid emerged from below. 600,000. 650,000. As Chen had surmised, without at least 800,000 spirit stones, acquiring the Tianji Dan would prove exceedingly difficult. The price had surged to 650,000, evidently surpassing the financial capabilities of most noble families. And it was clear that they were bowing out of the competition. Well, it seems my Xiong family has no chance, Xiong lamented. 650,000? Surely your family can afford that. Chen turned his head in disbelief. Of course we can afford it, Xiong admitted, but it meant nearly depleting his family's assets. Although the Tianji Dan was precious, they had to act within their means. Even if they secured it, there was no guarantee of safely bringing it back. Elder Yang had mentioned that the Tianji Dan did not guarantee a breakthrough. Whether one could ascend was still an unknown, contingent upon fortune. At this point, Xiong shook his head in resignation. To stake everything for such an elixir is a gamble we cannot afford. Indeed, Chen mused. Without being in charge, one cannot truly understand the value of resources. Xiong's father seems to have considered this well. They cannot afford this gamble. If they were to lose, the consequences would be dire. 700,000. The bidding for the Tianji Dan continued unabated, as various sects seemingly entered the fray, with shadows of the 3 sects and bloodthirsty Hall reflected among them. 750,000. 800,000. Yet the price of the Tianji Dan continued to escalate, surpassing even Chun's expectations. As the auction neared its conclusion, the price had nearly reached 10 million spirit stones. 950,000. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? In the Tsunglong pavilion, a prolonged silence enveloped the room until Elder Yang surveyed the crowd below. His gaze was sharp, seemingly capable of piercing through the facades of those present. briefly lingering on a few individuals while disregarding the scattered cultivators. 10 million. Quickly, a voice from the corner broke the tension, prompting both Yi Chun and Xiong Er to turn their heads. For the one who had spoken was the elderly man with black hair seated beside them. Naturally, the attention of the entire assembly turned towards him. To dare bid 10 million was no small feat. Such wealth was beyond the means of scattered cultivators and noble families alike. Only the bloodthirsty Hall and the three sects could afford to throw down such a sum. Among the Hall and the sects, which faction did he represent? Yi Chun glanced at the black-haired elder. With his discerning eye, he could not ascertain the man's origins, but it was certain that he belonged to one of the powerful factions. At that moment, both he and Xiong Er hoped that this black-haired elder was Feng Wuhan from the Yujin Peak of Hunyue sect. If that were the case, the Tianji Dan might indeed be safely returned without drawing attention, and Hunyue sect could potentially produce a figure of the Tianji realm. In that event, they would be sheltered by a formidable ally. Yet, they were also aware that this black-haired elder could just as easily be from Qingyun's sect, Xinjiang's sect, or Bloodthirsty Hall. Should that be the case, it would not bode well for Hunyue sect. The black-haired elder's bid of 10 million naturally drew the gaze of every attendee, and powerful figures began to scrutinize him from the shadows. 10 million spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Elder Yang's voice shattered the silence in the Songlong Pavilion. Yet, an extended period of silence followed, with no one daring to speak. As the esteemed Elder Yang delivered his final decree, the bidding for the Celestial Tranquility Dan came to a close, marking the conclusion of the triannual auction at the shadowy black market. Below, the attendees remained reluctant to depart, still immersed in the lingering excitement of the event. Gradually, small clusters of figures began to rise and leave. It was only when the elderly man with black hair stood up from the corner that the entire Songlong Pavilion was truly stirred. More than one pair of eyes covertly turned towards him, eager to ascertain his identity and to seize the Celestial Tranquility Dan by any means necessary. Observing the tense atmosphere, it was evident that he intended to secure the precious item and exit safely, though it appeared to be a formidable challenge. As he surveyed the departing figures, Yi Chun silently pondered. There were undoubtedly individuals waiting outside to assist him. Bearer Xiong Er whispered, "I suspect he is affiliated with the Bloodthirsty Hall, among the Great Chu. Only they possessed such formidable prowess. Yet, the identity of the individual mattered little now. Let us depart." Chapter 59. The Battle of the Four Directions. Upon exiting the Songlong Pavilion, Yi Chun and Xiong Er instinctively joined the throng of people moving toward the outside. "Here, take this," Xiong Er said as he handed 2,000 lines talismans to Yi Chun. "In case of danger, use the Skywalker spell first, then activate the talismans to flee. The ruthless ones have all gone to snatch the Tianji Dan, so it is unlikely anyone will attempt to rob us." "I can't shake the feeling that something ominous is looming," Yi Chun remarked as he accepted the talismans. "Don't worry, stay close to me, and you'll be safe," Xiong Er assured him, brimming with confidence, as they made their way outside. Ahead lay the exit of the yumming black market, with the crowd surging forth like a tide. Those who had come to participate in the auction were also well prepared, most wielding talismans akin to the 1,000 lines. As soon as they emerged from the black market, they dashed away with remarkable speed. Indeed, it was true that those of lower cultivation levels encountered little trouble in their escape. After all, with the Tianji Dan now auctioned, any formidable opponents were likely preoccupied with their own fortunes, leaving no time to rob them of their meager possessions. "Let us go." Just after leaving the yumming black market, Yi Chun and Xiong Er activated the 1,000 lines talismans and sprinted toward the Hunyue sect. Within the span of a mere incense stick, they had raced over 10 miles. "See, I told you it would be fine," Xiong Er exclaimed, still running while pulling out a chicken leg from his pants. "Let us hope we can return safely." Yi Chun remained vigilant, keeping a close watch on their surroundings. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from behind them. Glancing back, they saw a small hill collapse under a powerful blow. The fight has begun. They both adjusted their speed and direction while stealing glances behind them. From afar, the direction of the yumming black market was alive with commotion as figures darted through the air, dazzling spells illuminating the night sky, creating a scene of chaos and excitement. "Should we go take a look?" Xiong Er suggested, turning to Yi Chun. "Stop talking nonsense," Yi Chun snapped back. "Those are fierce fighters clashing. We'd just be cannon fodder if we went back." "I was merely suggesting," Xiong Er replied, just as another hill crumbled in the distance, the sound more thunderous than before. The two exchanged worried glances, realizing the situation was escalating. A band of fierce combatants was embroiled in chaos, their battle drawing closer. And the thunderous roars of conflict resonated through the air, with mountains collapsing and blood splattering, casting a crimson veil over the bright moonlit sky. Just when you think you're safe, Xiong exclaimed, abandoning his chicken leg and accelerating. Yi Chun matched his pace. The speed granted by the talismans was swift. But the fierce combatants behind them were from the Void Realm, moving at least 10 times faster. If they were targeted, it would be disastrous. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, a bloodied figure shot past them, clearly injured. Run. Seeing this, Yi Chun and Xiong pushed themselves to the limit, fleeing desperately. Where do you think you're going? A chilling voice called from behind, as a dozen figures pursued them. The foremost wielded a purple killing sword, unleashing a lethal strike that cleaved the bloodied figure in half. Blood stained the stars as a storage bag floated down from the void, snatched by the attacker. What? Do you think you can keep it all to yourself? A mocking voice rang out, and the moment the first assailant struck, he became the target of a relentless onslaught from others, an array of spiritual weapons raining down upon him. Ah! The enraged cries echoed. But even the mightiest could not withstand the barrage from a dozen Void Realm warriors. Boom! The ground was left in ruins. Meanwhile, Yi Chun and Xiong were caught in the shockwave of the battle, sent tumbling away. Xiong crashed into the east, his hefty form breaking several large trees before landing heavily on the ground, while Yi Chun faced an even worse fate, crashing into a massive boulder, nearly meeting his end. Coughing up blood, he struggled to his feet, his vision blurred. In the chaos, he could no longer spot Xiong. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, stumbling behind a large rock, his face pale as he peered into the chaos. In the void, a fierce conflict erupted among several Void Realm warriors over a single storage bag. Moreover, it seemed that the treasures within were extraordinary, attracting powerful figures from all directions, escalating the battle into a cataclysmic event. Truly a bunch of beasts. Yi Chun coughed up more blood, yet dared not expose himself, focusing on healing his injuries. Puff! Puff! 2 more bursts of blood erupted in the air as 2 Void Realm warriors fell in the fray. Boom! The thunder of battle rumbled on, not just here, but from other directions as well. Just moments ago, those who had gathered in the Songlong Pavilion were now ensnared in fierce combat, chaos reigning supreme across the land. Kid, are you still alive? Behind the boulder, Yi Chun's communication talisman flickered to life, resonating with Xiong voice. Hearing his voice brought a measure of relief to Yi Chun. The fact that Xiong could still communicate meant he was also alive. You nearly got me killed, Yi Chun cursed into the talisman. It was unintentional, all unintentional. Xiong replied, his voice urgent. We need to get out of here. This place is no longer safe. You head west, and I'll go east. Let us regroup at Hengyue sect. Be careful. You too. Taking one last look at the chaos, Yi Chun dragged his injured body westward. As the second Thousand Lines talismans adhered to his leg, his speed surged. However, fate seemed unkind. He had barely covered 3 to 5 miles when a low hum filled the air. In the distance, a massive 8 trigrams array emerged. A formidable weapon radiating brilliant divine light, its immense pressure blanketing the land. Just as Yi Chun activated the talisman, he found himself pinned in place. This is getting serious, he thought, forcing himself to stand and staggering into a nearby mountain range. Boom! Just as he entered, another roar echoed through the void, and a bloodied figure stumbled through the air. It was the dark-haired elder who had won the Tianji Dan. Yi Chun recognized him immediately, and his expression turned grave. Having acquired the Tianji Dan, the elder would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous powerful beings, a most unwelcome development. This meant that the mountains would soon become a battlefield for many strong combatants. As expected, the moment the dark-haired elder soared into the sky above the mountains, he was pursued by a myriad of divine lights. Roar! From the east, the cries of spirit beasts pierced the air as a dozen riders approached, while in the west, a multitude of flying swords sliced through the void, each carrying a figure with the dark-haired elder as their target. Boom! To the south, clouds roiled. Thunderous sounds suggesting an army of thousands charging forth, exuding an aura of death. Buzz! From the north, divine lights flickered, moving with incredible speed and wielding terrifying weapons overhead. Indeed, from all 4 directions, numerous formidable beings converged, all clearly drawn by the Tianji Dan. Chapter 60, Serendipity Boom. The resounding echoes of battle reverberated through the mountains as powerful warriors surged into the rugged terrain. Without a moment's hesitation, they engaged in fierce combat, causing two majestic peaks to crumble under the onslaught. Within the mountains, Chen found himself once again caught in the crossfire. Damn it, is this some kind of conspiracy? He muttered, emerging from a pile of rubble, cursing the black-haired elder who had chosen to flee into this mountain range, dragging him into the chaos. Hand over the heavenly silence pill. A commanding voice boomed from the void, prompting Chen to instinctively take cover beneath a rocky outcrop. Come and take it if you dare. The black-haired elder bellowed, his formidable presence as a peak void realm cultivator sweeping across the heavens, causing the bagua plate above him to radiate an intense light. This was a powerful individual, his cultivation nearing the quasi-heavenly realm. In a one-on-one confrontation, he would fear no one here. However, he was not facing a solitary opponent, and the dire consequences of this clash were all too apparent. Seeking death, warriors from all directions erupted into action, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes, palm prints, and magical artifacts. The black-haired elder swiftly manipulated the bagua plate, expanding it to shield himself. Boom, boom. The combined attacks crashed against the bagua plate. Crack, bang. The plate shattered violently, and the black-haired elder was left reeling from the backlash, his body drenched in blood. I will return, he roared defiantly, pointing a finger into the void. Instantly, a vortex materialized, swallowing him whole. Trying to escape? A burly man scoffed, swinging a massive blade that cleaved through the air, severing the elder's retreat. The black-haired elder, injured, tumbled out of the vortex, and before he could regain his footing, a barrage of attacks descended upon him. His anguished cry echoed as the black-haired elder, filled with resentment, faced inevitable annihilation. In his final moments, his storage bag exploded, scattering its contents across the void, glimmering and falling like stars. The heavenly silence pill. Someone spotted the jade box containing the precious pill and reached out. Buzz. Before the person could grasp the jade box, a sword beam sliced through the air, severing their arm. The jade box became a coveted prize, igniting a frenzied melee among the warriors, transforming the battlefield into a scene of carnage. Blood rained down as void realm cultivators repeatedly plummeted from the sky, their falls bursting into crimson blossoms. Below, Chen watched in horror, heart racing. These were ruthless cultivators of the void realm. The scale of destruction was unimaginable, and even the slightest misstep could prove fatal. Amidst the chaos, a radiant blade fell from the sky, embedding itself into the massive rock before Chen with a resounding clang, stained with blood, likely a remnant of the black-haired elder's possessions. In the fray for the heavenly silence pill, no one paid heed to the scattered treasures. Chen seized the opportunity, approaching to extract the blade. It was a weapon of no insignificant rank, a spirit artifact from the void realm, emanating a formidable aura without the need for infusing true energy. A stroke of luck. Chen grinned, preparing to stow the blade in his storage bag. However, in that moment, he noticed a spirit pearl embedded within the weapon, roughly the size of a fingernail. As he leaned closer, his expression shifted in astonishment. Within the pearl lay half of a purple spirit pill, sealed but still exuding a faint aroma of medicinal essence. The heavenly silence pill, he exclaimed instinctively, his breath quickening. Having seen the pill at the Tsanglong Pavilion, he recognized it immediately. In that instant, revelations dawned upon him. The black-haired elder had split the heavenly silence pill in two, encasing one half within the spirit pearl set into the blade. The fate of the other half remained a mystery, perhaps known only to the elder or already spirited away by his accomplices. Chen couldn't help but admire the elder's caution. Yet, he never anticipated that he would be targeted, cornered in this chaotic vortex of violence. With half of the heavenly silence pill in his possession, he wondered whether the other half lay hidden within the jade box. As he murmured to himself, Chen looked up at the sky, where the battle raged on for the jade box. Blood poured like rain, and the scene of carnage filled him with dread. Hastily, he secured the blade and staggered toward the mountain's edge. Having acquired half of the heavenly silence pill was already a stroke of divine favor. He had no desire to contend for the other half. His departure went unnoticed by the fierce warriors around him. To them, he was but an insignificant insect, their focus solely on the coveted heavenly silence pill. Once he escaped the mountains, Chen quickly activated the treading sky spell, propelling himself forward. Boom! The mountains trembled violently behind him, collapsing in a thunderous roar. Moments later, a flurry of disheveled figures emerged from the chaos, each covered in dirt and blood. Damn it! How could the jade box contain the 9 heavens thunderbolt? A bloodied elder remarked coldly. That box was never filled with the heavenly silence pill. Some with discerning eyes realized the truth. We've been deceived. The true heavenly silence pill has likely been whisked away already. After a night of battle, they had gained nothing. Now, the whereabouts of the heavenly silence pill were unknown, making the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. What a cunning deception. The warriors gritted their teeth in frustration, never anticipating that the black-haired elder would engage in such trickery, replacing the heavenly silence pill with a volatile 9 heavens thunderbolt. What? The other half of the heavenly silence pill is missing? A cold voice echoed through a grand hall under the night sky. The intel indicates that the third elder was ambushed in the mountains, his spirit extinguished, along with the half of the heavenly silence pill he was escorting. Its fate is unknown. Scoundrels! Investigate. Search the entire Dechu. We must locate that half of the heavenly silence pill. I will make them aware of the consequences of provoking my bloodthirsty haul. In the dead of night, Chen crawled into a cave, his body battered and bruised. He immediately retrieved the spiritual liquid, downing it vigorously as the savage body refinement technique activated, mending his shattered bones and meridians. He remained in this state for a full day and night. When he finally exhaled a breath of turbid air, he opened his eyes. At that moment, all his injuries had vanished, his pallor replaced with a healthy glow, and he felt invigorated and refreshed. Stretching his stiff body, he retrieved the blade once more. Without hesitation, he pried out the spirit pearl embedded in it, careful not to crush it. This pearl was essential for sealing half of the heavenly silence pill. Breaking it would lead to the loss of the pill as potency over time. What astonishing fortune! Chen's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the sealed half of the heavenly silence pill within the spirit pearl, his breath quickening with anticipation. The heavenly silence pill. Truly a treasure of immense worth. At the auction, factions had clashed fiercely over it, fetching prices in the millions, and many had perished in the ensuing chaos. Now, holding half of the heavenly silence pill felt surreal. Its worth could potentially alter the future of Dechu, and although he possessed only half, it had the power to change countless destinies. Why do I feel that this half of the heavenly silence pill holds the fate of the entire Dechu in its grasp? Chen murmured softly, stroking his chin contemplatively. At that moment, a sound emanated from outside the cave, prompting him to hastily stow away the Tianji Dan and approach the entrance to gaze outward. Upon doing so, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. In the distance, he discerned a graceful figure, her right hand pressed against her left shoulder, staggering as she moved. She appeared gravely injured, and judging by her demeanor, it seemed she was being pursued. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the woman was none other than Ji Ningshuang of Hongyue sect. Chapter 61, Former Lovers. Former enemies. How did she end up here? Chen's brows furrowed, his gaze fluctuating between light and darkness. Although he had severed ties with Ji Ningshuang the moment he was cast down the mountain, fate seemed intent on intertwining their paths once more, as she repeatedly manifested in his life, first at Hongyue sect, then in the underworld black market, and now, unexpectedly, here. Is this the work of destiny? He mused, a trace of derision flickering at the corners of his mouth. Ningshuang, why do you persist in your struggles? A sinister laughter echoed from outside the cave as a young man clad in purple pursued Ji Ningshuang. Upon seeing him, Chen's expression hardened. This purple-clad youth was none other than LG, the one who had crippled his cultivation. He had encountered him more than once in the underworld black market, and never had he anticipated meeting him here again. Is this irony? A cold smile crept across Chen's face. The former lover and the former enemy appeared together in this desolate mountain, with the latter now pursuing his former beloved. This indeed felt like a cruel jest, rendering him unable to escape no matter where he turned. Ningshuang, where else can you flee? LG taunted, leisurely fanning himself as he trailed closely behind Ji Ningshuang, a mocking grin painted on his face, his eyes glinting with lewd intent. Ahead, Ji Ningshuang faltered, nearly collapsing as she coldly glared at LG. Had you not schemed against me, do you truly believe you could defeat me? Where do such claims arise from? Ningshuang, I cherish you too much. LG replied with a sinister smile, advancing slowly. Clang. In an instant, Ji Ningshuang drew her sword. Its ethereal glow swift and fierce, aimed directly at LG's throat. Overestimating yourself, LG scoffed, deftly wielding his fan to create a swirling purple vortex before him. Clang! Ji Ning Shuang's peak strike was absorbed by the purple whirlpool, her fierce assault dissipating as her sword was caught in its rapid rotation. PFF. The backlash sent Ji Ning Shuang reeling, blood spilling from her lips. How much longer can you endure? LG chuckled darkly, stepping forward with an eerie grace. Unleashing a powerful palm strike, Ji Ning Shuang barely managed to retreat, her jade fingers brushing her lips to wipe away the blood, which she then pressed against her brow. Suddenly, a lotus mark manifested at her forehead, visible to the naked eye. Forbidden technique. Yi Chen's fists clenched tightly as he recognized the secret method Ji Ning Shuang had invoked. It was one of the forbidden arts of the Zhengyang sect, requiring a sacrifice of her lifespan. As expected, upon the appearance of the lotus mark, her hair turned snowy white at a visible rate, her aura surging dramatically, becoming ever more frigid. LG's brows furrowed as he recognized the forbidden technique. Even with this, do you truly believe you can contend with me? He sneered, his own aura rising significantly, surpassing Ji Ning Shuang's. 2 months had passed, and he had unexpectedly advanced to the true sun realm. Yi Chen's brow furrowed at this revelation. Crack! Crack! While Yi Chen pondered, the battle outside the cave erupted, ancient trees being cleaved in half. Although Ji Ning Shuang had invoked a forbidden technique, her previous injuries and lesser cultivation left her at a disadvantage from the start, causing her to sustain multiple wounds within a mere minute, retreating against LG's overwhelming force. Ning Shuang, submit to me. LG leered, his attacks relentless. Ji Ning Shuang's expression remained indifferent, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Despite being on the defensive, her figure danced like a butterfly, her snow-white hair and icy demeanor lending her an ethereal charm. Flower Snow Ice Lotus. As she spoke, Ji Ning Shuang formed a seal with her hands, pointing at LG. Suddenly, it seemed as if snow began to fall from the heavens, swirling around her, coalescing into beautiful yet perilous ice lotus flowers. Yi Chen had witnessed the power of this profound technique firsthand. Wind Howl. LG countered with his own secret art, rapidly forming seals. In no time, a purple whirlwind erupted around him, shattering the approaching ice lotuses. As they fell, he transformed the whirlwind into a lethal sword aimed at Ji Ning Shuang. Ji Ning Shuang stepped back, her luminous hand enveloped in spiritual light, shattering the incoming blade with a single palm strike. Patience, there's more. LG lunged forward, delivering a palm strike imbued with purple light. In response, Ji Ning Shuang did not retreat but advanced, her hand adorned with the lotus mark striking out. The two strikes clashed, and Ji Ning Shuang found herself at a disadvantage once more, forced to retreat and spew blood again. Will you continue to resist? LG mocked, pressing his attack, refusing to grant her a moment's respite. Ji Ning Shuang was left to defend helplessly, with no opportunity to retaliate. Inside the cave, Yi Chen's gaze flickered with determination. Ultimately, he retrieved a ghost mask from his storage bag and donned it. He had wished to sever ties with Ji Ning Shuang entirely. Yet witnessing his former lover's injuries and the threat of LG's torment, he could not remain indifferent. Moreover, LG was his former enemy. I do not harbor lingering feelings for you. I seek only to settle the score with LG. We are already even. With this self-deceiving thought, Yi Chen stealthily exited the cave. PFF. Ji Ning Shuang coughed up blood again, staggering back, her breath shallow, the wounds on her delicate shoulders enveloped in dark light, indicating a grievous poison. Well, do you still wish to fight? LG approached, savoring the moment. Ji Ning Shuang remained silent and cold, her body swaying yet refusing to fall. Such a death would be utterly humiliating. Softly murmuring, she raised her delicate finger, preparing to end her own life before LG could reach her. Seeing this, LG laughed coldly. You think it would be that easy to die? With that, he conjured a massive hand of true energy, sweeping through the air. As LG aimed to thwart her, Ji Ning Shuang's eyes glittered with resolve. She pressed her finger to her brow, knowing that if she did so, she would perish on the spot. But just then, a large hand unexpectedly reached from behind her, encircling her waist and swiftly pulling her away. This sudden turn of events prompted Ji Ning Shuang to instinctively glance sideways at her savior, catching only a glimpse of the ghost mask, yet she felt the warmth of the hand at her waist. In that instant, Ji Ning Shuang's gaze softened, and though she saw only half of the mask and could not discern the face of her rescuer, a sense of safety enveloped her heart. This moment was forever etched into her memory. Meanwhile, LG, frustrated at having grasped nothing but air, darkened in expression. A mere boy in the chi-gathering realm thinks to be a hero. He sneered, launching a palm strike at Yi Chen. In Jining Shuang's moment of shock, Yi Chen surged forward, leaving an imprint on the ground as he gathered his true energy into a powerful fist, striking with overwhelming force. Boom! The clash of fists erupted in a thunderous roar, sending Yi Chen staggering back, his entire arm numb from the impact. Upon reflection, Lu Ji wore an expression of astonishment. He was indeed a genuine practitioner of the true Yang realm, and yet, in a single strike, he could not subdue a mere condensing chi practitioner, and instead, found his palms stinging from the opponent's blow. I truly underestimated you, Lu Ji mused with a sinister smile. His steps growing swift as his body became as elusive as a specter, lunging forward with lethal intent. Underestimate me, and you shall meet a most gruesome demise. In an effort to prevent Jining Shuang from recognizing his voice, Yi Chen deliberately altered his tone, while the currents of energy beneath his feet swirled, swiftly invoking the secret technique of speed shadow thousand phantoms. Observing Yi Chen's enigmatic movements, Lu Ji was once again taken aback. He had considered his own technique to be quite profound, yet Yi Chen's agility surpassed his own in its uncanny nature. Realizing this, a fiery glimmer ignited in Lu Ji's eyes as he pointed a finger, summoning a ghostly light that aimed directly at Yi Chen's chest. Yi Chen attempted to evade but was still struck, a wound punctured in his shoulder by Lu Ji's attack. However, he did not remain idle. He retaliated with a resounding mountain-shaking fist, landing firmly against Lu Ji's body. In this clash, both bore the marks of victory and defeat, especially for Lu Ji, who felt a profound sting from Yi Chen's blow, his internal energy roiling tumultuously, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The fact that a condensing chi practitioner could inflict harm upon him was astonishing. Not far away, Jining Shuang's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She had never anticipated that the condensing chi cultivator who had come to her rescue possessed such formidable strength. You shall pay for this, Lu Ji uttered coldly, his countenance darkening as he unleashed a powerful imprint that surged forth with ferocity. Chapter 62. The Showdown in the True Yang Realm. Who will perish remains uncertain. With a cold smirk, Yi Chen stepped forward, his arms sweeping through the air, and the Tianke sword appeared in his grasp. Buzz! The Tianke, immense and formidable, struck fiercely against LG's palm imprint. Underestimating the sword's ferocity, LG found himself at a disadvantage once more, while Yi Chen staggered back, a muffled groan escaping his lips as he was jolted by the impact. Before he could regain his balance, 3 streaks of purple sword light surged toward him. In an instant, Yi Chen positioned the Tianke horizontally before him to block the incoming strikes. Bang! 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 The sword's resilience did not disappoint him. However, LG's subsequent icy palm strike forced him to cough up blood as he retreated. Die! LG's expression turned sinister as he advanced. In response, Yi Chen hurled the Tianke sword directly at him. LG sneered, effortlessly swatting the sword aside, just as Yi Chen lunged at him like a ferocious beast. His movements were akin to a predator descending from the mountains, executing his techniques with uncanny precision, sometimes resembling a fierce tiger, other times a savage ape, a mighty lion, or a cunning wolf. Every limb and joint became a weapon, combining brute force with an astounding speed that left LG flustered. Despite being merely at the condensation stage, Yi Chen's close-quarters combat techniques were astonishingly ruthless. Not far away, Jining Shuang watched in disbelief. In contrast, LG was alarmed. It dawned on him that Yi Chen was far from an ordinary practitioner of the 8th layer of condensation. The very essence of his combat style and the peculiar agility he displayed were beyond what one would expect from someone at the condensation stage. After a fierce exchange, LG bore the marks of their struggle, his true yang cultivation leaving him in a notably disheveled state. Yet, being a true yang practitioner, LG was far from defeated by Yi Chen's assault. Swiftly, LG regained his footing and retaliated, sending Yi Chen reeling with a palm strike that caused him to spit blood. Thunderbolt Curse, activate. As he stumbled back, Yi Chen formed seals with his hands, triggering the Thunderbolt Curse affixed to LG. Boom! With a resounding crash, LG was sent sprawling, his body flung backward. The Thunderbolt Curse, he's from Hunyua's sect. Jining Shuang murmured, astonished to realize that the one who sought her life was from Qingyun's sect, while her savior hailed from Hunyua's sect, both adversaries of Zhengyang's sect. Excellent. Thunderbolt Curse. A furious roar erupted as LG rose from the rubble, bloodied and disheveled. His expression a terrifying mask reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. To withstand the Thunderbolt Curse and still stand. How formidable is the true Yang realm? Yi Chun was taken aback, recognizing the sheer strength of LG's cultivation. Prepare for annihilation. In a fit of rage, LG summoned a spirit artifact, a magnificent tower that erupted from his brow, expanding to an impressive height, radiating golden light and overwhelming brilliance that left Yi Chun staggering. This starkly illustrated the chasm between the condensation and true Yang realms. Spirit artifacts could only be wielded by true Yang practitioners, as those at the condensation and human yuan levels could only manipulate true energy, while true Yang cultivators commanded spiritual power. The disparity between true energy and spiritual power was insurmountable. Only by reaching the true Yang realm could one refine true energy into spiritual power, placing Yi Chun at a significant disadvantage. Steeling himself, Yi Chun stood tall despite the immense pressure of LG's tower, which felt like carrying a weight of several thousand pounds. Open! With a fierce roar, Yi Chun broke free from the tower's constraints, astonishing both LG and Jining Shuang, who watched in disbelief. True Fire, manifest! With a commanding shout, Yi Chun summoned True Fire, which instantly coalesced into a fiery whip that lashed across LG's face. True Fire! Jining Shuang gasped in astonishment, witnessing yet another unexpected display from the condensation stage. Yi Chun, LG, instead of being enraged, grinned malevolently. That true fire will belong to me once I eliminate you. Are you a brat? That depends on whether you possess the capability, Yi Chun retorted with a cold laugh, utilizing the exquisite footwork of the swift shadow thousand transformations to close the distance to LG in mere strides. So swift was his movement that LG failed to activate his spirit tower in time. Clang! Yi Chun unsheathed the Qishao sword, unleashing a blazing red sword light. Shatter! LG bellowed, shattering the sword light with a single palm. Yi Chun pressed the attack. Without the weight of the Tianke, his speed was unparalleled, leaving behind afterimages as he struck LG repeatedly, drawing blood and coming dangerously close to cleaving him in two. LG roared, his aura surging as he, a true Yang practitioner, had never before been so humiliated by a mere condensation stage opponent. Buzz! The spirit mirror tower unleashed its might once more, forcing Yi Chun to stagger, and LG seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks. Heavy palm strikes and shadowy fists sent Yi Chun reeling backward, blood surging within him as he vomited crimson repeatedly. The battle intensified, both combatants clashing deeper into the forest. Puff! Puff! Blood continued to bloom across Yi Chun's form. Despite his true fire and the essence of the Dan Si sustaining him, the disparity between true energy and spiritual power was stark, compounded by the overwhelming suppression of his cultivation level. Die! LG, akin to a rabid dog, unleashed a surge of spiritual power, sending a purple palm imprint that sent Yi Chun flying. Spirit of the Heavens, activate! In desperation, Yi Chun activated the Spirit of the Heavens affixed to LG. Do you think I would fall for that again? LG sneered, having already dispelled the Spirit Talisman before Yi Chun could activate it. Yi Chun felt a pang of regret. He had squandered a valuable Spirit of the Heavens. To restrain someone of LG's caliber, at least 3 Spirit of the Heavens would need to be activated simultaneously, and even then, the effect would be fleeting. LG was a prodigy of Qingyun's sect, far beyond the capabilities of the true Yang practitioner he had previously dispatched. As he retreated once more, Yi Chun sensed his Dan Si's true energy dwindling, growing increasingly insufficient. The levels of their cultivation were worlds apart. Gritting his teeth, Yi Chun resorted to the swift shadow thousand transformations to evade, pursued relentlessly by LG into the depths of the forest. Can you escape? LG, hot on his heels, channeled all his spiritual power into the spirit tower. Buzz! The spirit tower shone with renewed brilliance, further immobilizing Yi Chun, rendering him powerless to move. Run, keep running. LG emerged, his expression twisted with malice, drawing a killing sword, intent on carving Yi Chun into pieces to feed to the dogs. Realizing LG's approach, Yi Chun gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of true energy to break free from the tower's grip, but to no avail. LG had fully unleashed the tower's power, determined to crush him. Damn it! Yi Chun's teeth gnawed painfully into his gums. Facing the very man who had once crippled his Dantian, he found himself in a nightmarish predicament. Was he destined to be crippled once more? Reluctance surged within him, a desperate cry echoing in his mind. If he were to be crippled again, his chances of resurgence would dwindle to naught. In this dire moment, a surge of inexplicable, violent power erupted from within him. Chapter 63, The Demonic Path. This is. As Chen introspects his own body, he is astonished to discover a hidden power residing within. Upon closer examination, he finds peculiar runes emerging upon his bones. Akin to incantations, accompanied by a searing heat coursing through him and a sudden, painful throb in his head. That familiar sensation returns. A wave of dizziness washes over him, reminiscent of a moment he experienced in the ghostly black market inn. Soon, the frenzied, bloodthirsty energy engulfs his entire being. The excruciating pain forces a low growl from his clenched teeth. As Lu Ji approaches, his eyes narrow, sensing the same violent and bloodthirsty force. Let me go? With a fierce roar, Chen harnesses the frenzied energy within him, breaking free from Lu Ji's spiritual pressure like a tempest. Suddenly, a mournful wail fills the air. As waves of demonic energy surge forth from Chen, cold and savage, sweeping away the shattered stones and debris around him. In this moment, his form undergoes a dramatic transformation. His once jet-black hair begins to turn crimson at an observable pace. His dark, profound eyes are veiled in a bloody glow, and a demonic mark emerges at his brow, amplifying his aura exponentially. Demon. Witnessing this, Lu Ji's pupils widen in horror, instinctively taking a step back. The intense pain compels Chen to clutch his head, his lucid mind slowly succumbing to a violent urge for destruction. At this moment, he resembles a great demon incarnate. Seeing Chen's transformation, Lu Ji's eyes gleam with malice as he approaches with his sword drawn. The strangeness of Chen's change instills fear within him. He only desires to eliminate Chen swiftly to prevent future calamity. Clang! He strikes without mercy, his sword slicing through the air. Blood splatters as Lu Ji's blade pierces Chen's body. Yet, in that instant, Chen lifts his head abruptly, his blood-red eyes fixated on Lu Ji, licking his lips with a sinister smile. Lu Ji's heart trembles. Being stared at by Chen feels akin to being hunted by a demon, a chill creeping from his head to his toes. You wish to kill me? Chen's smile grows increasingly malevolent, the urge for slaughter flooding his mind, obscuring his reason. Yet, his human instincts remain intact. He knows that if Lu Ji intends to kill him, he will not remain passive. Before Lu Ji can react, Chen raises his fist and sends him hurtling through the air. As he flies back, Lu Ji coughs up blood. Chen's punch is evidently more formidable than before, possibly augmented by that wild power, shattering 3 of Lu Ji's ribs. As Lu Ji crashes down, he pulverizes a rock beneath him, his eyes wide with astonishment. You will die, he bellows, as Chen, enveloped in demonic energy, charges forward like a great demon. In this dire moment, Lu Ji once again commands his spiritual artifact, the Tower of Spirit, to descend upon him. However, this time, he finds it inadequate. Chen's transformation has elevated his speed to an unmatchable level, rendering Lu Ji's artifact utterly ineffective against his ghostly swiftness. Seeing this, Lu Ji swiftly rises, his hands forming seals as he unleashes a barrage of sword lights, hurtling towards Chen. Yet, Chen shows no intention of evasion, allowing the sword lights to slice into him, leaving deep gashes. Lu Ji instinctively retreats, feeling the onslaught of demonic energy surging towards him, sensing that before him stands not a mere man, but a raving demon. Die! A roar erupts as Chen strikes down with his palm. Lu Ji raises his sword defensively. Crack! In an instant, his long sword shatters under Chen's strike, sending him reeling back, blood spilling from his mouth. Breaking springs. Despite being thrown back, Lu Ji swiftly casts a secret technique. Once again, Chen offers no defense, allowing a gaping wound to open upon his body. Yet in that fleeting moment, he retaliates, delivering a thunderous palm strike that sends Lu Ji into a frenzy of bloodshed. The battle reignites. This time, it is Lu Ji who finds himself overwhelmed, as Chen, transformed, surpasses him in both speed and strength. Most importantly, Chen shows no inclination to defend. He is relentless in his assault, while Lu Ji, gripped by fear of Chen's demonic form, falters in spirit, losing the will to fight that is characteristic of a true Yang realm cultivator. With a single strike, Yi Chen pierces Lu Ji's chest, marking the end of their fierce conflict. Gazing at Yi Chen, Lu Ji's eyes bulge with terror, blood pouring from his mouth. Perhaps at this moment, he truly regrets ever pursuing Jining Xuan, leading to his demise in this desolate mountain. Do you wish to see who I am? Facing Lu Ji, Yi Chen offers a chilling smile, gradually acclimating to his demonic form, his mind awakening to the memory of the grudge held against Lu Ji for having crippled his dantian. Saying this, he slowly removes the ghostly mask, revealing a strikingly handsome face. You, how is this possible? I distinctly crippled you, your dantian. Lu Ji's pupils dilate, disbelief etched upon his features. He could never have anticipated that the Qi-gathering realm cultivator he now battled was the very disciple of Xinjiang's sect whom he had once rendered powerless. Nor could he fathom that one who had been crippled could regain his cultivation and adopt a demonic form. Everything defies his belief. Yi Chen dons the ghostly mask once more, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. In your next life, do not provoke those you should not. Yi Chen's gaze sharpens as he channels his true energy mixed with demonic essence into the Qishao sword, shattering Lu Ji's heart veins in a brutal blow. A chilling wind sweeps through, and Lu Ji's body collapses, his eyes wide, still filled with disbelief. Having vanquished Lu Ji, Yi Chen stumbles slightly, covered in blood. The battle has left him severely injured. Had he not awakened a certain demonic bloodline within him at a critical moment, he surely would have perished. The frigid wind howls again, causing him to fall to the ground. The world falls silent at this moment, and as Yi Chen loses consciousness, his demonic form gradually dissipates. His blood-red hair reverting to its original black, the demonic aura fading into nothingness, and the mark upon his brow slowly vanishing, restoring him to his former self. Unbeknownst to him, rustling sounds emerge from the depths of the forest. Upon closer inspection, Jining Xuan, clutching her shoulder, stumbles toward him. Her eyes widening in shock at the sight of both Yi Chen and Lu Ji sprawled on the ground. Seeing Lu Ji lifeless, Jining Xuan is filled with astonishment. Unable to comprehend how a true Yang realm cultivator could be slain by one at the Qi gathering level, a conundrum beyond her experience. Shifting her gaze from Lu Ji, Jining Xuan approaches Yi Chen. There's still a pulse. Observing the rising and falling of Yi Chen's chest, she exhales slowly in relief. Had it not been for your timely rescue today, I would surely have perished. Grateful words flow forth as she gazes at the unconscious Yi Chen, still adorned with the ghostly mask, stirring her curiosity. Driven by intrigue, she reaches out her delicate hand, slowly extending it toward the mask, yearning to uncover the visage of her savior. What does the one who saved me truly look like? Chapter 64. The Forgotten Affection. However, just as Jining Xuan was about to remove Yi Chen's mask, he awakened and firmly grasped her wrist. What are you doing? Yi Chen abruptly sat up. I merely wished to see your true visage. Caught in the act, Jining Xuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. There's no need, he replied coldly, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of loss. Stumbling to his feet, Yi Chen approached LG and confiscated his storage bag, stripping him of every piece of spiritual jade and ornament he wore. After ensuring the battlefield was cleared of any traces related to Hengyua's sect, he turned to Jining Xuan and said, I do not require your gratitude. I only wish for your silence regarding today's events. Can you comply? Jining Xuan remained silent, but nodded gently. She understood Yi Chen's actions, having invoked the Thunder Curse. It was easy for her to deduce that he was a disciple of Hengyua's sect. It was wise to be cautious and not bring trouble to their sect. With that, Yi Chen left with a few words, stepping away. As she watched him depart, Jining Xuan felt an urge to speak, but her lips sealed shut. Unexpectedly, after taking just a few steps, Yi Chen halted and glanced back at Jining Xuan. Seeing her collapsed on the ground, pale and weak, with the wound on her shoulder glimmering ominously, he slowly turned back. He could not bear the thought of his former lover succumbing to poison in this desolate mountain or becoming prey for a beast. This is the last time. I shall never entangle myself with her again, Yi Chen reassured himself internally. That night, a bonfire crackled in the forest as Yi Chen used his true fire to purge the deadly poison from Jining Xuan's body before sitting cross-legged beside the flames to heal his own injuries. Jining Xuan stole glances at him repeatedly, but he remained unresponsive, deepening her sense of disappointment. Sitting beside such an exquisite beauty, did he truly feel nothing? Eventually, Unable to contain herself, Ji Ning Shuang asked softly, "Are you a disciple of Hengyue sect?" Yi Chen, resembling a tranquil monk, heard her inquiry but offered no reply. Noticing his silence, Ji Ning Shuang continued gently, "I mean no offense. I merely wish to repay your life-saving grace. I have already stated that it is unnecessary." Yi Chen finally responded, his expression beneath the mask betraying no hint of emotion. "Then, what is your name?" "Chen Yi," he coldly uttered, adopting a false name to conceal his identity. His indifference caused Ji Ning Shuang to wrap her arms around her knees, her disappointment silencing her words. A peculiar feeling arose within her. Her savior seemed oddly detached. She could not fathom how she would react upon discovering that the man before her was her former lover. "I am sitting right in front of you. Can you not recognize me? Is a mere mask sufficient to sever all ties?" Yi Chen pondered, caught between sarcasm and melancholy. This entire situation underscored a singular truth. Whether in the past or present, Ji Ning Shuang did not love him enough. Otherwise, they would have recognized each other despite their proximity. What more could Yi Chen hope for? The one I love, regardless of the tumultuous world around us. I would recognize her at a glance, not with my eyes, but with my heart. Ji Ning Shuang, our fates have irrevocably become a thing of the past. Beneath the mask, Yi Chen offered a sorrowful smile before closing his eyes once more. The world fell silent again. The bonfire continued to blaze, and Ji Ning Shuang entered a state of meditation. Meanwhile, Yi Chen focused inwardly, contemplating his body. The transformation he experienced during his battle with LG had been too bizarre. It suggested that his time in the yumming black market was not as simple as it appeared. "How could I possess the bloodline of a demon?" he murmured in confusion. He recalled the spiritual liquid from the purple gold gourd. It was after consuming it that he underwent those strange changes. Yet he had encountered no issues previously. The problem arose that fateful night. Yi Chen appeared to grasp the crux of the matter, directing his suspicions towards the small cauldron. It was that night when the cauldron was stuffed into the purple gold gourd that the spiritual liquid had gone awry. Could it be that something was refined from the cauldron into the gourd, thereby contaminating the liquid and causing its mutation? If so, what was extracted from the cauldron would undoubtedly be related to demons. He had heard tales of demons while gathering intelligence for the Zhengyang sect. Discussing demons inevitably brought to mind a mysterious and formidable race, the Demon Clan. An ancient lineage, known for their bloodlust and brutality. They had been categorized as heretical by righteous cultivators. This very race had unleashed waves of bloodshed across the land, yet inexplicably vanished over the ages. I possessed the bloodline of a demon. The essence refined from the cauldron must be demon blood, awakening the demonic path within me. The pressure from LG's spiritual artifact compelled my demonic nature to surface. Yi Chen pondered deeply, seemingly piecing everything together. However, recalling the overwhelming brutality and murderous thoughts that had consumed him after the transformation sent a chill through him. If his mind were to be engulfed, he would inevitably become a ruthless demon lord, and he did not wish to see his loved ones harmed. Yet, the powerful force that surged within him post-transformation sparked an inexplicable desire. The demonic path could serve as a potent trump card. Lost in thought, Yi Chen absent-mindedly stroked his chin. A night passed in silence, and dawn arrived. The tranquility was disrupted by 3 approaching auras, causing Yi Chen to slowly open his eyes. Gazing into the distance, he noticed 3 figures riding the ethereal winds, all elders from Zhengyang sect, with Wu Changqing among them. It seems Zhengyang sect is intent on prioritizing Ji Ning Shuang's training. Otherwise, they would not venture out to seek her. Yi Chen murmured. With Wu Changqing's arrival, I must depart, he realized. If Wu Changqing sensed something amiss, it would be a most unfortunate predicament. Suddenly rising, he gathered his belongings and, without uttering a word, prepared to vanish into the depths of the forest. To his surprise, Ji Ning Shuang also sprang to her feet. Watching Yi Chen's retreating figure, she bit her lip and softly asked, "Will I see you again at the 3 sects competition in 2 months?" "Yes," he replied tersely before vanishing into the lush underbrush. As she watched Yi Chen's silhouette fade away, Ji Ning Shuang felt a wave of inexplicable sorrow. Her only regret was not having seen his true face. The upcoming competition would require her to identify him among many. Until we meet again in 2 months, she thought, a radiant smile blossoming on her lips at the prospect of the competition. Behind her, Wu Changqing and the others had landed. "Ning Shuang, what brings you here?" Upon confirming her safety, Wu Changqing exhaled deeply. "You are a Xianling body. The future of Zhenyang sect. You must not encounter any mishaps. All is well, another elder reassured. Stroking his beard, the sect leader has already established the Xianling pool. After your immersion, you will undoubtedly awaken your Xianling body completely, and your cultivation will surge. The Xianling body is a rare gift, and in 2 months at the 3 sects competition, you will surely surpass the true disciples of Hengyue and Qingyun sections. Chapter 65. Fury Yichun took a long detour, spending an entire day on the road before finally returning to Hengyue sect. Upon opening the door to the small spirit garden, he was greeted by a scene of utter devastation. Even the spirit fruit tree had been felled. What had transpired here? In a state of alarm, Yichun rushed into the house, only to find that both Hu Hua and Zhang Fengyan were missing, and even the little spirit bird was nowhere to be seen. What had happened in my absence? A sense of foreboding gripped his heart as he swiftly leapt out of the small spirit garden and ascended Hengyue Spirit Mountain. Upon reaching the mountain, a disciple from Hengyue cast a glance in his direction. "Oh, Yichun is back," they exclaimed. Indeed, he had returned, but during his absence, the unfortunate Hu Hua had suffered immensely. Zhang Fengyan and the spirit bird had also been gravely harmed. Hearing this, Yichun felt a ringing in his ears. From the murmurs of the disciples, he discerned that during his time at the underworld black market auction, significant turmoil had unfolded in the small spirit garden. Without hesitation, he approached one of the disciples, gripping him firmly as his blood-red eyes bore into the disciple's soul. "What happened to Hu Hua and Senior Zhang Fengyan while I was gone?" Under the intensity of Yi Chen's gaze, the disciple trembled and stammered. "It was Chi Hao from Rinyang Peak who summoned you to Fengyan platform. In your absence, he took out his frustrations on Hu Hua and Zhang Fengyan. And where are they?" Yi Chen's voice grew thunderous. Fengyan platform. The disciple managed to point shakily in that direction. "Today, Qi Yin from Rinyang Peak is set to duel Hu Hua." Seeking death, Yi Chen laughed in fury, releasing the disciple and turning sharply to head towards Fengyan platform at breakneck speed. The disciple, gasping for breath, hurriedly followed, exclaiming, "Quick, Yi Chun is heading to Fengyan platform. This will be quite the spectacle." Fengyan platform had always been the liveliest place in Hengyue sect, and today was no exception. Below the platform, a crowd had gathered, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they watched the 2 figures battle atop the platform. One was naturally Hu Hua, while the other was the youth known as Qi Yun. The fight was fierce. Hu Hua wielded an iron staff, attacking with reckless abandon. Yet he was still a novice in cultivation and had never practiced any profound techniques, leaving him battered and bruised. In contrast, Qi Yun moved with grace, effortlessly evading attacks while striking back with devastating blows, almost as if he were toying with Hu Hua. "You are truly pitifully weak," Qi Yun mocked with a sneer, delivering a palm strike that sent Hu Hua sprawling. When he landed, it was amidst a pool of blood. After knocking Hu Hua down, Qi Yun strolled over, fanning himself with an air of amusement. "You are a waste, and so is Yi Chun, too afraid to accept my challenge from Rinyang Peak, hiding like a coward. Do not insult my big brother." Hu Hua gritted his teeth, staggering to his feet, once more swinging his iron staff. "With such meager skills, do you think you can harm me?" Qi Yun scoffed, easily catching the staff with one hand, rendering Hu Hua powerless to escape his grasp. "Get lost." With a fierce shout, Qi Yun kicked Hu Hua aside. Before Hu Hua could rise, Qi Yun lunged again, unleashing a sword chi that shattered Hu Hua's kneecap, followed by another that severed his leg bones, leaving him utterly crippled. "Useless," Qi Yun taunted, placing a foot on Hu Hua's face, grinning maliciously. "You are all worthless. Do not insult my big brother." Hu Hua desperately clung to Qi Yun's leg, but the next 2 sword chis severed the tendons in his arms. Having completed this, Qi Yun turned his gaze toward a jade table set below the platform, where Chi Hao from Rinyang Peak sat, watching Hu Hua's plight with a sinister smile. "Yi Chun, this is the price you pay for provoking me," Chi Hao sneered. "I shall see how long you can hide while watching those you care for suffer." Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the air. A massive iron sword was hurled from afar, cutting through the atmosphere with a resounding thrum. "Tian Ke." Someone in the crowd recognized the sword. "Yi Chen has arrived." With the Tian Ke paving the way, its master was sure to follow. Clang. As the sword struck the Fengyan platform, Yi Chen's rushing figure appeared before the crowd. He charged forward, leaping onto the platform within moments. Hu Hua. Without delay, he stood by Hu Hua's side, his heart aching at the sight of his bloodied friend. "Big brother, you came back," Hu Hua gasped. Blood spilling from his mouth, his face a ghastly sight, eyes growing distant and unfocused. Why must you be so foolish? Yi Chun cradled Hua in his arms, pressing his palm against his back as torrents of true energy surged into him, mending his shattered spirit and protecting his frail heart. They captured the little eagle and grandfather and called you a coward. I cannot allow anyone to harm them or insult my big brother. Hua stammered. At these words, Yi Chun felt a wave of guilt wash over him. It was his fault. Had he not left, Hua and Zhang Fengyan would not have suffered so. Yi Chun. Below, Chi Hao howled like a ravenous wolf. I have awaited your return. Yi Chun remained unmoved, focused solely on healing Hua. Though his desire to annihilate Chi Hao surged within him, Hua was his foremost priority. Seeing Yi Chun disregard him ignited Chi Hao's fury. He launched an unrestrained attack, sending a palm strike through the air. Yi Chun stood resolute, taking the hit without flinching, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He refused to let any unnecessary actions delay his efforts to heal Hua. I'll see how long you can endure. Chi Hao roared, his arms flailing wildly as powerful gusts struck Yi Chun, forcing him to cough up blood. In that moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Chi Hao's eyes, revealing his murderous intent. With a clang, he drew his sword, aiming a lethal strike at Yi Chun's crown. Should he succeed, Yi Chun would meet his end. Just then, an arrow shot from the crowd below. The arrow was swift, reaching its target in an instant. Bang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as the arrow disrupted Chi Hao's sword strike. You mad dog! A voice boomed as Xiong, bow in hand, emerged from the shadows. His usually carefree demeanor replaced by anger. Seeking death, are you? Chi Hao shouted in response. I will settle the score with you later. Xiong, undeterred, advanced toward Yi Chun, quickly shoving a spirit pill into Hua's mouth. My apologies, I just returned to the sect, he said, channeling true energy into Hua. He felt guilty for having taken Yi Chun to the underworld black market, which had led to Hua's suffering. We are brothers, there is no need for such words. Yi Chun replied, withdrawing his hand from Hua's back. Take care of him, I will deal with that scoundrel. Xiong nodded, conjuring a cloud of true energy to lift Hua down from the platform. Chapter 66. Confronting the thunder curse on the platform, Yi Chun had already turned around. And as the center of his being emanated an icy killing intent, many present felt a chill run down their spines, as if a cold wind was howling around them. Where are Zhang Fengyan and Xiaoying? He inquired before engaging in combat. I killed them, came the response. If you are unwilling to speak, then I shall compel you to do so. With a sudden roar, Yi Chun's aura, at the 8th level of chi condensation, erupted violently, causing his black hair to billow dramatically. What a formidable presence, gasped the spectators below. With a resounding crash, Yi Chun shattered the stone slab beneath his feet and charged at Chi Hao like a ferocious beast. Kill! Chi Hao roared fiercely, a dark glow gathering at his fingertip as he thrust it forward. To his astonishment, Yi Chun did not flinch or evade. With a sickening puncture, Chi Hao's finger pierced Yi Chun's shoulder, drawing blood, yet he pressed onward like a lion, delivering a solid punch to Chi Hao's face. Blood sprayed from Chi Hao's mouth, his teeth splintered as he stumbled back, his visage grotesquely distorted by the impact. Ah! He cried, staggering in horror. How could he have imagined that, even after elevating his cultivation, he would suffer such a humiliating defeat at Yi Chun's hands? He had always considered himself the pinnacle of talent, and this moment filled him with an unprecedented sense of failure. I refuse to believe this. Chi Hao's hair fell in disarray as his internal energy surged violently, coalescing into a domineering palm strike aimed squarely at Yi Chun. Thunderstrike. Yi Chun advanced rather than retreating, meeting the attack head-on with his own powerful palm. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed as their palms collided. Chi Hao was once again sent reeling backwards, blood spilling forth. Even at his peak, he faced a swift and decisive defeat. Each step he took cracking the stone beneath him. What has happened to make him so strong? The crowd erupted in astonishment. In a mere few days, Chi Hao, a practitioner of the human origin realm, had been so thoroughly vanquished. Was Yi Chun truly a prodigy? They were unaware that Yi Chun, having broken through to the 8th level of chi condensation, now possessed the strength to contend directly with those in the true Yang realm, even without entering a demonic state. A typical practitioner of the human origin realm would find it difficult to best him. Bang! In the midst of their conversation, Yi Chun once again sent Chi Hao sprawling to the ground with a kick. Tell me where they are, Yi Chun demanded, his killing intent palpable as he advanced towards Chi Hao. I killed them, Chi Hao spat, his face a grotesque mask of blood and fury. Yi Chen wished to know, but Qi Hao remained obstinately silent. Very well, Yi Chen scoffed, employing the mystical steps of the swift shadow thousand transformations to instantly close the distance. His arm swinging for another thunderstrike. Puff! Qi Hao was sent flying again, blood gushing forth, crashing down onto the wind and cloud battle platform, causing fissures to form in its surface. Ha ha! Qi Hao, having staggered to his feet, laughed maniacally. Yi Chen, today you shall die. At this proclamation, Yi Chen's gaze sharpened, a chill creeping down his spine as an unsettling power surged forth. Kid, it's the Thunder Curse, shouted Xiong from below, panic evident in his voice. The Thunder Curse? Is it not forbidden to use such a technique in the wind and cloud duel? The crowd murmured in disbelief. Does Qi Hao have no fear of sect retribution? You know nothing. His master is the head of the human Yang Peak, and he is also the scion of the Qi family from the southern frontier. With such powerful backing, even if the sect were to impose punishment, they would have to consider his master and the Qi family's influence. Yi Chen is in grave danger. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, drowning out all chatter from the audience. The Thunder Curse was formidable enough to shatter stone and cleave mountains, engulfing the entire wind and cloud battle platform in a cloud of dust. Yi Chen, Xiong expression shifted dramatically, rushing towards the platform, but he halted as he took a step forward. Amidst the swirling dust, a vague figure staggered to its feet, then gradually emerged with steady steps. What? Gasps of disbelief filled the air. That was the Thunder Curse, and he survived? Could it be that he truly withstood the Thunder Curse? Was he a demon? This is impossible. Qi Hao on the platform stared in utter disbelief at Yi Chen, who steadily approached despite the overwhelming force of the Thunder Curse. He knew its destructive power. Even he could not endure its explosion, yet Yi Chen had miraculously withstood it. Kid, you are truly domineering. Xiong fists clenched tightly, excitement bubbling forth. As the dust began to settle, Yi Chen emerged, bloodied and battered, leaving a trail of crimson footprints in his wake. The sight of his dreadful condition caused the onlookers to collectively gasp. He had lost all semblance of humanity. His garments tattered and drenched in blood, his back a gruesome mess from the explosion, with exposed flesh and bone visible. In that moment, he resembled a fearsome Azura risen from the depths of hell. This cannot be. This cannot be. Qi Hao's voice shattered the stunned silence, unwilling to accept the reality before him. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out as Yi Chen, gripping the red sky sword, charged forward. He had indeed refrained from employing any other means, relying solely on his indomitable physique to withstand the Thunder Curse. Otherwise, a single strike would have been sufficient to obliterate him. Puff! Puff! Though severely injured, Yi Chen's movements remained enigmatic. The red sky sword slicing through the air with lethal precision, leaving deep gashes on Qi Hao's body. Ah! Qi Hao roared in rage, unable to accept that Yi Chen had endured the Thunder Curse, and even more so, the fact that he could not overcome a severely weakened Yi Chen. However, no matter how begrudging or furious he was, he could not halt Yi Chen's relentless assault. Boom! With another resounding crash, Yi Chen seized one of Qi Hao's legs and hurled him violently onto the platform, the impact creating a human-shaped indentation in the solid surface, jarring his internal organs. Puff! Another spray of blood erupted, this time mingled with fragments of internal organs, as Qi Hao faced an even more thorough defeat than before. Where have you hidden them? Yi Chen gripped Qi Hao by the collar, lifting the near-paralyzed figure off the ground. I won't tell you, Qi Hao replied, his smile twisted and sinister, revealing his steadfast resistance as a member of the Southern Qi family. Very well, Yi Chen sneered. Puff! As blood splattered, the cold-hearted Yi Chen ruthlessly tore off one of Qi Hao's arms. Gasp! A collective intake of breath echoed throughout the arena. Even Xiong below could not suppress his shock at Yi Chen's brutality. Today's wind and cloud duel was perhaps the most gruesome display those present had ever witnessed. Taken aback by the unexpected severing of his arm, Qi Hao momentarily froze before unleashing a pained howl. Tell me where they are. Yi Chen's blood-red eyes fixed intently on Qi Hao, his resolve unwavering. Should Qi Hao remain silent, he would not hesitate to remove the other arm. And if he continued to defy, he might very well extinguish Qi Hao's life on the spot. Dragons have their forbidden scales. And Qi Hao had truly crossed Yi Chen's line. Fueled by rage, he was prepared to accompany Qi Hao to the grave. Yet just then, a formidable pressure descended from afar, enveloping the entire wind and cloud battle platform, causing even Yi Chen to stagger momentarily. "Brat, how dare you?" A chilling voice approached, followed by an icy, murderous intent. Suddenly, a shadow flickered across the platform, and a figure rapidly materialized. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the esteemed head of the human Yang Peak, Qinyang Jinren. Chapter 67. The Lion's Roar with a Sudden Burst. Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, likely due to the overwhelming pressure exerted by the Taoist Qingyang. "Release Howard," the Taoist Qingyang shouted sternly, his formidable presence directly targeting Yi Chen. "Elder, the duel forbids third-party intervention. Do you intend to disregard the sect rules?" Yi Chen retorted, maintaining his composure as he met the Taoist's gaze. Having already provoked a powerful figure like Gu Hong, he was unperturbed by the prospect of antagonizing another person from Yangfeng. A glimmer of coldness flickered in the Taoist Qingyang's eyes at Yi Chen's admonition. He hesitated to act rashly, recognizing the significance of Qi Hao in Yi Chen's grasp. After all, he was a disciple of the Qi family in the south, and any mishap under his watch would undoubtedly stir considerable trouble. Weighing the situation, he produced a storage bag from his robe and tossed it to the ground, declaring, "You seek spirit stones, do you not? Here, take them, and release my disciple." Yi Chen cast a glance at the storage bag, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Elder, are you aware of the grave sins your disciple has committed? To think that a mere 1,000 spirit stones could atone for his life. His life must indeed be of little value." "Grave sins." The Taoist Qingyang's voice turned icy. "Pray, enlighten me as to the enormity of my disciple's crimes. The duel prohibits the use of the thunder curse. That alone is a capital offense. The sect forbids disciples from harming its spirit beasts. The violators face death. Moreover, harming elders is unforgivable. Qi Hao has grievously injured Elder Zhang Feng. Each of these transgressions is punishable by death." Yi Chen enumerated the charges, then cast another cold smirk at the Taoist Qingyang. "Elder, any one of these accusations is sufficient to condemn Qi Hao to death. Do you think the 1,000 spirit stones you offered are too much or too little?" The Taoist Qingyang was on the verge of exploding in anger, but managed to suppress it with a deep breath. "Yi Chen, do you comprehend the identity of Qi Hao? He belongs to the Qi family of the south." Yi Chen regarded him with a mocking smile. "And what of it? Once one enters Hengyue, they must abide by its rules. Even the mightiest of beings cannot evade the consequences of their transgressions." The Taoist Qingyang's fury reached its zenith. He never anticipated Yi Chen would be so obstinate. Yet, for the sake of Qi Hao's safety, he begrudgingly restrained his anger. "What do you propose? Let your precious disciple reveal where Elder Zhang Feng is hidden, and if you wish to ransom his life, produce 100,000 spirit stones. Otherwise, you may notify the Qi family of the south to collect his remains." "I, Yi Chen, speak with conviction." 100,000 spirit stones? Yi Chen's audacious demand startled those around him. Such an astronomical figure was unimaginable to them. "Is it excessive?" Xiong'er chuckled. 100,000 spirit stones for a life? I reckon it's still insufficient. Elder, what do you think? Yi Chen smirked at the Taoist Qingyang. "Yi Chen, one must always leave a margin. Are you aware of the repercussions of your actions today?" The Taoist Qingyang's voice grew increasingly frigid, the cold glint in his eyes unabashedly gleaming. "My life is worthless. Should you desire it, take it at will. Then I shall extinguish you first." The Taoist Qingyang roared, conjuring a massive hand to crush Yi Chen in midair. However, at that moment, a powerful aura surged from a direction, accompanied by a chilling voice that reverberated through the skies. "Qingyang, do you dare defy the rules of Hengyue? Daojia, do you also intend to protect this wretched disciple?" The Taoist Qingyang shot a cold glare at the source of the voice. "One may indulge in reckless eating, but words must not be spoken carelessly." Daojia chuckled softly. "Your disciple Qi Hao did indeed invoke the thunder curse on Fengyan platform and has harmed the sect's spirit beasts. Although Zhang Feng was cast down the mountain due to his crippled cultivation, he remains your peer and a senior of Hengyue. Your disciple has grievously injured him, a sin that cannot be denied. Given these three major offenses, do you truly believe Qi Hao has any chance of survival?" "You." The Taoist Qingyang was momentarily rendered speechless, echoes of Gu Hong's earlier expression creeping into his mind. "One cannot overlook the audacity of your disciple. Do you dare claim no responsibility as his master?" Dao Jie continued, his words carrying an undertone of admonition. "As a mentor, one should first teach the virtues of conduct before fostering arrogance." "Bravo, bravo." Xiong'er, a lively character, clapped his chubby hands, the sound echoing clearly. Meanwhile, the Taoist Qingyang's face flushed with embarrassment, stung by Daojia's words. Although they were of the same generation, being chastised in such a manner was a profound disgrace. Yet, Daojia's points were valid. Qi Hao's arrogance had indeed led to the current calamity, and as his master, he bore a portion of the blame. Taking a deep breath, the Taoist Qingyang suppressed his rage once more, tossing a purple storage bag onto the ground. Release him. Chen hesitated, casting a glance at Xiong. Understanding. Xiong quickly leapt onto the platform, retrieved the storage bag, and peered inside before nodding at Chen. 100,000 spirit stones, neither more nor less. Indeed, they delivered. The onlooking disciples gasped in astonishment. 100,000 spirit stones were beyond their wildest dreams. Still not releasing him, the Taoist Qingyang bellowed. Your disciple has yet to inform me of Elder Zhongfeng's whereabouts. Chen shrugged. The Taoist Qingyang was on the brink of exploding with rage, summoning a surge of spiritual energy to awaken the unconscious Qi Hao. As Qi Hao slowly opened his eyes, spotting the Taoist Qingyang, he cried out, "Master, save me!" Slap. Enraged, the Taoist Qingyang swung his sleeve, striking Qi Hao across the face. Wretched disciple, where have you hidden Zhongfeng? Dazed, Qi Hao responded incoherently, and in the back mountain. After divulging this, he fainted once more. Now can we release him? The Taoist Qingyang's chilling gaze bore into Chen. Having witnessed Gu Hong becoming the laughingstock on Fengyan platform, the Taoist Qingyang felt an even deeper humiliation, his disgrace far exceeding that of Gu Hong's. The compensation demanded was 100-fold, and upon returning, he would undoubtedly face ridicule from the other two peaks. Let's discuss this further. Chen remained obstinate, signaling Xiong once more. Cautious by nature, Chen sought to verify Qi Hao's claim about Zhongfeng's location before proceeding. Understood. Xiong, displaying remarkable intuition, swiftly darted toward the back mountain. Elder, do not take offense. Prudence is always wise. Chen smiled at the Taoist Qingyang. You should hope that Elder Zhongfeng still lives. Otherwise, not even 1,000,000 spirit stones could save your disciple's life. You must also remember today's events. Someone will come to settle the score. The Taoist Qingyang's words were devoid of pretense. My life is worthless. Should you desire it, take it at will. Xiong soon returned, dragging the unconscious Zhongfeng and Little Eagle. Seeing they still drew breath, Chen sighed in relief. But upon noticing the numerous wounds on their bodies, a cold glint filled his eyes. Take your disciple away. In a fit of rage, Chen hurled the unconscious Qi Hao to the ground, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. It seemed that even if he were taken back, he would spend a considerable time bedridden. You have truly provoked my ire. The Qingyang Taoist cast a final cold glance at Chen before sweeping away with Qi Hao, not forgetting to stow away the severed arm of Qi Hao within his sleeve. Once the Qingyang Taoist departed, Chen spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed to the ground. To endure the heavenly thunder curse and survive is a stroke of fortune. Managing to contend with the Qingyang Taoist for such a duration was entirely due to his sheer willpower. Xiong had already leapt onto the arena, seizing Chen, who had fallen. The battle at the wind and cloud platform today reverberated throughout the Hongyue sect. Chen's audacity became a topic of lively discussion among the disciples during their meals, as this apprentice disciple achieved notoriety. Furthermore, amidst their conversations, many would cast a glance towards Tianyang Peak. It is said that Chen has already incited the ire of the three main peaks of the outer sect. One wonders if Tianyang Peak will be next. Surely not. Though Chen is bold, he never instigates conflict. I concur. How astonishing to withstand the heavenly thunder curse. Upon hearing the report from his disciples, even the esteemed Elder Zhong of Tianyang Peak could not refrain from uttering an expletive. Master, please, no more. It pains me, he lamented, clutching his heart. To let slip a prodigy capable of enduring the heavenly thunder curse without succumbing is indeed a grievous loss. Chapter 68. The One-Yang Finger Under the Shroud of Night. Chen sat in solitude within his chamber. The ancient secrets of the savage body refinement technique already in motion, causing wisps of green smoke to rise from his back. This method, steeped in the primal essence of the wild, involved refining bones and marrow, forging tendons and meridians, purifying the heart and blood, and honing flesh and skin. As he engaged in this rigorous practice, the decayed flesh upon his back was cast away, replaced by vibrant, rejuvenated tissue. Indeed, this was a remarkable means of healing. and Yi Chen's understanding of the savage body refinement deepened with each passing moment. The night, however, was far from tranquil. The usually discordant figures of Qingyang Taoist, the head of Yang Peak, and Guhong, the head of Diyang Peak, convened upon a mystical mountain. What? You wouldn't dare to contemplate assassinating Yi Chen, would you? Guhong observed with a hint of amusement, relishing in the irony of Qingyang Taoist's current predicament. The tables had turned since the days when Qingyang Taoist found mirth in Guhong's misfortunes. Now, he bore the greater burden of disgrace. Such matters must be settled by the younger generation, Qingyang Taoist replied coldly. Are you suggesting a coalition between our two peaks? If we summon our disciples from seclusion, even Yi Chen cannot withstand the relentless challenges posed by our united forces. Yi Chen remained in meditation for 3 days. During this time, Xiong visited several times, noting his continued recovery and refraining from interruption, instead delivering spiritual herbs for the healing of Zhang Fengyin and others, even employing secret methods to mend the severed meridians of Hua. On the night of the 4th day, Yi Chen exhaled a cloud of murky breath and slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the injuries on his back had fully healed under the tyrannical restoration of the savage body refinement, and the newly formed muscles and bones were more supple than before. The savage body refinement was indeed formidable. Stretching his somewhat stiff body, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. Buzz, buzz. In the courtyard, Hua was drenched in sweat, vigorously wielding his black iron staff, completely unaware of fatigue. Oh, you're up, big brother. How's your injury? Hua exclaimed, hastily ceasing his practice. Completely healed, Yi Chen replied with a slight smile. Producing the ancient scroll of the Tiangang staff formation from his robe and handing it to Hua. Upon receiving the scroll, Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, the profound staff techniques. Mastering staff techniques is arduous, and the profound staff methods are even rarer. Use this for now. I will find more for you in the future. With a fond pat on Hua's head, Yi Chen reiterated, diligence can overcome shortcomings. Yes, yes, I remember every word you say, big brother. I will work hard and not bring shame upon you. Hua nodded eagerly. Go rest now, practice again tomorrow. All right. Hee, Hua replied, his honest and earnest nature evident as he dashed back into his room, surely unable to sleep from the excitement of his newfound treasure. After Hua departed, Yi Chen retrieved Lu Ji's storage bag, having not yet examined its contents since his return. Appending the bag, its contents spilled forth with a clatter. Such wealth. Even Yi Chen, known for his composure, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The storage bag brimmed with spirit stones, spirit liquids, and spirit artifacts. The quantity staggering, nearly 200,000 spirit stones alone, with the total value exceeding 300,000 spirit stones. Yet, to his disappointment, he found no mystical techniques or methods within, and upon extracting the small purple gold gourd, he discovered no rare treasures. Perhaps it is best to take what one can. Yi Chen mused, sighing as he gathered the spirit stones, spirit liquids, and other assorted items, leaving only the spirit artifacts. With a clang, he produced the Qishao sword, placing it alongside the other artifacts, then enveloped them in true fire, intending to infuse their essence into the Qishao sword. After 3 hours, he extinguished the flames. With the infusion of more essence, the Qishao sword became even more formidable, emitting a resonant hum as he grasped it tightly. A fine sword, he chuckled, stepping forward and dancing with the Qishao sword in hand. The principles of the Tiangang staff formation emerged in his mind, merging the staff techniques with the sword techniques. A night passed in silence, and as dawn broke, a youthful figure entered the small spirit garden. What the? Upon entering, Xiong was struck by the sight of the vibrant Yi Chen. For days prior, he had been nearly obliterated by the thunder curse. Yet now he was not only healed, but brimming with vitality. Xiong felt an overwhelming urge to carve a piece from Yi Chen for study. You truly are a beast. Xiong marveled, scrutinizing Yi Chen with a mix of incredulity and admiration. Please, don't say that. It would make me proud. Yi Chen smirked, reaching into his robe to produce a storage bag. Here, I'm returning your spirit stones. No need to ask for more. Why only 300,000? Wasn't he their interest? Xiong protested. Is that really a thing? Yi Chen replied incredulously. Xiong hadn't come merely for idle chatter. He mysteriously revealed an ancient scroll from his robe. The One-Yang finger? Yi Chen's interest peaked as he glimpsed the 3 large characters on the scroll. recognizing it as the mystical technique auctioned at the underworld black market days prior. Instantly, he rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. You wish to learn? Xiong Er teased, adopting a playful expression. Of course. And regarding the matter of refining my wife, Esmero, Yi Chen remarked as he reached into Xiong Er's robe, deftly retrieving the one-yang finger scroll before darting back into his chamber. Once inside, Yi Chen eagerly unfurled the one-yang finger scroll, refined the true yang qi, concentrated into a finger. This is the essence of the one-yang. His eyes fell upon the bold letters, and the time for comprehension had begun. The principles of the one-yang finger were not overly complex. The crux lay in refining the true yang qi to its utmost purity and then concentrating it in a singular finger, a technique that, when perfected, possessed the power to pierce through the toughest of defenses. Once immersed in enlightenment, Yi Chen lost all sense of time. Night fell swiftly. Under the flickering candlelight, he gradually closed the ancient scroll. The finger techniques emphasized instantaneous concentration and explosive power, compressing strength to an incredible degree. Once unleashed, their might was unparalleled. As he reflected on previous battles, he recalled that those skilled in finger techniques could easily pierce through his defenses, fueling his curiosity about this profound method. Having now studied the one-yang finger, he felt immensely enriched. With thoughts swirling, he calmed his mind, harnessing the essence of his Dantian's true energy, allowing it to transform into true yang qi through the purifying flames, and swiftly gathering this energy at his fingertip according to the one-yang finger's teachings. Observing his finger, now illuminated by the concentrated true yang qi, he noticed a flickering light and traces of flame dancing around it. Excellent, he remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Piercing a foe with such a strike would be no trivial task. With a thought, he released the true yang qi and leapt from his room. Buzz, buzz. With the tianguan in hand, he swung it with great vigor, the massive blade slicing through the air with a deep, resonant hum. Clang. Planting the tianguan into the ground, he summoned his true energy, concentrating it in his palm, accompanied by the sound of thunder. The thunderclap, his palm strike, imbued with overwhelming force, resonated through the air as he spun, delivering a powerful punch that reverberated through his body, followed by a surge of sword energy that pierced through the wall. The one-yang finger. At last, a thought crossed his mind, and he swiftly refined the true yang qi, gathering it at the tip of his finger. With a deft motion, he pointed towards a nearby firm stone. Clang. The stone remained steadfast, yet, as if it were mere tofu, Yi Chen effortlessly pierced it, creating a small hole the width of his finger. No matter how fiercely the winds howled, I shall break through the universe with but a single ray of yang. Chapter 69. The Challenge of the Two Peaks. Yi Chen, I await you at the Fengyan platform. As dawn broke, this proclamation echoed from the direction of Hunyua's sect. Another battle was about to unfold at the Fengyan platform. Instantly, the Hunyua's spiritual mountain was abuzz with excitement. Yet again, it was Yi Chen. What could be happening? Ever since this apprentice joined Hunyua, there had been no moment of tranquility. Surely, it must be Tang Chao from the Rinyang Peak challenging Yi Chen. At this moment, the challenge party, Yi Chen, had just set down his bowl and chopsticks at the dining table. Big brother, please don't go, Hua murmured, his head downcast and lips pursed. They are targeting you. Youth, sometimes it is wise to endure for a time of peace, Zhang Fengyan said. Concern etched across his face as he regarded Yi Chen. Senior, a tree may desire calm, yet the wind does not cease. Yi Chen gently wiped the grease from his mouth before slowly rising. The tumultuous world was precisely as such. Having embarked on this path, he was destined to encounter thorns ahead. Even if he refrained from fighting today, they would contrive other means to force his hand. It's all my fault, Hua lamented, burying his small head deeper, his tiny fists clenched tightly. This is not your doing. Do not blame yourself. Yi Chen patted Hua's head, then turned resolutely, striding towards the exit. At that moment, the already vibrant Fengyan platform, always bustling with activity, had gathered crowds from all directions. On the battle stage stood a young man clad in white robes, arms crossed. With long, raven hair and thick brows, a formidable ghost-headed blade hovered before him, radiating a powerful aura that captivated the onlookers below. He was Tang Chao. The true disciple of the Rinyang Peak had emerged from seclusion. He was undeniably a genuine fifth realm of human essence. I fear Yi Chen may be in grave peril this time. As gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, the young man named Tang Chao inhaled deeply, lifting his chin higher, seemingly reveling in the flattery of the assembled disciples. He truly embodied the pride of a master's teachings, appearing even more arrogant than Qi Hao. Chen has arrived. As this announcement rang out, all eyes turned toward one side. There, with the Tianke sword slung across his back, Chen was entering with measured steps, his expression calm and unwavering, striding forth with a resolute gait, as though no tempest could shake his steadfast figure. As he walked, a stout figure burst forth from the side. Upon closer inspection, it was Xiong. "Come with me," he insisted, attempting to drag Chen away without further ado. "Do you lack faith in me?" Chen retorted. "You know nothing." Xiong leaned in closer, gesturing for Chen to observe the two directions beneath the Fengyan platform. Heeding his words, Chen glanced over, discovering that in both the eastern and western sections of the Fengyan platform, several jade tables were set up, each occupied by disciples leisurely indulging in wine. When Chen's gaze swept over them, they all returned with mocking, playful looks. Chen furrowed his brow. "Why are there so many in the realm of human essence?" "You see it now?" Xiong whispered. "The disciples on the eastern side are the true disciples of the Diyang Peak, while those on the western side belong to Rinyang Peak. Each of them far surpasses Qi Hao. All unfamiliar faces, yet their prowess is terrifyingly intimidating." Chen's eyes flickered, particularly as he sensed that several among them had an almost imperceptible aura, their cultivation levels nearing the true Yang realm. They had been in seclusion until recently. Xiong explained. "These disciples are the most exceptional talents from the Diyang and Rinyang peaks, kept in isolation to shine during the outer sect competition. To confront merely me at the condensation realm, this seems excessive. Isn't it because you are too formidable? Can ordinary disciples contend with you?" Xiong retorted, exasperated. As he spoke, he attempted once more to pull Chen away. "Let us go. It's no shame to retreat once or twice. You cannot contend with them." However, before Chen could act, Tang Chao's mocking voice rang out from the stage. "What is this? Have you conceded so swiftly? Chen, can you evade today and for eternity? If you refuse to ascend the stage, we have countless ways to deal with you." Buzz. At these words, Chen felt a ringing in his mind. They were not merely referring to him. They also included Hu Hua and Zhang Fengyan among others. Tang Chao's insinuation was clear. If Chen did not fight today, they would resort to all manner of schemes to harm Zhang Fengyan and the others. Dragons possess scales that must not be touched. Tang Chao's words struck a nerve, igniting Chen's fury. "Fight!" Chen declared emphatically, breaking free from Xiong's grasp and leaping onto the battle stage. "Now you're speaking sense." Tang Chao smirked. "Buzz." Chen responded not with words, but by drawing the Tianke sword. He stepped forward, causing the stone platform beneath him to crack, employing a mystical step as he closed in on Tang Chao. Leaping into the air to deliver a powerful strike, Tang Chao snorted derisively, gripping his great knife and executing an upward slash. The clash of blade and sword rang out, a sharp yet piercing sound. As the duel unfolded, Tang Chao stumbled back, astonished by the unexpected might of Chen. Can a condensation realm disciple possess such overwhelming combat power? Facing down a fifth realm human essence expert, Chen maintained the upper hand. Not only the spectators below, but even the true disciples from both the Rinyang and Diyang peaks displayed expressions of surprise. The one most affected was Tang Chao, whose arm throbbed painfully from the impact. He had believed his cultivation level far surpassed Chen's, yet he never anticipated that this direct confrontation would so thoroughly dismantle his confidence. Having been in seclusion, he was unaware of recent events. Only a day prior, when his master, the Qingyang true man, summoned him, did he learn of the happenings in Henyue. Arrogantly, he dismissed Chen as merely a slightly stronger than average condensation realm disciple. Yet now, he felt the undeniable prowess of this apprentice, who indeed possessed the strength to battle beyond his level. Buzz. Amidst his shock, Chen swung the Tianke sword once more, and his speed was astonishingly swift. Noticing this, Tang Chao used his toes to pivot and retreat. "Stay!" Chen shouted, casting the Tianke through the air, its tip aimed directly at Tang Chao. Seeing this, Tang Chao swiftly swung his knife, deflecting the incoming Tianke sword. However, before he could take further action, Chen charged at him like a lion, unleashing his primal fury. At times, he struck like a ferocious tiger, at others like a vicious ape, then as a roaring lion, and finally like a fierce wolf, utilizing every limb, hands, feet, knees, and shoulders as lethal weapons. Roar, roar. With each attack, a beastly roar accompanied his movements. It was said that Shihao had once been utterly overwhelmed by Yi Chen's ferocity in combat. Beneath the jade tables, the true disciples exchanged glances in astonishment. The most fundamental close combat techniques were executed with such ferocity. No wonder their junior brothers had been defeated. On stage, Tang Xiao's furious cries echoed as he was relentlessly pushed back, his body marked by countless fist, palm, and foot imprints. Although he was a legitimate fifth realm human essence practitioner, at this moment, his true energy swirled chaotically, unable to manifest. For Yi Chen provided him no opportunity to unleash his secret techniques. Boom. With a resounding crash, Tang Xiao, continually pressed by Yi Chen, was seized by one arm and hurled down onto the battle stage, creating a human-shaped imprint on the solid platform. This was his signature style, to bring down those who consider themselves superior with the most barbaric of methods, a sensation of unprecedented exhilaration. Tang Xiao's desperate howls filled the air, but in the next moment, Yi Chen seized him once more. Bang! With another resounding crash, Tang Xiao was forcefully thrown onto the battle stage. His entire internal organs jolted out of place, and he spewed a mouthful of blood that soared a yard high. No matter how formidable his cultivation, he was left on the brink of death in that moment. How utterly ferocious. The disciples watching from below twitched at the corners of their mouths. I have yet to see Tang Xiao employ any mystical arts, and he has already been rendered incapacitated by Yi Chen? What a beast. Young man, cease at once. The admonishing voice rang out as a true disciple from the Renyang Peak could no longer remain seated, charging onto the stage wielding a golden spirit sword. Have you no shame? Below, Xiong Air bellowed in outrage. In the midst of a duel, third-party intervention is prohibited. Do you intend to disregard Heng Yu's regulations? Yet, his furious shout did not halt the advancing disciple. Instead, his attack grew swifter and more fierce, launching a strike that pierced the air directly aimed at Yi Chen's spine. Sensing the chilling wind approaching from behind, Yi Chen deftly hurled Tang Xiao aside and leaped 3 yards away, using the ground's rebound to pounce forward like a majestic lion. Splatter! Blood sprayed forth as the disciple's sword strike missed Yi Chen, instead piercing through Tang Xiao, creating a gaping wound. Damn it, the disciple muttered coldly. You are the one who deserves to perish, Yi Chen retorted, his voice enveloped in an icy breeze as he closed in, his true energy surging violently, meticulously refining it into the purest yang energy, which he then channeled into his fingertips. One yang finger. Yi Chen thrust his finger forward. Perhaps due to Yi Chen's rapid response and the disciple's momentary distraction from wounding Tang Xiao, the disciple found himself with a bloody hole punctured in his shoulder. Thunderclap. Yi Chen had no intention of granting him respite. With a thunderous clap, he struck decisively at the disciple's chest. Splutter. The disciple coughed up blood, staggering backward. Mountain Shatter. Utilizing the mystical steps of Speed Shadow and Thousand Transformations, Yi Chen pursued relentlessly, executing the fierce and domineering Mountain Shatter Fist. The disciple from Renyang Peak, still unsteady on his feet, was struck solidly once more. Chapter 70. Alternating assaults with a sudden spurt of blood, the disciple was sent flying, akin to a sandbag, crashing out of the arena and creating a deep pit in the earth. Was this a defeat? This was far too swift. The onlooking disciples were evidently taken aback, as the grandiose mystical arts they had envisioned were nowhere to be seen. In truth, they had barely had a chance to manifest before Yi Chen systematically vanquished 2 of the true disciples from Renyang Peak. Yi Chen, you truly deserve death. Another disciple from Renyang Peak surged forward. Huang Shanxiu, this disciple, displaying cleverness, recognized that engaging in close combat was futile against Yi Chen and opted for a powerful technique instead. I have vanquished even those of the true Sun realm. Do you think I fear a mere child? Yi Chen, exuding immense power, advanced rather than retreating, shattering the Huang Shanxiu with a thunderous palm from his left hand while delivering a punch that sent the disciple staggering backward. Binding Vines technique. As he retreated, the disciple swiftly formed hand seals. Instantly, numerous vines burst forth from the ground, coiling toward Yi Chen like serpents. It was evident that this disciple was of the wood element. Otherwise, he could not have utilized the Binding Vines technique. With a swift motion, Yi Chen drew the Qi Shao sword and, employing the mystical footwork of Swift Shadow Thousand Transformations, severed the encroaching vines. In a matter of steps, he arrived before the disciple. bringing down his sword with lethal intent. Earth escape. The disciple, seeing this, swiftly burrowed underground. Come out. Yi Chen's voice rang out sharply as he swung his arm, delivering a powerful punch that struck the arena floor. With a resounding boom, the ground trembled, and the disciple who had just burrowed below was sent tumbling back into the open air. Yi Chen, moving with the swiftness of the wind, seized the disciple's leg before he could touch the ground. Following that, he executed his signature move. With a thunderous crash, Yi Chen slammed the disciple into the ground, rendering him nearly insensible, just as he had done to the others before. Another one down. The audience reacted with a mix of astonishment and resignation, as if Yi Chen's ferocious style of combat had become all too familiar. Clang, clang, as two beams of sword light shot up from the ground. Another disciple from Diyang Peak charged forward. Yi Chen, with blinding speed, shattered the beams and retreated hastily, realizing that the disciple had exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, enveloping the arena and obscuring the view of the spectators. Thud, crash, buzz. Sounds of battle echoed from within the smoke, undoubtedly indicating a fierce clash between Yi Chen and the disciple. This was the illusory smoke mist. One could only wonder if Yi Chen could dispel it. I have heard that many formidable disciples have suffered greatly from this technique. Is that true? Boom. A resounding explosion silenced the murmurs from the audience. Moments later, a bloodied figure was hurled from the mist, collapsing as it hit the ground, unconscious. No need to look. He was undoubtedly another victim of Yi Chen's might. Soon, the illusory smoke mist dispersed, revealing Yi Chen's silhouette, albeit marred by injuries. He is hurt. Bear Air immediately noted the deep gash on Yi Chen's back and the sword mark on his shoulder. Exhaust him. The disciples from Diyang Peak rallied, evidently determined to prevent Yi Chen from recovering. The battle erupted anew. This disciple from Diyang Peak proved to be more formidable than Yi Chen had anticipated, possessing a multitude of secret techniques that left him on the defensive. As Yi Chen slammed the disciple down, he had already accumulated several new wounds. Kill. A true disciple from Rinyang Peak lunged at him, unleashing a powerful attack. Following suit, more true disciples from both peaks ascended to the arena, each one more ruthless than the last, employing devastating techniques in succession, with the later challengers being increasingly formidable. Despite Yi Chen's prowess to battle above his level, he could not withstand the relentless assault. With each true disciple he defeated, more blood stains appeared on his robes, which were soon tinged crimson. At this rate, he would surely be worn down. Bear Air clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. Fight! The arena resounded with Yi Chen's valiant cries. He exhibited an indomitable spirit, akin to an unyielding cockroach, fiercely battling and incapacitating several true disciples while still maintaining his vigor. In stark contrast, the expressions of the disciples from Diyang Peak and Rinyang Peak were grim. They were all esteemed talents of their respective peaks, each one anticipated to rise to greatness, yet they were being utterly trounced by Yi Chen, who was merely at the chi condensation stage. The news of the battle had swiftly reached both peaks. Useless. All of you are useless. Guhong fumed, enraged that his meticulously trained disciples were being defeated by a mere chi condensation cultivator. How could he not be infuriated? Similarly, Qing Yangzhenren was no better off. Upon receiving reports of the battle, he seethed with indignation. Yi Chen's strength far exceeded his expectations, leading him to doubt whether allowing the true disciples to emerge early was indeed a wise decision. In contrast to Guhong and Qing Yangzhenren's distress, the expression of Elder Zhong from Tianyang Peak was notably more animated. He sat with his arms crossed, cursing incessantly. After a century of cultivation, I must be blind. A mere chi condensation cultivator. What astonishing talent this is. He had to concede that he maintained a level-headed perspective. Though his disciples had some history with Yi Chen, he had guided them well, refraining from underhanded schemes, unlike Qing Yangzhenren and Guhong, who were consumed by jealousy. Now, it seemed his judgment was validated. Had he allowed his disciples to confront Yi Chen, who could have returned unscathed? What a tragedy! Elder Zhong buried his face in his hands, his heart aching for his disciples. Boom! On the wind and cloud platform, another disciple from Diyang Peak was sent crashing to the ground by Yi Chen. How many is that now? A disciple asked instinctively. 15, came the response, eliciting a collective gasp from the crowd. More than half of the true disciples from Rinyang Peak and Diyang Peak had been thoroughly defeated by Yi Chen. However, many turned their attention back to the arena, where Yi Chen was visibly injured, his wounds so numerous they were painful to behold. He stumbled several times, on the brink of collapse, as the two peaks continued to send their best into the fray. Despite his cultivation of the Danci, he was beginning to feel the strain. "Kid, it's time to go. Keep fighting, and you'll end up in real trouble," Bear Air warned anxiously from below. Chen nodded, fully aware of his own physical state. If he continued to push himself, he would likely meet his end on this platform. Moreover, he had already faced true disciples ranging from the 5th to the 7th level of the human origin realm, while the remaining disciples were primarily at the 8th to 9th levels, with 2 already stepping into the true sun realm. Although he believed he could still take down an 8th level disciple, it would come at a significant cost, one he could not afford to pay. With this thought in mind, he prepared to turn away. Yet, from Deyong Peak, another disciple approached. This disciple possessed a delicate countenance, wielding a jade fan, appearing courteous yet with sharp, cruel lips and a face adorned with makeup typically reserved for women. One might mistake him for a woman at first glance. "I am Su Kong. I offer my greetings," he announced, refraining from immediate confrontation and instead opting to introduce himself with a slight bow towards Chen. However, it seems that no one has ever noticed that at the moment he clasped his hands, a silver needle, no thicker than a strand of hair, had already been launched. Despite Chen's heightened vigilance, he still fell victim to it. Soon, the potent venom carried by the needle swiftly spread throughout Chen's body. Consequently, his physique darkened around the needle's point of entry, and the rate of expansion took him by surprise. With a sudden cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering precariously as if on the verge of collapse. In the tumultuous clash of power, how dare you resort to poison? Coldly fixing his gaze upon Su Kong, a glimmer of frost flashed in Chen's eyes. Chapter 71. Poison? What poison? Su Kong feigned panic, pretending to be deaf and foolish. "Chen, one may indulge in food indiscriminately, but one must not speak recklessly. Indeed, are you afraid you cannot match Su Shixiang and are thus deliberately slandering him?" Someone below remarked discreetly. Upon hearing this, many quickly echoed the sentiment. "I did not see Su Kong use poison. You are judging a gentleman with the heart of a villain. If you cannot win, you accuse Su Shixiang of using poison. Chen, how insidious you are." The voices of condemnation rose and fell like tumultuous waves, clearly distorting the truth, yet every face bore the expression of righteous indignation. "Are you still not dead? This is the price for provoking both the Sun Peak and Earth Peak. Today, you are destined to spill blood on the wind and cloud stage." In stark contrast to the disciples below, the true disciples of Sun Peak and Earth Peak wore cold smirks. On the stage, Chen listened silently to the cacophony of insults below, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. He realized that the Sun Peak and Earth Peak were indeed going to great lengths for revenge. Their true disciples were all present, and the scale of their scheme was monumental. Yet, they had even covertly deployed a multitude of hired voices to amplify their clamor. The power of public opinion was terrifying, and he witnessed the essence of that phrase once more. With fists unable to counter many hands, how could his single voice withstand the tidal wave of abuse? Yet, who was he? He was Chen. How could he suffer such unjust losses without recourse? With true fire guarding him, that poison was of no consequence. Thus, he would return the favor with their own methods. Amidst the torrent of insults, he secretly summoned the true fire within him, incinerating the toxins coursing through his body. However, on the surface, he continued to feign the effects of poisoning, staggering on the stage to create an illusion, intending to catch Su Kong off guard for a sudden strike. Chen, seeing Chen seemingly poisoned, Xiong Air was about to rush up, but he caught a subtle wink from Chen. The two shared an extraordinary understanding. With just a glance, Xiong Air seemed to grasp everything and consciously withdrew his steps. "Oh dear, what has happened to you, junior brother Yi? You seem gravely ill." Su Kong feigned concern upon seeing Chen's darkened complexion. "To deal with a half-dead person, you resort to poison? You truly are something else. You have wronged me, junior brother Yi. Enough of your nonsense, come." Chen glared coldly at Su Kong. Upon hearing this, Su Kong smirked playfully, no longer concealing his treacherous nature. "Since you are so eager, I shall indulge you." With that, he stepped forward like the wind, pointing a finger of eerie light at Chen. As Su Kang's finger approached, Chen remained steadfast and unyielding. To outsiders, it appeared as if he had lost the ability to move due to poisoning, while in reality, he was waiting for the opportune moment, for Su Kong had reached the 8th level of the human origin realm. Die. At this moment, Su Kong revealed a vicious grin. Yet, just as his finger was about to touch Yi Chen, he noticed a mocking smile at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. Seeing Yi Chen smile in such a peculiar manner, a sudden sense of foreboding surged within him. In shock, he watched as Yi Chen swiftly sidestepped the eerie light of his finger and seized his arm, then hurled him away. Bang! Several feet away, Su Kong crashed heavily onto the battle stage. As he turned over, he gazed at Yi Chen in disbelief. This is impossible, you clearly. What clearly? Yi Chen coldly chuckled, as the darkened skin on his body visibly faded, returning to its natural color. He is not poisoned? I distinctly saw Su Kang's poison needle penetrate Yi Chen's body. Not only the true disciples of Earth Peak, but even those from Sun Peak revealed extreme confusion. Looking at the stage, Su Kang's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a fierce and ferocious expression. He knew he had been played for a fool. Yi Chen had not been poisoned at all. But what could he say? To admit he had seen the poison needle enter Yi Chen's body would be to confess his own guilt. Su Shixiao, were you not going to play with me? Yi Chen beckoned with a finger. Watch me obliterate you. Su Kong shouted fiercely, purple light swirling around his fingers. However, just as he took a step forward, he froze. What? He instinctively looked at his palm, which had turned black and was visibly spreading rapidly up his arm and body. Poison. Su Kong suddenly realized why his body was behaving so strangely. As someone skilled in the use of poison, how could he not recognize that he had been poisoned? It was in that fleeting moment when Yi Chen puffed. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of black blood, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Yi Chen, how dare you use poison against me? Su Kang's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at Yi Chen with gritted teeth. Poison? What poison? Yi Chen feigned panic, mimicking Su Kang's earlier act of being deaf and foolish, even echoing his words. Su Shixiao, one may indulge in food indiscriminately, but one must not speak recklessly. Indeed, you are afraid you cannot defeat Yi Chen and are thus deliberately slandering him. Voices rose from the crowd, undoubtedly Xiong Er's doing. This was true understanding. Xiong Er, clever as he was, would naturally assist Yi Chen in turning the tide against the slanders of Sun Peak and Earth Peak. I did not see Yi Chen use poison. Rather, Su Kong, you are judging a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Xiong Er's voice echoed through the hall, adopting the same phrases and sentiments as those before. If you cannot win, you accuse Yi Chen of using poison. Su Kong, how insidious of you. You. Su Kang's anger surged, and he spewed out another mouthful of old blood. Yi Chen clearly used poison. At that moment, the hired voices from Sun Peak and Earth Peak began to stir again. In the duel of wind and cloud, the use of poison is prohibited. Yi Chen has disregarded the sect rules. He must be punished. Yi Chen, you are truly vile. Are you all eating shit? A particularly loud voice rang out. Xiong Er had held his breath for a full minute before letting out this proclamation. His roar was indeed stirring and filled with authority, overpowering the cacophony of insults. Perhaps his voice was so powerful that many instinctively covered their ears. After his shout, the entire venue fell into a brief silence. Yi Chen clearly used poison. Further denial is futile. After the stillness, a disciple in blue leaped forward. Yi Chen's intentions are malevolent. He must be punished. Get the hell out of here. Xiong Er bellowed again, his voice so powerful that many in the audience once more covered their ears. This is the sound wave secret technique of the Xiong family. One true disciple of Sun Peak squinted slightly. No wonder it can overshadow so many voices. The stout figure possessed such a mystical ability. Yi Chen stroked his chin, silently contemplating that he should have a chat with Xiong Er someday. After a fleeting silence, before the hired voices of Sun Peak and Earth Peak could respond, Xiong Er unleashed another earth-shattering roar. With his momentum, it seemed he was ready to exert all his strength to aid Yi Chen against the hired voices below. Eat, sleep, flirt. Xiong Er's sound wave technique was nothing to scoff at, as he bellowed one after another, shaking the heavens and earth with his bizarre proclamations. The hired voices were drowned out before they could even speak. Was this fellow truly a beast? The water army, with their ears covered, were so overwhelmed by the ruckus that they could hardly lift their heads. Truly remarkable. On the stage, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps, such a scene and situation indeed required a lively spirit like Xiong Er, particularly for his unabashed demeanor. For the sake of freedom, Xiong Er unleashed a soul-stirring roar. After letting out that bellow, he tousled his hair and surveyed the hidden members of the water army in the crowd, his small eyes gleaming with a hint of provocation. As if to taunt, "Go on, keep cursing me. If you dare to curse more, I will shout you into a state of paralysis. Observing the water army disciples, their faces were flushed, whether from holding back or from anger was unclear. Retreat. Xiong'er had already signaled to Yi Chen with a glance. Without needing further encouragement, Yi Chen leapt down from the battle stage, his mind intent on fleeing as swiftly as possible. However, as he sought to escape, some would not allow him to leave unimpeded. Just as he descended, a true disciple of Yang Feng stood in his path, blocking him. What is the rush? Chapter 72. The inverted black and white. The confrontation among the clouds and winds is entirely voluntary. Today, I have no desire to fight. Is that unacceptable? Yi Chen spoke softly. You have nearly crippled my junior brothers, and you think you can just leave after patting your backside? That is rather fanciful. As the mocking laughter echoed, a disciple clad in white robes approached slowly. Upon glancing at the arriving figure, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. The subtle aura emanating from that disciple made him apprehensive. He was Zhang Hao, the foremost true disciple of the Sun Peak. Beside him, Xiong'er quietly reminded Yi Chen, and from his small eyes, one could vaguely perceive his trepidation towards Zhang Hao. Yi Chen, after injuring others, you think you can depart as if we are invisible? Another voice rang out, as a disciple in purple robes elegantly approached, his aura not at all inferior to Zhang Hao's. He was Zishan, the foremost true disciple of the Earth Peak. Xiong'er again transmitted a warning to Yi Chen. One foot has already stepped into the true Sun realm. Even Yi Chen, at this moment, furrowed his brows. He believed that even at his peak state, it would be difficult to contend with the two of them. Moreover, this place was not solely theirs. The true disciples of both the Sun Peak and Earth Peak had gathered, and even his arrogance would falter against four hands. Unless he dared to awaken that demonic bloodline again, allowing his battle prowess to surge, he could then overpower them all. Yet, the demonic path was the sworn enemy of the righteous sect. Once revealed, he would be immediately subjected to the ruthless wrath of the Hongyue sect's powerful members. Behave and step onto the battle stage. Otherwise, you shall not leave here today. Zhang Hao sneered as he gazed at Yi Chen. Brother Zhang, are you truly forcing me in a battle? Yi Chen coldly glared at Zhang Hao. The confrontation among the clouds and winds is a matter of mutual consent. To coerce me is to disregard the rules of Hongyue. What of it? Zishan chuckled with amusement. We can merely face the wall in reflection afterward. To take advantage of the few, relying on strength to bully the weak. Do you not have any shame? Xiong'er glared angrily at the throng of true disciples encircling them. To confront a mere disciple in the condensation realm in such a manner is beneath you as true disciples. As he spoke, he attempted to pull Yi Chen away. Where do you think you're going? Unexpectedly, the true disciples of the Sun Peak immediately struck, a palm descending from behind. Yi Chen's gaze turned icy. He had not anticipated that a disciple from the Sun Peak would dare to launch a blatant sneak attack from the sidelines. In an instant, he spun around and met the strike with a thunderous palm. Boom! A sound akin to thunder erupted, and Yi Chen, not in his peak state, was sent reeling backward, spitting blood. Clang! Before he could regain his footing, a true disciple from the Earth Peak had already summoned a deadly sword, aiming it directly at Yi Chen's back. Damn it! Xiong'er roared, swinging his wolf-toothed club to block the lethal strike aimed at Yi Chen. Seeing this, another disciple from the Earth Peak unleashed a punch. Yi Chen, caught off guard, was forced to retaliate, again spitting blood as he staggered back. Die! A disciple clad in green from the Sun Peak suddenly struck from behind, jabbing a finger that pierced Yi Chen's back, following it up with a palm strike that sent him staggering. Puff! Blood flashed as Yi Chen, barely stabilizing himself, was pierced in the shoulder by a sword. Your life is forfeit. A cry rang out, and true disciples from both peaks surged forward, encircling Yi Chen and launching deadly attacks. This scene left the surrounding watching disciples aghast. Who would have thought that the true disciples of the Sun and Earth peaks would dare to openly attack beneath the platform, and all at once, against merely a disciple in the condensation realm? This is a violation of the sect's rules. Do they not fear retribution from the sect? Indeed. Why does Elder Daojia not intervene? Can't you see? The disciples of the Sun Peak and Earth Peak, emboldened, must have powerful backing. Enough that even Elder Daojia dares not intervene hastily. Furthermore, I have heard that Elder Daojia is not even present in the sect today. So, does this mean Yi Chen is doomed? Boom. Just as they conversed, a thunderous roar resounded across the Fengyan platform. Looking towards the tumultuous scene, one could see someone employing the heavenly thunder spell, causing a group of true disciples to be thrown into disarray by the residual force. Amidst the chaos, through the swirling smoke, Yi Chun's staggering, blood-soaked figure emerged. "Come on." Yi Chun strode forward, his once handsome face now bearing a sinister expression. In his hand, he gripped 4 talismans for the heavenly thunder spell, revealing that he was the one who had initiated its use earlier. Perhaps, driven to desperation, in a half-dead state, unable to resist the onslaught of numerous true disciples, he had resorted to this risky tactic, endangering himself by invoking the heavenly thunder spell to repel the surrounding true disciples. "Yi Chun, you dare to disregard the sect's rules and use the heavenly thunder spell." Instantly, shouts of condemnation erupted from all directions. "You all dare to openly besiege me beneath the Fengyan platform. Why should I not use the heavenly thunder spell? Either way, I face death. You will not escape the road to the Yellow Springs." Yi Chun's expression was wild as he coldly laughed at the numerous true disciples. He had resolved to go all out, willing to drag them along into oblivion. He has truly lost his mind. The true disciples gnashed their teeth in anger. "I am indeed mad." Yi Chun licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, daring them to come. "Under the heavenly thunder spell, let us all be shattered to pieces together." "Yi Chun!" A fierce shout suddenly rang out as a crowd surged from the periphery, led by none other than the chief disciple of the Discipline Hall, Jiping. "You have the audacity to openly employ the heavenly thunder spell within the sect." Jiping's initial words were a thunderous rebuke. His position was clear. No matter which side he belonged to, it was certainly not Yi Chun's. "Brother Yin, you only see me using the heavenly thunder spell. Did you not see them besieging me from below?" Yi Chun shot a cold glance at Jiping. Yet he still did not relinquish the heavenly thunder spell in his hand. "That does not justify your use of the heavenly thunder spell." "What nonsense! If a knife were placed at your throat, would you submit to slaughter?" "I invoked the heavenly thunder spell purely for self-preservation." "If that is the case, then let us see the truth in the Discipline Hall." Jiping coldly retorted, and from his sleeve shot forth a streak of electric light, which upon closer inspection revealed itself to be a glowing rope, slithering like a serpent with astonishing speed. Perhaps due to Jiping's sudden action and the rope's uncanny swiftness, Yi Chun was caught off guard and was immediately ensnared. Yi Chun struggled, but the rope's intricacies far exceeded his expectations. It not only restrained his vital energy, but also bound his ability to move, rendering him immobile. "Take him away," Jiping commanded. Immediately, disciples from the Discipline Hall rushed forward and apprehended Yi Chun. To ensure fairness, Jiping also ordered the disciples of the Discipline Hall to drag away the true disciples from both peaks. Yet, at the moment they departed the crowd, Jiping and the true disciples of the 2 peaks exchanged knowing smiles, as if the current scene had been meticulously orchestrated from the start. Their clandestine actions did not escape Xiong'er's keen eyes. Though he was unreliable, he was astute. This was undoubtedly a conspiracy between the 2 peaks and the Discipline Hall. They were in collusion, having conspired long ago. It would be exceedingly difficult for Yi Chun to emerge alive today. "Xiong'er, take Hua and the others away from Hengyue." Yi Chun, being dragged away, roared in desperation. Perhaps he had realized that entering the Discipline Hall today would likely lead to his demise. He did not wish for those he cared about to be bullied after his death. All he could do was entrust Hua and the others to Xiong'er. Seeing Yi Chun being taken away, Xiong'er gritted his teeth in frustration, lamenting the formidable backing of the 2 peaks, even as a member of the Xiong family. It would be challenging to preserve Yi Chun's life. Backing? As this thought crossed his mind, Xiong'er's eyes lit up. "Is their backing stronger? Then I shall find Yi Chun a backing that you cannot provoke." Chapter 73. Death Sentence. Yi Chun was dragged into the Discipline Hall, followed by a throng of onlookers. Upon his return to the cold and imposing hall, he was immediately shackled to a bronze pillar. In stark contrast, 2 disciples from the Twin Peaks, who had also violated the sect's rules, stood leisurely in the hall, adorned with shackles, their treatment a glaring juxtaposition to Yi Chun's dire predicament. "Yi Chun, you have invoked the thunder curse within the sect. Do you acknowledge this crime?" Jiping stood before him, arms crossed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "They seek to kill me. I acted solely in self-defense," Yi Chun retorted. "Kill you? Where is this notion arising from?" The disciples of the Twin Peaks chimed in. "Yi Chun, you are spewing falsehoods. It was merely a sparring match. How can you twist it into a claim that we sought to kill you?" "Senior Brother Yin, do not heed Yi Chun's baseless claims. He is merely conjuring excuses for his own misdeeds." At that moment, The disciples from the Twin Peaks began to incite further chaos. Yi Chen invoked the Thunder Curse. He truly deserves death. Punish him. Such malice at such a young age. What will become of him as he matures? The hall was filled with the shouts and curses of the disciples from the Twin Peaks. Their indignant cries reversing the truth and placing the weight of blame squarely upon Yi Chen's shoulders. At that moment, Yi Chen, shackled to the bronze pillar, resembled a heinous criminal, subject to scorn and condemnation. Among the audience were also disciples from Hongyue, who, despite knowing the truth differed from the Twin Peaks narrative, dared not voice their support for Yi Chen, fearing the wrath of the Twin Peaks in the future. Yi Chen himself was a testament to the consequences of such defiance. This was all a charade. Upon hearing the Twin Peaks disciples' words, Yin Jiping cast another cold glance at Yi Chen. Do you have anything to say? Yi Chen remained silent. What could he possibly say? From the moment he was dragged into this discipline hall, he had foreseen his fate. The Twin Peaks and the discipline hall had long conspired against him. As a mere intern disciple in the Qi condensation stage, he had no powerful connections or allies. Any words he spoke would be futile. Perhaps he had underestimated the cunning of the Twin Peaks, where every step was a trap, each moment rife with lethal intent directed at him. Yet, even now, he held no regrets for the actions he had taken on behalf of his friends. At this moment, he realized that the path of a cultivator was not as glamorous as it seemed. The inherent brutality rendered one desolate. Before him, Yin Jiping noted Yi Chen's silence and sneered. Your silence signifies acquiescence, does it not? Enough chatter, let us proceed. Yi Chen's voice had grown hoarse, fatigue overwhelming him. His eyes clouded with weariness. Very well, Yin Jiping laughed heartily, producing an ancient scroll and unfolding it, as if proclaiming a decree. According to the rules of Hongyue, invoking the Thunder Curse within the sect is punishable by death. Having recited the decree, Yin Jiping snapped the scroll shut and signaled to the disciples flanking him. Just then, an elderly figure pushed through the crowd with great effort. It was Zhang Fengyan. Do not kill him. Please, do not kill him, Zhang Fengyan implored, his face etched with desperation as he beseeched Yin Jiping. Spare him, take my life instead. Old man, do not plead on my behalf. Yi Chen's blurry gaze suddenly sharpened as he struggled to speak. Foolish child, do not speak. Zhang Fengyan glanced at Yi Chen before turning back to Yin Jiping, his frail form bending with age. Junior brother Yin, he is but a child. Have mercy on him. Spare him? Yin Jiping chuckled mockingly. Zhang Fengyan, have you lost your wits? He invoked the Thunder Curse within the sect. That is a death sentence. Unexpectedly, the frail Zhang Fengyan fell to his knees before Yin Jiping. In that moment, Yi Chen's eyes widened, bloodshot and brimming with tears. Watching the elderly man kneeling in such a degrading manner for his sake was more agonizing than death itself. Grandfather, how can you kneel before him? Yi Chen roared, his voice echoing through the hall. Ah! The old man trembled but remained on the ground, undeterred. Bang! 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 Soon, the sound of Zhang Fengyan's forehead striking the ground resonated throughout the hall. Please, spare him. I beg you, spare him. Each time his forehead met the ground, Zhang Fengyan uttered those words, his aged face streaked with tears of humiliation. He was Zhang Fengyan, a peer of the Hongyue sect's leader, yet here he was, debasing himself before a junior, a sight of profound sorrow and utter loss of dignity. He was guilty of a capital offense. No one could save him. Yin Jiping glanced down, dismissive, his chin held high. Then let my life be exchanged for his. Zhang Fengyan clung to Yin Jiping's legs, desperation etched across his features. This sudden embrace startled Yin Jiping, who frowned in disdain and kicked Zhang Fengyan away, barking, You worthless fool! What right do you have to negotiate with me? Yet undeterred, Zhang Fengyan lunged once more, grasping Yin Jiping's legs tightly. He is just a child. Please, spare him. Get lost. Yin Jiping appeared to have lost his patience, lifting his foot and sending Zhang Fengyan sprawling, blood spilling from his mouth. All of this unfolded before Yi Chen's eyes. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he roared, Yin Jiping, if I do not perish today, I vow to reduce you to ashes. Even in death, I will haunt you. Suddenly, a dormant power within him surged to life. An overwhelming rage seemed to awaken the dark potential hidden within his bloodline, drowning his mind in fury and bloodlust. Yin Jiping, incensed by Yi Chen's outburst, shouted, Kill him. Execute him. Immediately, disciples on either side brandished their weapons. At that moment, the Twin Peaks disciples revealed sinister smiles. However, just then, A beam of spiritual light burst into the hall from outside, knocking the weapons from their hands, followed by a languid voice resonating throughout the chamber. Well, well, well. The discipline hall is quite lively today. Before the words concluded, an ethereal figure appeared within the hall. Tall and slender, exuding an aura of serenity, clad in robes that billowed without wind, he was enveloped in a halo of spiritual light. Even the duster he held shimmered with a celestial glow, and his eyes bore the weight of countless experiences, filled with profound wisdom. He was, in an instant, all present in the hall, including the disciples of the Twin Peaks and Yin Jiping, bowed respectfully, their expressions filled with reverence. Chapter 74. Su Fu. The entire hall was enveloped in an atmosphere of trepidation upon the arrival of the man wielding a whisk. The disciples respectfully greeted Elder Su Fu, their voices resonating loudly and in unison, their expressions a blend of reverence and caution. Their apprehension was not unwarranted, for the identity of the visitor was exceedingly esteemed. Su Fu was the head of the Elixir Pavilion of Hunyue sect. In the hierarchy of Hunyue sect, he was not only the senior to the current sect master but also the sole alchemist of the sect, a title of immense prestige, rare and highly regarded. Su Fu was the provider of elixirs and potions for Hunyue sect, and few dared to provoke him. Zhang Fengyan, having met Su Shixiao, was suddenly interrupted by a faint voice piercing through the stillness of the discipline hall. Zhang Fengyan, bloodied from a kick by Yin Jiping, lay prostrate on the ground, utterly exhausted. You are Zhang Fengyan? Su Fu's incredulous voice broke the silence as he furrowed his brow, focusing on the kneeling figure. His surprise stemmed from Zhang Fengyan's drastically aged appearance, making him almost unrecognizable. After all, a cultivator like Zhang Fengyan, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, could not change his visage. Why, yes, it is I, Zhang Fengyan replied, still on the ground. Su Fu furrowed his brow again, his keen eyes discerning the signs of a brutal beating inflicted upon Zhang Fengyan. Who did this to you? Su Fu inquired, channeling a stream of spiritual light into Zhang Fengyan's body. Upon hearing this, Yin Jiping, standing respectfully nearby, trembled in fear, scarcely daring to exhale. Who? Su Fu's stern voice reverberated through the hall, shaking it with palpable pressure. It was I. Despite his fear, Yin Jiping stepped forward defiantly. Upon hearing this, Su Fu turned his piercing gaze on Yin Jiping, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Elder, I acted mistakenly, Before Yin Jiping could finish, Su Fu struck him with a swift hand, sending him flying. Such audacity. Su Fu's voice was frosty. As the foremost disciple of the discipline hall, how dare he lay hands on an elder? Yin Jiping, bloodied and pale, crawled back to his knees, hastily pleading, Elder, I was wrong. Su Shixiao, what has incited your ire so? An elderly man in a purple robe emerged from within the discipline hall. It was none other than Yin Jiping's reclusive master, the head of the discipline hall, Zhao Zhijing. Zhao Shidi, you have truly raised a fine disciple, Su Fu remarked, casting a glance at Zhao Zhijing. Zhao Zhijing frowned, turning to his disciple. Pinger, what have you done? I accidentally injured Uncle Zhang Fengyan, Yin Jiping stammered. Zhang Fengyan. Zhao Zhijing's disdainful gaze swept over Zhang Fengyan. Su Shixiao, Zhang Fengyan has long been expelled from the mountain. Even if expelled, he is still a member of Hunyue sect, Su Fu replied sternly, his tone growing colder. You ought to discipline your disciple properly. As the foremost disciple of the discipline hall, how can he so brazenly offend his elders? Zhao Zhijing inhaled deeply, refraining from retaliating. Provoking Su Fu was not a wise endeavor. At this moment, Su Fu's attention shifted to Yi Chen, who was bound to a copper pillar. Su Fu scrutinized Yi Chen, his gaze sharp and profound, before declaring, I will take this disciple with me. The disciples from the two peaks exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Do you have any objections? Su Fu's piercing glance silenced the assembly. Elder, he invoked the heavenly thunder curse within the sect. That is a capital offense, Yin Jiping interjected, emboldened by the presence of his master. Moreover, Yi Chen had just declared his intention to retaliate against him, and Yin Jiping feared that allowing Yi Chen to leave would spell trouble for him in the future. Upon hearing Yin Jiping's words, Zhao Zhijing, the head of the discipline hall, chimed in wryly, Su Shixiao, he has committed a capital crime. Taking him away may not be so simple. Yi Chen acted out of self-preservation when invoking the heavenly thunder curse. A voice emerged from outside the hall. It was Xiong Er, who had just entered. Oh, Su Fu raised an eyebrow. directing his gaze toward the chubby Xiong Air. Xiong Air gritted his teeth, glaring at the disciples from the two peaks. These scoundrels took turns assaulting Yi Chun on the wind and cloud platform. Su Fu shot a glance at the disciples from the two peaks, a cold smile gracing his lips. Is it honorable for so many to gang up on a single disciple at the Qi condensation stage? Under Su Fu's scrutiny, the disciples of the two peaks bowed their heads, their faces burning with shame, too afraid to speak. Continuing, Su Fu redirected his attention to Xiong Air. Yi Chun was beaten nearly to death and had to jump off the battle platform, yet these rascals forced him back to fight again. When he refused, they encircled him. Elder, they were striking with lethal intent. Please see the truth. Listening to Xiong Air's account, Su Fu raised an eyebrow, glancing at Zhao Zijing with a smile. Zhao Shidi, what is the consequence for willfully injuring a disciple and harboring murderous intent in Henyue? A severe death penalty. And what of willfully harming an elder? Su Fu inquired again. Zhao Zijing narrowed his eyes, realizing the implication was directed at his disciple, In Jiping. Yet, he took a deep breath and responded, that too is a death penalty. Since both are deserving of death, let us execute them swiftly. Eliminate these rascals. Su Fu's declaration sent the disciples from the two peaks, and In Jiping tumbling to their knees. Su Shixiao, do you understand the implications of killing them? Zhao Zijing's expression darkened. It signifies the unwavering justice of the discipline hall of Henyue sect. Su Fu shrugged. Since they all deserve death, why should only this disciple named Yi Chen be executed? If death is to be meted out, let it be so for all. Su Shixiao, must you truly escalate matters to such a degree? Escalate. Then let us seek a peaceful resolution. Su Fu chuckled, pointing at the shackled Yi Chun. This young lad shall accompany me for punishment. As for the disciples of the two peaks, and In Jiping, you may decide their fate. Very well. Zhao Zijing realized Su Fu's true intent was to protect Yi Chun. In an instant, Zhao Zijing contemplated various possibilities. Su Fu was correct. All were guilty of capital crimes, and it was unreasonable to execute only Yi Chun. However, if he were to kill them all, not only the two peaks, but also the families behind them would come seeking vengeance. Moreover, he truly did not wish to worsen relations with Su Fu. It would be unwise to offend an alchemist. A mere intern disciple was hardly worth his ire. Allowing Yi Chen to leave would not be a significant loss, and it could even earn him a favor from Su Fu, an advantageous exchange. Zhao Zijing's thoughts crystallized, and he smiled. In that case, Su Shixiao, you may take him with you. Master. In Jiping's expression tightened. Silence. Zhao Zijing barked, cutting him off. From this day forth, you shall remain in the ice prison. Thus, Su Fu declared, then I shall take him. With a glance at In Jiping, he waved his hand, unleashing a stream of spiritual light that shattered Yi Chen's restraints. Kid. Xiong Air hurriedly stepped forward, supporting Yi Chun. Thank you. Yi Chun murmured softly from Xiong Air's back, astonished that Xiong Air had brought such an esteemed figure as Su Fu to his aid. Chapter 75. The Elixir Pavilion. What? Su Fu. Upon receiving this news, both Gu Hong and the Qingyang Jinren were taken aback. This revelation almost led Elder Su Fu to a falling out with Elder Zhao Zijing. Upon hearing the news, Gu Hong and Qingyang Jinren exchanged glances, their eyes radiating intense bewilderment. This was entirely unexpected. After all their meticulous planning, they had never anticipated Su Fu's involvement. The two furrowed their brows, their gazes fluctuating with uncertainty, struggling to comprehend why Su Fu would intervene to save an apprentice disciple at the Qi condensation stage, to the point of nearly causing an uproar in the discipline hall. This alone indicated that Yi Chun was far from ordinary. Could it be due to Yi Chen's innate talent? Gu Hong pondered. With Su Fu's protection, any attempts to harm Yi Chun would undoubtedly become exceedingly difficult. Qingyang Jinren's expression also darkened significantly. Both understood that in Henyue sect, provoking Su Fu was a perilous misstep. If angered, he could easily find countless ways to withhold the supply of elixirs and spiritual liquids. Without these supplies, what could one possibly achieve? In stark contrast to the two, Elder Zhong from Tianyang Peak stood frozen in shock upon hearing the news. Su Fu saved Yi Chen. What could possibly be the situation? On a comfortable bed, Yi Chen stirred in his sleep, greedily inhaling the rich medicinal fragrance wafting through the air. The next moment, he opened his eyes to behold the plump visage of Xiong Air. You've finally awakened, Xiong Air exclaimed with a sigh of relief. Where's this? Sitting up? Yi Chun rubbed his temples, gazing around at the unfamiliar surroundings. The Elixir Pavilion, Xiong Air chuckled. Only then did Yi Chen recollect the events of the day, having battled on the Fengyun platform, surrounded by disciples from 2 peaks, and subsequently dragged into the discipline hall. The scenes replayed vividly in his mind, yet he had not anticipated that it was Su Fu who had come to his rescue. "I'm sorry to save you. I had to break our agreement," Xiong murmured. Yi Chen remained silent, aware of what Xiong was referring to. They had made a pact regarding his true fire, with Xiong vowing to keep it a secret. The significance of true fire was immense. Not only did it aid in cultivation, but it also assisted alchemists in their craft. Hunyu's sect possessed only a single source of earthly fire, overseen by Su Fu of the Elixir Pavilion. It was this earthly fire that enabled Su Fu to concoct elixirs and spiritual liquids to meet the sect's needs, which was also the reason for his intervention on Yi Chen's behalf. The disparity between earthly fire and true fire was evident. True fire was of a far superior grade, and one could only imagine how much more potent the elixirs crafted from it would be compared to those made from earthly fire. The importance of true fire to an alchemist cannot be overstated. Xiong had recognized this and sought assistance from the Elixir Pavilion. His decision had proven astute. Regardless of whether Su Fu would seize Yi Chen's true fire, at least Yi Chen was alive, a far better outcome than perishing in the discipline hall. What kind of person is Su Fu? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen turned to Xiong. How should I put it? Xiong scratched his ear. He looks upright, but he's actually quite lecherous. What kind of answer is that? Are you afraid he might take your true fire? Xiong was perceptive enough to discern Yi Chen's true concerns. Yi Chen did not deny it, nodding slightly. He saved my life. Even if he were to take my true fire now, I would have no grounds for complaint. Then I suggest you prepare for the worst. Xiong shook his head in resignation. True fire was far too crucial for an alchemist, even if Su Fu appeared righteous. It was certainly possible that he would covet Yi Chen's true fire. "Little fatty, what do you take me for?" A gruff voice interjected as someone entered the room. At this, Xiong cleared his throat and fell silent. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already leaped off the bed, bowing respectfully to Su Fu. Disciple Yi Chen expresses profound gratitude for the elder's life-saving grace. Is that all? Just words without substance? Su Fu replied with a raised eyebrow. Hesitating for a moment, Yi Chen pursed his lips and said, "If the elder desires my true fire, you may take it at any time. That depends on whether I can subdue it." Su Fu chuckled, looking at Yi Chen. "Show me your true fire. It has been many years since I have encountered true fire." Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen summoned his golden true fire, which manifested as a flickering flame in his palm. Golden true fire? Su Fu gasped in astonishment, his composure wavering. He quickly retrieved an ancient scroll from his robes and began to examine it closely. Yi Chen caught a glimpse of the scroll and noticed that each page bore illustrations of various true fires: purple, yellow, blue, and each flame was accompanied by annotations. None. Su Fu scrutinized the scroll and then turned his attention to the true fire in Yi Chen's palm, his eyes narrowing as he murmured, "This golden true fire is unlike anything I've ever seen. It is not even recorded in the Fire Codex." Indeed, Su Fu continued, "There are countless flames born of heaven and earth, and the Fire Codex does not encompass them all. However, this golden flame appears truly extraordinary." Su Fu inspected Yi Chen's true fire from various angles, muttering to himself for quite some time. Eventually, he extended his hand to grasp the true fire, hoping to gain a deeper understanding. But an unexpected occurrence took place. The true fire seemed to possess sentience. As soon as Su Fu held it, it flared violently, burning fiercely. "Ah!" Su Fu cried out in pain, hastily releasing his grip, his palm scorched black. The true fire, resembling a streak of golden light, darted back into Yi Chen's body, leaving Xiong utterly astounded. "Your true fire possesses intelligence," Su Fu exclaimed, ignoring the pain in his hand, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Elder, aren't all flames born of heaven and earth endowed with intelligence?" Xiong asked, puzzled. "Who claims that all flames born of heaven and earth possess intelligence?" Su Fu shot a glance at Xiong then stroked his beard, explaining, "While all flames do possess a degree of spirituality, having intelligence and having spirituality are not synonymous. If we were to categorize them by rank, those with intelligence are of a higher order than those with mere spirituality. Though the difference is but a single character, the gap is vast." "I see." Xiong scratched his head in confusion. "Elder, how is the rank of true fire determined?" Yi Chen inquired, looking at Su Fu. He had learned about the ranking of true fire previously from the purple-clad elder in the underworld black market, but the elder had not provided clear details. That's difficult to say. Su Fu stroked his beard thoughtfully. Some are classified by the level of their spirituality, others by the strength of the flames, and still others by the era in which they emerged. As for a definitive ranking, with my years of cultivation experience, I have yet to ascertain it. Sighing, Su Fu added, I had intended to borrow your true fire to integrate it into my own body, promising to return it after my passing. But it seems that plan is no longer feasible. Why? Both Yi Chun and Xiong Er asked in unison. Because your true fire inherently possesses intelligence and has recognized you as its master. Forcing it into my body would result in a severe backlash. Such matters depend on fate. Since it has chosen you, it cannot be coerced. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Su Fu's words were clear. He did not intend to take the true fire, which implied that Yi Chun could retain it. However, I cannot save you for free, Su Fu coughed lightly. Please, instruct me, elder. Assist me in alchemy. Alchemy. Yi Chun was taken aback, then chuckled awkwardly. Elder, I can manage refining spiritual liquids, but alchemy is beyond my expertise. Isn't there still me? That night, Yi Chun exited the elixir pavilion, agreeing to return in 3 days to assist Su Fu with alchemy. Throughout the journey, Yi Chun remained enveloped in silence. His survival from this dire predicament was a stroke of fortune. Reflecting upon the sinister plots orchestrated against him by the Yangfeng sect and the discipline hall, he felt a shiver of dread. Had it not been for Su Fu's timely intervention, he would undoubtedly have met a grisly fate. While one can evade visible threats, concealed dangers are far more insidious. He was acutely aware that even with Su Fu's protection, the specter of annihilation loomed ever closer. The fade of righteousness among the esteemed sects belied the treachery within, a reality he perceived with clarity. It is my weakness, he murmured, his fist clenched tightly, a growl escaping through gritted teeth. I must grow stronger to safeguard those I cherish. Upon returning to the small spiritual garden, he knelt before Zhang Fengyan's door for an extended period. This venerable elder, who had unhesitatingly cast aside his dignity and risked his very life to save him, filled Yi Chun with profound remorse, prompting him to collapse to the ground in despair. Senior, it is I who have brought shame upon you, Yi Chun vowed. Those who have tormented you shall face a retribution 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Chapter 76. Xiong Er's wife. The night sky was profound, and the scattered stars glimmered like dust. It was late when Yi Chun finally returned to his chamber. The flickering candlelight illuminated the room as he sat cross-legged on the bed, introspecting within himself. Earlier in the discipline hall, he had nearly ventured into the path of darkness. Had he done so, even Su Fu might not have been able to rescue him. This trump card, he vowed, must not be employed unless absolutely necessary. Yi Chun murmured to himself, contemplating the cruel nature of this world, where the so-called righteous path could not tolerate the demonic. Before he knew it, he fell into a deep slumber. In this state of sleep, he experienced a wondrous sensation, his consciousness wavering between the realms of the illusory and the real. He vaguely perceived a pitch-black world, where a colossal cauldron loomed between heaven and earth, its immense size suffocating him, while haunting demonic sounds echoed from within. Suddenly, he jolted awake, gasping for breath, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It was a dream. As he recognized the familiar surroundings, he rubbed his temples. Yet the image of that mountain-like cauldron lingered in his mind, too vivid to shake off. After dinner, Xiong Er arrived with a plump young lady. Undoubtedly the wife he had mentioned. Yi Chun couldn't help but scrutinize the girl. Though not strikingly beautiful, her chubby visage was endearing, especially her pair of bright, captivating eyes that sparkled as she blinked. This is my wife, Tang Rushuan, Xiong Er introduced, pulling the girl into his embrace with a comically smug expression. However, the sight of the two together struck Yi Chun as somewhat incongruous. It felt as though Xiong Er, with his robust frame, and the cherubic Tang Rushuan were merely play-acting. How did you end up with this fellow? Yi Chun felt an uncontrollable urge to inquire. Oh, stop it. Tang Rushuan seemed accustomed to Xiong Er's antics. Yet her shyness prompted her to push him away. Once free from Xiong Er's grasp, she turned to Yi Chun, revealing a pair of dimples and small canines as she smiled. I am Tang Rushuan, a disciple of Elder Du from the outer sect's spirit fruit orchard. Yi Chun returned her smile. Just call me Yi Chun. I truly appreciate your assistance. Is there anything I should prepare? Nothing much, but the cleansing will be quite painful. Yi Chun candidly explained. He recalled how he almost fainted from the excruciating pain during his first body refinement, an agony that was far from trivial. Don't worry, I can endure it, Tang Rushuan replied with determination. Chen nodded, and with a flicker of intent, summoned true fire, enveloping Tang Rushuan entirely, then dividing the flames to flow into her meridians. He was cautious not to injure her pathways. Despite his carefulness, a pained expression crossed Tang Rushuan's face, beads of cold sweat quickly forming on her forehead. I say, are you even capable? Xiong shot a glance at Yi Chun, concern etched on his face. Rest assured, I know my limits, Yi Chun retorted, slightly irked. As time passed, Tang Rushuan gradually acclimated to the pain, prompting Yi Chun to intensify the fire's purification. Are you two betrothed by any chance? To distract Tang Rushuan from her discomfort, Yi Chun sought a new topic. Glancing at Xiong, Tang Rushuan chuckled. Actually, he wasn't always like this. Due to a flaw in his cultivation technique, he transformed into his current form. Is that so? Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, eyeing Xiong with curiosity. This matter infuriates me. Xiong plopped down on the ground, lamenting how he had been deceived by that old fellow. I used to be quite dashing before that ridiculous technique ruined me. No worries, I don't mind you, Tang Rushuan teased, showing her little fangs as she patted Xiong's round head. You'll return to your former self one day. As the trio shared laughter, Tang Rushuan's focus was successfully diverted. Throughout the process, Yi Chun repeatedly intensified the true fire's purifying effect, refining her essence, and even her meridians and bones. After 3 hours, he finally exhaled a long breath, extinguishing the true fire. The moment the flames departed, Tang Rushuan swayed slightly. How do you feel? Xiong inquired anxiously. My body feels warm. Tang Rushuan stretched her somewhat stiff limbs, noting how much lighter she felt, with her meridians seeming more open than before. Overall, she felt remarkably well. Really? Xiong's eyes brightened as he rubbed his hands together, glancing at Yi Chun. Can you refine me too? Sure. Yi Chun replied without hesitation. With a surge, the true fire erupted once more, enveloping Xiong completely. Ah! The small spirit garden echoed with Xiong's howls of anguish. Unlike his gentle approach with Tang Rushuan, Yi Chun showed no mercy towards Xiong, fully unleashing the intensity. For the next 2 days, Xiong arrived each morning with Tang Rushuan. The 3 days of marrow cleansing brought unexpected joy for Tang Rushuan, as her cultivation advanced from the 4th layer of human origin to the 5th layer. 3 days passed quietly. On the morning of the 4th day, after a hasty breakfast, Yi Chun ascended the mountain, preparing to assist Su Fu in alchemy. As usual, upon reaching Ling Mountain, he attracted the gazes of several disciples meditating on stones, who exchanged whispers and occasionally gestured towards him. Elder Su nearly had a falling out with Elder Zhao over him. Truly, he must have a bright future ahead. With Elder Su's protection, days ahead promised to be filled with light. Indeed, as he made his way, several disciples greeted him, a stark contrast to the indifference he had previously faced as an intern. Thanks to Su Fu's timely intervention, Yi Chun's situation had improved significantly. However, he encountered disciples from the Sun Yang Peak and Earth Yang Peak, who, whether out of jealousy or resentment, glared at him as if he bore a deep-seated grudge against them. Yi Chun paid them no mind, continuing straight towards the Ling Dan Pavilion. Inside, he found an inner sect elder visiting, a strikingly beautiful woman, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Upon closer inspection, Yi Chun realized this was indeed Chu Xianer, whom he had encountered on the back mountain days prior. Junior sister, are you truly selecting a disciple from the outer sect? Su Fu questioned, surprise evident in his tone. I have no choice. It is my senior brother's insistence. Chu Xianer shrugged, a hint of exasperation in her voice. He wants me to choose someone with good talent, preferably at the condensation stage, for contingencies. That makes sense. You should indeed take on a disciple. There are plenty of talented outer sect disciples for you to choose from. Su Fu encouraged. Really? Are you saying that too, senior brother? Chu Xianer rubbed her temples in disbelief. Su Fu chuckled and quickly shifted the topic. What are your thoughts on the Tianji Dan being auctioned at the underworld black market? At the mention of the Tianji Dan, Chu Xianer furrowed her brows, pondering for a moment before replying. There are many rumors circulating, but it primarily involves a hall and 3 sections. In my view, the chances of the bloodthirsty hall acquiring it are the highest. I heard that only half a pill was brought back. This matter requires further verification. On that day, Master Zhang Min and his companions also participated in the contest for the Tianji Dan, only to be ultimately deceived. As for whether the Tianji Dan was brought back intact, perhaps only those who subsequently acquired it will know the truth. Elder Su, I have arrived. As they were conversing, Yi Chun had already entered the Spirit Pill Pavilion. Chapter 77. Why are you running? As Yi Chun stepped inside, he immediately spotted Chu Xian'er seated next to Su Fu. What a surprise! Yi Chun was taken aback, instinctively turning to flee. However, after only a couple of steps, he felt an overwhelming and irresistible force pulling him back. The source of this force was none other than Chu Xian'er. Grinning, she looked at him and asked, "Little one, do I appear frightening?" "And no, not frightening," Yi Chun replied awkwardly with a smile. "Then why do you run upon seeing me?" "This happened last time too," Chu Xian'er inquired, her luminous eyes sparkling with curiosity about Yi Chun's reaction. "Have you met him, junior sister?" Su Fu asked, somewhat surprised. "I saw him once on the back mountain, and he ran away upon seeing me." Su Fu raised an eyebrow and turned to Yi Chun. "You haven't done anything shameful, have you?" "Absolutely not." Yi Chun vigorously shook his head. "Then why did you run?" "You are Yi Chun?" Before Yi Chun could respond, Chu Xian'er spoke up, evidently unaware that he was standing right before her. "Does junior sister know him?" Su Fu was taken aback again. It would be hard not to know. On Fengyan Terrace, he single-handedly defeated several disciples from both the Yang and Yin peaks. This news has already reached the inner sect. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun coughed lightly and touched his nose, realizing that he had become somewhat of a celebrity within Hunyue's sect since his arrival, given his remarkable feats. "Little one, would you be interested in becoming my disciple?" Chu Xian'er asked with a gentle smile, gazing at Yi Chun. Yi Chun was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a proposition from Chu Xian'er. Whether to accept or decline was a question that weighed heavily on his mind. Although he was certain that this woman was not the same as the one he encountered in the Beast Forest, he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that accepting her as a mentor might lead to unexpected troubles. "Isn't it obvious?" Seeing Yi Chun's silence, Su Fu grew impatient and nudged him with his foot. "Have you made up your mind?" Chu Xian'er looked at Yi Chun with keen interest. "Elder, do I need to go to the inner sect right now?" Yi Chun tentatively inquired. "Of course, there will be a trial. Only if you pass can you qualify for the inner sect." "I understand." "Then it's settled." Chu Xian'er rose gracefully and began to walk outside. Just as she stepped out of the Lingdan pavilion, she turned back with a charming smile. "If you manage to enter the inner sect, I may consider passing down a secret technique to you." Her enchanting smile momentarily captivated Yi Chun. Since that night, Chu Linger had lingered in his thoughts, and the memory of her beauty, pure and unblemished like that of a celestial maiden, remained etched in his heart. Now, before him stood a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to her, evoking a dreamlike sensation. Perhaps too entranced, he failed to notice that everyone had left. Su Fu gave him another nudge, bringing him back to reality. "Time to get to work," Su Fu said, pulling Yi Chun towards the inner hall. Upon entering the inner hall, Yi Chun beheld an enormous alchemical furnace, towering over 3 zhang in height, intricately adorned with carvings of the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise, along with numerous complex patterns. He had seen furnaces before, but had never encountered one of such magnitude, which emanated a palpable sense of weighty pressure. Additionally, he could feel waves of heat surging from the ground, undoubtedly emanating from the earth fire below. Buzz. At that moment, the true fire within him seemed to sense the earth fire, trembling slightly in response. This tremor was enough to cause the swirling earth fire to retreat in fear. "Control your true fire. Don't let it consume the earth fire." Su Fu glared at him disapprovingly. "Can true fire really consume earth fire?" Yi Chun asked, astonished. "Both are flames of the same nature. Naturally, one can devour the other." This was the first time Yi Chun had heard such a thing. He quietly warned the true fire in his Dan Hai to exercise caution. Otherwise, he could only imagine the consequences if Su Fu were to discover it had devoured the earth fire. "Place your hand on the alchemical furnace. I will assess your soul power level," Su Fu instructed. Soul power level? Yi Chun was bewildered. Even as someone who previously dealt with intelligence, he had never encountered the concept of soul power being categorized into levels. Though curious, he gently placed his hand on the furnace. It appeared that this alchemical furnace was not solely for refining pills. It also possessed the ability to gauge the level of one's soul power. Buzz. As soon as he made contact, the furnace emitted a resonant hum. A beam of spiritual light shot up from the top of the furnace, coalescing in midair to form a profound character for spirit. It turned out to be at the spirit level. Seeing this character, Su Fu stroked his beard. his tone laced with surprise. Yi Chun withdrew his hand and curiously asked Su Fu, "Elder, what are the classifications of soul power?" Soul power is divided into 5 levels: human level, spirit level, mysterious level, earth level, and heaven level. Understanding that Yi Chun was unfamiliar with this, Su Fu patiently elaborated. The 5 levels of soul power correspond to the 5 major realms of cultivators. Human level corresponds to the Qi condensation realm, spirit level to the human yuan realm, mysterious level to the true yang realm, earth level to the spirit void realm, and heaven level to the void realm. Generally speaking, the level of soul power aligns with one's cultivation level, yet remarkably, your soul power exceeds your cultivation by 1 level. At this point, Su Fu glanced at Yi Chun and inquired, "Have you consumed any soul-nourishing elixirs?" Yi Chun shook his head gently. "That's quite puzzling," Su Fu mused, stroking his beard, his expression one of bewilderment. "Elder, is there a distinction?" "Of course, there is a distinction. The soul is enigmatic and filled with countless possibilities. Those with elevated soul power possess comprehension abilities far beyond ordinary individuals, and when condensing their yuan spirit, they are endowed with unparalleled advantages." "What exactly is the yuan spirit?" Yi Chun gazed at Su Fu with bright eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Fu took a deep breath, his eyes reflecting a mixture of reverence and longing. The yuan spirit is a level above the soul, akin to how spiritual energy surpasses true energy. Typically, only those who reach the heaven silence realm are qualified to condense their yuan spirit. Once one possesses a yuan spirit, they can separate it from their physical body. If the yuan spirit endures, the body remains unscathed. This is the essence of it. Yi Chun stroked his chin thoughtfully. "So, does that mean cultivators below the heaven silence realm cannot condense a yuan spirit?" "Nothing is absolute," Su Fu replied. "In this vast world, there are countless mysteries. While it is exceedingly rare, some individuals in the spirit void realm have managed to condense a yuan spirit." Su Fu paused for a moment before continuing, "Of course, there are also outliers. I once read in an ancient text about a mysterious and ancient race known to possess yuan spirits innately." "What race is that?" "They sound extraordinary." "The spirit race." "The spirit race." Yi Chun was astonished, realizing he had encountered yet another remarkable ancient lineage. His horizons had certainly broadened today, as Su Fu's wealth of experience surpassed his expectations. "Given that your soul power exceeds your cultivation level, you might very well condense your yuan spirit before reaching the heaven silence realm," Su Fu remarked, stroking his beard with a knowing look. "That would be fantastic." Yi Chun chuckled heartily. Chapter 78. Alchemy within the alchemical pavilion. Su Fu had commenced the meticulous preparation of the materials required for alchemy. He had procured over 30 varieties of spiritual herbs, many of which were unfamiliar to him. Yi Chun could not help but sigh. Merely observing these 30-plus types of herbs allowed him to imagine the intricate and laborious process of refining elixirs. In comparison, the creation of jade spirit liquid seemed trivial. The essence of alchemy lies primarily in the power of the soul, followed closely by the mastery of fire. While organizing the herbs, Su Fu imparted knowledge about the art of alchemy to Yi Chun. "You possess exceptional qualifications for alchemy, as your soul power exceeds your cultivation level. Furthermore, your innate true fire is imbued with intelligence, allowing for precise control, an invaluable asset in the crafting of elixirs." At this juncture, Su Fu shot Yi Chun a significant glance, adding, "Thus, you are well suited to become an alchemist." "An alchemist? Me?" Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. "Your capabilities are extraordinary. Not pursuing the path of an alchemist would be a disservice to the divine favor bestowed upon you." Su Fu continued, retrieving several more spiritual herbs. "With your talent, you may indeed surpass that old coot, Dan Chun." "Dan Chun?" Yi Chun exclaimed in astonishment. As someone dedicated to intelligence work, he was well aware of Dan Chen's esteemed reputation as the most renowned alchemist in Dechu, one who stood apart from any faction yet commanded respect from all. He could hardly fathom Su Fu suggesting that he might one day eclipse Dan Chun. "What do you think, young one? Are you interested in becoming an alchemist?" Su Fu regarded Yi Chun with keen curiosity. "Of course, I would be honored," Yi Chun replied without hesitation. The profession of an alchemist held immense prestige, and in the vast realm of Dechu, such practitioners were exceedingly rare, revered by all. To become one would undoubtedly illuminate his future. Having received the desired affirmation, Su Fu approached the alchemical furnace. "I shall teach you to refine your first elixir. Observe closely. I will demonstrate only once." With that, Su Fu ignited the earth fire beneath the furnace. Boom! Instantly, violet flames erupted within the alchemical furnace, illuminating the intricate designs of the 4 divine beasts adorning its surface. Su Fu deftly cast several herbs into the furnace, skillfully controlling the earth fire to extract their essence, adding more herbs as needed. Chen stood to the side, absorbing every movement Su Fu made, each action indelibly etched in his memory. The process was lengthy. Before long, the air in the pavilion was thick with the rich aroma of medicinal herbs. Elixir complete, Su Fu announced, striking the furnace. A violet elixir soared out, landing gracefully in his hand. Chen rushed forward, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at the elixir. Behold! Su Fu extended the elixir towards Chen. He reached out to receive it. The elixir was still warm from its creation, glistening and surrounded by a purple mist, emanating a rich fragrance that invigorated his senses. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint pattern etched upon its surface. This is a Hui Xian Dan. It quickly replenishes one's true energy and spiritual power when depleted. Su Fu explained, settling into a comfortable position. This is merely the most basic level of elixir. The pattern you see signifies its rank. Elixirs have ranks? Chen inquired, looking at Su Fu in surprise. Indeed, Su Fu replied. The elixir you hold has 1 pattern, designating it as a 1-pattern elixir. 2 patterns denote a 2-pattern elixir, and so forth. The greater the number of patterns, the higher the elixir's rank. Elder, what is the highest rank of elixir you have refined? Chen asked curiously. The highest elixir I have personally crafted is a 4-pattern elixir, Su Fu stated candidly, stroking his beard. I once collaborated with that old coot Dan Chen to produce a 5-pattern elixir. What about the Tianji Dan? Chen blurted out, perhaps too eager to know. Su Fu frowned, regarding Chen with a knowing expression. You are aware of the Tianji Dan? Chen cleared his throat, brushing his nose. Recently, I accompanied Xiong Air to the underworld black market, and I heard it mentioned. Su Fu subtly retracted his gaze, but chose to answer. The Tianji Dan is the highest-ranked elixir I know of, classified as a 6-pattern elixir. Is the Tianji Dan difficult to refine? Chen asked, puzzled. If Elder Dan Chen is so formidable, why could he not produce it? Su Fu shot Chen an exasperated glance. Every elixir has a corresponding formula. Without the formula for the Tianji Dan, even that old fool Dan Chen would be at a loss. And even if he had the formula, I doubt he could find enough herbs to craft it. Do you know which faction acquired the Kongming herbs? Chen inquired, but Su Fu swiftly interrupted. Why concern yourself with such trivialities? Su Fu scolded, kicking Chen back towards the alchemical furnace. Focus on what matters. With that, Su Fu tossed a scroll at Chen, admonishing him. This is the formula for the Hui Xian Dan. Study it thoroughly. Once you comprehend it, you shall refine the elixir without slacking off. Chen touched his nose, gently unfurling the formula for the Hui Xian Dan. To his astonishment, he realized that the process of refining elixirs was far more intricate than that of creating jade spirit liquid. The precision required for controlling the flames was exceptionally high. Even a minor misstep could lead to failure. And this was merely a 1-pattern elixir. Chen gasped in disbelief. However, he was undeterred by the challenges ahead. He diligently studied the formula while recalling Su Fu's earlier demonstration, gradually grasping the fundamental concepts. Not far away, Su Fu reclined leisurely in his chair, feigning slumber, occasionally peeking at Chen. It was not until nightfall that Chen finally set the formula aside. Like Su Fu, he succumbed to a semblance of slumber, replaying the scenes of Su Fu crafting the Hui Xian Dan in his mind. At some unknown hour, he slowly opened his eyes, inhaling deeply before channeling his true fire into the alchemical furnace. One by one, he added the spiritual herbs. Drawing upon his prior experience with the jade spirit liquid, he managed to control the flames with relative finesse. Soon, he successfully extracted the essence from the herbs, adding even more. Yet, he had underestimated the complexity of alchemy. During his first attempt, he fumbled, losing control of the flames. His initial attempt at refining an elixir ended in failure. Chen paused, reflecting on his mistakes before reigniting the true fire for a second attempt. However, a series of setbacks ensued. The floor became littered with charred remnants of herbs, the result of Su Fu's generous provision of over 100 sets of Hui Xian Dan herbs, aimed at allowing Chen to learn from his failures and uncover the true essence of alchemy. As dawn approached, Chen remained unable to produce the Hui Xian Dan, his complexion paling as the toll on his soul power became evident. A night spent in alchemical endeavors had left him exhausted, his mind buzzing incessantly. Ultimately, he found himself half kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily. In my eagerness to succeed, I have only complicated matters, Su Fu's voice echoed, breaking the silence. I have underestimated the art of alchemy, Chen admitted. Chen shook his head helplessly. Alchemy, akin to the path of cultivation, necessitates a tranquil and clear mind. Su Fu cast a stern glance at Chen, admonishing him harshly. Your heart is far from serene. It is plagued by distractions, which is a grave taboo for an alchemist. I understand, Chen replied, attentively absorbing Su Fu's teachings. He truly struggled to attain inner peace, as the multitude of past events had instilled in him an overwhelming desire to become formidable. He had grown accustomed to the fervor of battle, yet found it challenging to adapt to the calm required for alchemy. Consume this and continue your practice. Su Fu sent a pill through the air towards him. If you cannot even concoct a returning essence pill, I shall truly question your capabilities as an alchemist. Chen reached out to catch the pill before placing it in his mouth. Chapter 79. The completion of the returning Xian pill. As the pill entered his mouth, it immediately dissolved. Soon, the medicinal power surged into his body, akin to a refreshing spring that washed away his fatigue. Moreover, the effects of the pill even soothed the piercing pain in his mind. The weakness of his soul, a consequence of alchemy, gradually began to recover under the nourishing influence of the pill. After 2 hours, he exhaled a breath of turbid air and turned over. His mind focused as he summoned true fire to ignite the alchemical furnace. Remain calm, Chen reminded himself. In no time, the first batch of spiritual herbs was added. Due to previous failures, he approached this process with extraordinary caution, executing each step with meticulous care. This time, as he progressed halfway through the refinement of the returning Xian pill, he again fell short. Undeterred, he pressed on. Chen gathered his strength, performing each step with utmost slowness, allowing him to gradually forget the passage of time. Despite another failure, his technique had evidently improved from the previous bitterness. Not far away, Su Fu opened his eyes once more, glancing at the ashes of the herbs beneath the furnace. In my time, I consumed 93 portions of herbs to refine the returning Xian pill. What about you, Chen? He murmured, before once again slipping into a feigned slumber. Buzz. The alchemical furnace trembled again. It was Chen's 20th failure. I refused to believe this. He gritted his teeth, without taking a moment's rest, and summoned the true fire once more. This scene unfolded on a spiritual mountain enveloped in aura, known as the Jade Maiden Peak among the Hangyue sect. At the summit, Chu Xin'er sat in meditation, quietly cultivating her energy. Behind her, a graceful figure approached, exuding a captivating fragrance. Linger, why have you come out again? Sensing Chu Linger's presence, Chu Xin'er rose, playfully flicking her finger against Linger's forehead. You're being lazy again. Not at all, Chu Linger replied with a chuckle, glancing around as if searching for something. What are you looking for? Sister, I heard you accepted a disciple in the outer sect. Where is he? Bring him out for me to see. I'm curious about what kind of talent could catch your eye. He is still in the outer sect. Chu Xin'er replied with a gentle smile. Indeed, he is quite an interesting little fellow. My test for him is to enter the inner sect. If he cannot even pass this, then there is no point in discussing further. As she spoke, she nudged Chu Linger, urging her, quickly return to your meditation. Don't sneak out again. Got it, got it. Chu Linger grumbled internally but obediently departed. Late at night, a hoarse voice echoed within the spirit pill pavilion. Have you refined it so quickly? The slumbering Su Fu was awakened and jumped to Chen's side. Upon closer inspection, Chen had already grasped a pill that had flown out of the furnace. Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, as soon as he caught the spirit pill, he staggered, nearly collapsing, his complexion pale as paper, eye sockets sunken, and his face adorned with stubble, exuding an aura of dejection. Su Fu acted swiftly, injecting a stream of spiritual light into Chen's body, stabilizing him. You've done it, you've done it. Ignoring his fatigue, Chen gazed joyfully at the returning Xian pill in his hand. This pill was not as smooth and polished as Su Fu's creations. It was somewhat pockmarked, and the surrounding purple aura fluctuated inconsistently, with the lines on it appearing vague. Nonetheless, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment, for it was his first attempt at alchemy, and such imperfections were understandable. Su Fu took the returning Xian pill, casting a glance at the remaining herbs. You only used 40 portions to refine this pill. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Even that old man Danshan required nearly 70 portions for his first attempt. Though Yi Chen's success exceeded his expectations, he maintained a solemn expression and remarked, "You barely passed, but the quality of this returning Xian pill is quite poor. It requires further refinement." "Understood," Yi Chen replied with a grin. "Since this is your first spirit pill, take it." Su Fu handed the returning Xian pill back to Yi Chen. "All right." Yi Chen nodded earnestly, clutching the first spirit pill he had crafted, and then opened his mouth to swallow it. Quickly, the pill's medicinal power spread within him, rapidly replenishing his consumed true energy. The richness of this essence was significantly superior to that of the jade spirit liquid, highlighting the vast difference between the two. "Go rest now. We will continue tomorrow," Su Fu said before vanishing, leaving behind a lingering voice. "Make sure to clean the alchemical furnace, especially the residue." "Understood." Yi Chen felt elated, directly lifting the lid of the furnace and leaping inside. The night sky was profound, stars scattered like dust. The spirit pill pavilion was enveloped in tranquility until faint footsteps broke the silence. A woman emerged from the side hall of the pavilion, her garments fluttering gracefully. Her hair flowed as if moved by an unseen breeze, framing a breathtakingly beautiful face that bore an air of aloofness, akin to an ice lotus. This disciple was the foremost student of the spirit pill pavilion, Chiyu. "I still have not broken through to the true Yang realm," she murmured, a flicker of discontent flashing across her beautiful eyes. As she passed the alchemical furnace, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, sensing the faint rustling sound within. "Who is there? Come out," Chiyu commanded coldly. Soon, a grimy hand emerged from within, followed by Yi Chen's head, entirely covered in soot. Seeing this, Chiyu narrowed her beautiful eyes. "Who are you? Why are you in the spirit pill pavilion? What are you doing inside the alchemical furnace?" Upon hearing her, Yi Chen jumped out and chuckled. "I'm here at Elder Su's request to help out." Observing the soot-covered Yi Chen and sensing his cultivation at the 8th level of qi condensation, Chiyu's brows furrowed once more. "If you're here to help, be mindful not to touch anything in the spirit pill pavilion." Faced with Chiyu's frosty expression and her subtly disdainful tone, Yi Chen could only respond with a nonchalant "ah." After casting a final glance at him, Chiyu strode away. "What else with that expression? I don't owe you anything," Yi Chen scoffed, climbing back into the alchemical furnace. Buzz. Soon, the true fire within his dantian stirred, seemingly sensing the earth fire beneath the furnace, becoming restless. Had Yi Chen not restrained it, it might have rushed down to devour the earth fire. "Behave yourself. Look at how frightened it is," Yi Chen muttered. Indeed, ever since he first jumped into this alchemical furnace, the earth fire had remained obedient, not daring to show itself. Though it lacked intelligence, it possessed a certain spirit, and it was certainly afraid of the true fire that surpassed its own. As he brushed away the ashes within the furnace, Yi Chen noticed numerous inscriptions etched into its surface. Perhaps due to the darkness within, he instinctively summoned true fire, which illuminated the furnace with a golden glow. Only then did he see that each inscription was no larger than a fingernail, densely covering the entire furnace, many of which were so ancient that he could not recognize them. Roar, roar. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a low dragon's roar, faint and elusive, leading him to question his own senses. Furrowing his brow slightly, he reached out to gently touch the densely packed inscriptions. This peculiar mold was of no concern. The densely packed characters unexpectedly came to life, swirling upon the inner walls of the alchemical furnace, each radiating a brilliant glow that dazzled him, compelling him to shield his eyes. Soon, those myriad characters began to leap forth from the walls, encircling Yi Chen in a rapid dance. Ultimately, they surged into the very center of his brow. With a low growl, Yi Chen clutched his head and fell unconscious on the spot. Chapter 80. The Ascendant Dragon Knight had once again fallen into silence. During the period of Chiyu's return, she merely cast a glance at the alchemical furnace before stepping into the side hall. Inside the furnace, Yi Chen lay in a tranquil state. Yet his consciousness was ensnared in a wondrous realm. What is this place? He gazed in astonishment at the world before him. It was a surreal and untamed domain, with towering peaks and rugged mountains, the vast expanse of the earth stretching endlessly. Although it was illusory, he could faintly sense a primal energy enveloping him. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the ethereal world seemed to tremble. In the distance, he beheld a formidable figure slowly approaching, the source of the booming sound emanating from his footsteps. He resembled an ancient barbarian, bare-armed, clad in tiger skin below, his physique robust and powerful, eyes ablaze, with long, disheveled hair dancing in the wind. His muscles coiled like dragons, brimming with explosive strength. Could this be a being from an ancient barbaric tribe? Chen murmured, although the scene was illusory. He nonetheless felt an overwhelming pressure. With every step the majestic figure took, it sent tremors through his soul. Boom. As Chen's astonished expression lingered, the wild man halted finally, his silhouette resembling a mountain, steadfast and unmoving, like an indomitable monument that no external force could shake. He stood there, akin to a statue. As the cycles of day and night passed, seasons changed, and he remained unyielding, bearing the marks of time upon his form. At last, he stirred, his eyes suddenly flaring open, 2 bolts of electric light shooting forth. In that instant, dragon patterns manifested upon his body, with arcs of electricity coursing along his arms. The ascendant dragon. With a thunderous roar, he stepped forth and swung his arm, unleashing a palm strike into the void. Roar. Suddenly, the sound of a dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, as the wild man's palm conjured a colossal image of a thunder dragon, which roared and soared into the sky. Boom, boom. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted, dark clouds gathering ominously, as the enormous dragon shadow shattered the firmament, causing the universe itself to tremble. What a formidable and tyrannical secret technique. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen stood with his mouth agape, unable to close it for an extended period. At that moment, the illusory world began to dissipate, a torrent of immense knowledge flooding into his mind. It was a secret technique known as the Ascendant Dragon, and the image of the wild man wielding this technique replayed endlessly within his consciousness. Unbeknownst to him, within the alchemical furnace, Chen abruptly sat up. After a brief moment of dazedness, clarity returned to him. The Ascendant Dragon, he murmured, realizing he had been drawn into a marvelous realm, one that contained the memories of the wild man's life, detailing the technique known as the Ascendant Dragon. Contemplating this, he hastily rose to inspect the inner walls of the furnace, only to find the myriad inscriptions had vanished. It seemed this secret technique had long been inscribed within the furnace. Chen muttered to himself, if that is the case, did Sufu not know? Or perhaps at this thought, Chen's gaze flickered as he looked towards the true fire of his Danci. Could it be that the Ascendant Dragon technique only manifests in the presence of true fire, and that the earthly fire is insufficient to reveal it? If Sufu was unaware, it would make sense. With this speculation in mind, he leaped out of the alchemical furnace. Sprinting out of the Spirit Pill Pavilion, he made his way to the back mountain of Hunyua's sect. This is the place. Finding a secluded spot, Chen hurriedly sat down, focusing intently on comprehending the Ascendant Dragon technique. The teachings of the Ascendant Dragon flowed through his mind once more. In his contemplation, he couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. The Ascendant Dragon, just hearing its name connotes a technique of overwhelming offensive prowess. The teachings described it as such. This domineering technique demands an exceptional physical condition from its practitioner, for if one's body fails to meet the standard, they are bound to suffer injury. The wild man in the vision must be from an ancient barbaric tribe, whose physical strength is immense, naturally making their techniques tyrannical. I wonder if my physique can withstand the requirements to wield the Ascendant Dragon. With this thought, Chen suddenly rose, taking a deep breath as he activated the Ascendant Dragon technique. Crackle, crackle. Instantly, bolts of lightning seemed to tear through his body, inflicting pain. He felt the blood within him surge rapidly, akin to flames igniting, a torrent of domineering power coursing through his meridians, causing even his resilient veins to ache, making him involuntarily roar in agony. The Ascendant Dragon, with a mighty shout, he stepped forward and struck out with his palm. Roar. In an instant, the sound of a raging dragon erupted, as a phantom of a thunder dragon roared forth, sweeping away the surrounding ancient trees and debris. Boom, boom. The ground trembled as the solid rock wall several yards away collapsed under the force of his palm strike. At this moment, having just executed the Ascendant Dragon, Chen nearly toppled to the ground, overwhelmed by the massive consumption of energy. What an immense drain! His eyes wide with shock, Chen hurriedly gulped down several mouthfuls of spirit liquid. One execution of the Ascendant Dragon had nearly drained all the true energy from his Danci. Indeed, such a tyrannical attack requires a robust foundation for support. While the Ascendant Dragon technique is formidable, in his current state, executing it once was already his limit. and he could not possibly unleash a second strike. As the spirit liquid flowed into his body, the true energy consumed by the ascendant dragon gradually began to replenish. Yet the pain throughout his body remained. I have indeed injured myself. Chen sighed, realizing that with his current physical strength, he could barely wield the ascendant dragon technique. As dawn approached, Chen took another sip of spirit liquid before swiftly leaving the back mountain. Returning to the spirit pill pavilion, the day had already brightened. Inside the hall, Su Fu sat cross-legged, waiting. "Elder, good morning," Chen greeted with a smile. Come here. Su Fu beckoned him over, then quietly asked, "Did you see you were last night?" Chen nodded, understanding that Su Fu was referring to his disciple, Qiyu. "What do you think of my Yue?" Su Fu inquired with a grin. Chen was taken aback, but replied, "She is quite beautiful, resembling a celestial maiden. Do you like her?" Su Fu pressed. And Chen froze, realizing that the elder was attempting to play matchmaker for him and Qiyu. Master, a sharp female voice interrupted from the side hall. Moments later, Qiyu entered the main hall, her expression clouded with anger. You've exited your seclusion." Su Fu chuckled awkwardly, feigning ignorance. Qiyu shot a fierce glare at Su Fu, her beautiful eyes now directed at Chen, containing a hint of coldness. A disciple devoted solely to cultivation has no time for romantic entanglements. If you were to find someone, at least choose someone stronger than me. What is he? A mere qi condensation cultivator? Is my disciple truly unable to find a suitable match? Qiyu unleashed a torrent of scolding, leaving both Su Fu and Chen feeling reproached and unable to lift their heads in her presence. Let me explain." Su Fu attempted to speak, but Qiyu interrupted him directly, casting one last cold glance at Chen before sweeping out of the hall with a swish of her robes. After Qiyu departed, Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth, looking at Su Fu beside him. "Elder, your disciple has quite the temper, ah? It's all my fault for indulging her," Su Fu sighed. "By the way, Elder Su, who usually cleans the alchemical furnace?" Chen shifted the topic back to the furnace, hoping to ascertain if Su Fu was aware of the hidden ascendant dragon technique within. "That is indeed my treasure. Apart from you, it is usually Mooney and I who tend to the cleaning. Did you not discover anything within the alchemical furnace?" Chen inquired tentatively. "Anything? What do you mean?" Su Fu gazed at Chen in bewilderment. Upon witnessing Su Fu's expression, Chen realized he had obtained the answer he sought. Su Fu and Qiyu were entirely unaware that the alchemical furnace concealed the secrets of the dragon, which likely only revealed themselves in the presence of true fire. "I am asking you a question. What do you mean by anything?" Su Fu continued to fixate on Chen. "Nothing much, merely some remnants of spiritual herbs," Chen replied casually before exiting the inner chamber. "I shall now proceed to concoct elixirs." "Such fuss over nothing," Su Fu muttered with irritation. Chapter 81. The Enigma in the Spiritual Herb Garden, standing before the alchemical furnace. Chen took a deep breath and summoned the true fire to pour into the cauldron. Su Fu followed suit, reclining in a chair, feigning slumber while keeping a vigilant eye on Chen. Buzz. Soon, Chen's alchemical endeavor encountered a setback, as the spiritual herbs he had placed within were incinerated to ashes. With a resigned shake of his head, he pressed on. After a full day's labor, he exhausted all remaining spiritual herbs, managing to concoct only 3 returning Xian pills. "That lad's progress is astonishing." Su Fu, reclining in his chair, marveled at Chen's innate talent. In his own past, he had utilized over 90 spiritual herbs for his first attempt at crafting a returning Xian pill, more than double what Chen had needed. On his second attempt, he employed over 80 herbs, while Chen had only required a meager dozen. Such a terrifying aptitude for alchemy. Dan Shun, you shall surely be astounded one day. Su Fu mused with a faint smile. Fatigue enveloped Chen, causing him to collapse beneath the furnace, gasping for breath. 3. He chuckled with delight, clutching the 3 returning Xian pills. He did not aspire to achieve greatness overnight. Rather, he sought daily progress. "Have you sensed a change in your soul's power?" Su Fu's voice interrupted his thoughts as he approached leisurely. Chen nodded enthusiastically. "I've noticed that my soul's power has subtly strengthened with each alchemical session, and my state of mind has become significantly clearer. Looks like you're not as dim-witted as I thought." Su Fu replied. "By the way, do you possess any elixirs that nourish the soul?" Chen rubbed his hands together, grinning. "I do, but they belong to me. If you want them, you'll have to concoct them yourself." Su Fu shot Chen a sideways glance. Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Su Fu. With an exasperated sigh, Su Fu retrieved an ancient scroll from his robes and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen eagerly accepted it, flipping it open for a cursory glance. He discovered that the elixir named Soul Pill was also a one-pattern pill, yet its description suggested a higher grade than the returning Xian pill, with an exceedingly complicated preparation method. Do not divulge this formula to others, Su Fu cautioned. For alchemists like us, such formulas hold immense significance. Do not treat them lightly. Understood, Yi Chen replied casually, engrossed in the formula. Take your time, Su Fu advised before rising to depart for the inner sanctum. Before leaving, he handed Yi Chen a token. If you require any spiritual herbs, use my token to gather them from the herb garden. Is this truly a privilege? Yi Chen exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This token was indeed a pass. That night, he ventured into the spiritual herb garden, feeling emboldened by the token in hand. He would not hold back this time. As he strolled into the garden, reminiscent of his first visit, he was soon met with the sound of a woman's soft moans emanating from a small pavilion. Yi Chen coughed awkwardly, touching his nose, the sound evoking memories of his previous encounter in the beast forest, making his heart race. Regaining his composure, he cleared his throat once more. Instantly, the small pavilion erupted in a flurry of voices. Quick, put on your clothes. Before long, a male disciple named Li San emerged, his clothing hastily thrown together. Is there something you need? Li San asked, feigning calmness. Su Fu sent me to gather spiritual herbs, Yi Chen replied, displaying the token. Oh ho ho. At the sight of Su Fu's token, Li San's demeanor shifted dramatically, his face alight with obsequiousness, as if he were beholding Su Fu himself. Please, carry on with your tasks. Yi Chen, uninterested in wasting time, strode directly into the garden. Before him lay rows upon rows of spiritual herbs, each emanating vibrant energy, competing for beauty. Without delay, he retrieved the formulas for the returning Xian pill and Soul pill, beginning to harvest the necessary herbs. Unlike his previous visit, he felt a newfound confidence as he opened his storage bag, harvesting with abandon, leaving a barren path behind him. Indeed, a scene reminiscent of a bandit's plunder. Buzz. As he continued, the true fire in his alchemical sea trembled. I almost forgot about that. Yi Chen quickly stood and turned his gaze in a specific direction. The true fire had quivered upon his initial arrival, indicating the presence of treasures within the herb garden. However, due to time constraints, he had not investigated then, but now, armed with the token, he was determined to explore. Temporarily abandoning his herb gathering, he followed the source of the tremor. Upon reaching a secluded corner of the herb garden, he finally halted, for there lay a bottomless chasm before him. Frowning slightly, he peered over the edge. Upon looking down, he hastily withdrew his gaze. The chasm was unfathomably deep, and even a fleeting glance left him with an unsettling feeling, as if his spirit were being consumed. Unable to fly, he could not descend. It must be down there, he murmured, surveying his surroundings. This was the edge of Hangyue's sect's spiritual mountain. Even those in the Lingshu realm would struggle to ascend this precipice. Especially with the established restrictions in place, no one from rival sects would be foolish enough to attempt entry here. What lies below? Yi Chen mused, tossing a stone into the chasm. A full quarter of an hour passed without a sound in return. Buzz. Buzz. The true fire began to tremble violently once more. It's useless to move. I cannot descend. Yi Chen spread his hands in exasperation. If you wish to go down, you shall do so alone. To his astonishment, the true fire from his alchemical sea suddenly surged forth like a beam of golden light, diving into the abyss. You really are going down, Yi Chen exclaimed, taken aback, as the true fire vanished from his sight. With a sense of helplessness, he leaned over the chasm to peer down, only to see swirling mists. Unable to catch even a glimpse of his true fire, time dragged on, and still, the true fire did not return. Get lost. Suddenly, Yi Chen thought he heard a voice, unsure if it came from below or from the ethereal void above, or perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. Soon after, a flicker of golden light appeared below. It's back. Yi Chen's eyes widened with excitement. Whoosh. The true fire returned, darting back into Yi Chen's alchemical sea. This time, it appeared subdued, hiding within the depths of his alchemical sea, looking rather despondent. Occasionally, it would tremble, but this time, it was not the tremor of discovery, but rather one of fear. What on earth is down there? Yi Chen stared in astonishment at his true fire, having never seen it so disheartened before. However, His true fire possessed intelligence, yet could not articulate its findings. Whatever it had discovered in the chasm could not be conveyed to Chen. With a sigh of resignation, Chen took one last glance at the chasm before turning to leave. With his storage bag filled to capacity, he exited the spiritual herb garden, humming a cheerful tune. Once he departed, a phantom eye materialized at the edge of the chasm deep within the garden. Yet, it quickly dissipated, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 82. The trial. As dawn approached, Chen returned to the alchemy pavilion, his storage bag brimming with treasures. Settling beneath the alchemical furnace, he resumed his contemplation of the soul pills formula. With the onset of daylight, Su Fu, clad in a robe adorned with the character for Dan, emerged from within. Senior Elder Su, Chen called out, hastily stepping forward, rubbing his hands together with a sheepish grin. When will you demonstrate how to concoct the soul pill? You've harvested so many spiritual herbs. Why not ponder it yourself? Su Fu retorted lightly. Chen's smile faltered. It seemed those herbs were not Su Fu's to claim. If I figure it out on my own, who knows how many herbs I might waste or how many detours I might take. I'll be off to the inner door. We'll talk when I return, Su Fu said, elegantly waving his sleeve as he departed. After Su Fu left, Chen couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Nevertheless, he accepted the formula and, after centering himself, infused his true fire into the furnace. However, he did not attempt the soul pill. Instead, he focused on refining the return to origin pill, hoping to hone his alchemical skills through this process. Having previously succeeded in creating 4 return to origin pills, his technique had become increasingly adept, resulting in fewer failures. Su Fu was gone for an entire day, and as night descended, he had yet to return. During this time, Chen successfully refined 3 return to origin pills. Although their quality was not exceptional, he had made significant progress. Congeal, he called softly as the 4th return to origin pill neared completion. Yet, perhaps out of impatience, his control over the true fire faltered, causing the nearly formed pill to explode violently. A low hum resonated from the furnace, accompanied by a muffled blast. Wow! Chen staggered backward, his mind ringing painfully. The commotion drew the attention of Yu, who hastily rushed over from her secluded chamber. What are you doing? She demanded sharply, her voice laced with irritation from her prior frustration with Su Fu's matchmaking attempts. I haven't done anything. Chen protested, but Yu's cold glare silenced him. I warned you. You are here to assist, not to meddle with things. She retorted icily. Chen was taken aback. Evidently, Su Fu had not disclosed his true purpose for being there, leading Yu to mistakenly believe he was merely a helper. He chose not to argue, rising from the ground without further explanation. In a fleeting moment, Yu's gaze fell upon a jade token hanging at Chen's waist, marked with the character for Dan. As the foremost disciple of the alchemy pavilion, she immediately recognized it as Su Fu's token. Where did you get that token? She questioned, her tone icy. Senior Elder Su gave it to me, Chen replied. Liar. Yu shot back, unsheathing her spirit sword and resting it on Chen's shoulder. My master's token is never out of reach. Even I wouldn't receive it lightly. Do you think he would give it to a mere assistant? At this remark, Chen instinctively rubbed his temples, feeling the pressure. Now, tell me, did you steal it from my master? Yu's sword pointed threateningly at his throat. Where? A deep voice interrupted from outside as Su Fu returned from the inner door. Master. Yu quickly retracted her sword, bowing respectfully before casting a sidelong glance at Chen, who was lurking near the furnace, having apparently pilfered the token. What's this about lurking? I'm here quite openly. Chen protested. Don't try to weasel out. I saw everything, Yu countered. Enough, Su Fu interjected, turning his attention to Yu. The token is indeed mine to give. Master, how could you? I instructed him to take my token to the spirit herb garden. As for him, he is not merely an assistant. He is here to assist me in alchemy. He is an alchemist. Alchemist? Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, finally realizing that Chen was not just a helper, but a practitioner of the craft. Her expression was one of disbelief as she glanced at Su Fu and then scrutinized Chen. The alchemy pavilion, while not overly large, was not small either, and she had been oblivious to Chen's presence as an alchemist, having assumed him to be a mere assistant since their first meeting. Now, she began to understand why Su Fu had been so keen on matchmaking them. An alchemist held a prestigious status, highly sought after by many factions. While Chen's current cultivation level was modest, his youth promised a bright future. In a few decades, he could be one of the most formidable figures in Great Chu. Elder, your token, Chen said, handing it back to Su Fu. Then, rubbing his hands together with a grin, he asked, when will you demonstrate the alchemy of the soul pill? Su Fu raised an eyebrow, stroking his beard with a knowing smile. While I may demonstrate, it comes with a condition. You must pass my trial. A trial? Chen exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Su Fu. Defeat my disciple, Su Fu stated, glancing at Qiyu. At this, Qiyu raised an eyebrow in confusion. She was on the cusp of entering the true Yang realm, and there were few disciples in the outer door who could rival her, let alone someone in the Qi condensation realm. She sensed that Su Fu was setting Chen up for failure. Such a trial seemed impossible for him to pass. Is the elder serious? Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. Indeed. All right then. Chen stepped back several paces, feeling the adrenaline surge through him. Senior Sister Qi, please, he beckoned, stretching his body as he unsheathed the Qi Shao sword with a clang. Master. Qiyu glanced at Su Fu with a furrowed brow. Su Fu stroked his beard, a knowing smile on his lips. Though he remained silent, he subtly conveyed to Qiyu, beware, do not underestimate him. Alchemists are not typically adept in combat, and he is merely in the Qi condensation realm. Are you not overestimating him? Qiyu's gaze reflected her skepticism, even without her voicing it. She retreated a few paces, steadying herself as she faced Chen. Raising 3 fingers, she declared coldly, 3 moves. If you do not defeat me within 3 moves, I will concede. Such confidence. Senior sister, Chen remarked with a smile. Because I possess that capability, she replied, her tone still frosty. Without delay, she began to weave intricate hand seals. Suddenly, a gust of wind swirled around her, coalescing into blossoms, followed by flurries of white snow that transformed into leaves. The interplay of wind and snow, flowers and leaves, along with radiant light, created a breathtaking spectacle. Chen squinted, recognizing the extraordinary nature of Qiyu's secret technique. Wind, flower, snow, leaf. He murmured as Qiyu's graceful hand pointed toward him. In an instant, the entwining forces of wind, flowers, snow, and leaves surged toward him. Clang. Chen swung the Qi Shao sword, employing the techniques of the celestial sword formation for defense. Boom, boom. Although the wind, flowers, and snow appeared delicate, they were remarkably fierce, creating sparks upon contact with the Qi Shao sword. Indeed, this secret technique was extraordinary, and Chen danced with the Qi Shao sword, fully engaged in the combat. Chapter 83. Victory with a sharp sound. The wind and snow flurries descended upon him, each flake capable of tearing through his robe. To his surprise, you had mastered this secret technique with such finesse. Su Fu, who stood on the stone steps observing the battle, stroked his beard with a satisfied smile, clearly pleased with his disciple's progress. Shifting his gaze from Qiyu, he turned his attention to Chen. Qiyu's ethereal wind and snow had already left Chen exhausted, even causing him to appear somewhat disheveled. Youthful exuberance often leads to mutual tempering of spirits. Su Fu mused softly. This secret technique is indeed peculiar. Chen flitted between evasion and defense, yet the wind and snow continuously enveloped him. Even when he dispelled one wave, another would follow, seemingly endless. However, underestimating me, Chen, with this technique alone, would be a grave mistake. With a cold laugh, Chen executed a dazzling spin, his sword slicing through the incoming flurries, and with a determined step, he charged toward Qiyu. In response, Qiyu waved her jade arm, attempting to ensnare Chen once more with her swirling flurries. Yet, she had grievously underestimated him. Chen's movements became enigmatic, employing Su Ying's elusive footwork, leaving behind flickering afterimages that the encroaching wind and snow could not match. What a remarkable skill! Not only Qiyu, but even Su Fu displayed surprise. Sister, it's my turn to strike, Chen declared, propelling himself towards Qiyu with all his might, unleashing his long-prepared thunderclap palm. The overwhelming force of his palm caused Qiyu's brows to furrow once more as she sensed the immense power contained within, far beyond what one at the Qi gathering stage should possess. Though astonished, Qiyu still responded with a wave of her jade arm, conjuring a radiant light that shot forth to meet Chen's attack. Boom! The clash of their palms echoed, and both combatants were forced back a step, neither gaining the upper hand. What a peculiar individual! Qiyu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, now grasping the truth behind Su Fu's earlier words. As she marveled, Chen was already advancing, his sword aimed directly at her brow. Chi Yu quickly retreated, her footwork graceful and profound, yet she barely evaded him, leaving only a mere 2 inches between them. With a sudden retreat, Chi Yu created distance, pointing her jade finger at Yi Chen. In that instant, he hurled the Qi Xiao sword toward her. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Chi Yu deflected the approaching sword with a deft flick of her finger. As Yi Chen lunged, Chi Yu unleashed another pointed strike. To her surprise, Yi Chen made no attempt to defend himself, enduring the full force of her strike, which pierced his shoulder, leaving a bloody wound, yet he pressed on towards her. Clearly, Chi Yu had not anticipated such recklessness from Yi Chen. Amidst her astonishment, he brought down his palm with a fierce roar. Chi Yu maintained her composure, deftly blocking the blow, while simultaneously Yi Chen's knee struck upward. Close quarters combat, is it? Chi Yu narrowed her eyes, countering Yi Chen's knee strike with one hand. You guessed correctly. Yi Chen grinned enigmatically, his fighting style shifting to one of overwhelming ferocity and unpredictability. Roar, roar, roar. From the Dan Pavilion, a series of beastly roars echoed, resonating with each of Yi Chen's strikes. He resembled a ferocious beast descending from the mountains, sometimes a tiger, at other times a fierce ape, a mighty lion, or a howling wolf, employing claws, strikes, and knees with every joint in his body transformed into a weapon of destruction. Such a domineering close-quarters combat technique. Chi Yu found herself flustered and alarmed. What a remarkable youth. I have underestimated you. Su Fu's expression mirrored his surprise, apart from the lad from Tianyang Peak. It was the first time he had seen Chi Yu in such disarray. It seemed there was merit to the rumor that Yi Chen could incapacitate more than half of the true disciples from the Yang and Di peaks. Boom, boom. The battle intensified, and Yi Chen grew bolder, utilizing the profound mysteries of the beast heart fury and Su Ying's elusive footwork to push Chi Yu back repeatedly. Chi Yu, disheveled and beleaguered, found herself at a disadvantage despite her mastery of multiple profound techniques. Each time she attempted to cast a hand seal, Yi Chen interrupted her in advance, leaving her overwhelmed in close combat, unable to lift her head. Boom! With a resounding crash, Chi Yu withstood one of Yi Chen's punches, her retreat causing her to collide with a stone tablet, causing it to topple. Only then did she find the opportunity to send Yi Chen flying with a palm strike. Blue Sea Spirit Spring. Having repelled Yi Chen, Chi Yu swiftly formed hand seals. Suddenly, the sound of roaring waves filled the air as a torrent surged from behind her, even engulfing the massive alchemical furnace, creating a formidable spectacle. This secret technique is extraordinary. She clearly did not wish to lose to someone at the Qi gathering stage, demonstrating her mastery of renowned techniques. Facing the approaching waves, Yi Chen took a decisive step back. The momentum of the Blue Sea Spirit Spring was overwhelming. It seemed few disciples from the outer sect could withstand its onslaught. True fire, manifest. With a thought, he summoned his true fire. The radiant golden flames blazed fiercely, forming a vortex around him, shielding him from harm. The surging waves crashed over him. Huff! At that moment, Chi Yu exhaled a breath of relief. Confident in her secret technique, convinced that Yi Chen could not withstand this attack. Her beautiful eyes still reflected astonishment. It was the first time she had felt so cornered by someone at the Qi gathering stage. To force me to resort to this technique, Yi Chen, you have every reason to feel proud. However, no sooner had she finished speaking than Yi Chen broke through the onslaught of the Blue Sea Spirit Spring, unleashing a torrent of scorching heat. Clang! Immediately, the sound of a sword's ringing resonated. In disbelief, Chi Yu found the tip of the Qi Xiao sword mere inches from her throat. Sister, you have lost. Yi Chen smiled at Chi Yu. This. Chi Yu stared blankly at Yi Chen, her lips parted, unable to close them for a long while. Though it was merely 3 exchanges, she understood that each technique she had employed was extraordinary. To be defeated by someone at the Qi gathering stage was utterly unexpected. As Yi Chen sheathed the Qi Xiao sword, he staggered slightly, nearly collapsing. Chi Yu's Blue Sea Spirit Spring was indeed formidable. Without his true fire to counter it, he would have undoubtedly lost. Su Fu's disciple is indeed exceptional. With a sigh of admiration, Yi Chen realized that had there been no 3-exchange limitation, the outcome could have been uncertain. What an extraordinary youth you are. Su Fu slowly descended the steps, his face a mixture of astonishment and contemplation. Merely luck, Yi Chen chuckled, hastily pouring elixir into his mouth. Su Fu turned his attention to the silent Chi Yu, his expression turning stern. You must understand that there are always those greater than oneself. Today's defeat should serve as a lesson for you. Qiyu pursed her lips, but nodded in acknowledgement. She knew that if Yi Chen were of the same cultivation level, she would undoubtedly have lost. That alone made her inferior to him. Slowly, she moved towards the side hall, glancing back at Yi Chen as she entered, pondering how a Qi-gathering stage disciple, a mere alchemist, had surprised her so profoundly. I was too arrogant. Suddenly, Qiyu murmured to herself, a strange sentiment stirring within her heart. Yi Chen appeared oblivious to the unusual departure of Qiyu. At that moment, he was rubbing his hands together, grinning as he looked at Su Fu. Elder, you must honor your word. I shall not be lacking in your assistance. Su Fu replied with a hint of annoyance, feeling the sting of his disciple's defeat, which cast a shadow on his own dignity. Nevertheless, he remained true to his promise. Beneath the moonlit sky, he summoned the earth's fire and began to carefully place the spirit herbs that Yi Chen had prepared into the cauldron. Unlike Yi Chen, who was merely a novice alchemist, Su Fu possessed profound expertise in alchemy, crafting the soul elixir with remarkable ease. As he refined the potion, he simultaneously elucidated the intricacies of the process to Yi Chen. Release the elixir. Soon, with a gentle command from Su Fu, a crystal-clear azure pill emerged from the cauldron, soaring into his grasp. Have you comprehended it? Su Fu, with a keen sense of propriety, tucked the freshly crafted soul elixir into his sleeve. It was indeed more challenging than the return elixir, yet he believed it posed no significant difficulty. Yi Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then take your time with the refinement. Su Fu, in a leisurely manner, hummed a tune as he strolled into the back room. Chapter 84. The 9th level of Qi condensation after Su Fu left. Yi Chen closed his eyes. Standing before the alchemical furnace, he tirelessly aligned the descriptions from the formula with the visual demonstrations Su Fu had provided in his mind. Time slipped away unnoticed until he finally opened his eyes slowly. True fire, manifest. With a gentle command, he infused the true fire into the furnace, following which he cast in various herbs in a seemingly haphazard manner, while diligently controlling the flames with his mind. This was a lengthy and soul-stirring endeavor. Buzz, buzz. The furnace emitted a constant hum as Yi Chen faced repeated failures. As night turned to dawn, Qiyu emerged from the side hall, finding Yi Chen still stationed before the furnace. A night of relentless alchemy had left his eyes sunken, bloodshot, and stubble adorning his jaw. Without uttering a word, Qiyu quietly observed Yi Chen's silhouette, faintly perceiving the stubbornness etched on his once handsome face. Buzz. At that moment, the furnace trembled once more, the spiritual herbs within turning to ash. Yi Chen staggered back, nearly losing his footing. Desiring haste often leads to failure. Perhaps you should take a break. Qiyu finally descended the stone steps. Her tone, though cool, softened considerably compared to before. Alchemy truly is a skilled art, Yi Chen murmured, fervently gulping down spiritual liquid. I've heard you are merely an apprentice disciple. Qiyu paused by the furnace, glancing sideways at Yi Chen. Yi Chen shrugged. What can I say? On that day when the heads of the 3 main peaks were present, no one was willing to take me in. So I had no choice but to remain an apprentice. They must surely regret that decision now, whether they regret it or not. I have certainly been taken advantage of by them in recent days. Yi Chen rubbed his brow. With your abilities, entering the inner sect should not pose a challenge. Qiyu spoke softly, casting a meaningful glance at Yi Chen. Your strength is already among the top 10 in the outer sect. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen set down his purple golden gourd, curiosity lighting his eyes. Sister, who are the top 10 disciples in the outer sect? Please enlighten me. Among the top 10, besides myself, each of the 3 main peaks has one representative. The first disciple of the Discipline Hall, Yin Jiping. The first disciple of the Spiritual Fruit Garden, Wang Lin. The first disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall, Xiao Jing. The first disciple of the Library Pavilion, Lu Xinyuan. And the first disciple of the Mission Hall. Huateng Qi, you surprisingly displayed great patience, naming each of the top 10 disciples clearly, even detailing their strengths and cultivation levels. Once she finished, she turned to Yi Chen. During the outer sect competition, as long as you don't encounter them, you should be fine. However, if luck is not on your side, meeting them is inevitable. Understood. Yi Chen leapt to his feet, rejuvenated after consuming the spiritual liquid, and resumed his alchemical work. What an oddity, Qiyu murmured to herself. The entire day passed with Yi Chen remaining steadfastly before the furnace. Throughout, Su Fu stealthily observed a few times, his disappointment evident when he saw Yi Chen had not successfully produced a soul pill. As time slowly advanced, Night fell once more. Inside the hall, Su Fu handed a jade box to Qi Yu. This is the true Yang pill. It may assist you in breaking through to the true Yang realm. Thank you, master. Qi Yu responded hurriedly, her smile radiant. What are your thoughts on that, young man? Su Fu stroked his beard, glancing at Chen outside before returning his gaze to Qi Yu. You've caught me by surprise. That's not what I was asking. I meant to inquire about him as a person. Upon hearing this, Qi Yu finally comprehended her master's intentions, realizing he wished to facilitate a connection between her and Chen. Oh master, not again. Qi Yu stamped her foot. Her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and irritation, her expression markedly more peculiar than the first time. Su Fu caught this subtle change, seemingly finding the answer written on Qi Yu's face. Pill produced. At that moment, a light command resounded from outside the hall. Did you succeed? Hearing the voice, Su Fu stepped out of the inner hall, with Qi Yu following closely, her eyes wide with astonishment. Outside, Chen sat on the ground, disheveled yet laughing heartily. A blue spiritual pill clutched in his hand. The pill, akin to the first pill he had crafted, was not perfectly round and bore imperfections, with the aura of the pill flickering in and out. Nonetheless, he had succeeded. Su Fu glanced at the ashes of the spiritual herbs scattered on the ground, astonishment flickering in his eyes. He had managed to produce the pill using only a little over 50 herbs. This young man's talent was nothing short of extraordinary. Hee hee. Chen sat on the ground, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the spiritual pill, reveling in its fragrance, which brought him immense joy. Then, without hesitation, he swallowed the soul pill. As it entered his body, it dissolved instantly, flowing through him like a crystalline spring, swiftly dispelling his weariness. Being a pill specifically designed to nourish the soul, he distinctly felt his soul ascending. Excellent. Chen chuckled again, his deep-set eyes glistening with vitality. At that moment, a sound erupted from within him, as if a barrier had been breached. I've broken through. Su Fu and Qi Yu exclaimed in unison, astonished by the unexpected delight. Chen hurriedly settled into a meditative position. Soon, rich spiritual energy surged toward him, flooding into his body through every pore, forming a dense vortex of energy that he eagerly absorbed. To reach the 9th level of qi condensation demanded an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. Witnessing the overwhelming spiritual force entering Chen, Qi Yu wore an expression of disbelief. His dantian is significantly larger than that of an ordinary person, Su Fu remarked, stroking his beard. Perhaps it is this large capacity that enables him to possess the strength to challenge beyond his level. No wonder, Qi Yu murmured as she observed Chen. 3 full hours passed before the dense spiritual energy gradually dissipated. At this moment, Chen slowly opened his eyes, the depth of his gaze now significantly more subdued and introspective. Examining his body, he noticed that with the advancement in cultivation, his meridians had also thickened, particularly his dantian, which had expanded more than double its previous size, the surging true energy raging like a tempestuous ocean. Excellent. Clenching his fist, he felt the power coursing within and smiled with satisfaction. In the dead of night, within the bloodthirsty hall, a dozen figures entered a grand chamber radiating authority. Have we uncovered any information regarding the half-heavenly silence pill from our infiltrators within the 3 sects and various noble families? The chamber echoed with commanding voices. No, nothing. Useless. All of you are useless. The furious roar reverberated throughout the hall, causing it to tremble. Investigate. Dig deeper and spare no detail. Chapter 85. The concealed elixir. In the following 10 days, Chen remained secluded within the inner hall, emerging only on the night of the 11th day in a disheveled state from the spirit elixir pavilion. Throughout these 10 days, his alchemical skills had significantly improved, and with the continuous practice of refining elixirs, his spiritual power had also seen considerable enhancement. That night, Yu's sect was anything but tranquil. As he traversed the grounds, he noticed numerous disciples seated cross-legged upon the stones, diligently absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Were they sharpening their blades for the imminent outer sect competition? Chen pondered, sensing the pressure that seemed to envelop the disciples, compelling them to forego their rest even in the late hours. However, as he walked with the Tianke sword slung across his back, he attracted quite a bit of attention. His rising fame had become so pronounced that even those from the inner sect were aware of him. Are you Chen? A disciple in a white robe suddenly blocked his path. True Yang realm. Chen furrowed his brow, instantly perceiving the man's cultivation level. which had evidently reached the true Yang realm. Upon closer inspection, he found the man's visage somewhat familiar. He bore a resemblance to Qi Hao from Yangfeng, indicating a shared familial lineage. "Brother, do you need something?" Yi Chen inquired with a nonchalant tone. Unperturbed by Yi Chen's indifferent demeanor, the white-robed disciple smiled with a hint of amusement. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qi Yang from the inner sect, and I am the cousin of Qi Hao from Yangfeng." "Qi brother, you didn't come all the way from the inner sect just to settle a score with someone in the Qi condensation realm, did you?" Qi Yang's lips curled into a cold smirk as he leaned in closer to Yi Chen, whispering ominously, "Yi Chen, it would be wise for you to remain within Hengyue's sect for the entirety of your life. Otherwise, the Qi family will ensure you learn that some individuals are not to be trifled with." "Is that a threat?" Yi Chen cast a sidelong glance at Qi Yang. "Indeed," Qi Yang replied with a mocking grin. "I shall await your move," Yi Chen retorted coolly. "Crossing my family will ensure your demise will be most tragic." With another chilling laugh, Qi Yang flicked his robe and strode towards Yangfeng. "Who will meet their end remains uncertain," Yi Chen scoffed, continuing his descent down the mountain. As he approached the entrance to the little spirit garden, he caught a whiff of a savory aroma wafting through the air, accompanied by a boisterous voice exclaiming, "Come, come, eat up, enjoy it while it lasts." With a faint smile, Yi Chen pushed open the door, revealing the sight of Xiong Er shamelessly devouring from a large iron basin. Alongside him were his wife, Tang Rushuan, as well as Zhang Fengyan, Hua, and a small eagle spirit beast, all gathered around a massive iron pot, heartily enjoying a stew. "Ah, Yi Chen, what brings you back?" Xiong Er's eyes sparkled with delight. "I missed you," Yi Chen replied casually, rolling up his sleeves as he accepted a pair of chopsticks from Hua and fetched a piece of meat from the pot. "Haha." Xiong Er immediately set aside the iron pot, rubbing his hands together eagerly. "Did you bring me any gifts?" Seeing Xiong Er's greedy expression, Yi Chen felt an urge to kick him, but ultimately retrieved a returning Xian pill from his pocket and handed it over. "Here, a little something for you." Xiong Er chuckled and accepted it, then extended his pudgy hand. "What about my wife?" "Fine, everyone gets a share," Yi Chen replied with feigned annoyance. Producing 4 more elixirs, 1 each for Tang Rushuan, Zhang Fengyan, Hua, and even the small eagle spirit beast. The little spirit garden was filled with the enticing scent of meat, and the gathering felt warm and familial. After dinner, Tang Rushuan diligently tidied up the dishes, while the earnest Hua rolled up his sleeves to assist. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and Xiong Er huddled together once more. "Have you heard? After the outer sect competition, there will be another trial before entering the inner sect," Xiong Er remarked, picking at his teeth. "A trial? What sort of trial?" Yi Chen asked, taken aback. "There's a wild forest separating the inner and outer sections. The victorious disciples from the competition must traverse this forest to gain entry into the inner sect. My uncle mentioned that the forest contains array traps, ferocious beasts, and even humanoid puppets. Though these are minor inconveniences, the inner sect will dispatch dozens of elite disciples to guard the forest, each at the pinnacle of the human origin realm, and only by breaching their defenses can outer sect disciples be deemed successful." "Are you serious? This is outrageous," Yi Chen exclaimed, his composure faltering. "Does the inner sect expect to annihilate the hard-fought victories of outer sect disciples?" "My uncle said this is to test the disciples' ability to collaborate, and ultimately, their performance will determine their qualification," Xiong Er added. "I can't shake the feeling that this bodes ill," Yi Chen mused, rubbing his temples. The entrance examination for the inner sect at Hengyue was far more arduous than at Zhenyang, requiring one to stand out among thousands in the outer sect before even gaining the chance to enter the wild forest, where the trials would be even more formidable than the outer sect competition. As night deepened, Xiong Er and Tang Rushuan departed the little spirit garden, while Hua and Zhang Fengyan retired for the night. Yi Chen then retrieved an item from his storage bag, a spirit pearl, within which was sealed half of a Tianji Dan. As an alchemist, Yi Chen gazed at the Tianji Dan with awe, especially upon seeing the fractured 6-patterned lines. With his current level of cultivation, he felt distant from the ability to refine a 6-patterned spirit pill. A complete Tianji Dan could potentially create a formidable Tianji realm expert. He pondered whether this half would assist a quasi-Tianji cultivator in advancing. The faction that had acquired the Tianji Dan must be anxious right now. If they were to discover that I possessed the remaining half, my fate would be dire. Yi Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully, contemplating a secure hiding spot for the half Tianji Dan. He scanned his surroundings, finally settling his gaze on the walls of the little spirit garden. 3 walls were constructed of marble, while one was backed by a rocky cliff. "You shall do," he decided, striding over to the cliffside. He deftly created a small hole in the rock, just large enough to conceal the spirit pearl containing the Tianji Dan, and sealed it with a small stone. Having completed this task, he settled into a meditative position within the garden. After calming his mind and focusing his energy, he summoned his true fire, shaping it into an alchemical furnace with his thoughts. One by one, he introduced various spiritual herbs into the furnace. This time, he was not refining a pill, but rather concocting the jade spirit liquid. He understood that the upcoming outer sect competition, particularly the trial in the wild forest, would be fraught with challenges and depletions of energy. However, he could not rely solely on the returning Xian pills for recovery. The jade spirit liquid, though less potent than the returning Xian pill, was far easier to produce. Generally, whenever one was severely lacking in true energy, the jade spirit liquid would suffice. After several days of practice, combined with his experience in alchemy, Chen had become quite adept at producing the jade spirit liquid. In the tranquil night, the little spirit garden was suffused with the fragrant aroma of herbs, soothing to the senses. As dawn approached, he finally extinguished the true fire, pouring the refined jade spirit liquid into a small purple-gold gourd. "This should last me quite a while," he said, shaking the gourd with a satisfied smile. Chapter 86. Gathering of the Talents. The following day, Hunyua's sect was bustling with activity. The atmosphere was particularly vibrant as it marked the eve of the outer sect competition. At this moment, disciples of the outer sect were gathering in small groups, making their way toward a designated area. Participation in the competition required registration, and not all disciples were inclined to partake. Those of lesser cultivation often preferred to abstain from potential embarrassment. By the time Chen arrived, a considerable number of people had already congregated, and the comings and goings of various disciples dazzled him. "Is this the Qian Kuan Pavilion?" he mused, stroking his chin as he gazed upward. The Qian Kuan Pavilion indeed exuded grandeur, with a magnificent treasure seal suspended at its apex, radiating brilliant spiritual light. "How magnificent it is!" With a sigh of admiration, Chen stepped inside. Upon entering, he beheld an expansive combat platform, measuring 100 feet in size, surrounded by a vast open space that extended for thousands of feet. This venue had hosted the outer sect competition for many years. "Heaven above, please spare me from encountering formidable opponents. I have no desire to linger in the outer sect for another 3 years. Divine beings, bless me." As he made his way, Chen overheard many disciples fervently uttering such prayers, their hands clasped as if in supplication. Suddenly, his presence attracted the attention of the passing disciples. He had become a renowned figure in Hunyua, the once disregarded apprentice who had transformed into an undeniable dark horse in just 2 months, leaving many in awe. "Please, do not let me cross paths with him. I wish to avoid him. He is a prodigy. Those who encounter him are bound to suffer misfortune." Chen disregarded the murmurs around him and continued toward the grand hall of the Qian Kuan Pavilion. As fate would have it, he soon encountered a familiar face. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Zhao Long from the Deyang Peak. "Chen." Zhao Long seethed through clenched teeth upon seeing him. Chen chose to ignore him, unwilling to engage in a trivial dispute. Having once defeated Zhao Long at the first level of qi condensation, Chen had now ascended to the 9th level, far surpassing Zhao Long's abilities. They were no longer peers. Zhao Long's teeth ground in frustration as he was ignored, yet he was powerless to act. A significant portion of the true disciples had already been vanquished, leaving him unqualified to stand against Chen. Ahead, the disciples registering for the competition instinctively parted to create a path for Chen. Without hesitation, he approached an elder clad in white, named Li Daotong. "Elder, I wish to register," Chen stated, presenting his identity badge. "You are Chen?" Li Daotong scrutinized the name on the badge before appraising Chen, exclaiming, "Truly, talents emerge in every generation. Your praise is unwarranted, Elder," Chen replied modestly. "Very well, give it your all," Li Daotong said with a gentle smile as he inscribed Chen's name onto a jade slip. After registering, Chen turned to leave but encountered many familiar faces once more. Disciples from Rinyang Peak arrived in droves, led by one named Jiang Hao, while from Deyang Peak came disciples under the command of Zishan. The animosity was palpable. Upon sighting Chen, their faces darkened in unison, as they had lost considerable face to him in recent days. "Boy, You had better pray not to cross paths with me, or your demise will be most unpleasant. Zhang Hao and Zishan approached, both wearing cold smiles. Was that a threat? Chen met their gazes, his eyes sharp and penetrating. The three exuded a palpable tension, as though a confrontation was imminent. How lively it has become. A mocking laugh echoed as Yin Jiping, a figure known for his flamboyance, entered, casting a derisive glance at Yi Chen, his eyes gleaming with malice. Yi Chen glanced at him, suppressing the murderous intent that surged within. The memory of severely injuring Zhang Fengyan in the discipline hall lingered in his mind, fueling a silent vow of vengeance against this scoundrel. Harboring such murderous thoughts, no matter how strong you are, you shall struggle to achieve success. The moment those words were uttered, Yi Chen knew who had arrived without needing to look. It could only be Su Xinyue from Rinyang Peak, known for her scathing remarks. Soon, a throng of others arrived, many bearing grievances against Yi Chen. A large group of individuals, their expressions cold, surrounded him, rendering his presence seemingly isolated. Is a brawl about to break out here? Whispers circulated among the surrounding disciples. This is the Qian Kuan Pavilion. Engaging in a fight here would be courting death. What are you all blocking the entrance for? A voice, laced with irritation, broke the oppressive atmosphere. The speaker was a robust disciple in purple robes, wielding a purple-gold hammer, exuding an aura of confidence. His arrival caused the eyes of the surrounding disciples to widen in recognition. It was Huateng, the chief disciple of the Mission Pavilion. I knew it would be lively today. As Huateng entered, 5 more figures followed, further electrifying the atmosphere. They were Zhao Yin, chief disciple of the Spirit Tool Pavilion; Xiao Jing, chief disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall; Wang Lin, chief disciple of the Spirit Fruit Orchard; and Lu Xianyue, chief disciple of the Book Repository. Lastly, a graceful figure entered, Qiyue from the Spirit Pill Pavilion. The top 10 disciples of the outer sect had gathered, excluding the one from Tianyang Peak, creating a cacophony of excitement in the already vibrant Qian Kuan Pavilion. Such prodigious talents were seldom seen together, save for the outer sect competition. Without a doubt, you are Yi Chen, Huateng stated, his familiarity evident as he focused his gaze on Yi Chen. The others soon followed suit, their eyes converging on him. When Yi Chen arrived at Hunyue sect, they had been in seclusion, and upon emerging just days ago, the name Yi Chen had echoed the most in their ears. Now, seeing him in person sparked their curiosity. I assumed he was merely at the Qi condensation stage. One remarked incredulously. Now I see. Even though he is at the Qi condensation stage, his aura is not at all inferior to ours. Another added, this fellow appears rather agreeable. The talented disciples scrutinized Yi Chen with interest, akin to observing a curious creature, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. Little junior brother, fear not. Your senior brother will look after you. Huateng jovially draped an arm around Yi Chen, casting a glance at Zhang Hao, Zishan, and Yin Jiping with evident disdain. What did you say? The trio's expressions darkened immediately. I said I find you all quite displeasing. What of it? Huateng retorted, his demeanor unabashed. As Zishan moved to confront him, Zhang Hao and Yin Jiping held him back. We shall meet on the combat platform, they coldly declared before leading their disciples away. Humph. Huateng dismissed their threats, then clapped Yi Chen on the shoulder with a hearty grin. Little junior brother, let us find a day to share a drink. Let us go. No more dilly-dallying, Xiao Jing urged, and the group proceeded toward the grand hall. Feeling the pressure? Qiyue approached Yi Chen quietly after the others departed. There is pressure, though it is not overwhelming, Yi Chen replied. Indeed, since his recent breakthrough to the 9th level of Qi condensation, he felt entirely confident in facing disciples below the true Yang realm. While the top 10 disciples of the outer sect were formidable, they were all at the pinnacle of the human Yuan realm, well within his capacity to handle. That is good to hear, Qiyue replied, a rare smile gracing her typically indifferent features. Where is the top-ranked disciple of the outer sect? Yi Chen inquired, glancing at Qiyue in confusion. Who knows where he has wandered off to, perhaps indulging in drink, she shrugged before departing. Still finding time to drink. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, then stepped outside at a leisurely pace.